Chapter 341 Fofana. On the Flying Wing Star, a grand hotel, is now closed to the public. Fofana has completely booked this place for the engagement ceremony in the near future. There are many people in the distance who came specifically for this ceremony and have already stayed in the hotel. Among them are many descendants of the Fofana family. A group of young people wearing Navy uniforms or Naval Academy uniforms gathered together to chat. What do you mean by the representative of the young generation of Fofana, but he still has to get married? It's up to you brothers to decide in the future. I think Ruota is great. You have to shoulder everyone's hopes. Still far from it. Still far from it. At least you won't marry someone else. Right? Ha ha ha. The young people were very excited, with their chests straight, talking about the latest stories in their family. There wasn't much malice, but the original jealousy had more or less found a way to vent through this incident. This is normal. Among the group, let's not talk about those who are still studying hard in the Naval Academy. Those who have already been appointed, the highest rank is only a major. A major of this age is already quite impressive in the naval sequence. He is still young, and has the support of his family behind him. If he can work for a few more years and gain some experience, if he can make some military achievements, he may be able to expect a general rank in the future. But this kind of thing, it depends on who you are comparing with. There is a woman of the same age in the family who is already a general. It is hard not to be jealous. They don't think much about anything else, but complain that the Yu family is too partial and gives Yilicia too many preferential treatments. After graduating from the Naval Academy, why did everyone have to work their way up from the grassroots officers? But Yilicia was able to get the position of acting captain? Why was a stage specially built for her? An exercise was conducted, and she was allowed to jump another level just by relying on the results of the naval exercise. Becoming the captain of a large cruiser like Quintet, and obtaining the rank of brigadier general? Now he is using his family's connections in the upper echelons to brag wildly, and directly promote Yilicia to a star sent from heaven. A rare and talented fleet commander. Come on! Such an opportunity. A pig can fly up. And if given to me, I will definitely do better than Yilicia. Among the young descendants of the Fofana family, how many people would have such thoughts? I don't know, but at least those gathered here probably have some. However, these jealous words are not easy to say. Yilicia is truly a representative of the younger generation. Her status is so high that she is no longer on the same level as them. Saying those words would only make people laugh at her. But now, Yilicia is getting married. And some words can be said in another way with this excuse. During the chat, someone suddenly pulled his companion next to him and made a look. The others followed his gaze, and saw a young woman in the dress of an Imperial Navy Rear Admiral, walking not far away. Everyone immediately shut up. Even if it was under the pretext of Yilicia getting married, some things could be said in private, but it was unnecessary to say it in person. And there was no courage. Yilicia, but walked straight towards them. She held her head high, and her neck, extending from the tight neckline of her dress, was white and slender, looking down at everyone with arrogance and contempt, and on the epaulettes, the star of the general shone brightly. Some people felt uncomfortable being looked at by her, and felt a little guilty, and said awkwardly, "Sister." As soon as the title came out, Yilicia waved her hand. "Major, you have to call me General." "Yes." The major with the highest military rank among the young men instinctively stood at attention, saluted, and said, "Hello, General." Yilicia's eyes immediately looked at the others. Everyone she saw could only stand at attention and salute. This scene, in the eyes of others, did not feel out of place at all. A group of junior naval officers, when facing a general, lined up at attention and waited for the general's lecture. Any questions? Looking at these cousins, junior officers, Yilicia wanted to say something sarcastic, such as mocking them, saying that none of them had good grades in the military academy, nor did they perform well in the army, even if the family wanted to support them. They were all a bunch of useless people. She was qualified to say so. They all came from the same family. So were there any differences in their starting points? The power of the family helped a lot. For example, the Naval Academy, which was extremely difficult for civilians to enter, was entered by the children of Fofana, and they were all in the top class. But within the family, aren't we all the same? And I, Yilicia, was outstanding in all aspects of the Naval Academy, and was the first in many of my grades, and maintained this for many years, throughout my entire school life. In this way, She has the confidence to qualify as an outstanding graduate of the Naval Academy, and can strive to wear the rank of colonel upon graduation, and become an acting captain. Her cousins, each of them was lagging behind in school, so why should they compare with her? Then, the military exercise that made Yelicia jump from acting captain to brigadier general was not specially prepared for her. It was just an opportunity. She entered. The family set up the stage, and she had good singing skills, so she could become the protagonist. It was the foundation of one's own ability that made the family's efforts work. In that exercise, she was not the only one from the Fofana family. So why didn't you little brother sing anything? Yelicia never denied that the Fofana family gave her everything. Without the family, she would not even be able to enter the Naval Academy. Even if she did. Even if she got all A's. Without the family, even if she got an outstanding graduate, she would not be able to become a captain directly. At best, she could get a school officer status and start working on a certain position on a starship. However, others can say that. But only the young people in the family like her are not qualified to say that. You have the same conditions, but you can't do even 1/10 of what I can do. How dare you be so sarcastic here? But, in the end, Yelicia still said nothing. When she was about to say these words, she looked at the young men standing in front of her, who seemed a little uneasy, and suddenly felt that it was meaningless. Bullying these people who were far inferior to her was meaningless. These useless younger generations in the family were also meaningless. What they said about getting married made her feel even more meaningless. All the words she wanted to say disappeared in a sigh. She waved her hand and shouted to disperse. The young people saluted as if they had been pardoned, and then ran away. And Yelicia no longer cared about the little guys, who would use this matter to make up some words about her showing off. She was quite uninterested and walked from the hotel lobby to a temporary office. She knocked on the door, got permission, and walked in. In the office, there was an old man sitting, the pillar of the family, the cornerstone. He was called Old Fofana by outsiders. He was a war hero who retired from the Imperial Navy with the rank of general. He has been retired for many years, but his influence still exists in the Pegasus fleet and the Imperial Navy of the entire star field. Yelicia also admires this great-grandfather, although the old Fofana now looks like an ordinary kind old man. She sat down in front of her great-grandfather. Old Fofana raised his head and said, "Are you in a bad mood?" Yelicia hesitated for a moment, but nodded. "There is nothing to hide." "Because of the engagement?" "Yes," Yelicia said. "I understand that a family like ours needs to establish and expand our influence through marriage. But I thought that I no longer needed to be a candidate for marriage to show my value." "Of course," Old Fofana said. "Of course not. You are the most shining pearl in Fofana. You don't need to prove your value, you are the value itself. The family will do its best to help you become a general, and will help you get a higher position in the future. And we hope that you will lead the entire family to go further in the future. If you don't want this marriage, you certainly have a choice. Now I can tell Ms. Wang Qi to end it all." At this point, Yelicia hesitated. "No, it's not necessary. At this point, she rubbed her hair in annoyance. Old Fofana sighed and said, "Look, little Yelicia, this is our fate. We carry the responsibility on our shoulders. Even if no one really forces us, we will still carry it all involuntarily. Little Yelicia, you must remember that our Fofana family has never been good at fighting for power and profit. We have always dedicated our family to the Empire and placed ourselves in the sea of stars to establish our prestige. The foundation of our existence is our ability and our achievements. But for a long time, I could only watch with disappointment that the younger generations were less and less like their predecessors. The family should have been a help to you. But now it seems that it has become a constraint for many people. They were raised too well in the family, so they could not withstand the wind and rain of the outside world. I am very pleased to see you, little Yelicia. You have inherited the style of your predecessors. You are the best Fofana among the younger generation. And Gu Hang seems to be the best one in their Gu family. There is no saying that you will marry into the Gu family, or that he will become a Fofana. What Wang Qi and I mean is very simple. In the future, we need to combine, and combine more deeply. The situation in the Tianma Star region will become more and more chaotic, and the war between the Dragon Eagle Star region and the iron-toothed green-skinned aliens will become more and more intense. Everything in the future will change dramatically. But my child, I may not see that day. And Gu family, and us, have natural conditions for combination. Let the best people from both sides come together, we need to weather the storm together. The words of great-grandfather made Elisha absent-minded for a while. Old Fofana did not say anything more, he just pushed a document on the table forward. Elisha asked, "What is this?" Old Fofana smiled and said, "Marriage will never be your shackles. Take a look at this first." She picked up the document, glanced at it, and looked at old Fofana in surprise. "Great-grandfather, this, do you suggest that I accept it?" "I don't make any suggestions. To be honest, I don't know whether it is good or bad. How to choose is entirely up to you." Elisha was in a great dilemma. "Don't rush to give me an answer now. Perhaps you should also discuss it with your fiancé." "Fiancé?" Elisha was quite embarrassed when she heard this title. "I won't make any suggestions. To be honest, I don't know whether it's good or bad. It's up to you to decide." Gu Hang said this to Elisha. He just arrived at Phase Star today and checked into the hotel. There is no custom that the two parties cannot meet before the engagement ceremony. After Gu Hang settled down here, the first person he met was his mother Wang Qi, and the second person he met was his future daughter-in-law, Elisha Fofana. When the two met, the atmosphere between them was a little unfamiliar, even awkward. But Gu Hang was good at this. He used the topic of fighting side by side before to guide the atmosphere between the two to normal. Then, Elisha mentioned one thing. She now has an opportunity, or a challenge. The Navy headquarters of the Dragon Eagle Star region will transfer half of the Pegasus fleet, leaving the defense zones of Pegasus and several surrounding star regions, to the star regions occupied by the iron-toothed greenskin aliens to participate in the Greenskin War. This matter is not a small matter. In the past, the Pegasus fleet had received several orders to participate in the Greenskin War. Almost every time, the war reached the point where the Pegasus fleet had to be transferred, which meant that the intensity of the war had risen to a certain level. That meant that the risk had become very high. The iron-toothed greenskins were not the primitive greenskins. They had dozens of plundering fleets, and they also had large warships. After Elisha led the team to the occupied star zone, they did not only do safe work such as ground support, but they might have to have a head-on decisive battle with the greenskin fleet. In a naval battle, if you lose, you will die. If your ship explodes, you will die. This is a real war that will kill people. It is not a joke. Elisha can choose not to go. She is a star general trained by the Fofana family. She is the hope of the next generation, and cannot be given away casually. But at the same time, this is also an opportunity to earn merit. She told Gu Hang about her entanglement on this matter, and Gu Hang said the same thing as old Fofana, leaving the choice entirely to Elisha. Then, he added, although I am not sure, I think that if you want to go, I fully support you. Because this is you. This is the Elisha I understand and admire. Elisha smiled like a flower. Chapter 342, Farewell Shao. Gu Hang's previous sentence was exactly the same as what old Fofana said. Although he respected Elisha very much and gave her the right to choose. After all, their identities were different, and it was more or less perfunctory. But the latter sentence really hit what Elisha was thinking. Is she a person who is content with the status quo? Is she a person who is satisfied with being the representative of the family, becoming Gu Hang's wife, and becoming the symbol of the union of the two families? Not really. Although, old Fofana did not say it explicitly, but the old man's previous statement that he placed himself in the sea of stars was the only way to establish Fofana's prestige, had already made the old man's opinion clear. And then, Gu Hang really hit the nail on the head, which was indeed what she wanted. The man she trusted most in her past life, and the man she should trust most in the future, both said so. Then what is she hesitating about? Elisha smiled and said to Gu Hang, I'm leaving right after getting engaged. I don't know how long I have to go until the war is over. Will you wait for me? Of course. My lady, I wait for the news of your victorious return. When the war is over, we get married. Gu Hang felt that this sentence was a bit strange, but he didn't think too much about whether it was auspicious or not. He tentatively reached out his hand and embraced Elisha. The female general's body was a little stiff, very uncomfortable, and even instinctively wanted to break free. But she didn't. Next, neither of them spoke. Feeling each other's body temperature, they all relaxed a lot. In fact, they all understood one thing in their hearts. They didn't have much emotional foundation, but because of this, they should take advantage of the limited time try to create this kind of emotion. This is rational thinking. But soon, all these rationalities turned into emotions. The engagement ceremony of Gu and Fofana, even on the prosperous planet of Phase Star, is a rare grand occasion. The grand, luxurious scene and decoration are secondary, more important are the participants, and the significance of it as a political event. There are two groups of people to talk about here. First, there are a large number of neutral people. In addition to the representatives of the two imperial chambers of commerce, and the representatives of the Imperial Navy, there are also members of the State Church, the Psychic Order, and various other big businessmen, big capital, these people, who came to participate in this engagement ceremony. They all have two characteristics. First, each of them has its own political or physical power. But it is not too strong within the star zone. Second, they do not want to be involved in the vortex of the struggle between Fox and the star zone government, which is currently the theme of the Pegasus star zone. Now, the combination of Gu and Fofana has suddenly become a banner, calling on these neutral forces to unite. In this way, the third-party neutral forces, which were not weak but very scattered, have formed an alliance that is still not tight, but at least has the same demands, and united around Gu and Fofana. As a result, the second wave of people came. The Fokkers family sent people, especially Ivan Fokkers, the governor of Karoja, the new noble of the Fokkers family, who flew from Karoja to attend the event. At the same time, Ivan Martinelli, the head of the Star Zone, and Little Pedes, the governor of Wing Star, also attended. The core figures of the two parties, who were as hostile as fire and water, were all present. In the eyes of others, this was of course a great honor for the two families, and for the engaged couple Gu Heng and Yi Lixia. In order to attend their engagement ceremony, they put aside their life and death relationship and stayed in the same room. In fact, they were a little forced. They didn't take them seriously before. But now the neutral forces gathered together by this engagement ceremony can no longer be ignored. They can't bear such a huge force. And leaning towards the other side will directly break the balance of confrontation. The neutral party's demands are also very clear. You want to fight. You can. Anyway, we can't control it. However, even if we fight, we must set rules, and we must fight within the rules, and we must not go too far. The chaotic and bottom-line political struggle in the Tianma Star region over the past 2 years must be stopped. The situation in Karoja has not improved at all, and has even become worse step by step. It must be reversed. And there is no doubt that the Director of Taxation, Ms. Neil Lace, who also participated in the engagement ceremony of Gu Heng and Yi Lixia, as a representative of the Star Region government, also stood on the neutral side and made the same demands on both sides of the political struggle. In this way, no matter how reluctant the two parties are, they must sit at the same table and have a good talk about this matter. This is actually a scheme that Wang Qi and old Fofana, who have been worrying about the overall situation of the Star Region, have set up by taking advantage of the engagement of two young people. As the protagonists of the engagement ceremony, the two of them have no intention of participating in these things under the table. It's not that they don't have the ability to participate. They both have a pivotal position in their respective forces. It can even be said that Yi Lixia will be in charge of the next generation of Fofana. And the same is true for Gu business. There is no need to wait until the future. And now the two of them have a lot to say. Especially Gu Heng. But since there are old hands at home, they are too lazy to participate in these places where the old hands need to use their experience and wisdom. Instead of scheming, it is better to seize the last time to be warm and cultivate feelings. Then, when the old people's multi-party connection, negotiation, and compromise have not yet come to a result, the two of them have already said goodbye. 6 days after the engagement ceremony, Yi Lixia received an official order from the Imperial Navy. The fleet consisted of 5 cruisers, including Quintet, Opera, Cello, Terminus, and Interlude, 14 destroyers, 30 frigates, and other small ships below patrol ships. The Pegasus fleet was already more than half of its forces, and most of the ships had been dispatched, leaving only 2 cruisers. The commander of the expeditionary fleet was Tillmans, the vice admiral commander of the Pegasus fleet, whose flagship was the Opera. Yi Lixia, with the rank of Major General, served as the captain of the quintet and also served as the deputy commander of the fleet. Assisting Tillmans, on the Winged Star, people held a grand departure ceremony for the Navy. Most of the sailors of the Pegasus Fleet starships came from the Imperial tax. Or to put it bluntly, from Kuroga. However, most of the naval officers were natives of the Winged Star and graduated from the Winged Naval Academy. These local officers, before setting off, bid farewell to their wives, children, and parents. The sky was full of colorful ribbons flying, and the passionate music was played repeatedly. Under the bright sunshine, the warriors of the Empire will walk towards the stars and the sea in the expectation and care of their families. After saying goodbye to her parents and family, Yi Lixia stood in front of Gu Heng again. The two of them were like other young officers saying goodbye to their partners, hugging and whispering. After a while, the space elevator beeped and the two separated. Yi Lixia put her hands behind her back, facing Gu Heng with the sun as the background, smiling and stepping back. I'm leaving. Return triumphantly. Okay. The female general put on her military cap, waved with a smile, turned around and left, heading for her battlefield. As Yi Lixia left, Gu Heng found that he really missed her a little. He did not restrain this emotion, but let it develop. This is not a bad thing. As for Yi Lixia's safety, no one can guarantee this matter. Since they are separated by several star regions, Gu Heng is powerless. All he can do is to send a team of people to enter the quintet to ensure Yi Lixia's safety. This team consists of 5 Phoenixes and 100 elite special forces of the 10th Brigade wearing exoskeletons. But in fact, the role they can play is not that big. In the war in the Star Sea, the losing side has almost no way out. The space warriors are not gods. No matter how strong they are, they can't save people when the starship is blown up. The only place where it can be used is when encountering a boarding battle. Coincidentally, the green-skinned orcs are one of the forces that likes to engage in boarding battles the most in the entire Star Sea. With these elite people, at least in the case of a boarding battle, in conjunction with the guards on the quintet, it should be able to play a significant role. After Yi Lixia left, Gu Heng himself did not stay on the flying wing for long. He said goodbye to his mother the next day and returned to the Angry Owl Star. When passing Kuroja halfway, he paused and greeted his soldiers as the commander of the Legion, especially the Kuroja people who had just joined the Angry Bear Legion from the new recruits camp on Kuroja. Although the 320,000-man army had all its members in numbers, it had not actually been fully established. Although the procedures were in place, the tax coins needed to form them totaled more than 14 million. And the Ministry of Military Affairs also gave it to the Alliance, which turned it into an order for all the military supplies needed to arm the 320,000 people. But at present, these things are still in the order status. After all, weapons and equipment cannot be created out of thin air. They all need to be produced. The Alliance has been doing its best to increase production capacity on the Angry Owl Star and the Black Sword Star. According to the negotiations between the Alliance and the representatives of the Ministry of Military Affairs, within the next year, the Alliance will have to arm these 320,000 people. An official from the Ministry of Military Affairs will stay here, and the Dragon Eagle 3rd Legion will also send a representative as a friendly force to supervise this matter. This means that in addition to its own needs, the Alliance will have to produce more than 600 tanks, more than 3,000 armored vehicles and self-propelled artillery, and tens of thousands of other military vehicles within a year. As for other individual equipment, not to mention the company-level equipment, there is still pressure on production capacity. It is a little difficult to meet such a large production capacity demand relying solely on the Angry Owl Star. After all, the war on the Black Arrow Star in the past 2 years has also lost a lot of weapons and equipment. Those tanks and armored vehicles have not been replenished yet, unless the other forces of the Alliance are not supplied at all. And the Alliance itself does not expand its military. It will be difficult to meet the needs of the Angry Bear Legion's new troops within a year. However, if Black Arrow Star is added, it will be fine. On Black Arrow Star, the Stefano Industrial Center, which was built based on the former capital of the Stefano Kingdom, has put into production a production line for Lion tanks. As the industrial population there increases, more production lines are laid, and productivity gradually increases. It should be able to bear some of the pressure for the production tasks on Angry Owl Star. After inspecting the army, Gu Heng met with the commander who had been fighting on the Black Arrow Star, Colonel Likishi, to learn about the recent situation and Likishi's views on the future. There is nothing much to say about the situation. The intensity of the battle in Kuroja has not been too great. Even though the governor named Fash urged them to attack with all their strength every day to solve the problem as soon as possible. The main general here, General Hansen, ignored these voices. Likishi's words showed that he was quite supportive of General Hansen. They had discussed this issue before, and General Hansen assured his subordinates that he would never fight a political war. Whether to fight or how to fight were all purely military-oriented. Anyway, he was the commander-in-chief of the Star Army, and the planetary governor had no control over him. Here, we must mention Likishi's and many Imperial officers fighting on the front lines' views on the future. They were quite pessimistic. Pheno City was like a huge black hole, constantly sucking everything around it into it, and the population was constantly decreasing. But due to some political reasons, the migration speed of those refugee camps was not fast enough. As for the politicians' request, letting the army advance into Pheno City and completely taking back the entire Nest City, that was simply impossible. With our current strength, I'm afraid we have to fill the entire Dragon Eagle Legion of more than 20 million people into it to be able to do this. But if we really have to fill it, what about other cities? Governor, Commander, please understand one thing. Kuroja's problem is far bigger than you think. The existing military force can barely prevent the situation from getting worse. If we want to solve it, unless we add 30 million Star Army, and the decision makers are willing to lose 20 million Star Army, then we can really solve the problem. Or let Ivan Fox, the boaster, fulfill his words and add 1 billion local troops that can also solve the problem. And it must be done as soon as possible. 50 million Star Army, be prepared to lose 20 million, or 1 billion local defense troops. This is the price to solve the problem now. If we delay it any further, and the situation gets worse, no one knows what the price will be at that time. Chapter 343. For years passed in a flash. And this is the 5th year that Luigi Lukoshi has been fighting on Kuroga. Looking at the ruined city of Pheno from afar, he couldn't help but think of the meeting and conversation they had 4 years ago, when the governor passed by Kuroga on his way back to the Wrathful Owl Star after the engagement ceremony. At that time, he had only fought on Kuroga for less than a year. He remembered that he told the governor some of his views on the war. He was a soldier, but before that, he was not even a soldier. He was originally just a small businessman in Junk Town, selling some daily necessities and minerals. Until his wife and children died at the hands of the green-skinned aliens, he took up his gun and vowed to kill all the greenskins. Forming the beast-killing group, that was later. At that time, he was just driven by hatred and was determined to do it. At that stage, he never thought that, just to be able to kill greenskins better, after joining the alliance, he actually killed all the greenskins in a very short time. The fire that fell from the sky, which seemed to destroy everything, is still fresh in his memory. Since then, he has been determined and has changed his mindset to serve the alliance. He experienced the entire war process of the unification of the Angry Owl Star, and then was sent to Kurogia to fight against the evil demons. From the acting commander at the beginning, he now commands almost the entire Angry Bear Legion of millions of troops, and was officially promoted to the rank of Imperial Brigadier General a few years ago. But no matter how his identity changed over the years, he always considered himself a soldier, and he could only look at things from a soldier's perspective. That's how he came up with the so-called military needs to solve the Kuroja problem that he proposed to the governor. But he also remembered that after Governor Gu listened to his words, he sighed with a wry smile, and then said to him, "It seems that you will stay in Kuroja for many years." This is a wise saying. With a military mindset, Likishi didn't understand many things. For example, he didn't understand why the governor knew that the solution he proposed was impossible to achieve. Wasn't it a simple matter? 50 million Star Army, or 1 billion local troops. These numbers seem astronomical at first glance. But if you put it in the context of the human empire that spans the Milky Way, and Kuroja with a population of 40 billion, it doesn't seem to be a big deal. In the Dragon Eagle Star region, there are 9 army groups named after the Dragon Eagle Legion. And there are many other named Star Army units, such as the Angry Bear Legion. Now only the 3rd army group is in the Pegasus Star region. According to Likishi's idea, there is always a way to squeeze out an army group from other places. As for the 1 billion troops, it sounds exaggerated. But for Kurogia with a population of 40 billion, it only needs to mobilize 2.5% of the troops. He did not ask the governor about this question at the time. But over the years, he gradually thought of some reasons. For example, although the Empire has a large army, the Empire has even more enemies, and no army can be squeezed out. For example, It is relatively easy to achieve a high mobilization rate for millions of people or tens of millions of people. But it is difficult for Karogia's 40 billion people. The mobilization capacity required for the government is not at the same level. Moreover, Karogia's finances cannot afford to support an army of 1 billion people to fight. But after thinking about it, Likashi's doubts not only did not decrease, but increased. The difficulties in reality do exist objectively. But this is a life-threatening moment. You are still talking about this, and that difficulty when you are about to die. When the fucking 40 billion people fall. The mournful song played by the bodies, lives, and souls of 40 billion people will echo in the subspace, turning the entire Karogia into a super devil's cave, and then radiating outward to engulf the entire star zone, and even several surrounding star zones, evolving into a star-level threat that is no less than the iron-toothed greenskins. Then you won't talk about those difficulties. Right? He admitted that he had a lot of resentment. He was not a Karogia, but he had fought here for so long, and watched countless Karogia people suffer. As long as he was a person, his heart would always be touched. Even if it was just from the standpoint of a soldier, he needed to know what the meaning of what he and his soldiers were fighting for was. But no matter how much resentment he had, it could not change the situation. The power that he expected to solve the problem had never arrived in the past 4 years. And he could only watch his soldiers delivering countless bullets, cannonballs, to those monsters, watching his soldiers fight bravely, sacrificing one batch after another. Although the Angry Bear Corps has been expanded, most of its troops now actually come from Karogia. Every 2 years, the Military Affairs Department will allocate part of the population portion of the imperial tax received from Karogia to the Angry Bear Corps. On the one hand, it is to make up for the losses of the Angry Bear Corps in previous battles, and on the other hand, it is to further expand the army. 4 years ago, the Angry Bear Legion had already expanded to 500,000 people. And now the Angry Bear Legion has 1 million people. Which means that the more they fight, the more they will have more soldiers. Under this number, only 20% of the soldiers in the Angry Bear Legion come from the Alliance, which is about the same as the total number before the expansion. And the rest of the newly expanded troops are basically from Karogia. At the same time, the Angry Bear Legion also followed Guhang requirements and maintained at least 10% of the Alliance soldiers in the newly established troop numbers. As for weapons, equipment, and logistical supplies, the Alliance accepts orders from the Imperial Military Affairs Department and directly supplies them. But even after several rounds of military expansion, the proportion of the Angry Bear Corps' personnel is mainly Karogia people. But they are still the best performing army-level force in the entire Karogia. Under the command of Lieutenant General Hans, the Angry Bear Corps always undertakes very important tasks. Likashi asked himself. They have fought hard enough. At the same time, they also had a high opinion of the Dragon Eagle Legion and the soldiers of the 3rd Army Group who fought side by side with them. The Star Army and some planetary defense forces were indeed not the same concept. But they still retreated step by step. 4 years ago, they could still control the top of the hive city of Pheno City. And they could launch some military operations on the ground from time to time. Grab some resources, evacuate some uninfected people, or strike at enemy clusters mentioned in the intelligence. 2 years ago, they had almost withdrawn from the ground part of the hive. And even the top part of the hive began to be seriously eroded. A year ago, the Astra Militarum was already overwhelmed. Pheno City has now become a dead zone. And there are almost no troops or living people serving the army. Normal residents have either been evacuated in the past few years, and the rest are basically hopeless. In addition, a year ago, there were more and more cases of plague infection and plague cult reported by other nests. Even in Mingyan City, the capital of the planet, the base nests have begun to show signs of being out of control. There is a serious shortage of personnel. The Karoga Defense Force, which has just expanded to 200 million, cannot control so many super large nests. In some serious places, the Star Army has to divide its troops to deal with them. This has also seriously weakened the Star Army's control over the situation in Pheno City. So, a year ago, Vice Admiral Hans made a decision to completely withdraw all forces from Pheno City and no longer spend time here. All the troops, within a month, left the Nest City with all the healthy people they could take away. Immediately afterwards, a cruiser of the Navy, along with several destroyers, began to coordinate the attack on Pheno City. This attack was carried out in an extermination manner. There was no more room for scruples, and they planned to completely destroy the entire Pheno City, eliminating this largest devil's den, the source of infection. In this way, the freed-up Astra Militarum and the local defense forces can be put into other nests to solve the problems that can still be solved. Anyway, Pheno City is beyond saving. However, later facts prove that this decision was made too late. The Skyfire fell, and that orbital strike was even more magnificent than the bombardment of the green-skinned orcs that Likishi saw on the Wrathful Owl star. After all, in addition to a cruiser, there were several destroyers involved in the attack. They did not just conduct one round of attacks, but planned to conduct multiple rounds of supersaturated orbital bombardment. Since they wanted to destroy, they had to ensure that it was completely destroyed. However, after the bombing started, the first few rounds had a relatively good effect, and the upper area of the entire Pheno City was basically destroyed. Then, above the half-ruined Pheno City, a layer of purple and green light film emerged, blocking the attack from the orbit, although it was different from the usual ones. In the end, they still confirmed that what appeared over the city of Pheno was a void shield, a special void shield driven by the evil magic of the subspace. This was too surprising. Even at this time, people realized that in the past few years without control, under the festering wounds that the Astra Militarum could not solve, those plague evil followers had actually developed to this extent. When Lieutenant General Hans held an emergency meeting to discuss how to solve the void shield covering the city of Pheno so that the orbital strike could continue, things changed further. From the hole in the destroyed upper area of Pheno City, dozens of dark green missiles flew straight up to the sky, piercing through the pale yellow atmosphere of Kuroja. Vice Admiral Hans immediately felt something was wrong and contacted the Imperial Navy in orbit. As expected, they were hit. The plague cult in Pheno City not only mastered the void shield to protect the city that already belonged to them from orbital attacks, but also developed countermeasures. This kind of anti-orbital firepower is undoubtedly a direct threat to the Imperial Navy fleet. The Imperial Navy did not anticipate this at the beginning. The cruiser Concerto did not even open the void shield and was hit hard. It is understandable that they did not open the shield. They were not fighting a naval battle with others. In their original expectations, they did not expect to be beaten, whether it is a void shield or an energy shield. It requires a lot of energy to support it, which costs money. But such an oversight caused considerable losses. The cruiser was strong enough, and it was only damaged by one shot. It was not a big problem. It was just a matter of going back to repair the ship. However, a destroyer that did not have an energy shield was unlucky enough to be hit by 6 shots, one of which penetrated the power compartment and caused an implosion. So, on Kuroga, people in the right position looked up at the sky and saw a huge firework exploding in the sky. Losing a destroyer is definitely not a small matter. The cost of any of the battle destroyers of the Pegasus fleet is no less than 1.3 billion, based on the calculation of 10 tax coins per soldier. This is the life of 130 million soldiers. Moreover, there were more than 40,000 Navy soldiers on that fully manned destroyer. They were all destroyed in the explosion. The Navy fleet in the chaos immediately opened up their void shields and energy shields one by one, and then launched firepower more fiercely at the surface. This bombardment between the orbit and the surface lasted for 3 days. Likishi and the other people who were surrounding the city of Pheno only watched the extremely brilliant fireworks display for 3 days. And this artillery battle between the ground and the orbit ended with the Imperial Navy giving up. In the communication for the final decision, the commander of the Imperial Navy, in a rather embarrassing manner, made it clear to Hans that they would not continue the fight. On the one hand, they were running out of ammunition. On the other hand, the most important reason is that they can't see the hope of winning. Although during these 3 days, the Imperial Navy has always taken the initiative. After all, they can fight if they want to, and fly to the other side along the planet's orbit if they don't want to, avoiding the artillery fire and waiting until the energy shield is not overloaded before returning. It is precisely because of this initiative that the Imperial Navy has never suffered further losses. However, they obviously have no way to deal with the city of Pheno, as more and more ships were driven away by the anti-orbital firepower of the Plague Evil. The orbital firepower in the past 3 days could not reach the saturation state at the beginning, and it was impossible to completely break the void shield of Pheno City. Vice Admiral Hans was also quite dissatisfied. He asked the Navy, why didn't they dare to sacrifice themselves and completely destroy the void shield? The Navy masters on the opposite side were even more unwilling to be outdone. Losing a ship was already a huge loss, and they were absolutely unwilling to accept the risk of losing another ship. In their words, the value of any ship is more valuable than all the lives on Earth. Instead of letting us fight, you should launch a ground attack. As long as their anti-orbital firepower is destroyed, I will continue to bomb the surface. This made Vice Admiral Hans furious, but even if what the other party said was not true, it might not be much different. The two sides could only engage in a fierce war of words, and sprayed each other, but the final result was obviously that no one could convince the other to bear this sacrifice. This matter has been delayed, until now, for a whole year. Chapter 344, Creeping City. The commander of the Pegasus fleet, who was providing orbital support in Kuroja, made a judgment that was actually not wrong. The Navy could not possibly fight the anti-orbital firepower on the surface under such circumstances. This is unrealistic. They have a surface of a planet that will never fall for defense. If they don't solve the anti-orbital firepower and the Void Shield, the battle cannot be fought. The Void Shield is the second most important thing. Even if they break it, they can hide the anti-orbital guns in the lower nest and separate the guns. They can still fight you. Is the starship hard, or is the planet hard? This is obvious. They asked the army to solve the anti-orbital firepower, otherwise they would refuse to continue the battle, which is not an excessive request. But, after fighting in Pheno City for so long, the brothers in the army clearly knew how terrible the things in Pheno City were. Although they were not going to capture Pheno City independently, but just to enter the nest to find and destroy the anti-orbital point, it would be best if they could also shut down the Void Shield. However, Lieutenant General Hans had no idea how many of his troops would have to die to achieve this goal. They said that the Star Army was not afraid of sacrifice. But the key was that if they all died, what would happen next? Besides, who could really not be afraid of death? They had been unable to enter the base area of Pheno City for 2 years. If they forced their way in, the base area would swallow up all those who dared to enter. And no matter how elite the Star Army was, it was impossible for them to withstand a war with a casualty rate that was so high that it was impossible to estimate. At the beginning, the Star Army gathered around Pheno, worried that tens of millions of plague troops would rush out and things would be out of control. But this did not happen. Since they withdrew from the nest, the orbital strike failed, and the Navy refused to continue fighting. It has been a year, and the situation around Pheno City is still relatively calm. Although this calmness is still quite worrying. Those plague evil followers have proved their strength. In the past few years, the problem of the bottom nest area has not been solved, which has allowed them to develop void shields and anti-orbital guns. Now, they have occupied the entire city, and have been working quietly for a year. Who knows what big things they can do? But no matter how nervous they are, what can they do? The Star Army cannot keep so many people in this place without war, as the problems of other nests become increasingly serious. And Pheno City has indeed been quiet for a long time. Gradually, some troops were transferred to other places to suppress cults and rebels. But no matter how chaotic other places are, Pheno City dare not relax too much. Even now, at the least, there are at least 5 million Star Army and tens of millions of planetary defense forces, basking in the sun here, just watching. Many people, such as Luigi Lakoshi, can actually see that Pheno City is a huge time bomb. No one knows when it will explode, but there is no doubt that it will definitely explode. However, when the day of the bombing really came, everything that happened was still so unexpected. And this time, it was at this moment. Lakoshi was still looking at the huge nest city in the distance, lost in thought, thinking about the past, when he suddenly felt that the whole city seemed to move. He woke up suddenly. He first wondered if he had seen it wrong. That was actually normal. The air in Kuroja was filled with yellow dust. It is non-toxic, or slightly toxic, but no one wants to breathe in a nose or lung of dust. The troops are equipped with corresponding breathing masks to filter out these harmful particles. And some local defense troops, who do not have this condition, can only wrap a few more layers of scars and make do with it. These dusts, which permeate the air, make the sunlight projected from the sky dim all day long, making it difficult to see clearly. Under the abnormal refraction of air, if you stare at something for a long time, you will have hallucinations. This is also a normal situation, right? But what happened next mercilessly shattered Lakoshi's last bit of luck. He saw the entire nest come alive. Those steel creations that were originally motionless in his sight began to twist and wriggle in his eyes. Even though he was so far away, he could see the twisting. He could imagine how terrible this kind of twisting would be if it was close. He felt a huge sense of uneasiness in his heart. What would happen next? He didn't know at all. He hurried back to the headquarters and asked his subordinates to bring back the information as soon as possible. Even if they completely evacuated the city, they did not completely relax their surveillance of Pheno City. Although the base camp was set up dozens of kilometers away from the city, there were forward sentry camps in closer places, and even several sentry points inside the city. If the pressure was greater, then they would temporarily withdraw, and if the pressure was less, then they would go back and set up a few more sentry points. In short, they could not be completely ignorant of this devil's den. The result was not optimistic. There was no news from the sentry post. The team of the forward barracks was attacked by the enemy from the nest. A large number of plague flies covered the forward barracks. The anti-aircraft firepower of the military has been doing its best to cover the brothers of the forward barracks. Some artillery units have even replaced air blast bombs and attacked the area about 1 kilometer in front of the forward barracks. The flying altitude of the plague flies is generally not very high. The air blast grenades at an altitude of about 10 to 20 meters can have a significant impact on these flying monsters about the size of a human torso, especially since they like to move intensively under the cover of various firepower. The soldiers in the forward camp finally withdrew. Although the losses were not small, they still successfully brought back valuable intelligence. As Likishi saw from afar, the whole city came alive. The building surfaces that were originally made of steel and cement began to twist like living organisms and began to be covered by a layer of flesh and blood. Something organic. This is very bad news. But for the time being, no one knows what these changes will lead to. Likishi was called to a military meeting by Lieutenant General Hans. At the same time, the Star Army also continuously dispatched reconnaissance troops to observe the changes in the Nest City. In the following few days, various intelligence was continuously transmitted back. The buildings turned into irregular pus and bloody flesh, and a large number of twisted limbs appeared. Plague demons, walking corpses, and plague flies swarmed in the holes and flew around. The entire Nest City came alive. It's not that they don't want to change the situation, but when there was no change before, they couldn't even break into Pheno City, let alone now. Those plague monsters were very violent, becoming more aggressive and more powerful, pulling the artillery into the range, firing artillery fire at the hive that was coming to life. It had no effect. They were too lazy to open the void shield at the beginning. It was a heavy artillery grenade. But what would it mean to bombard an entire hive? Until later, after bombarding too much, they lazily opened the shield, showed a little respect, and then completely cut off the idea of the Star Army. Then, something even more terrifying happened. The hive city that came back to life started moving. It generally maintained the appearance of a city. A hive city, with many buildings connected together by the original pipes, roads, foundations, and underground structures, forming a large mass of flesh and blood monsters that looked like a city. Living things that could move. Seemed to be a matter of course. Right? But when all this really happened in front of them, they still felt their scalps tingling. When a huge Nest City that could accommodate 1 billion people began to approach the Star Army with overwhelming force, the only thing left in people's minds was fear. The Nest City was crawling forward on the ground. The observed speed was not very fast, just over 2 kilometers per hour, which was slower than the walking speed of a person. But the scary thing was that it worked day and night. In just one day, the city of Pheno crawled forward nearly 30 kilometers. Even the Astra Militarum, known for its elite strength, has begun to lose morale. Not to mention the ordinary planetary defense forces. The main army is deployed dozens of kilometers away from the hive, which seems quite far away. But just one day later, it is almost within reach. At this time, the command meeting of the Astra Militarum has not yet come to a conclusion. Some people insist on holding on, saying that there is no reason to retreat just because the battle is difficult. They retreated. What else on this planet could stop such a creeping city? But more people thought it couldn't be stopped. The key was what to stop it with. Millions of flesh and blood? Not enough for this creeping nest to swallow. And when the first day of this chaos passed, the commanders of the Astra Militarum, who had not reached a consensus, no longer needed to discuss. The grassroots soldiers had already made the decision for them. The first to collapse were the planetary defense forces of Kuroja. When the creeping city was less than 20 kilometers away from them and was pressing forward step by step, they instinctively began to run back. At first, they could still pack up their things before running away. But before they finished packing, an hour later, the huge monster that covered the sky and the sun came a lot closer. How could they dare to continue packing? Run away. This was almost a mutiny. The kind that even the military judge could not control. Moreover, were the military judges not afraid? I was equally afraid. After the Planetary Defense Force collapsed, the Star Army also collapsed. Involuntarily, they had no choice. The Star Army could fight to the death with vicious enemies under the heavy artillery fire. Even at the micro level, many soldiers had the idea of fighting to the end even if they died in battle. Even if they were to perform a mission that meant they would die, it was not impossible. However, the current situation was too special. They dared to die because there was hope. They were willing to sacrifice themselves for the victory of the overall situation. But now? No one knows how to win, and there is no thought of taking someone with them before death. Who to take? This is something that cannot be resisted by human power. Under such a situation, what is the point of holding a military meeting? Lieutenant General Hans lost his temper, but in the end, he could only sigh and order the whole army to retreat. But how easy is it to retreat? People walk faster than Pheno City, but people cannot march 24 hours a day without sleep. People need to sleep, rest, and eat. When it comes to the military, the troops need to be organized and have logistical supplies. Being chased by a creeping nest that moves at a speed of 30 kilometers a day, let alone whether it will be caught up, just running all the way, the entire military structure will be scattered. Under pressure, Lieutenant General Hans made two decisions. The troops began to disperse and run to both sides, avoiding the route of Pheno City. It can't chase people, right? Even if they chased, they could only chase in one direction. Secondly, they organized several death squads of company size to try to counterattack the city. Those who dared to go against the current were undoubtedly warriors. Then, they saw two companies. When they approached, several holes were opened on the skin of the creeping nest, and the dark green heavy artillery covered it. The troops were alert and brave enough. They faced the artillery fire, accelerated their charge in vehicles, and tried to use some vehicle-mounted weapons to counterattack the protruding gun ports. Then, the troops, who had suffered heavy losses, rushed into the city in one breath. The creeping hive city generally maintained the appearance of a city, except that every inch of the ground was like a meat carpet, dragging the hive city with it, gnawing a huge scar several hundred meters deep on the surface, and crawling forward continuously. They stepped onto the place that was originally a road, but now was just a creeping meat carpet, and continued to rush into the city. Then, a large number of monsters rushed out from those pus-oozing flesh buildings. Soon they could no longer keep moving forward, and they started a battle with a large number of plague monsters in the hive. We are about to lose. Lose? Lose? To be exhausted, we will start bombs. Long live the Empire. The communication signal that should have been kept in communication with the headquarters at all times became extremely unstable after they entered the hive. The above sentence was the last message sent back by a company. Then, the commanders who were observing from afar with military binoculars saw an explosion in a very shallow place in the hive. There were huge gaps in several flesh buildings, and the flames rose violently. Since they were carrying out a mission that would lead to certain death, each of their companies brought powerful bombs, including melt bombs and nuclide incendiary bombs. The destructive power was not small, but it was not enough to destroy a city. Not to mention, this was not an ordinary city. The flames were quickly extinguished, and the damaged part was like a big abscess, which was not repaired. But it did not affect anything. The creeping nest only slowed down a little, stopped for about 20 minutes, and then started to move again. Chapter 345, Traces of Plague. Standing in the bridge, Gu Hang stared at the Kuroga 3 outside the window, speechless for a long time. This is a withered and yellow planet. The water on the planet's surface occupies less than 1/10 of the planet. Looking from orbit, it is yellow-green, and does not look like a good thing. In fact, this is exactly the case. The water on Kuroga 3 cannot be used. It is full of industrial wastewater and toxic substances that emerge from the Earth's crust after overexploitation. Even after multiple filtrations and purifications, it is not recommended for use, as it does not meet safety standards. Moreover, in this broken land of Kuroja, the purification process may not be fully guaranteed. But no one cares, and almost all Kuroja people use this water. What else can they use if not this water? Can the water resources needed by 40 billion people be imported through interstellar trade? Except for the small part of the water body. The rest of the planet is dry and yellow. There is no vegetation. All you can see is desert. The ground is yellow. The clouds are yellow. And even the air is yellow in some places. In this vast expanse of yellow, there are dozens of large, gray-black spots. The total area is very large when you look at the planet from orbit. These spots are the hive areas. Each hive on Kuroja has a population of at least hundreds of millions, and at most billions. And now, among these nests, there is one that stands out the most. It is not particularly large, just normal, but behind it, it drags a long tail, which is already thousands of kilometers away. Gu Heng knows that. It is moving, although it cannot be seen for a while. Its forward speed of about 2 kilometers per hour, which is not obvious when viewed from the track, and Gu Heng cannot stay here and stare at it for a long time. But he knows that this thing is moving. Although it cannot be seen for a while, its forward speed of about 2 kilometers per hour is not obvious when viewed from the track, and it is impossible for Gu Heng to stay here and stare at it for a long time. But he knows that this thing is moving. This is the city of Pheno. During the past month of crawling, it has created a deep rift several hundred meters deep and tens of kilometers wide, which is called the Plague Scar. The Astralis army has no way to deal with it, and the Pegasus fleet, whose main force is not there, cannot do anything to deal with it either. And this crawling hive city, with a seemingly slow, but actually resolute attitude, is moving towards its goal. A week ago, it reached its goal, another hive city. This hive city is relatively small, but it also has more than 300 million people living in it. After realizing that the target of Pheno City was this hive city, people on the planet had tried their best to find a solution. On the one hand, the hive city was frantically evacuating people. But this was not going very smoothly. Unrest broke out in the base area of this hive city, and the plague cult had infiltrated this place to a certain extent. The cult believers who were bewitched shouted the slogan of becoming one with the loving Father, and tried their best to sabotage and obstruct the evacuation. In addition to the obstruction of the cult believers, evacuating 300 million people was itself a huge and impossible project. The transportation within the hive city is quite developed. But the inner-city transportation was originally designed for the exchange of materials, trade, and a small number of high-level personnel. And it was not considered that it would have to handle the movement of hundreds of millions of people at once. Traffic jams in the hive city are almost inevitable. On the other hand, in addition to the efforts of the hive city itself, the Star Army and the Planetary Defense Force finally gathered together and launched an army-level operation against the city of Pheno. 1 million troops bravely stood in front of Pheno City. Heavy artillery bombarded every active building. Armored vehicles, tanks and brave soldiers stepped into the carpet of flesh and blood, using flamethrowers and bombs to destroy the city as much as possible. But their actions ultimately failed. The number of plague monsters in Pheno City was far greater than that of the brave human warriors. They were fiercely counterattacked by the plague monsters and the deformed cult believers. Their steps could not enter the core part of the city at all, and were stopped at the outer edge. What's more, this place is no longer the home ground of humans, and the bloody environment is infinitely malicious to humans. The built bunkers may be activated, and in turn open their big mouths to devour the soldiers hiding behind them, clearing the meat blankets in an area, digging trenches, and foxholes, where the soldiers are still fighting, but after a while, pus begins to seep out of the soles of their feet, and the trench walls, corroding the soldiers' uniforms, armor, and then corroding their skin, entering a building to fight. That building may collapse in the next moment. On the contrary, their enemies can use the entire activated city to quickly and stealthily appear in any place. For humans, the city of Pheno has become a bloody hell. In the main arena of hell, fighting against those plague demons was simply impossible. After suffering more than 200,000 casualties, the million-strong army collapsed. Even if it did not collapse, it did not have the fighting power. In the process of withdrawal, there were still a lot of losses. After paying such a high price, it only delayed the pace of Pheno City for about 5 days. And it set out again. When Pheno City touched the other nest city, there were at least 100 million people who had not been evacuated in time. Then, the people outside witnessed a fusion of cities. A fusion in a physical sense. Pheno City was like a giant beast of flesh and blood, moving step by step, wrapping its tentacles, every part of it, around every building and structure of the hive city. The places that were entangled simultaneously showed the phenomenon of living bodies. 3 days, only 3 days later, Pheno City swallowed up the hive city, along with the 100 million people inside, who did not have time to escape. Then, it just stopped. And it stopped for about a week. It was digesting. Today, according to the information sent from the surface, Gu Hang learned that Pheno City should have completed the digestion work and officially started to move again today. Its next target is the largest nest city on Kuroja, which is also the capital city, Mingyan City, with a population of 3 billion. The distance between the two places is 2,700 kilometers. According to the speed of Pheno City, it will reach its target in 3 months. To think more horribly, it might be planning to visit dozens of nests on Kuroja one by one at a speed of 2 kilometers per hour, about 30 kilometers per day. It will eat up the entire planet. Gu Hang looked at all this and felt a deep sense of powerlessness. He arrived in the orbit of Kuroja today, invited by Neil Lais. This Starfield's tax chief now has the authority of a special envoy urgently granted by the Starfield government to solve the problem of Kuroja number 3. Gu Hang had learned about Kuroja through astropathic communication before, but seeing the report was completely different from standing on the bridge of a starship in the planetary orbit and witnessing the huge soar on this huge planet with his own eyes. What is the solution? Gu Hang muttered to himself. Even he was at a loss. The alliance has been developing rapidly in the past 4 years. The 3 major industrial centers of Black Arrow Star have absorbed a large number of people. The industrialization process is very rapid, and agricultural production has basically completed mechanization, while ensuring that the output is further increased. It has also greatly reduced the consumption of population by agriculture. The population of Angry Owl has grown to 110 million through immigration and encouraging childbirth, and productivity has maintained rapid growth along with the increase in population. The combined annual output value of the 2 planets has exceeded 600 million. With the continuous improvement of the quality of life of the people, the fiscal surplus can still reach nearly 150 million per year, and the annual tax is only 45 million. Everything is on the right track. The alliance no longer needs to pay taxes, and even a large amount of output can be put into production. The future looks so bright. If Gu Hang is given another 4 years, or even longer, he can build 2 rich and powerful planets with powerful technology. But his neighbor had already made a huge mess for him before that. Gu Hang had thought that if the situation in Kuroja continued to deteriorate, it would eventually get out of control. But this situation came too quickly. No matter how fast and well the alliance develops, it is still too small after all, and the huge pit in Kuroja cannot be filled. Of course, this is not his responsibility. This is the responsibility of the Empire. In fact, it does not mean that the Empire really has no way to deal with this kind of thing. The general cannon equipped by some armies is a weapon that is enough to pose a terrible threat to the Void Shield. Even if it is a city-level Void Shield, it can be overloaded after a few shots. Another shot can almost destroy a city. There are also some powerful bombs that can be brought in to blow up the city. Not to mention, there are terrible weapons at hand, starships. If the Empire wants to launch an extermination order against a planet, there are many ways to do it. The dumbest one is to use starship cannons to carry out a detailed, comprehensive, and devastating attack on the surface, completely bombing every inch of the planet's surface, commonly known as burning glass. Of course, there are other ways to issue an extermination order. Using cannons to burn glass is actually quite costly, and a lot of shells will be used. It is expensive and takes a long time, so it is not common. But in some cases where an extermination order is needed, and no other extermination order weapons can be obtained at the moment, then we can only make do with what we have. However, when letting the fleet carry out bombing, it is necessary to ensure that the surface of the Earth poses no threat to the orbit. Otherwise it will change from executing the extermination order to fighting against the anti-orbital firepower of the planet. Even if there are some other extermination order weapons, such as neutron annihilation, sky-burning torpedoes, and Earth-blasting planet destroyers. These extermination order weapons do not have such high requirements for orbital safety, but it is best to ensure a certain degree of safety before launching. Neutron annihilation is used to destroy all organic life on the surface of a planet. The advantage is that after the annihilation, the planet can be recolonized and used again when the neutron storm subsides. However, the disadvantage is that it is expensive, and it is easy for some fish that hide deep to slip through the net. The Earth-blasting planet destroyer can directly penetrate the crust, detonate the core, and shatter the planet. Of course, this does not mean that the planet will be blown to pieces. The matter itself will still exist because gravity will maintain the state of a planet. However, this is only maintained at the astronomical level. In fact, after the entire planet is shattered and reorganized by gravity, The entire planet is in a state of large molten lava. It is impossible for anything to survive. This weapon has the best extinction effect, but it is also the most expensive and the rarest. Compared with the previous two, the Burning Sky Torpedo mainly ignites the atmosphere, burns all the gases, and burns the surface of the planet. From the perspective of the universe, the entire planet will be like burning amber in a few days. But the disadvantage is that there may be fish that hide deep and slip through the net. After burning, the planet will be useless. The advantage is that it is much cheaper. But even the cheapest Burning Sky Torpedo costs almost as much as a cruiser. The price of the extermination order weapon itself is so high, and the penetration effect is not very good. If someone has a stronger anti-orbital firepower, it is easy to be intercepted. If it is intercepted once, one extermination weapon will be destroyed, which is unbearable. In short, at the level of the entire empire, even the extermination order can be executed, let alone destroying a city, even if the nest is moving. However, when it comes to the Pegasus Star region, especially when it comes to Kuroga 3, there is no way to do it. It is nonsense to execute an extermination order against Kuroga. This planet has such a large population and other industries, which are worth hundreds of billions, or even trillions of tax coins. Unless it is completely beyond saving, such a decision will not be made. And to destroy the city of Pheno, weapons such as the macro cannons and light spear arrays on the starships are enough. But the problem is that it cannot solve the void shields and anti-orbital forces on the ground. It is stupid to use starships to bombard the surface. No matter how powerful your fleet is, it is really a planet. Starships can only be equipped with limited firepower, limited armor, and limited energy shields. If you want stronger firepower, thicker armor, and more energy, the starship must be larger. But the larger it is, the more expensive it will be. However, on the surface of the planet, there are no such problems. Firepower? You can get as many guns as you can, and there is no need to worry about where to put them. Don't consider the armor problem. No starship's armor can be thicker than the Earth. There is no need to consider the size of the generator of the energy shield or void shield. There is enough space on the ground and underground to fit it in. This is the starship that does not move, but does not fall. If the army can't deal with the anti-orbital firepower, the Pegasus fleet can't deal with Pheno City. But obviously, the army on Kuroga can't do it at present, unless the main force of the Pegasus fleet is urgently withdrawn from the battlefield with the green-skinned orcs. Even if they don't care now, and withdraw from the battlefield immediately, will it be in time? It may take 3 or 4 months to cross multiple star regions to return to Kuroga. By then, Minion City will be gone. The creeping hive, which has been greatly strengthened again, may further improve the strength of the void shield and anti-orbital evil energy cannon. By then, even if the main force of the Pegasus fleet is there, it may not be able to solve the problem. If it really comes to that, it may be too late to consider the extermination order. Chapter 346. It turns out that my house is on fire. Governor Gu, the meeting is about to begin. A waiter reminded him from behind. Gu Hang nodded slightly, turned around and left, heading to the combat meeting room on the starship. As a special envoy of the star region, Lao Yisi wanted to solve the Kuroga problem. The first thing he had to do was to gather all the leaders of various forces in the entire star region who had a say, then watch them quarrel. At present, the Tianma star region has gradually formed a triangular political structure, which is much more stable than the 2 years after Pedicai's death. Although, the struggle between the two Ivans, the parliamentary faction and Fokkers has never stopped. The third neutral party headed by Fofana and Gu has emerged to mediate. Struggle is fine, but if someone goes too far, the third party will intervene. In this form, although it cannot stop the two sides from pulling each other back, the situation is finally better. However, the problem of Kuroga is a core contradiction, and the neutral party can only maintain the status quo at best. And now such a big thing has happened. Fox and the parliamentary faction started a fierce struggle that did not solve the problem. After a while, Fox said that he would immediately arrange for Kuroga to be a war zone, stop paying imperial taxes, and require the Star Army in the Star Field to increase its investment, and at least transfer another army group. At the same time, a large amount of military assistance is needed to help Kuroga arm its local defense forces. They also said that, if their needs were met earlier, 50 million Star Army troops and 1 billion planetary defense forces were gathered, the problem would have been solved long ago, and it would not have been dragged to this point. On the other hand, The head of the Star Zone scolded Ivan Fox, saying that he was incompetent, stupid, and that Kuroja's corruption and inefficient administration were the culprits that led to the deterioration of everything. Kuroja had already obtained a lot of resources through population exports and assistance in recent years, in addition to Kuroja's own production capacity and a large population base. It was fully capable of arming itself. However, the poor performance of the Kuroja government made everything come to nothing, causing the situation to deteriorate to the current situation. Fox immediately retorted, saying that the Star District government was useless and only knew how to drag its feet. He said that Wing Star, as the capital planet, did not provide as much support as Fox alone. The parliamentary faction immediately began to criticize Fox and the 3 stars for not taking the crisis seriously at all, and only caring about fighting for power and profit without caring about the lives of the people on Kuroja. They blamed each other and attacked each other, but no one could come up with a solution. Leia sat next to them, her face livid, and she couldn't help but speak. She originally wanted to end the meaningless quarrel in front of her and bring the topic back to solving the main issue. But in the end, she was forced into the quarrel. Solving the main issue. It sounds good. How to solve it? It is impossible to solve it. So she can only criticize others. Gu Heng participated in the meeting, watching and listening seriously. But in fact, his brain was empty. Yesterday, the meeting lasted for a day, and no results were achieved. There is no essential difference between serious discussion and arguing over the blame game. Without a feasible solution, there will be no result. What Gu Heng is doing now is to find a real solution. His empty mind has allowed his spirit to enter his kingdom of God. He is observing the changes in the subspace from another perspective. The root of the problem comes from the evil god called the Father of Kindness. To solve the problem, we can only start from the subspace. There is no corresponding relationship between the subspace and the real world. In fact, in the subspace, the concepts of location, time, and distance are very weak. However, in Kuroja, the calls of the cultists and the countless souls tortured by the plague projected a part of the eternal kingdom of the loving Father onto Kuroja. In Gu Heng vision, he could see that the yellow-green and decayed subspace was tightly attached to the entire world of Kuroja. Demons were dancing wildly. Countless demons in the subspace were sticking to the reality curtain, drooling, but were blocked again and again. The surging yellow-green plague winds were constantly impacting, corroding the reality curtain, trying to penetrate through. Although the reality curtain still existed, it was already riddled with holes. The most punctured place was the location of Pheno City, which was almost overlapping. Gu Heng's sight was scanning this subspace. He seemed very cautious, restricting his storm vision, extending through the kingdom of God. He could not be discovered, otherwise, it would mean that the kingdom of Storm God was exposed to the vision of these plague demons, which would be a very dangerous situation. And even with such a brief observation, Gu Heng still caught an important message. In other words, he saw an acquaintance. That was the Great Unclean One, Galaga. This name originally came from the leader of the Natural Salvation Society, which had been identified as a cult organization on the Angry Owl Star. According to Huku, who came to the present from the pre-war era of Angry Owl Star after a long time in the dormant chamber. Gawajia was once his student. That guy lived until after the war and established such an organization. He was corrupted by the evil god at some point and caused unrest. Even Gawajia himself was reflected by a great unclean being through his body and soul, and almost caused a big problem. The great unclean being that bewitched and corrupted Gawajia was the one Gu Heng saw now. Humans can't get a name for such a powerful demon. In the official historical records of the Alliance, this great unclean one was directly named after Gavaga. You are so active, Gu Heng thought to himself. After failing in one plan on the Wrathful Owl Star, you came to Kuroga for another one. He said this, but at the same time, he also realized a problem. It is estimated that Kuroga is Govaga's primary target. The plague cult was launched so quickly, I am afraid that this group of cultists has been developing secretly in various nests of Kuroga for a long time. The explosion 6 years ago was just a sudden explosion of the past accumulation. As for Gawaga's actions on the Angry Owl Star, at best, it can only be regarded as a two-pronged approach. Right now, this place is its favorite. Gu Heng could even see this giant in the subspace in his psychic vision, showing a simple smile, which made Gu Heng feel sick and wanted to give him a sword. Give him a sword? Gu Heng suddenly remembered something he had almost forgotten. That is a sword. On the wrathful Owl Star, when the human warriors expelled the incarnation of Galaga, the great unclean one left behind a huge rusty magic sword. After the magic sword was brought back, it was purified by the system, became the event reward for expelling the great demon, and became a weak holy weapon that can be used. The attributes are still very good, but there is a chance that it will be affected by the whisper of the abyss. To be conservative, Gu Hang still did not activate the weapon, but sealed it up. But Gu Hang did not forget that. After completing the event, this item was given as a reward by the system. Weak holy artifact, purifying God Plague Great Sword Fake, contains a small portion of the chaos origin of a great unclean one. After being purified, it can be used by humans. The chaos origin of the great unclean one. Can this thing be of some use at this moment? Gu Hang had a vague idea in his mind. But just an idea was not enough. Gu Hang observed more carefully, staring at the part where the subspace and the reality curtain were combined. That is, the moving city of Pheno. He could not see the city of Pheno in the real world, but he could see the city of Pheno dragged into the subspace. In the subspace, there were demons dancing in the city of Pheno. The cultists, who had been completely corrupted by the subspace, held one terrible carnival after another, using innocent souls as fuel, and offering them to the evil god in exchange for power. These powers, mixed with the essence of the subspace, formed many things that gave today's human beings a headache. For example, the Plague Fell Cannon, which is the anti-orbital firepower of Pheno City. This thing is completely a warp creation, and is completely composed of twisted fell energy, similar to the concept of artillery. It has nothing to do with technological products. A powerful demon engine plays the role of a void shield, and the reason why it can be formed is the same. These things are certainly not made by the cultists in the Undernest. The plague monsters themselves. They are more like the grace and power given by the evil god. Concrete things, and have nothing to do with science, industry, and technology. These things can only work in places where the reality curtain is torn too much, such as Pheno City. Pulling out of the range of Pheno City, they will be squeezed by the reality curtain, excluded, and turned into nothingness. As long as the connection between Pheno City and the subspace is temporarily blocked, the void shield and anti-orbital firepower will be ineffective. As long as these things are ineffective, the Pegasus fleet and Lewis's tax fleet will be able to pour out firepower in a short period of time, using macro cannons and light spears to destroy Pheno City. As long as Pheno City is destroyed, all the suffering souls will be freed, all the demons and plague monsters that serve as stable subspace anchors will be eliminated, and then the reality curtain will fill this gap again. This forms a closed loop. Combined with his own storm kingdom, combined with the purifying god plague great sword. In Gu Hang's mind, a plan gradually emerged. This plan is very risky, but after repeated thinking, combined with the power at hand, it should have a high probability of success. And, even if it fails, it should be possible to get out of it unscathed. This is worth a try. But from this, a new question arises. Kuroja's matter, why did I rush up and fight for my life? In fact, there is a core reason. Kuroja cannot be completely destroyed. Otherwise, a world with a population of 40 billion people will be completely dragged into the subspace, which will cause a huge gap in the reality curtain. By then, the power of the Father will not be as simple as a number of anti-orbital guns, evil void shields, or even a creeping nest. By then, the chaotic starships constructed by evil magic will appear in the physical universe. They will bring the terrible plague through the astral tunnel and start attacking other planets. Any planet attacked will instantly fall into an extremely terrible disaster. The Chaos Fleet itself will have a terrifying orbital threat. At the same time, they are also the anchor points of the subspace. Wherever they go, it is easy to tear open the reality curtain. At that time, there will be chaos fleets in the sky, and countless abyssal cracks will open on the ground. Mortals will be corrupted into chaos believers, and demons will descend directly into the world. But Angry Owl Star is the world closest to Kuroja, and it can be reached by a jump in the Star Realm tunnel. Gu Hang couldn't imagine what would happen if this scene happened on Angry Owl Star. From the perspective of protecting his own world, if Gu Hang is away, it is necessary to do his best to save Kuroja. But if it is just self-rescue, it is not enough. On the other hand, since this matter must be done, why not strive for enough additional benefits? Thinking of this, Gu Hang opened his eyes. The people on the field were arguing about the position of Governor Kuroja. Ivan Fox said that if he was not doing well enough, he could be replaced by another Ivan. a great and capable governor of a star region, to serve as Governor Kuroja and see if he could do well enough. A month ago, when Pheno City was still alive, if Ivan Fox said this, the parliamentary faction would immediately agree. Isn't this what they dream of? But now, Ivan Martinez, the leader, sprayed back, saying that he had made Kuroja like this. And now he was quitting, which was absolutely disloyal. He demanded that the Fockers family must be responsible for this, and must make every effort to solve Kuroja's problems. Leas, the star envoy, sat beside him, rubbing his head, and said nothing. She wanted to replace Ivan Fockers 4 years ago. But now she has not mentioned this matter for a long time. If he is replaced, who can solve the problem? Now, everyone knows that Kuroja is a cesspool. Both sides regard it as a hot potato, and no one has a solution. So much so that the Fockers family wants to give up and throw it away, but now the parliament will not let them throw it away. And at this moment, Gu Heng raised his hand and said softly, "If so, I will be the planetary governor of Kuroja." He spoke in a low voice, but it was like a loud bell ringing at the scene. Everyone's voices quieted down, and all eyes were focused on him. Wang Qi, who was sitting next to him, was horrified. I was sitting on a bench next to him, eating melon and watching the fun, and I found out that my house was on fire. She pulled Gu Heng close, holding them tightly, although she didn't say anything. Her tangled eyebrows and facial features clearly conveyed a message to Gu Heng. Just watch the fun. What are you doing? Chapter 347, I will not fail in my mission. Gu Heng patted his mother's hand, indicating that she should be at ease, and then turned his attention to the other people in the meeting. No one spoke. People who had come out of the shock of his initial declaration instinctively began to think about the pros and cons of this matter. What does this kid from Gu want to do? No one can figure out what he is thinking. Ivan Fox kept his mouth shut. He didn't dare to speak. When he said he would let Governor Kuroja go, he was 70% sincere and 30% angry. He knew that the parliamentary faction would not let him escape anyway. It was clear that he was going to bear the blame. So it was okay to say that he really wanted to let go and didn't want to bear the blame. The Fockers family, which had 3 worlds to rely on, could no longer bear it. The pit of Kuroja could not be filled at all. If Kuroja was finished in his hands, the entire Fockers family would be in trouble. I thought Kuroja was a big fat piece of meat before, and it finally fell into my hands. Now I know that I jumped into a big pit of manure and couldn't climb out. However, when someone really showed up to take over the task, he hesitated again. He instinctively thought of a point. Could this kid from the Gu family have a way to solve the Kuroja problem? At this time, he suddenly heard Chief Martinelli speak. Governor Gu, don't make a mistake. Fox's responsibility should be borne by Fox himself. Do you understand what you are doing? This Star Region chief seemed to have some misunderstandings. He might think that Gu Heng had received some benefits from the Fox family, so that he came out to take the blame. But Ivan Fox knew that it was not the case. He was even more confused. Governor Gu, do you have a solution? He said cautiously. Why don't you tell me in detail? Gu Heng ignored this question and just smiled and looked at the person who could really make the decision. Special Envoy Neil Leas looked hesitant. She responded to Gu Heng's gaze with a hint of inquiry. She also wanted to know if Gu Heng had any solution. But Gu Heng stopped talking about this. He regained the rhythm of the conversation. Since the disaster of Kuroja appeared, we have seen too many ugly performances. The incompetence of the former governor Akuna led to the continuous chaos in Kuroja, causing 40 billion imperial subjects to live in hardship and hardship. The incompetent planetary government could not afford the heavy responsibility of planetary development and imperial taxes, and also led to the breeding and spread of plague cults. The continuous struggle between the current governor and the Star District government has long disgusted countless people. You never want to solve the real problem, but regard the disaster of the people of the empire as a tool to attack opponents and seek personal gain. The past 4 years should have been the golden time to solve the problem. But your dirty deeds completely wasted it, so that the situation has deteriorated to the current situation. You are unworthy of the trust of the empire, unworthy of the trust of 40 billion people. You all should apologize. Gu Heng's words directly opened a map cannon, scolding Fockers and the parliamentary faction. The faces of the people on both sides were ugly. No one would be happy to be scolded, but more people showed relieved expressions. The diehards of the two sides, after all, are a minority. The neutrals have long been disgusted with all this, and even quite a few people who have to choose sides because of conflicts of interest have similar attitudes. The two sides of the struggle, seeing that the situation is not good, some people want to interrupt Gu Heng and spray him back, but they are stopped by Lao Yisi. Let Governor Gu continue. Gu Heng's words touched Lao Yisi's heart. In the eyes of the Star Region government, the situation in the Tianma Star Region was exactly the same as what Gu Heng said. However, Lao Yisi did not make it so clear in the previous quarrel. After all, in her opinion, no matter how disgusted the two parties were, the problem of Kurogia still had to be solved by them. Swearing and scolding would not solve the problem. No matter how upset and disgusted she was, she had to appease the two parties. But this does not prevent her from listening to someone who is here to criticize and fire a map cannon. At this moment, Lao Yisi looked at Gu Heng with expectation. Come on. Criticize a few more times. At least give those two parties a hard blow. But Gu Heng changed the subject and fired a more fierce cannon. So, I propose here that since Ivan Fox wants to resign, please approve it. Madam Special Envoy. The word sounded not as hard as when he criticized people just now. But this was a real action to make Fox resign. If it was before the change, Laos would not agree. After Fox was replaced, there was no other candidate. But now the situation is slightly different. Gu Heng said earlier that he was willing to be the governor. This solved Laos's worries. Anyway, if Ivan Fox was insisted to continue to work, he would not be able to solve the problem. And it would not matter if he withdrew. More importantly, Gu Heng had already set the atmosphere here. Laos looked at Ivan Fox. The latter wanted to struggle a bit. But in the end, he was still scared. It would be better to throw away this hot potato as soon as possible. This was the planned strategy of the Fockers family. He agreed to resign. And then said sourly, secretly, I want to see what good ideas Governor Gu has. Gu Heng smiled. What good ideas do I have? Of course I have a way. Kurogia should be completely transformed into a war zone. Governor Kurogia should be the commander of the war zone. A united front and command centered on Kurogia should be established. The Imperial Navy and the Imperial Star Army should temporarily fight together under a unified command to eliminate the evil cult disaster in Kurogia. In the next 3 months, I will mobilize my army. Do my best to arm Mingyan City. Unite the Star Army. The Imperial Navy. Summon the Phoenix Regiment that has signed a loyalty cooperation agreement with the Alliance. And do my best to fight a battle to defend Mingyan City. I will win. And the Emperor will bless me. After the victory, Kurogia will continue to remain a war zone for 6 years, which is 3 tax quarters. As part of the Pegasus Fleet, the 3rd Army Group of the Dragon Eagle Legion should continue to fight around Kurogia, following the command of the War Zone Commander. The Star District Government and the Star Region Government should provide the necessary material support, and I will establish a complete and efficient administrative system to eliminate the inefficiency and corruption that the Kurogia government has been experiencing for countless years. Better mobilize the potential of the entire planet, and completely solve the plague cult problem within 6 years. By then, the Star District Government and the Star Region Government will see a complete and brand new Kurogia with sufficient development potential. Gu Heng's words were quite passionate. Moreover, they were not necessarily all empty words or lies. He set an example on the Angry Owl Star and the Black Arrow Star. In fact, many people in the Star Region have become quite interested in the new alliance and have begun to study the alliance system. Of course, even if they study it, it may not work. The alliance, highly centralized and planned economy is not new. However, other planets basically cannot replicate this. The alliance was able to do this because it almost completely destroyed the original system on 2 planets, and then rebuilt it in the ruins and blank. Where else can such conditions be found? Not to mention, the rulers on other planets are the biggest beneficiaries of the existing system. Revolutionize yourself? Impossible. However, if Kurogia is handed over to the alliance, then in such a chaotic war environment, and in a situation where everything needs to be rebuilt after the war, this Gu Heng might really be able to make some careers. Although it is difficult. However, all this is based on the premise of solving the great crisis of Pheno City. If this thing cannot be solved, it will move at a speed of 30 kilometers a day, and it will be able to swallow Mingyan City in more than 3 months, and then the next target. The entire planet cannot withstand its swallowing like this. And in Gu Heng's words, what solution is mentioned? It is to fight a decisive battle outside Mingyan City. What is the means of victory? It was the support of the Space Marines. It was the power of the planet. It was the Alliance promise to send troops directly to help. In fact, many people don't take the latter two statements seriously. If people think that the power of this planet itself is enough to solve the crisis, then everyone won't be so pessimistic and desperate about this matter. As for the Alliance army, the performance of the Angry Bear Legion does prove that the Alliance troops are quite capable, but it is only at the level of the Star Army. At best a little better. But the key point is, this so-called alliance, with only 2 planets with a total population of 500 million. How much can it gather? This is a matter of size. But only the first point mentioned by Gu Hang, that is, the matter of the Space Marines, caused some commotion. When the Phoenix first landed on the Rathal Owl, it had already attracted the attention of some people. But at that time, people's attention was basically still on the political influence brought by this regiment. Their identity is quite special. A regiment that was convicted in the Bohemia Rebellion and was sentenced to be a traitor. But in the end, this regiment did not resist at all, gave up its arms, and surrendered voluntarily. After reviewing their past experiences and communications, the Empire believed that they were deceived and coerced. So they gave them the last chance to redeem the expedition. The Phoenix also gladly accepted it. That was 100 years ago, and no one thought that the Phoenix would come back. But they really came back, and came to the Pegasus sector. This made the Great Rebellion 100 years ago, which was just a distant melon in the eyes of the Pegasus sector, come into reality. In 100 years, many things can change, but this is not the case for Space Marines. In the Bohemia Rebellion, a large-scale civil war involving more than a dozen Space Marine chapters, the Phoenix chapter was the only traitor that survived in the end. Moreover, during the Civil War, many of the 6 Loyalist regiments suffered heavy losses under the attack of the Phoenix, and there may be some hatred left. What's worse is that the Inquisition insisted on executing all the Phoenixes at the beginning, and traitors should not be forgiven. However, the Phoenix's parent regiment, the Phoenix Regiment, played a great role, united many Phoenix-related sub-regiments, and begged for mercy. Plus the Phoenixes were indeed bewitched, and gave up their weapons, and surrendered themselves, so this was the result in the end. But the Inquisition still hates what it should. And those war bands that made enemies in the Civil War also hate it. The people in the Pegasus Star region think the most about the arrival of the Phoenix, which is that they are afraid that this troubled war band will bring trouble to Pegasus. As for the combat power of the Phoenix itself, only 7 veterans are alive. What is this? But no one expected that. After only 8 years, the Phoenix would have a momentum of recovery. Although, people don't know to what extent the Phoenix has recovered now. But their combat performance on the Black Arrow Star has become intelligence. And it has landed in front of many people's desks, and has been repeatedly read. Although I don't know how this young man from the Gu family made a group of Space Marines obey his orders and fight for him. I don't know how the size of the Rathal Owl Star and the Black Arrow Star can support the revival of a Space Marine regiment. But as it stands now, if the Phoenix is in good condition after the revival, then letting Gu Hang take over is really the most likely solution to the problem. At this point, except for a few people who are obsessed with political struggles, the rest of the people have to regard solving the Kuroja problem as the first priority in the face of reality. I support Governor Gu to concurrently serve as governor of Kuroja. I support Kuroja being under the jurisdiction of the Alliance. I appeal. Listening to these voices, Chief Ivan Martinelli fell silent. Envoy Laius stood up. I understand. As the envoy sent by the Star Region government to the Pegasus Star Region, who is fully responsible for the Kuroja campaign, I approve the resignation of Ivan Fox, governor of Kuroja 3, and appoint Gu Hang as the acting planetary governor of Kuroja 3. I authorize the establishment of the Kuroja War Zone, and appoint Gu Hang as the commander of the War Zone to coordinate and manage the war in the Kuroja Galaxy. The remaining part of the Pegasus Fleet, and the 3rd Army Group of the Dragon Eagle Legion should fully obey the unified command of the commander of the War Zone. The Kuroja War Zone will last for 6 years. The Star Region government will do its best to provide supplies and manpower. The first batch of military aid will arrive in 2 months. At this point, Neil Laius looked deeply at Gu Hang. The first strategic goal of the Kuroja War Zone is to ensure that Mingyan City will not be lost. The second goal is to destroy the creeping hive city of Pheno. The third goal is to solve the problem of the plague cult on Kuroga 3 within 6 years, and restore the payment of imperial taxes. Governor Gu, I hope you will not let me down. The 40 billion people on Kuroga, the Pegasus District government, the Dragon Eagle Star Region government, are all watching your performance. Gu Heng solemnly performed a Sky Eagle salute. I swear to the Emperor, I will not fail my mission. Chapter 348. I am the governor of Karogia. You are too impulsive. After the meeting, Wang Qi criticized Gu Heng. But Gu Heng was still laughing. I got the Karogia number 3 that I dreamed of. No matter how shitty this place is, no matter how bad the situation is, 40 billion people are in hand, that's everything. Others are thinking about how important the position of governor of Karogia is, but for me, these 40 billion people are the real opportunity to rise to the top in one step, and the reward I want most. Wang Qi certainly knew the value of Karogia. But so what? She emphasized. This is a sinkhole. Even Fox can't fill it up. You're right. There are big problems here now. If one is not handled properly, everything will collapse. But on the other hand, if it is not the case, where would our chance come from? What's more? Huh? Facing his mother's doubts, Gu Heng continued, treat Karogia with the method of filling a sinkhole. Of course, it can't be filled up. But maybe Karogia doesn't need to fill the gap itself? Karogia 3 is a world with huge potential. It contains the most precious resource in my eyes, population. People are actually more important than anything else. First, there are people. And then, there is everything. Karogia, with such huge potential and abundant resources, does not need anyone's help. No matter how big the difficulties are, it can handle them. The premise is that no one holds it back. But in the long run, there are too many things that hold Karogia back. Imperial taxes are taking away Karogia's remaining wealth. And even wealth cannot satisfy the Empire's appetite. It needs to hand over population. Karogia's bloated, incompetent, and corrupt bureaucracy cannot realize its potential at all. Instead, it is a major reason for Karogia's disaster. As long as these are changed, Karogia can change the situation with its own strength. And I am here to change these. Wang Qi sighed. I don't even tell you whether you can do it or not. But you can't get through the first hurdle in front of you. This is the biggest difficulty. Gu Heng knew that his mother was referring to the problem of Pheno City. But I already have an idea to solve it. What is your plan for the decisive battle in Mingyan City? Gu Heng chuckled, yes. And no. As it is now, the chances of winning such a decisive battle are too small. But I have some other ideas. As long as it succeeds, the so-called decisive battle later will be just an exhibition match. What do you want to do? Even if it's you. I can't tell you. Wang Qi looked deeply at his son's face and said helplessly, well, now that things have come to this, what else can I say? If you need any help, just tell me. And Gu can only fully support its head. Well, I do have a lot of things. And I need the help of Gu Fleet. From Black Arrow Star and Angry Owl Star. There are a lot of materials and personnel, which need to be transported by the fleet. But don't worry. It won't be in vain. Now, I am the commander of the war zone, I am requisitioning the Imperial Chamber of Commerce Fleet, and the operations are all military operations, and the Military Affairs Department will pay for this bill. Wang Qi nodded slightly. She was not worried about this. No matter how the war ends, at least Gu Company can make a lot of money from military orders. After finishing the conversation with his mother, Gu Heng boarded the landing spacecraft to the surface and headed for Mingyan City. He needed to use this attitude to show his determination. You can't be like Ivan Fockers. As a governor, after learning the news of the creeping nest, he took the spaceship as soon as possible under the pretext of a meeting, and boarded the starship, and hid in the orbit of the planet, and didn't dare to go down. Apart from his family background, he was a useless guy. Gu Heng really looked down on this Ivan. Gu Heng on the spaceship, staring at the Karoga 3 that was getting bigger and bigger in front of him, and finally filling his entire field of vision, was full of thoughts in his mind. At the meeting, he spoke passionately in front of everyone. And in front of his mother, he seemed confident and sure of victory. But in fact, he knew very well that everything would not be so easy. Laus's last words of appointment actually implied a lot of meaning. First, his status was confirmed, governor of Karogia, and commander of the Karogia Theater. The latter was actually more important than the former, at least for this war. Warzoniization, first of all, means that Karogia does not have to pay taxes. As a commander, Gu Heng also means that, after Karogia is warzonized, he can clearly deploy all the forces deployed by the Empire in the Karogia war zone. From military forces, to all human and material resources, he has the final say. This power is quite great. Gu Heng became the commander of the 3 armed forces, including land, sea and planetary defense forces, plus administration and finance. In order to deal with this disaster, the Star Domain government and the Star District government must continue to transport various materials according to the needs of the war zone. Gu Heng could even go further and ask for more Star Army forces. Of course, the last item was only something Gu Heng had the power to ask for, and it might not be granted. After all, the Empire did not have any surplus food. However, at least Gu Heng could completely control what was already in the Kuroja war zone. Of course, everything had a prerequisite. Gu Heng and Lao Yisi were at most acquaintances, and they were almost friends, let alone family members. For years ago, she invited Gu Heng to replace Ivan Fokkers for her own purpose. And it was the same now. She finally supported Gu Heng to take the position, just to solve the problem. And the core goal was to restore the imperial tax in Kuroja as soon as possible. At the same time, whether Gu Heng could do all this was still doubtful. So, the interim goal was inevitable. Mingyan City must not be lost. This was the initial step. Now, no one could solve this problem, and letting Gu Heng take the position was a last resort. Throwing the mess to him, and seeing if he could save it. If Mingyan City is swallowed by the creeping nest, it will be a failure. Gu Heng will probably be dismissed immediately. In fact, although Lao Yisi did not say it explicitly, Gu Heng can imagine that the relevant reports may have been sent to a higher level, the Star Domain government, or even the higher-level Cosmic Domain government, may have been making preparations for both situations. If Gu Heng fails to solve the problem, the Star Domain government will extinguish the fluke mentality that it can deal with Kuroja with the existing forces. Later, even if they gave up the frontline battle, or asked for help from the Space Domain government to prepare for an apocalyptic battle, they would mobilize hundreds of millions of Star Army, more fleets, even the Inquisition, the Ecclesiarchy fleet, and even special forces such as the Space Marines, to solve the problem of Kuroja. But at that time, it would have nothing to do with Gu Heng. Losers, get out of the way, counting on the Empire to help, and then eating the rest. Gu Heng felt that he did not have the political background to handle it. If the situation is even worse, for example, the two levels of government in the universe and star domains assess that they cannot allocate enough forces to suppress the rebellion, then there is a small probability that they will directly issue an extermination order. The destruction of Kuroja is much better than turning it into a big devil's cave and continuously exporting influence. For Gu Heng, his time window is only a few months. Staring at the surface of Kuroja 3, his head keeps recalling various information about this planet, and at the same time constantly switches to spiritual vision to check the subspace situation. His brain was always working, constantly perfecting the plan he had come up with at the beginning. Before that, he had contacted the Alliance government on the Wrathful Owl Star through the Star Language Tower on the starship. Afterwards, 3 key figures would bring their teams to Kuroja as quickly as possible. These 3 people were Alliance Chief Justice Lambert Hodgson, who would bring a group of demon hunters and a group of ICAC officials. Mingyan City has a population of 3 billion. Kuroja has a population of 40 billion. If Gu Heng wants to unleash the potential of this world, it is impossible to avoid dealing with the original local administrative system. He can't use officials from the Alliance to replace all the Kuroja people. First, the Alliance does not have so many officials available. And second, the airborne administrative personnel are not familiar with the situation in Kuroja, and it is difficult for them to play a role immediately. However, Gu Heng is very distrustful of Kuroja's original administrative system, both in terms of their ability and attitude. This requires Lambert and his anti-corruption department to come. It is impossible to immediately change the atmosphere of Kuroja and create an efficient and honest administrative system. But at least, make sure that these people can accurately implement Gu Heng will. The chief of the Alliance Military and Political Department, Lieutenant General Thaddeus, will bring a large number of military and political commissars. At that time, he will not be in charge of the Star Army, but Kuroja's large number of local defense forces will need to be reorganized to effectively improve their combat effectiveness. The Phoenix Chapter Captain Martins will bring all the Phoenix Chapter, which has just exceeded 100 people. This number of Space Marines is equivalent to a company of a normal chapter. Many chapters, unless they encounter a high-intensity battle, will not gather all their forces together. Some people will be stationed at the headquarters, and the entire chapter will obey the Empire's assignment, or respond to certain support requests according to their own wishes, and send some troops to attack according to the situation. This part of the troops is usually organized in companies. A company of 100 people is already a capable unit for many Space Marines to take charge of. The Phoenix has recovered to this level, which is actually enough. The only thing is that it is a little lacking in some basics. For example, it lacks things like dreadnoughts and some heavy vehicles exclusive to Space Marines. But these things can be filled by the Alliance Army. These are the key people that Gu Heng needs next. Of course, it's not just them. Later, the Alliance will have to send a large number of administrative personnel, transport a large amount of materials, and even troops to directly participate in the war. However, due to the huge demand for transportation, we have to wait until the Alliance has prepared these things and personnel. And the Gu Trading Company's fleet is also ready. At the latest, no later than 3 months. Everything that should be gathered must be gathered. This is the request that Gu Heng put forward to the Alliance government. The Union government, headed by Prime Minister Osina, has begun to operate at full capacity. After landing, Gu Heng moved into the governor's mansion in Kurogia, which also welcomed its third owner in the past few years. On the Angry Owl Star and the Black Arrow Star, there are also governor's mansions of Gu Heng. Let's not talk about the governor's mansion on the Angry Owl Star. The top 2 floors of the old Union Parliament building were converted, and the government offices are still below, which are small and shabby, and have only recently been renovated. As for the governor's mansion on Black Arrow Star, the Alliance government originally wanted to renovate a palace in a certain country for the governor, but Gu Heng refused. Those palaces were either used as historical relics or as government units. As for his governor's mansion, it was just a simple white house built in the suburbs of Pincel City. Next to it was the Alliance central government on Black Arrow Star. The place was large enough, spacious enough, and convenient for transportation, which was enough. What goes up is what goes down. It is precisely because Gu Heng advocates frugality, practicality, efficiency that the whole Alliance has a similar atmosphere. Let's not talk about what happens in private, at least it is the same in public offices. But in Kurogia, the situation is completely different. The governor's mansion, located in the upper-class area of Mingan City, is extremely luxurious. A large proportion of gold is the main color, matched with red and purple. It looks gorgeous and grand. Countless exquisite, handmade reliefs fill the inside and outside of the building, which is quite exquisite. Sculptures and ornaments covered with precious lacquer, matched with the exquisite paintings of the painters, as decorations, make the whole building very rich. Indoor fountains and pools are also everywhere. The temperature and humidity here are constant. Although not as harsh as some scientific research laboratories, it is enough to maintain the entire environment at the most suitable level for human life. The area of the governor's mansion is very large, even larger than the palace of the largest kingdom on Black Arrow Star. And this is not the location of the Kurogia planetary government, but only the residence of the governor. In this residence, there are tens of thousands of staff members. They are slaves, attendants, and all kinds of literary and artistic workers. Among them, there are many art troupes of all sizes, symphony orchestras, opera troupes, song and dance troupes, comedy troupes, drama troupes. These artists almost all serve the governor. In addition to these art troupes, there are also a large number of auxiliary personnel and people serving them. Even in the most critical moment of the situation, these people still stick to their posts. Gu Heng has never done this before, so he didn't know for a moment how much resources it would take to maintain such a palace and so many servants in the palace. Gu Heng never denied the value of art, but he denied the value of the art he saw now. Gu Heng shook his head, but did not do anything immediately. If all these art troupes were disbanded immediately, there would be no way to recover the resources that had been spent. Since the money had been spent and could not be refunded, they had to try their best to play their role. At Gu Heng's request, these art troupes began to choreograph some dramas, powerful military songs, dramas reflecting the people's resistance to cults, and plays praising the frontline soldiers. Gu Heng had already put forward the requirements, and the specific work would be left to these artists. As for the following, how to fully publicize and spread these works and performances to the people of all walks of life in Mingan City will be handed over to the officials of the Alliance Propaganda Department, who will soon return to Kurogia. And then, Gu Heng, sitting in the governor's mansion, sent out invitations to important people from all walks of life in Mingan City. Chapter 349, We Must Believe in Our Loyalty. This was not the first time that Ezra Hood entered the governor's palace, nor was it the first time then he witnessed a new owner on the governor's throne. But this time when he came to meet the governor, he was still very nervous. This was his last chance to save his political future. Originally, he didn't even have this chance. His family background was not noble, but he was lucky to be appreciated by others, and he was really capable. So he started by helping a big shot in the Lower Nest district, and had a good performance, and entered the government system. Later, he got the opportunity to study in the Upper District College of Mingyan City. And when he came out, he was already a middle-level official. In theory, this is probably the highest position that a person of ordinary background can get in his life. But fortunately, he met Governor Akuna by chance at work. His work report was recognized by the female governor, which also made him rise rapidly at the age of just over 40. Only 10 years later, before the age of 60, he sat on the position of mayor of Minjik. In Koroja, this is a very prestigious position. Mingyan City is the largest Nest city on Koroja, and it is also the capital city. As the mayor of Mingyan City, if he takes one step further, he will be able to enter the cabinet of the planetary government, and even compete for the most important position of the prime minister next to the governor. Throughout his political career, he always remembered what his first benefactor and later Governor Akuna said to him. Although the way of expression is slightly different, the general meaning is the same. He was born in a humble family, and he had no background on the way to climb up. And he relied entirely on the appreciation of his superiors. What is it about him that his superiors appreciate? It is because he does not have so many nepotism. His work ability is extremely outstanding. He is a clean person, and he does not reach out for things that he should not. He can uphold his identity, stick to his duties, but he is not pedantic. He is tough when he should be tough. He is careful when he should be careful, and he closes his eyes when he should close his eyes. That's good. On Koroga, there are too many people who are entangled in various interest groups occupying high positions. When they do things and make decisions, they often do not consider good or bad, but consider the pros and cons related to their own interest groups. But these advantages and disadvantages are often contrary to the interests of the planet and the city. In this case, Hood's role is reflected. Everyone is fishing, lying, and being a borer. So someone has to work. And this is the value of his existence. If one day, he also fishes and becomes a borer, then there will be too many people like him on Korogia. And he is not needed. He kept the teachings in mind and acted like this all his life. This made him establish a considerable prestige in Mingyan City, especially among the middle and lower classes. But at the same time, he also offended many people because of this. In the past, he was not afraid. Governor Akuna knew what kind of person he was, needed him, and trusted him. However, in the rest of his life, he never thought that as the ruler of the entire planet, Governor Akuna would die one day. The changes brought about by this were really too great. The new governor, we don't know what he was like in the past. Moreover, in the few exchanges with Ivan Fesh, he could also see that the governor's mind was not much focused on governing the entire planet, but on things outside the planet. And his political enemies are ready to make a move. In the past few years, the attacks on him have never stopped. What's worse, Governor Fash seems to trust his enemies more. This is normal. He is a normal bureaucrat. His power comes from the system of the Korogia planetary government, and from the support of those in power. Now, there is no support from those in power, and his enemies, who have a lot of actual resources, have become the targets that Governor Fash needs to win over more. Although he was never dismissed, many of his powers were gradually taken away by subordinate agencies. Compared to the mayor who once had real power, with the tacit approval of Governor Fashers, he almost became a stamping machine. Being sidelined, this is already a reality. Soon, it was natural for him to be dismissed, as he had already smelled danger. Then, he was afraid that he would lose the lives of his entire family. When he lost the protection of his position, his political enemies would not let him go. At this time, the governor was replaced again. He realized that this was his last chance. If he could not win back the trust of the Governor Gu, who was appointed in a critical moment, then everything would be over. He made full preparations for this meeting. Of course, he knew that the biggest crisis now was the cult traders and the revitalized city that was creeping in. Mingyan City must be fully organized, allocating materials to the maximum extent, mobilizing manpower to the maximum extent, and fighting for the survival of everyone. And he has been the mayor of Minjik for more than 10 years, and he has risen from the bottom all the way. How to improve the efficiency of the administration, how to mobilize manpower, which forces can be won over for cooperation, how to win over cooperation, which people are parasites and waste, who only want to run away, how to get rid of them. He has sorted out a series of important strategies, and is ready to report to the new governor. He has already disregarded everything, regardless of whether it will offend others. In his life, he only knows how to work hard. He doesn't want to flatter or make up stories. But he can't. If he can't do as well as others, he might as well stick to his own style. He hopes that the new governor will value these things. If not, it's all over anyway. However, he originally expected to have a chance to meet with the new governor alone. However, the actual situation was not like this. That Governor Gu gathered everyone together and then asked them to come on stage one by one to say who they were, what they did, and what contribution they could make to Governor Gu's request to fight the decisive battle of Mingyan City. Ezra Hood could understand that. Governor Gu didn't have that much time to waste. Pheno City was expected to arrive in Mingyan City in 4 months. It was impossible for him to play political struggle with these local bureaucrats in Mingyan City in 4 months. He was using this public way to ask these people to publicly make political commitments. However, he was stuck. He had no political commitments to make. He was not like those who had come to power before, who could say how much manpower, how many resources, and how much contribution they could provide. He was just a bureaucrat and a figurehead. All he could offer was himself, his passion, and his ability to work. What he prepared was also in these aspects. Not to mention, in the materials he prepared, there were some things about how to divide and win over, suppress interest groups, and some people must not be trusted, and these words must be eliminated. How to say it in public, what to do. Before he could come up with any ideas, it was already his turn. He stood on the stage with a blank mind, looking at his colleagues below, and the smiling Governor Gu. Hood took a deep breath. Fuck it. It has come to this. Why are you still worrying about this and that? If we can't win the battle to defend Mingyan City, we will all die. If we can't win this battle, he will be killed by these interest groups sooner or later. We have long been mortal enemies. There is no way out. For Mingyan City, for himself, whatever happens. Happens. He started. What he said, there was no difference from what he prepared. He could clearly see the expressions of the people below. Those dignitaries and bigwigs. When they first heard him talk about mobilizing manpower and material resources and establishing a wartime mechanism, they looked at him with disdain. He seemed to hear a sentence, without us. All your plans are castles in the air, and none of them can be realized. He was full of anger. He began to talk about the key part, how to ensure that the wartime mechanism plan can be implemented. Then, he began to name names. Those who could cooperate, those who could be won over, those who had ulterior motives, those who needed to be suppressed. And the most serious ones, those who were ready to flee. He clearly described who these people were, and what they would do. He even did some improvisations. Just now, didn't many people, who were passionate on the stage, make a series of promises to the governor? Ezra Hood ruthlessly exposed many people. Some guys have no intention of fulfilling their promises. Their convoys are ready, and there are also some of them among the Mingyan City's guards, or they have been bribed. They will soon take the vehicles, with some of their wealth, leave Mingyan City, and go to other nests. Although they cannot take everything away, even if they leave, without this part of influence, many things cannot be implemented. Hearing this, the people below couldn't sit still. What truth are you talking about? Slander. This is complete slander. He is talking nonsense. He is suppressing dissidents. Governor, please believe in our loyalty. The people below were very excited. The roar was so loud that Hood couldn't continue his speech. Cold sweat appeared on Hood's forehead, facing those eyes that seemed to be ready to devour him. Especially those eyes belonged to big shots. He was afraid. However, at the same time, a sense of pleasure rose in his heart. In the past few years, he had been gradually sidelined, and the hatred of being constantly attacked. In the past few decades, he could only rely on his superiors for support, and the frustration of being constrained in his work, and all the ugliness he had seen in his entire life. At this moment, he was greatly vented, even if he didn't accomplish anything in the end. Seeing these powerful people showing their ugly side at this moment, it was also a revenge. And the next moment, all the noise in my ears came to an abrupt end. A mysterious force enveloped the entire venue. Except for the sound of panting, there was no other sound. Only the voice of the new governor, who looked very young. sounded in the venue. Go on. Hood looked at Governor Gu and saw only a smile. Just like when he first saw him. He calmed down and continued his story. After finishing, Gu Heng clapped his hands gently. Mayor Ezra Hood, I think the plan you described is very good. The best I have heard today. After the banquet, please stay. We need to talk more carefully and in depth. To win this war to defend Mingyan City, and to end the greatest disaster that has shrouded Karogia in recent years, I need talents like you. As for others, please don't panic. I believe in everyone's loyalty to the Empire, to the governor. But after all, I don't know you yet. As long as you can do what you said today, you have proved your loyalty to me. As for Mayor Hood, I hope you can follow the strategy you talked about today, perfect our pre-war preparations, and supervise the people present to see if they have really fulfilled their promises. Hearing this, Ezra Hood finally put his heart at ease. The next morning after the banquet, in the governor's mansion, after having breakfast with the new governor, Hood dragged his tired body, but excited, and got on the car to return home. In the car, he was still thinking about the topics he had talked about with the governor all night after the banquet. In a private interview, his words became bolder and sharper. Under the encouragement of the governor, he said some things that he didn't dare to say before, or that were useless and could not be implemented. And all of these were supported by the governor. Although they had little contact, he was almost certain that this young governor had indeed come with the goal of saving Karoja. He was also willing to contribute his own strength. At this moment, he suddenly heard the sound of the glass window shattering. A gust of blazing wind passed over his face, and he felt a severe burning pain on his nose. There is a sniper. The bodyguard next to him shouted and pressed his head down. He realized it later, and then he realized that he was assassinated. Just now, a laser penetrated the car window and passed over the tip of his nose. Just a little bit, his head would be burned by the laser gun. However, hiding in the car was not safe. His car was bulletproof, but it was still a penetrable target for the high-performance laser gun in the hands of the assassin. Several beams of light came, and a big hole was pierced in his bodyguard's chest. His left leg became numb after a burning pain. He woke up. Am I going to die? Those people are so cruel? But then, he heard dense gunfire. No more beams came to his car. He endured the severe pain and fear, raised his head, and looked out of the car window. He saw a team of soldiers wearing exoskeleton combat uniforms, moving outside his car window. Chapter 350 Shoot him. Take his head back. After hearing Hood's subversive speech at the banquet, and then revealing his attitude, keeping him for a long talk all night, and wanting the mayor of Yanqing to have more power, to supervise the war preparations of the entire city, Gu Heng thought that the mayor might be in danger. Those dignitaries would not let him go. So Gu Heng sent his guards to follow Hood when he left. It was just a precautionary measure, but it really came in handy. Obviously, if the governor's guard from the 10th Brigade had not arrived in time, the ambushers would have almost succeeded. They sent snipers to ambush Hood on his way home. And there was a second measure. If the sniper failed to kill, a large group of gang members recruited as Black Gloves would rush out immediately to ensure Hood's death. But unfortunately, these methods all failed in front of the governor's guard. Although the governor's guards only had 8 people, they still suppressed the sniper with long-range firepower and forced him to withdraw. In order to prevent the tiger from leaving the mountain, they did not adopt a pursuit strategy, but just stayed where they were and killed the local gangs. After leaving dozens of bodies in a few minutes, they all ran away crying. The sniper was a very powerful master. He almost killed Hood with one shot from a long distance. This was indeed an accident. However, according to the latest situation, Hood only broke a leg, and the injury was not fatal. This made Gu Heng feel much more relieved. But then, there was a raging rage. Okay, I just be on the safe side. You really dare to do it, right? Soon, the legal and security officials of Minjianqing appeared in the governor's mansion. Gu Heng, who was checking the subspace situation at close range, had no time to deal with him personally. He came to Karogia, and he was not alone. In addition to the governor's guards of several hundred people, there is also a confidential secretary team of his, which is about 100 people. These secretaries conveyed the governor's anger. One of the psychics directly intervened in the investigation and found the gang leader on the same day. There was also a protective umbrella in the security bureau. The gang leader refused to explain the mastermind behind it, and a scapegoat was thrown out to appease the governor's anger. A series of things happened. But the governor expressed a tough attitude towards these things. "I don't have time to mess around with you, playing games like decryption and finding evidence. I just need a list." It just so happened that the first batch of people that Gu Hang had shaken from the alliance had already arrived. Gu Hang was relieved to leave this matter to Lambert Hodgson. Gu Hang's instructions were simple: contact a few more credible local officials, together with the officials of the security department, to get this list together. If the security and legal officials don't cooperate, then let them be on the list as well. Cut the Gordian knot. As for the innocent, if all the officials on Kuroja are executed, there may be innocent ones. If we execute every other one, there will definitely be a lot of people who slip through the net. Boss, someone has broken into the house. I know. Manus nodded, still a little scared. He is the director of the Logistics and Equipment Management Department of the planetary government. He arranged and ordered the assassination of Ezra Hood. He admitted that this act was somewhat reckless. But when he was named in the meeting in front of countless people, in front of the new governor, and was ready to flee Mingyan City, he was already furious. He would not be very angry if he was accused of something he had not done. But it would be the most annoying if he had done it, and it was publicly pointed out. There are many insects in the Kuroja government, but there are still few insects like him. Despicable people will often laugh at more despicable people more fiercely than ordinary people. In the face of the crisis of destruction, most people actually have a concept: they cannot run, and they must fight hard. Otherwise, 2 nests have already been destroyed, and if Mingyan City is destroyed again, the revitalized city composed of plague evil magic will no longer be able to resist. In the end, when the entire planet is destroyed, where can they hide? After all, at that point, only a few can finally escape from this planet. As a result, a traitor appeared among us. Now, Manus was in this embarrassing situation. How could he not hate Hood, who caused this incident? So, he took action. At the same time, he also thought that this would incur the wrath of the new governor. But this governor had just arrived in this world, and was facing a big crisis. He was not like Fokkers, who had a strong backing. It was said that the 2 worlds originally controlled by the new governor had a total population of only 500 million, which was equivalent to the smallest nest city on Kuroja. The new governor had too many things to do, so how could he have the time to pay attention to himself? Investigating up the gang, the first person he found was the scapegoat he threw out. At this point, it was considered an explanation. What he wanted was not just to get away with it. He didn't believe that Governor Gu could solve the problem in the first place, and he had planned to buy more time to find ways after running away, and try to leave Kuroja. It was nothing more than running away earlier. It was a pity that the large amount of weapons and equipment that he had originally planned to take away, whether it was the new equipment produced by Minjianqing Arsenal or the military aid sent by the Empire, was all managed by him. Originally, he wanted to take out several train cars. But now the plan was disrupted. He could not take so many, so he could only take less. What a pity. The goods that could be taken had been arranged, and they would be sent out by train later. And he himself, with a team of bodyguards, had already left the city through the checkpoint at the Ness Pass, where he had said hello. However, at this moment, a whistling sound came from behind him. He turned his head, and saw several vehicles with the logo of the Planetary Law Department chasing him at high speed. He immediately felt something was wrong. Drive faster. Drive faster. Take out the cars behind. Under his orders, his bodyguards began to attack fiercely from behind. He was an official in the Equipment Management Department, and of course, he had the ability to get a group of loyal bodyguards from the military. Even the 5 vehicles he took on his escape were all converted from military armored vehicles. Some of the vehicles even had automatic turrets, which were raised on top of the vehicles, and turned to aim behind them. However, the turrets still failed to fire. Suddenly, the left rear wheel of the car exploded violently, and the whole car was overturned on the side of the road. At this time, the doors of the vehicles with the Ministry of Justice logo opened wide, and several people jumped out of the speeding cars. Ordinary people would inevitably be seriously injured if they jumped out of the car like this. But these people wearing exoskeletons were different. They just paused for a moment, but continued to run forward by inertia, and took out various weapons in their hands, and shot at the armored vehicles. The leader among them even wore a set of power armor. She was relatively small, like a lady, and it was obvious that she was not a space marine. She was painted in silver and black, and it was definitely not the green and white Sister Lily of Holy Mercy. She did not pull out the bolter from the gun bag on the side of her thigh, but drew out a sword and pointed it at another armored vehicle in front. There was a blue light flashing in her eyes, and in an instant, a strange power emerged at the tip of the sword. The next moment, one of the wheels of the armored vehicle suddenly exploded, and it fell to the ground. During this process, she never stopped running. Short distance burst, even faster than the vehicle. Following the same method, she overturned all the target vehicles. The exoskeleton warriors beside her will do the aftermath. The car just overturned, and it didn't explode. There are still many survivors inside. These guys all pulled out, and those who dared to resist were shot. In fact, not many people are that stupid. It's over, why bother? And the most important target was brought to the lady in silver black power armor. She took off the helmet of the power armor, revealing her beautiful face. This is the Alliance Demon Hunter, Milia de Jong. The Alliance has produced quite a few sets of feedback power armor in recent years. These power armors are used in many places. Some are assigned to officers in the Army, the Alliance Police, the Security Bureau, the Independent Commission Against Corruption, and some are also assigned to demon hunters. De Jong put on a suit. She is now the captain of the demon hunters. This time, she came to this planet with Chief Justice Lambert. Her first mission is to hunt down the traitor Manus. Her most important weapon, in addition to the power armor on her body, is the awakened psychic power. When she was just trained as a demon hunter, she mastered the preliminary means of using psychic power. Later, she entered the Storm Mage Academy for further study for half a year and formally mastered psychic power. The means to overturn those armored vehicles just now were her psychic power. After carefully observing the face of the man kneeling on the ground, she said softly, "It is confirmed that it is the Imperial traitor Manus. Shoot him, and cut off his head and take it back." Chief Justice Lambert has no time to hold a public trial. He wants to directly put enough heads in his office and talk to the rest. The effect should be quite good. Manus already felt that it was not good, and he was trembling with fear when he heard this. He quickly said, Madam, please listen to me. I am still useful. I know a lot of things. No. Your life is more useful. No. The defenders of Mingyan City are going to rebel. Their commander has a good relationship with me. I can. TSK. Do I need you to tell me? Someone has already gone there. When she said this, Milia's face was still a little ugly, as if she was unhappy because she couldn't participate in the big operation over there. As he was talking, another demon hunter had already walked behind Manus and put his gun against his back. Don't. Bang. With a gunshot, Manus, who was shot in the back, fell forward to the ground, blood flowing out of his broken chest, staining his still terrified, unbelievable face red. Mingyan City, Middle District, Nest Guard Command Post. Lieutenant General Thaddeus, under the protection of a team of governor's guards, entered Admiral Johnson's office. He had gray hair, but his face was still tough. He sat behind his desk, looking quite intimidating. He raised his head and saw Thaddeus, who had the rank of Lieutenant General, but whose uniform was completely different from his own. He asked, "You'd better give me an explanation. It's not time for me to see you yet." Thaddeus showed Johnson a piece of parchment with a serious expression. There were some words written on it. The most important thing was the wax seal signed and stamped by the governor. Admiral Johnson, from this moment on, you are relieved of all command authority over the Mingyan City garrison. From now on, Mingyan City's defense and military construction will be fully taken over by me. Bullshit! Johnson slammed the table and stood up. I am the planetary admiral. You want to dismiss me with a document out of thin air? Wishful thinking. This is the governor's order. Your rank of admiral and commander position are only appointed within the Planetary Defense Force system. The governor has full power to dismiss you and deprive you of your military rank. How many divisions does the governor have in Mingyan City? Johnson said with a hint of threat. I have been guarding Mingyan City for 20 years. Every officer here is either promoted by me or has fought with me. They respect me and love me. If I am not in this position, I am afraid the army will not be at peace. The governor does not want the defenders of Mingyan City to be in chaos in times of crisis. Right? Hearing this, Thaddeus's face did not change at all. He placed the dismissal document signed by the governor on Admiral Johnson's desk, and then took out a booklet. Mateus, the commander of the 31st Division of the Yenshin Garrison Army. Laurent, the commander of the 37th Division. Andre, the commander of the 49th Division, and Petoskey, the commander of the 71 ST Division. These names, every time he read them, Johnson's face changed a little. These were almost the most trusted and most trusted generals in the army. After reading nearly 20 names in a row, Thaddeus stopped and gave the final verdict. They will all be dismissed. Impossible. Johnson glared at Thaddeus. They are all under the protection of their respective troops. How is it possible? Just as he said this, a phone in his office suddenly rang. There are several phones on the desk, and the one that rang is the least used, but also the most important. When it rings, it means that something extremely urgent has happened. Thaddeus made a gesture of please go ahead. Johnson picked up the phone. This is Johnson. If you have something to say, please tell me. Then, his face became more and more ugly. Until finally, the microphone fell from his hand. He looked at Thaddeus in disbelief. How is it possible? A few hours? 19 division commanders. You broke into the army and killed them all? This is the fate of the traitors of the empire. At the same time, the military court has also made a judgment on your treasonous behavior. Wait! When was there a military court in Karoja? There was no military court in Karoja, but there was in the Alliance. And Karoja was already a member of the Alliance. But there is no trial process. I am the political commissar of the Alliance, and the highest judgment of the trial process is in my hands. What is the result of the trial? Thaddeus took out a pistol and pointed it at Admiral Johnson's forehead. Wait! Wait! I have made contributions to the planet. I have shed blood for Minjianqing. You can't treat me like this. I want to see the governor. Bang! Death penalty. Thaddeus read out the sentence softly. Admiral Johnson, whose forehead was pierced, fell on his back. Chapter 351, Tens of Millions of Troops. Hello everyone, it's the first time I meet you. Let me introduce myself first. I am Lambert Hodgson, Chief Justice of the Alliance. The legislation, law enforcement, and trial work of the Alliance are all under my command. Of course, all the laws of the Alliance are established in accordance with the will of the governor. I am just perfecting the laws. Law enforcement and trial work, naturally, must also be carried out in accordance with the law. You are all in the preliminary screening, and have nothing to do with this rebellion that has not yet started. That's good. On behalf of the governor, I hope you can keep it up. Regarding the promises you made at the governor's banquet, I have a list here, all of which are recorded. I believe that all loyal subjects of the empire will seriously fulfill your political promises. This is your responsibility, and it is also my responsibility. A meeting was held in the governor's mansion. Lambert, who was speaking, had a warm attitude and tone. He just talked about his job responsibilities in a plain way, emphasizing that everyone should be attentive to their work. However, combined with the heads lined up in several rows behind him, the picture was a bit scary. The many dignitaries of Mingyan City sitting in the conference room, but they were all silent, and dared only to nod. These days, Mingyan City has been killing people in large numbers. In normal times, Mingyan City always has many people dying every day. Gang fights, overwork in factories, malnutrition, diseases. However, they were all low-level people whose lives were worthless. In their eyes, they were just some numbers at most. And they were too lazy to even look at the numbers. But now it is different. The heads hanging on the wall behind Lambert are almost all familiar faces to them. They were all powerful figures in Mingyan City in the past. Now all their heads have been cut off and hung here. Those who don't want to be hung up, of course, dare not jump. As for rebellion, forget it. The head of Admiral Johnson, the commander of the capital who controls the 5 million defenders of Mingyan City, is hanging here. The most powerful faction, and the one who seriously intends to bring troops to make the governor bow his head, is finished. What else can the rest of the people do? It is said that the newly arrived General Political Commissar Thaddeus of the Alliance has brought his Political Commissar team to the army, and announced the treatment standards of the Alliance army. That is much stronger than the Planetary Defense Force on Karoja, and is almost on par with the Star Army. More importantly, the official warehouses of Mingyan City, and the private warehouses of some dignitaries have been opened, and a large amount of supplies have been distributed in a centralized manner. The promises made to the soldiers are not just empty promises, but are thrown down in a serious manner without any discount. Many people who have voluntarily contributed a lot in this process, their hearts are bleeding. It's all pure money, but it's just given to those poor soldiers. What a sin. They are all cannon fodder going to die anyway. Is it necessary? But no one dares to say this to their faces. They can only complain in their hearts. Such high treatment Can the finances sustain it? Even if we are all slaughtered like fat pigs for the new year, will we not live like this after the new year? But there is no way. Later on, they still need to contribute their own strength. They just hope that, when the disaster is over, everything can return to the way it was. In addition to his Demon Hunter team and the soldiers of the ICAC, the Phoenix Regiment also helped Lambert deal with and collect the heads. The Phoenixes don't need to be dispatched for the others. Admiral Johnson's loyal confidants are in the army, and they are either division commanders or regiment commanders. They can't be given the opportunity to cause trouble, so they must ensure that they are killed in one blow. For this kind of work, only the Space Marines can ensure 100% success. Their deployment was also particularly effective. With the orders of the planetary governor, with the orders of the government, and the arrival of such a striking Emperor Angel in person, the army really did not act rashly. And those officers, even if they were unwilling to surrender when they saw the situation was not good, could not escape the execution of the Space Marines at the critical moment. In the end, some minor disturbances were inevitable, but they were quickly settled. After doing all this, the Space Marines quickly withdrew and handed over the army to the military and political commissars of the Alliance. They had other more important tasks. The governor's mansion in Mingyan City, which was decorated with luxurious decorations, has now become a large office. The team led by Lambert moved in here. Mayor Ezra Hood, who had a broken leg, also gritted his teeth and insisted on working with his injury, moved the city government in, and fully cooperated with Lambert. Or rather, the two of them were cooperating with Thaddeus. Now is a wartime. Military construction is the most important. Thaddeus is shouldering the most difficult task. Under normal circumstances, Mingyan City should have 10 million local troops stationed. Since the problem in Pheno City, the demand for troops has been very high. Not only Mingyan City, but also various nests around the world are constantly being drawn to participate in the battle in Pheno City. The garrison force of Mingyan City, at the least in the past few years, was only 2 or 3 million. That was already a very dangerous number. If it was any smaller, there would not be enough force to suppress any incidents in the lower nest area and the lower nest area. As the battle situation in Pheno City collapsed, and the next target was clearly Mingyan City, a considerable number of troops began to be mobilized from various places to Mingyan City. At present, there are about 5 million troops in the city. According to the governor's request, the number of Pheno City's garrison troops must be expanded. The total number must be expanded to 20 million. Among them, the troops enjoying the so-called Star Army treatment are the most core ones, with a total planned number of 10 million people, which is half of the total number of troops. This force will be given the number of the Salvation Army. It can be seen from this that Thaddeus's task is so heavy. In the next few months, he will not only have to complete the control and transformation of the existing 5 million local troops, but also recruit another 15 million troops. The entire Mingyan City government will go all out to provide all necessary support to Lieutenant General Thaddeus to ensure that he can complete the task of the governor. It is mainly about manpower coordination, to put it bluntly. It is conscription. Don't think that Mingyan City has 3 billion people. Conscription is an easy thing. You can just grab them. Just grab 0.5% of the population. It's not that simple. The Mingyan City government's control over the most populous Dikyo district and Xiaochao district is insufficient, and there is also a plague here. There are cult activities, there are rebels, there are disobedient gangs, there are opposition organizations. The government's organizational ability, the government's control over the population, is surprisingly poor. There is no such thing as people will arrive at the post as soon as a list is given. Similarly, there are still a lot of material support issues to be solved when assembling so many troops. There are all kinds of objective problems. The entire government department is working hard towards this goal under the efforts of Mayor Hood and the supervision of Lambert. Lambert had long anticipated the low administrative efficiency of Kuroja, but when he really encountered it, he found that it was more difficult than he imagined. Subjectively, it was the people of the Kuroja planetary government who were too incompetent. The administrative staff was 100 or 1,000 times that of the Union government, but their efficiency was ridiculously low. Objectively, after the population was increased several times, the difficulty of managing it increased by orders of magnitude. This resulted in the objective difficulty being high and the subjective ability being poor. Lambert was very angry, but he had to realize that this was the reality. No matter how dissatisfied he was, all he had to ensure now was that these people worked hard, eliminate the corrupt elements, traitors, and the rest. If they are not capable, we can only deal with them later. But no matter how inefficient it is, no matter how the rusty gears in this mechanism creak, no matter how many procedural and result confusions there are, when this hive with a population of 3 billion starts to operate, the power it unleashes is still very, very terrifying. Lambert originally thought that it would be very difficult to achieve the goal. But looking at the current situation, there is really hope. Mingyan City is working hard to expand its military. And now, on this planet, the real main force is deployed in Pheno City. Or in other words, it is running with Pheno City. The Dragon Eagle Corps has 18 million troops, under the command of Lieutenant General Hans, and there are nearly 50 million planetary defense troops, including the Angry Bear Corps led by Likishi. The remaining nearly 100 million planetary defense troops are defending in other nests, and suppressing the spread of their respective plague cults. At present, the combat efforts of the human main force are basically based on long-range artillery. The human self-propelled artillery units follow Pheno City day and night, bombarding the revitalized city with no less than 30,000 shells per day. Even if they cannot break the void shield, they will consume it regardless of whether this consumption is futile. From time to time, the evil heavy artillery in Pheno City will also fire at the human artillery formation. Relatively speaking, this loss is much greater than the human bombardment of the revitalized city. In addition, the army of the plague demons would attack from time to time and come to harass, which would also cause considerable losses. Such a battle is meaningless, and the city of Pheno did not slow down at all because of this. There is no need to continue to waste such sacrifices, and the shells are also very valuable. At his request, Lieutenant General Hans is now integrating and organizing the entire army. Tens of millions of people will be assembled west of Mingyan City. Adding up to almost 60 million people, it is of course impossible to gather in one place. No single battlefield can deploy such a large number of manpower. The troops are organized into divisions. And to the west of Mingyan City, which is the direction of Pheno City, they build dozens of dense defense lines with a width of more than 100 kilometers. When Lieutenant General Hans was about to explain, Gu Heng gave him clear instructions. When necessary, we must make absolute sacrifices, even at the cost of 19 million star army and 60 million planetary defense forces. We must launch a general attack on Pheno City. Lieutenant General Hans expressed strong opposition. He was not afraid of death, but thought it was meaningless. Don't think that the army will be of any use if there are more of them. The battlefield space of Pheno City is only so big. It is the limit to deploy hundreds of thousands of people to attack at the same time. The width of the battlefield is limited. There is no point in piling up more people. Of course, if there are enough troops, that means you can throw in hundreds of thousands of people first, and replace them with the next batch immediately after they are defeated, and keep the offensive posture and never stop. But such a war requires very strong soldiers and organization. Lieutenant General Hans made it clear that only the Star Army could do it. The huge number of planetary defense forces. Asking them to carry out such a desperate mission, like the million-strong Star Army, that was almost annihilated in the city of Pheno in the previous trial attack? That is impossible. The army does not have enough strength, morale, and organization to do this. If the order is given forcefully, even if the Dado's troops are blocking the rear, the army will probably still mutiny. Fighting the Dado's troops may at least give them a way out. These planetary defense forces can only play a role when there are stronger troops in front who can hold on. They can help out. It is unrealistic to expect them to perform bravely and take on the main force. Gu Heng expressed his understanding of this. But he still demanded that Lieutenant General Hans must act according to his orders. This order was issued with the identity of the theater commander. Lieutenant General Hans could only execute it, although most of his troops came from the 3-star Fokkers. And even a considerable proportion of the officers had a deep relationship with the Fokkers family. Many people advised him to keep a distance from the new governor, who stole the power of Fokkers, and not to cooperate with the action. However, he still executed the order of the theater commander. He remembered his identity as a Star Army, the 3rd Army Group of the Dragon Eagle Legion, and was not a private soldier of the Fokkers family. Of course, there were dissatisfactions, and they were not necessarily his own, but those of the Fokkers officers under his command. These people came to his house crying every day, forcing him to send an impeachment letter to heaven every 2 days. And the Fokkers family, at the ship meeting of Special Envoy Laius, made a big fuss about this every day. Laius was also under great pressure. Gu Heng, the commander of the theater, was appointed by her as a special envoy. If it was really destroyed, her political career would not end. but at least it would be greatly affected. However, Ms. Laoisi, who has lived for more than 300 years, has enough ability to withstand pressure. She resisted all the pressure with all her strength, and did not say anything to Gu Hang. Although she was not sure, she was still willing to give Gu Hang all her trust. Trust your people, at least before Mingyan City is destroyed. Her trust will be 100%. If Mingyan City is lost, then the trust will be 0 immediately, and all the alternative plans that should be launched will be launched. She never wants to go to that step. Chapter 352, Pray. When the soldiers on Kuroja were preparing for the final fight required by the governor, when the officials and people in Mingyan City were working hard for the governor's war plan, when Laoisi, the Star Domain envoy, was bearing the pressure from all sides for the governor, what was the governor doing? The governor was on an outing. There were 6 other people on the outing with him. The first one was Martins, the leader of the Phoenix Regiment, and the second one, which naturally needed no introduction, was Eureka Pampos. He came from Black Arrow's star, and was originally the prince of the largest kingdom, Panbos, and was also the driver of the Night Titan of Black Arrow Star. Later, with the support of the Alliance diplomats, he forced his father to abdicate and became the king of Panbos. Of course, in the era of the Alliance, the king was almost a purely honorary position, and the management authority was almost entirely in the hands of the Alliance government. And he himself, with this identity as a king, also joined the Alliance National Knights of the Alliance, and continued to shine as a Night Titan driver. This is a very important political signal, which means that the Alliance accepts the old forces of Black Arrow Star. Even your king can continue to hold important power in the Alliance. So what do you have to worry about? Originally, his position in the Knights was more symbolic than practical. Does the Alliance really lack such a driver? However, as time went by, Governor Gu began to gradually let him hold more power. The reason for this is, of course, that Governor Gu found on the hero interface that King Eureka really recognized the Alliance and his loyalty was guaranteed. Then he went to Zhongxi Academy on the Angry Owl Star, spent grace points to activate the hero attribute, and spent grace points to train him to become a political commissar. After ensuring his loyalty, Gu Hang simply let this driver who really had outstanding potential lead the Knights of the Alliance as a king. He was not afraid of accidents. Nothing would happen. The third and fourth ones were Leonardo Nevis and Iro Lacroxia. They were both from the Alliance 10th Brigade. The latter was a super soldier with outstanding achievements. He also changed into a feedback power armor, and was the strongest person in the Alliance except for the Space Marines. His personal level reached LV5, and he had extraordinary potential. In fact, some of the new recruits of the Phoenix could not beat him. However, Lacrocia had no talent or ability to command troops, and he was unwilling to do it. Nevis was the commander of the 10th Brigade, a brigadier general of the Alliance, when the military commander of a general brigade level unit was only a lieutenant colonel, and at most a colonel. He, a brigadier general, showed the importance of the 10th Brigade. The fifth one was Danny DeRees, the commander of the Alliance Storm Mage Corps. These 5 are all members of the Alliance. The sixth one has a special identity. She is the head nun of the Holy Lily Sisters, Ms. Grit. The Holy Lily is a combat nun order, with more than 400 combat nuns before the war. Their main responsibility is to garrison and protect the missionary work of the state church on Kuroga 3, and to preach by themselves. In addition, they respond to the call of the Empire and the state church and participate in wars in other galaxies. The Holy Lily was born out of the Holy Fire Rose Sisters, and is a third-class order under the Holy Fire Rose. Compared to the most famous large-scale nun orders of the state religion, such as their former sect, the Holy Lily of Mercy is small in size. But for Kuroja, they are an extremely important defense force. In fact, before this, whether it was Grit or other fighting nuns of the Holy Lily of Mercy, most of them fought on the front line, especially in the city of Pheno. In the wars of the past few years, the Holy Lily of Mercy has lost more than 100 nuns. They always fight on the front line. Wherever there is danger, they go there. They did provide a lot of help, but they still couldn't stop the spread of the plague. Until the city of Pheno was abandoned, they had to withdraw, and now they have regrouped in Mingyan City. There are more than 300 nuns now. In theory, even if Gu Hang has become the governor of Kurogia, he has no power to directly govern the Holy Mercy Lily. They belong to the state religion, although they are also part of the empire, but they are completely two different systems. However, The commander of the war zone is another matter. Even apart from this part of the power relationship, the Holy Lily itself is willing to contribute to the war against the plague demon. After Gu Heng talked with the bishop of the state religion in the Korogia diocese, Zhao Qinghong, and the leader of the nuns, the head nun Nadixi, they were willing to send a team of 100 people to participate in Gu Heng operation. The leader of this team is the head nun Garret, who has cooperated with Gu Heng and helped a lot in the establishment of the alliance. At this moment, the place where they were going outing was located to the west of Mingyan City, on the edge of the army position where the defense line was being built. It was a cliff. The 6 people were silent, waiting for Governor Gu, who closed his eyes but looked out, to fall from the air. The most impatient one was Garret. She couldn't help but ask, "Governor, is this the place? Is this the place we are looking for?" Gu Heng slowly opened his eyes, turned around, and said, "Although the conditions are not so perfect, we can't always pursue perfection in everything. Let's choose this place." After a pause, he continued, "Next, I will mobilize a division to build a secret camp on the cliff. After returning, you should bring your teams here. We need to make some preparations in advance." Brigadier General Nevis asked, "What about you, Governor?" "I will wait for you here." Gu Heng laughed softly. "It is not an easy task to teleport more than 1,000 people, as well as Ranger Knights, Warhound Titans, and other big guys, to the core of Pheno City. We have to go through many obstacles, and we have to deceive a big demon. There are still many things to do." Hearing the word big demon, everyone was awed. Gu Heng said to the 6 people seriously, "The army of the Empire is on full alert, and the subjects of the Empire are doing their best to contribute to the battlefield. But the most important part of this war is still here. We are responsible for stopping the demon cave, paralyzing its void shield, and cutting off its connection with hell. Even though everyone who participated in this battle is a well-deserved elite, even a hero, it is still unknown how many people will be able to come back alive. You must prepare the team mentally." Grit and Martin stood up almost immediately, for the Empire. The others also hurriedly followed. Gu Heng also responded seriously, for the Empire. 103 Terra Standard days later, the creeping nest city of Pheno City is already within reach. The distance between it and Mingyan City is only more than 600 kilometers. But in fact, it has already hit the western defense line of Mingyan City. More than 60 million troops, forming more than 80 army groups, have stretched out a strategic depth of more than 600 kilometers on a battlefield with a width of nearly 200 kilometers. In between, bunkers, trenches, and sentry towers are densely packed, forming layers of defense lines. Lieutenant General Hans is still very capable. The difficulty of organizing an army of 60 million people is far beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Even though he had a large staff, and even though a large number of officers who had been sent down had strong autonomous execution capabilities, it was still extremely difficult to organize such a huge monster in such a vast area. Lieutenant General Hans could no longer manage the division-level units. He could only manage the army group at most. More than 80 army groups, each divided their defense zones, and were ready to mobilize at any time. But even so, the human army still wove a huge net in this reserve battlefield with an area of more than 100,000 square kilometers, waiting for the arrival of the prey. And now, the prey has arrived. But who is the prey? The crawling city of Pheno, apparently, has taken the human army that set up the net as its prey. After swallowing a nest city, the city has further expanded in size. The side of the city that is advancing towards the human army has a width of 80 kilometers. After Pheno City entered the range, thousands of artillery fired at the same time. The Imperial artillery used the most ferocious firepower to smash the crawling nest city. The void shield formed by the evil magic of the subspace suddenly appeared, covering the entire city. The shells stirred up waves on the void shield, and the effect was quite significant. In the previous battle, the accompanying self-propelled artillery, the firepower fired at the same time, was far less than the current firepower density that had been prepared for several months. At this moment, under the arrangement of the generals and officers of the various human armies and divisions, the artillery was arranged very reasonably. The current artillery array arrangement is the most suitable for intensive bombardment. The effect of countless shells falling is almost comparable to the previous bombardment by the Pegasus fleet. If the city of Pheno does not react, and just stays there and lets countless human artillery bombard it for a day or two, the void shield will really be broken. Even ants can kill elephants, let alone serious army heavy artillery. But things are obviously not that easy. How could the creeping hive city, which was strengthened by the evil magic of the subspace, not have any reaction? The plague flies that covered the sky, and the sun whistled out from the high towers of the city. Wherever they flew, the sunlight was blocked and the sky became dark. Countless anti-aircraft firepower began to fire into the sky. There was no need to worry about hitting the target. Such a dense swarm of flies could be hit at will. Countless sparks exploded in the air, throwing countless charred and broken giant fly bodies to the ground. But despite this, it is still impossible to stop such a large number of plague flies from attacking. They are both living creatures, the lowest level of plague monsters, and also artillery shells. Swarms of giant flies dive down from the sky. When they fall to a certain height, even the guns in the hands of human soldiers can kill them. But these brainless demons still insist on diving down, aiming directly at various predetermined units, artillery positions, anti-aircraft positions. 7 corrupt dragons appeared under the cover of plague flies. The heavy corrupt breath covered a large area of ground positions with plague toxins. The human soldiers, who were directly covered by the breath, died wailing in pain. Even steel would be temporarily revived into flesh and blood because of the power of this terrible plague demon. It would not return to its original steel state until the breath dissipated. But it had already been distorted. That is, in recent years, all the soldiers fighting on the front line were issued with corresponding protective masks and chemical protective clothing. Otherwise, not only would the people and animals in the area directly hit by the breath be wiped out, but even the soldiers further away would be infected with the disease on the spot due to breathing in the plague poison, lose their combat capability, and die quickly in the following days. The sky of the battlefield was almost occupied by the demons. The human side actually had thousands of fighter planes. However, this number seemed to be not small. But compared with the enemy, it was far behind. On the battlefield today, there is no way to rely on these few fighters to gain air superiority. But if we can't win, will we give up? Despite the huge numerical disadvantage, the first batch of hundreds of fighters of various types took off from the ground. The main goal is to coordinate with the ground anti-aircraft firepower, to reduce the number of plague flies in an area as much as possible, and to protect our precious air defense positions and artillery positions. Plague flies can't fly too high, and their speed is not very good. These shortcomings allow human fighters to seize many opportunities. After the fight, you can raise your altitude and leave. Go back to replenish your ammunition and fight again. However, there are also those who are careless, and the air is destroyed. The corrupt dragon does not have those weaknesses. It can even use evil methods to treat the plague flies around it as artillery shells and throw them into the sky at high speed. Or, it will sneak under the cover of the cloud-like plague flies, and then suddenly rush to the side of the fighter at an extremely fast speed, and tear it apart with its sharp teeth and claws. But the sacrifice of human fighters is also valuable, at least when the number of things of the level of the corrupt dragon is still small. There are 7 in total. When their eyes are fixed on the sky, the pressure on the ground will be reduced. However, no matter how fierce the anti-aircraft firepower is, no matter how heroic the human pilots are, the sky that cannot be taken back will still be taken back. The demons' ground attack also began. Countless demons, like a tide, poured out from the crawling nest. Regardless of the road, there is a possibility of opening a hole in any living wall, and then a large number of plague zombies will rush out. These corrupt enemies held guns in their hands. Some of them looked like weapons of the corrupted human army, and some were simply guns and cannons made by the evil magic of the subspace in the real universe, firing vicious evil bullets. The brutal ground battle began. The human army's position had to engage in close-range firefights with the enemy when it lost its air superiority, and its long-range heavy firepower was constantly attacked by the enemy air strikes, and could not provide timely support. The huge cannons in the creeping nest also began to show their power, bombarding the human positions one after another. In the 6th hour after the battle officially began, the first line of defense of the human army was completely lost and collapsed. During this process, the speed of the advance of Pheno City was not slowed down at all. The human army was unable to attack the interior of Pheno City, and was unable to threaten its flesh and blood, so it was naturally unable to slow down. Thus, Pheno City firmly advanced a distance of 12 kilometers. Chapter 353, Going Against the Current. And Pheno City is still moving forward. In 6 hours, it advanced 12 kilometers. The plague demon army that emerged from its body, with the support of air superiority, with the firepower support of Pheno City. The activated war fortress has already penetrated more than 50 kilometers of the human army's front line. The human army on the second line of defense has already started fighting with these plague demon armies. At this moment, at the headquarters in the rear, Lieutenant General Hans has received the latest intelligence. Our first line of defense has been breached. The 55th Army, the 60th Army, the 61st Army, the 71st Army, the 72nd Army, and the 83rd Army have all retreated. The 3rd Army and the 5th Army of the Dragon Eagle Legion have also withdrawn. This was shocking news. Everyone in the command post, from Lieutenant General Hans to many staff officers, all remained silent, allowing the staff officer who was giving the report, informing the situation on the front line with a trembling voice. The battle situation on the front line is too intense, and the statistical data cannot be guaranteed to be accurate. At present, 12 divisions have been completely disconnected, and it is estimated that they have completely lost their organization. The remaining troops that have withdrawn have also suffered losses. It is estimated that in the past 6 hours, we have lost a total of more than 400,000 people. 6 hours. 400,000 people. All those present are self-proclaimed veterans of the battlefield, and have fought countless wars of varying sizes. But this kind of war, they have never fought before. The entire campaign will mobilize 60 million people, and within 6 hours, multiple armies. The first line of defense consisting of millions of people collapsed directly. 12 divisions were wiped out, and 400,000 people were lost. It's too exaggerated. On average, a division can only hold on for a few minutes before retreating. And on average, a division is completely destroyed in half an hour. Of course, in reality, it can't be calculated so evenly. The width is hundreds of kilometers. The depth is 50 kilometers. The troops are scattered in it, and the battles are almost simultaneous. Generally speaking, a division at the front can still fight for several hours. But even so, the numbers sent back from the front are still too frightening. Moreover, the development of the battlefield situation is completely beyond their original plan. Originally, General Hans planned to bring the war to the city of Pheno. When the Hive City approaches, the troops will rush into the Hive City under the cover of firepower, and use burning weapons and bombs to destroy the body of the activated Hive City as much as possible. Although they would be met with a fierce counterattack from the Plague Demon Army, the trial attack of 1 million people failed in the same way, but at least they had achieved some results. More importantly, the troops they were going to deploy this time were not in the millions, but in the tens of millions. As long as the frontline troops could gain a foothold in the nest, the subsequent support forces would immediately follow from the second line of defense, join the battle, and withdraw the first wave of troops that were expected to suffer heavy casualties. In this way, they rotated, went deeper, and increased their military input. Perhaps, they could finally destroy this revitalized city at the cost of the blood of countless human soldiers. But they didn't expect that the first wave of troops could not even enter Pheno City. Under the cover of the air superiority, the Plague Demon Army did not even let the human troops touch the edge of the Nest City. Instead, they rushed out and directly broke through the first line of defense of the human army. The speed of collapse was too fast, and the degree of casualties was too tragic. This was beyond their expectations. More importantly, even they were trembling with fear here. What about the troops on the front line? After coming to his senses, Hans first paid attention to this question: what is the current situation of the troops on the second line of defense? Very bad. The intelligence officer responded immediately. The front was defeated too quickly, and the defeated troops retreated, and there was no time to reorganize, and the enemy pressed forward again. Several local army groups on the second line of defense have reported the phenomenon of organized deserters, although it can still be controlled at present. As the war burns in the second line of defense, I am afraid that the situation will become more pessimistic. Even what? It is even possible that the second line of defense may not last as long as the first line of defense. The intelligence officer still gritted his teeth and spoke out his judgment. An atmosphere of panic and despair completely enveloped the command post. They could all imagine a consequence. If the worst-case scenario happened, the second line of defense of the human army also collapsed quickly, then countless plague demons, with a large number of deserters, would roll back all the way, and there would be a chain reaction, which would destroy all the arrangements behind. What tens of millions of people? Once the organization is lost, No matter how many people there are, it will be useless. The entire battle will collapse like a huge domino. No matter how many people there are behind, it will only make the collapse look more grand. At this moment, an intelligence officer broke into the command post. Everyone was frightened by the heavy sound of the door opening, fearing that there would be worse news. The new intelligence officer was a little confused, but the intelligence was important, and he quickly said, "Commander, there is news from the third line of defense." Brigadier General Likishi said that the Angry Bear Corps he led was taking the initiative to attack. The goal was to stabilize the front line in front of him, and to help the retreating troops to reorganize in the rear. He hoped that the command center could make a decision as soon as possible, and send elite troops to take the initiative to attack, and not to be stingy with the investment of the Air Force. We must stabilize the situation. Otherwise there will be endless disasters. Hans was stunned for a moment. In the midst of a comprehensive retreat, there was actually a corps going against the current. It's not that he hadn't thought about moving the troops at the back forward, but he always had a question in his mind. Would it be useful? He could still hold on now. But if the enemy offensive slowed down, especially if they were far away from the support of the Hive City's evil energy cannons, the enemy offensive would inevitably weaken as they got farther away from the activated Hive City. He had already made plans to abandon the first few lines of defense and regroup in the rear. But if he really moved the troops at the back lines of defense forward, if he could hold off the enemy, then everything would be fine. If he couldn't, then the great collapse would come early. How to choose? No matter how Lieutenant General Han struggled, Likishi finally took action. The Angry Bear Legion currently has 1.2 million troops at full strength, a total of 49 division-level units, which is considered an army-level specification on the third line of defense, and is responsible for a section alone. Without a clear order from the headquarters to attack the entire army, Likishi could not really attack with his entire army. No matter what he did, he still had his own defense zone to take care of. But according to the news sent back by the reconnaissance troops, and the information from the friendly forces ahead, Likishi made a sharp judgment that the situation ahead was not going to work no matter what. Seeing the friendly forces being beaten and standing still, when the second line of defense collapsed, all the pressure came to him, he couldn't bear it. So, he stretched out two tentacles and reached forward. The 77th Kuroja Armored Combined Brigade, the 92nd Kuroja Infantry Division, the 21st Garrison Division, the three troops formed a tentacle. The other brigade was almost configured in the same way. The armored brigade rushed forward as the spearhead, with a size of 40,000 people, and the infantry division organized according to the large organization was in the rear, supporting, and the garrison division was cruising nearby, ready to go up and fill the problem of insufficient infantry for the armored division. In this situation, it took them about an hour to rush to the second line of defense. Even on the way, they were able to encounter a small number of enemy units that had rushed too far, and they were annihilated along the way. When they reached the second line of defense, the battle pressure suddenly increased. This place was completely covered by the raging flames of war. The entire area was said to be several hundred square kilometers, but a large number of troops were deployed here, and almost everywhere were trenches dug in recent months and semi-underground bunkers. The human army, right here, fought a desperate duel with the plague demon. Many positions had been lost, and many positions were still resisting. The two sides fought repeatedly around every inch of land, every trench, and every firing point. But in general, the human side was on the verge of collapse. Originally, the 56th Army Group, the local defense force, was stationed in this area, with more than 20 large divisions under its command. However, since there were so many troops that collapsed back from the front, when they were sending out personnel to provide support, they were suddenly attacked. Several divisions had lost contact, and a large number of positions were divided. At the same time, the troops' fighting will was not strong enough. The terrifying-looking enemy and the lost sky further dealt a severe blow to morale. With all these factors combined, the entire army was in a precarious situation. The frontline troops had already retreated, and the reserve troops could not hold out for long. In fact, in some places where there were breakthroughs, a large number of enemies poured in, causing great chaos in the rear of the army. The evil subspace magic that was circling the area quietly input the electronic waste code into the communication channel of the human army. This caused the communication channel between the human troops to be disconnected for 1/3 of the time. And the situation was even worse for another 1/3. The channel was filled with the whispers and evil laughs of demons, and those who heard it would feel very uncomfortable. Cold sweats and vomiting were still mild symptoms. Some people even went crazy because of it. Only in the last one-third of cases, if you are lucky, you can communicate normally. The human troops can only rely on this completely unreliable way to communicate. The problem of poor communication has also greatly affected the organization of the entire army. In the armored forces of the advancing Angry Bear Legion, there are special communication vehicles and communication companies. Relying on the stability of the equipment and the ability to withstand interference, their situation is much better. The vanguard troops successfully contacted the headquarters of the 56th Army. The commander of the army was overjoyed when he heard of their arrival. He immediately shared the intelligence and pointed out the biggest gap. The commander of the 77th Armored Brigade only considered it for a moment, communicated with the troops in the rear, and led the team to the target area. The Lion tanks with high turrets kept firing while moving, and the high explosive shells covered the visible enemy groups. Infantry fighting vehicles accompanied them, and rapid-fire machine guns fired in coordination, destroying a large number of enemy troops. The self-propelled artillery troops urgently set up artillery arrays to cover the direction of the troops' advance. The garrison divisions following behind, on the one hand, also deployed their own artillery in coordination, and on the other hand, they also held their positions to prevent the enemies, who had already broken the friendly defense line, from directly threatening the artillery array from other directions. As for the large division of the Angry Bear Corps, it was further back. The artillery had also deployed its attack formation. A large number of troops, in companies and battalions, took over many friendly positions to ensure that the frontline troops had a clear route back. The firepower of a unit of the Angry Bear 77th Brigade was equivalent to that of several large divisions of the local corps. After they entered the battle, the situation changed greatly. At least, the gap was blocked. The turning point occurred when a tank company advancing discovered an area tightly protected by the enemy. After calling for several rounds of artillery support from the rear, the company's 11 Lion tanks launched a group charge. The roar of the engines of the 11 steel behemoths and the heavy bombardment of the tank guns not only stunned the enemies, who had just endured the artillery bombardment and had not yet recovered, but also aroused the fighting spirit of several local companies that had fled previously. At the request of the tank company commander, these infantrymen courageously carried out an accompanying attack. After paying the price of 2 tanks being damaged and using 5 or 6 armor-piercing shells to smash a flesh and blood monster that was larger than the Lion tank, the enemy's most important resistance force was disintegrated. The infantry rushed forward, and after eliminating the remaining enemies, they found the object protected by the plague monster army. It was a crawling flesh and blood machine with an antenna, and a sharp and piercing sound came from it. The captain commander of the tank company roughly guessed what it was. It was probably an information center where the enemy released electronic waste code. No matter what, it was a demonic creation anyway. So they fired a few shots without saying anything and destroyed it. As expected, his guess was right. After the flesh-crawling machine with antennas was destroyed, the communication conditions in a large area around it immediately became much better. The troops that could be reorganized and mobilized were no longer so easy to collapse. As the armored brigade moved forward along the gap in the defense line, the situation of the entire front was stabilized. This attracted a group of plague flies. The power of these things in a diving posture to carry out suicide bombing is still not small. However, the Alliance Armored Brigade is equipped with a large number of anti-aircraft armored vehicles, anti-aircraft guns, and anti-aircraft high-explosive bombs, which can eliminate a large number of these monsters that are not flying fast and have to dive. Even the guns in the hands of the infantry could bring considerable results. Although many giant flies successfully exploded, the losses were acceptable. In the rear, the flight team under the Legion had a large number of Wind Falcons participating in the battle, and the air threat was further alleviated. For a while, the vanguard troops sent by the Angry Bear Legion actually made a great advance against the odds. Chapter 354, It's Not the Right Time. The 2 vanguards of the Angry Bear Legion blocked the 2 gaps in the position, which had a significant impact on the battle situation. In terms of the war situation, once the 2 gaps were blocked, the surrounding troops would no longer be attacked from multiple sides, and at the same time. When the troops of the first line of defense were constantly retreating from the front, there would be a way to go. And more importantly, it was the morale of the army. From the beginning of the battle to now, the human army has been losing positions continuously. The company and battalion level positions were completely destroyed, and the regiment and division level positions could only hold out for a few hours. The enemy was like an empty land, not to mention holding out. If they ran a little slower, they would be surrounded and lost contact. The entire war zone at the army level was also shaken terribly. Either they were destroyed, or they ran away. With continuous defeats, how could morale be good? And now, the Angry Bear Legion went against the tide. And the key was that it really had some effect, which was like holding up a torch in the dark. Although in the overall battlefield, this can only be regarded as a partial victory at most. And even the so-called victory is only temporary. But it also tells others that the enemy is not invincible. The original troops with heavy losses can be withdrawn and reorganized. And the same is true for the troops that collapsed in the first line of defense. Later, the reserve troops of the 56th Army also began to push up and fill the positions recaptured by the troops of the Angry Bear Legion. At this stage, it was the Plague Demon Army that was a bit embarrassed. Before this, some of the plague monsters that poured in through the gaps in the defense zone were pushed back by the armored forces of the Angry Bear Legion. But more of them did not have time to retreat and were now all blocked inside. Within a few hours, they were almost completely surrounded and wiped out. At this stage, it is not an exaggeration to say that this is a partial victory. Of course, the armored forces of the Angry Bear Legion also suffered heavy losses. And it was a bit beyond expectations. The main loss was not when the troops attacked, but when they held on after retaking the position. The enemy forces in front of them have never stopped their fierce offensive. In order not to lose the fruits of victory, they had to block the gaps. But at this time, one disadvantage of the Armored Combined Brigade was revealed. There were fewer frontline combat troops, especially the number of infantry. When the armored troops were defending, they played the role of a fire support platform at most. We can't use precious armored vehicles as shelters. There are many trenches and gun pits on the battlefield, which can be used as shelters. Fortunately, the 92nd Infantry Division that accompanied the attack came up to relieve the problem of insufficient combat infantry. Later, the local defense forces from the 56th Army also had multiple regiment-level troops coming up one after another, further expanding the force. This held up. The battlefield situation has stabilized, at least for now. Of course, stability does not mean no intensity. In fact, the battle was still very tragic, and the sacrifices were also very great. The defensive pressure brought by the Plague Demon Army was still very great. Their continuous and unscrupulous attacks turned the frontline battlefields of both sides into a meat grinder. Countless people died wailing every minute and every second, and also took away more monsters. In the continuous battle, even the Angry Bear Legion, whose members all met the standard training requirements of the Star Army and had sufficient weapons and equipment, and was considered an elite force on the entire battlefield, could not withstand such a fierce battle. The 92nd Division lost more than 5,000 soldiers in just a few hours, although the casualty rate was only a little over 12%. In fact, the combat effectiveness of the entire division had been greatly affected. It is true that the entire division has 40,000 people, fully equipped and fully staffed. But in fact, the number of non-frontline soldiers such as logistics, communications, artillery, air defense, engineers, and division headquarters also accounted for a large proportion. And the troops lost in the battle were almost all frontline combat troops. In fact, the combat effectiveness of the 92nd Division had been lost by more than one-third. It was not until a fully staffed reserve native infantry division came up that the situation improved a lot. But the number of reserves is limited after all. Without further support, this cruel meat grinder cannot continue forever. Fortunately, the Central Command of the Human Army finally made the right judgment. A large number of troops in the rear received orders and began to push forward to support. The results of the Angry Bear Corps are the only good news that the Central Command has heard since the war began. In any case, the Angry Bear Corps' attack helped the 56th Army in front to hold the defense line, and even push back a little in the entire second line of defense. This is the only solid place since the beginning of the war. The Central Command, which has been stunned, finally issued an order. The troops of the third line of defense began to press forward, fully supporting the front line. At the same time, following the practice of the Angry Bear Corps, Lieutenant General Hans mobilized his main elite, that is, the armored forces in the Dragon Eagle Corps. To be honest, although the Dragon Eagle Corps is a legitimate Star Army, its combat level is not as good as that of the Angry Bear Corps. The difference is even quite large. There is a difference in the number of soldiers. The Dragon Eagle Corps may have only 40% of its soldiers who have reached the standard level of the Star Army. In terms of equipment, there is also a gap. The infantry division may be about the same, but the difference in the armored division is huge. It is obviously a large-scale armored division with more than 30,000 people, but the number of heavy equipment is probably only 2/3 of that of a synthetic brigade of the Angry Bear Corps. But the Dragon Eagle Legion has a large armored division of 40, and there are also some Lion King tanks in it. This thing, the name looks like an upgraded version of the Lion tank, but in fact it is completely different. The Lion tank can only be regarded as a regular tank in the classification of the Star Army, while the Lion King tank is a serious heavy tank. Its size is 3 times that of the Lion tank, with extremely heavy armor, and even a small shield generator that can protect one side, but can be moved. Its main gun is a super heavy artillery, with 2 secondary guns equivalent to the Lion, and 2 heavy-duty machine guns. It requires nearly 20 personnel to drive this tank well. Compared with the Lion tank, a Lion King can blow up dozens of lions. This is mainly because of its internal artillery and multiple auxiliary combat sighting servo skulls, which can fight with very high accuracy. And its main gun can cause devastating damage, no matter where it hits the Lion. The secondary gun is actually okay, but it needs to be more accurate. On the contrary, the Lion tank can hardly cause any effective attack on it, even if it can bypass the energy shield and surround the Lion King. Even the weakest part of the Lion King tank armor, or the grid armor on the side tracks, its protection ability even exceeds the front armor of ordinary Lion tanks. Such a heavy monster, in a head-on conflict, can even destroy the Night Titan. Although, such a big guy, in the entire Dragon Eagle Legion, the number is not large. On average, an armored division is not even worthy of one. However, when Lieutenant General Hans made up his mind, he was decisive enough and did not hide it anymore. He took out half of the 18 Lion King heavy tanks as his last trump card and supported the most dangerous battlefield. At the same time, the armored divisions of the Dragon Eagle Legion also went out one after another. In terms of tactics, they imitated the armored combined brigade of the Angry Bear Legion. The armored divisions of the Dragon Eagle Legion actually did not produce as good an effect as the Angry Bear Legion, but after all, they were numerous, and with the assistance of heavy tanks, they also broke through the enemy line and stabilized the overall defense line. The second line of defense, which was originally shaky, stabilized just like that. Even after that, the situation of the meat grinder was much relieved. At first, the human side was a little surprised, but soon, the human army staff who regained their wisdom also figured out the reason. The enemy losses were also very large. Those plague monsters would not be defeated. Although, the lowest level of plague monsters, such as plague giant flies or plague zombies, are all brainless, moraleless, and fearless. However, the commander behind them, the enemy leader, obviously still had brains, and would not waste the number of his troops in vain. If they could continue to inflict devastating blows on the human army and directly destroy the human army's battle zone, then the sacrifice would certainly be valuable. However, when the human front stabilized, it would be unnecessary. The most critical factor was that in the previous attack, the losses of the plague monsters were actually far greater than those of the human side. Before this, because the human army had been in a state of retreat, it was difficult to count the number of enemy losses. But when the second line of defense stabilized and the situation became a meat grinder, it was possible to make a certain degree of estimation. Although it was not accurate, it could at least serve as a reference. The exchange ratio of humans to those plague monsters was probably 1 to 8. This was a very high number, which was the price the enemy had to pay for maintaining the highest intensity of attack at every point on the entire battle line that was hundreds of kilometers wide. The humans were stunned at the beginning, but now they have recovered. So far, the battle has lasted for a whole day. Even if we don't count the plague flies, the human side has suffered nearly 1 million casualties on the ground alone, while the enemy casualties are estimated to be more than 8 million. The demons can't fight anymore. In addition, there is another objective factor. That is, when the battle line reaches the second line of defense of the human side, it is more than 80 kilometers away from Pheno City. At this distance, the support that Pheno City can provide is not that much. The most powerful evil energy artillery in Pheno City dare not be used for ground battles, but must be aimed at the sky. The human fleet also appears and disappears in orbit, and after a while, it pours a round of artillery fire on Pheno City and conducts an orbital strike. In this way, they declare their presence. Although it is difficult to destroy the void shield of Pheno City by simply relying on the insufficient firepower of the fleet, the existence of the fleet still brings great significance to this battle. If there were no fleet to hold them back, if the orbital guns in Pheno City were laid flat and fired at the positions of the human army, then they would penetrate everywhere with one shot, without any negotiation. Moreover, the orbital strikes of the fleet can also provide support in the direction of attack of the Plague Demon army. It's just that the support is not strong enough. When facing the threat of anti-orbital gun strikes from Pheno City, the fleet cannot be too reckless, otherwise, if a ship is lost, it will be too painful to bear. Under such entanglement, after the battlefield was far away from Pheno City, the number of conventional evil energy cannons that could reach such a distance of 80 kilometers was greatly reduced. And those Plague Demon armies, without the heavy firepower support from the rear, were even more unable to fight. If they insisted on fighting on the stable front of humans, under the fierce bombardment of artillery mobilized by humans in the rear, the price they paid might not be 1:8, but more than doubled. Even the Plague Demon army could not withstand such a loss. Pheno City originally had a population of 1 billion. Before it was completely destroyed, 600 million people finally evacuated the city. Most of the people in the Nest City that was swallowed by Pheno City also ran away before it was swallowed. Only a little over 100 million people were swallowed. It is impossible for the Plague Demon army to transform all these 700 million people into the army. At least there will be more than half losses in the transformation process, due to the comprehensive losses and insufficient comprehensive firepower support. The Plague Demon army also slowed down its attack. In this way, the human army can also take a breath. Nearly 20 armies in the first and second lines of defense all returned to the rear and rested at the foot of Mingyan City. 15 armies that were originally in the rear all went to the front, and there were dozens of armies behind them as reserves. Except for the Angry Bear Legion. Hans didn't want to use such a powerful force as a regular filling division, waiting to be mobilized at any time. With this arrangement, the defense line was finally completely stabilized. However, Lieutenant General Hans was still uneasy. He called Gu Hang. Governor Gu, although you didn't tell me, I know you are preparing something very special. Lieutenant General Han said in a deep voice. This was his guess based on Gu Hang's various actions. The current balance of the front line cannot be maintained forever. In fact, by tomorrow, when Pheno City advances 30 kilometers and our front line is included in the firepower range again, our pressure will become very huge. At that time, I am afraid we will have to retreat from the second line of defense. No matter what plan you have, you must start it as soon as possible. However, in response to Lieutenant General Han's words, Gu Hang just responded, it's not the time yet. Chapter 355, Meritorious Troops. Is it not time yet? Lieutenant General Hans was a little angry. Then how long do we have to wait? 1 day, 1 million casualties. 20 army groups need to be withdrawn from the front line for rotation. My Lord Governor, my Lord Commander of the war zone, do you know what this means? I have been in the army for 40 years, and I have never fought such a fierce battle. Even when I fought with those green skins in the Jingwan Star region, the scale was larger, but I have never lost so many soldiers in such a small front in 1 day and 1 night. Under this situation, how long do you think our army can hold out? When the Legion collapses, when Mingyan City is also swallowed up, no matter how many and how ingenious your plans are, it will be meaningless. Lieutenant General Hans fiercely attacked Gu Hang. And Gu Hang only comforted him a little. I know the great sacrifices made by the Legion. I fully understand. They are also my people, my army. Wouldn't I be sad and painful for their sacrifice? But all of this is for a greater victory. Your so-called greater victory. I don't even have the right to know. Do you know that it has no meaning for this matter? Gu Hang said so, but instead made more requests. I still need the troops under your command to do one more thing. What? The next stage of the war mission is to attack the city of Pheno. Lieutenant General Hans was so angry that he laughed. Do you know what you are talking about? Of course I know. I can't do it. Lieutenant General Hans refused decisively. This is an impossible goal. Lieutenant General Hans, please pay attention. Gu Hang's tone became serious. I am not discussing a battle plan with you, but the most clear military order. Gu Hang's tone became more serious, sternly. You and your troops must complete the task of attacking Pheno City within the next 8 days, without delay. Do you understand? Hans took a deep breath. He held his breath, and felt like he had to let it out. But in the end, he held it tightly. He was a soldier, and obeying orders was his duty. And Gu Hang now was his clear superior. He could not make any concessions to Gu Hang orders, no matter how much he did not understand or agree with it. He gritted his teeth and said, "Yes, Commander." After the communication ended, Gu Hang stood on the edge of the cliff, gazing at the battlefield below. The distance was very far, and it stretched for hundreds of kilometers wide, hundreds of kilometers deep, so you couldn't see the end at a glance. However, despite this, what you saw was an extremely magnificent scene. All the cruelty and brutality of war, those deaths and broken limbs, those sacrifices and wailing, cannot be seen or heard here. All you can see is a glorious and magnificent scene. Explosions are the most beautiful fireworks. The battle line is as far as the eye can see, winding and twisting, changing from time to time. But Gu Hang will not feel heroic because of this. He knows that what Han said is true. Countless human warriors have made great sacrifices on the battlefield below. But not ready is not ready. At this time, Gu Hang must be able to harden his heart. It is not him who is not ready. In the past 4 months, the elite team that is ready to set off has been ready. At the same time, he and his mage group had already calculated the specific method of psychic transmission. Gu Hang himself would immerse himself in his storm kingdom from time to time, calculating how to use the kingdom to sneak into the subspace and go to the core of Pheno City. But he did not forget what the ultimate goal of their adventure was: to destroy the anti-orbital guns and void shields in the center of Pheno City. To achieve this goal, it is necessary to reach the target location as soon as possible, which requires accurate transmission. At the same time, it is also hoped that the enemy defense force around the target is as small as possible, which requires external pressure, causing those evil demons to withdraw the defense force of the target area to fight the enemy. Of course, letting the army under Lieutenant General Hans attack Pheno City fiercely, attracting the enemy attention is only a secondary goal. The more important point is that when Pheno City is directly attacked, especially the more human warriors enter the activated city, then as the node where the subspace and the real world overlap, the connection between Pheno City and the subspace will be weakened accordingly. And this will directly affect the extent to which some powerful demons, from the abyss hell, exert influence on the real world. What Gu Hang was most worried about was the big demon, the Galaga demon. Obviously, the plague disaster on the Korogia planet was a major action of Galaga. It had been looking forward to it for a long time, and it was already full of fat intestines. And it was not satisfied at all. Its greedy eyes had already looked at the tens of billions of people in the world, and it would never give up. In fact, it was indeed very close to success. As long as Mingyan City was swallowed, the entire planet would no longer be able to resist it. Once it finds that its plan is at risk of failure, then there is no doubt that it will do its best to stop it. At the beginning, on the Angry Owl Star, Galaga could not pass through the reality curtain in his true body. But it was not the case in Pheno City. This place has been corrupted too seriously by the subspace, and the reality curtain has long been fragile. If it is willing to pay a sufficient price, it can get through. At present, it is at this critical point. Gu Hang needs the human army to set foot in Pheno City. They don't need to complete the task of capturing Pheno City. As long as enough people step on it, the reality curtain will be strengthened. As long as the body of Pheno City is burned, and the pressure on this revitalized city is great enough, the erosion of the subspace can be reduced. This will also directly reduce the possibility of the Great Unclean One Galaga intervening in the battle personally. Even if it cannot be completely stopped, the greater the price Galaga pays when passing through the reality curtain, the longer it takes, and it will directly affect the success rate of the Special Operations Team's mission. This is a key operation to save the 40 billion people on the planet. So even though they know that letting Hans execute the attack order will result in huge losses, no one can be soft-hearted at this moment. Of course, in addition to the sacrifices made by the ground troops, Gu Hang will not forget the difficulty. It does not mean that the troops can be pushed in at the cost of sacrifice. Gu Hang also needs to find some additional help for the ground troops. He does not have many choices. He dialed the line with Neil Laius, the special envoy. I need more support from the space fleet. This was destined to be a sleepless night. Whether it was the combat soldiers who were fighting against the plague demon army on the front line, or the second-line troops responsible for delivering logistical supplies in the rear, or the combat staff, who took refreshing potions and worked all night, no one could sleep this night. The ground forces, the staff group of the Central Command made a comprehensive offensive operation plan and divided the tasks into the subordinate army groups. The army's staff was also working, and the corresponding tasks were assigned to each division-level unit, and then further broken down. The entire defense line, on the first day of the death order issued by Governor Gu, which was also the second day after the battle began, did not move, and continued to focus on defense. On this day, the test faced by the human army was not too great, at least compared to the first day of the battle. The casualties of the entire defense line were about 200,000. This is still a very scary number, but compared with the first day, when there were 400,000 casualties in 6 hours, 1 million casualties in 1 day, and a dozen army groups were completely defeated, it was much better. On the third day, the entire defense line was even retreating. However, unlike the first day, this retreat was relatively orderly, and they took the initiative to abandon this position. Moreover, a group of troops stationed on the defense line were replaced. The main reason for doing so was that Pheno City had advanced nearly 60 kilometers in the past 2 days. If they did not retreat, the human army's defense line would once again enter the range of many evil energy cannons deployed in the living city. This is also to prevent the Plague Demon Army, after having more sufficient heavy firepower support, will once again start an offensive investment at all costs, regardless of manpower and casualties, which would put too much pressure on the defense line. This is exchanging space for time. Lieutenant General Hans also explained his strategy to Governor Gu to break into Pheno City. In addition to actively attacking, another way is to wait for Pheno City to come over. After all, that living city can move. It advanced 60 kilometers in 2 days, while the human army retreated 50 kilometers. The same thing happened in the following days. Pheno City advanced 30 kilometers a day, and the human army retreated 20 kilometers a day. The reason for doing this, instead of sticking to one line of defense, is that as Pheno City gets closer, the pressure on the human army will become greater and greater. The front position, after many battles, was severely damaged. The position dug out in the rear was relatively intact, which helped to reduce casualties. At the same time, it also took some time for the various troops, especially those local defense troops, to adapt to such a tragic battlefield environment. Of course, this may also cause the morale of the local troops to collapse. But there is no other way. So we can only do this. We can't just rely on the Dragon Eagle Corps' own troops to fight this battle. These local troops have more than 50 million people. How much they can play will have a decisive impact. We can only hope that they will adapt to the battlefield, rather than completely collapse. As of now, the situation has not developed in the worst direction. At the speed of the human position approaching 10 kilometers away from Pheno City every day, by the early morning of the 7th day, the distance between the front line of the human army and Pheno City was less than 30 kilometers. At this time, a large number of evil energy cannons had entered the range, and the pressure on the defense line increased a lot. But apart from the evil energy cannons, airstrikes, and being beaten badly, the enemy ground attack was not too crazy. So far, the total casualties of the human army have reached nearly 4 million. In general, the exchange ratio of the human army to the Plague Demon Army in the battle is still maintained at 1:7 or above. This means that the Plague Demon Army has also lost 30 million people. Although most of them were plague zombies, with the most rudimentary weapons, mainly living dead, the consumables needed to transform them were not small. Not to mention that many powerful flesh monsters were consumed in the battle, and many plague wizards and immortal believers who were responsible for manufacturing, controlling, strengthening, and commanding ordinary troops died in the battle. This also made the enemy feel a little bit difficult to fight. And at this time, Lieutenant General Hans's fatal counterattack began. All the Lion King tanks were deployed to the battlefield at once. Several armored divisions formed a fist. Even several armored brigades of the Angry Bear Legion participated in the battle. In the center of the battle line, an armored cluster charge was launched. A large number of elite infantry followed closely behind, providing support at any time. At this time, the Skyfire descended. The starships of the Pegasus fleet were all dispatched at almost the same time and arrived directly above the battlefield. This even included a part of the tax fleet brought by Neolaus. Most of the tax fleet had already left the Pegasus Star region, after all. They still had the important task of collecting imperial taxes. But the few frigates and destroyers that stayed behind also supplemented the firepower of the Pegasus fleet. And this time, their goal was not just to suppress the city of Pheno. The starships at full power, not afraid of the bombardment with the anti-orbital guns, began to exert greater pressure on the city of Pheno, forcing them to turn more evil energy guns to the sky for counterattacks and orbital interception. In this way, the human armored cluster on the ground suffered much less evil energy firepower. At the same time, a large number of orbital strikes were carried out, and along the defense line where the armored cluster advanced, a round of intensive orbital bombardment was carried out along the line. In particular, several L-class heavy artillery shots were fired, which caused a shocking effect. The results of the battle: the number of enemies eliminated was secondary, and the enemies in the direction of the armored cluster's attack were mainly blown to pieces and dizzy. Suddenly, the ground troops' attack was surprisingly smooth. The total distance was less than 30 kilometers. By dusk, the void shield of Pheno City was already in sight. The spearhead troops could even see the artillery fire from the starships in the sky, which was intercepted by the evil energy cannons, or directly hit the void shield and caused a large wave. Charge! Long live the 35th Brigade! The troop running in the front was a combined battalion from the 35th Brigade of the Angry Bear Legion. The 35th Brigade can be regarded as a meritorious unit of the Alliance. It was established early. During the unification war of the Angry Owl Star, they made contributions in the war to recover the northern border. Afterwards, most of them followed Gu Hang into the evil god's domain, which was still occupied by the original Angry Owl at that time, fought against storm monsters, and finally killed the gods. Later, they participated in the war against Blackbird Heavy Industries, which violated the ban on intelligent machines. At the same time, they were also the first batch of troops to be transferred in when the Angry Bear Legion was just established. They came to Korogia to fight early and achieved many results. The division headquarters received many awards from the Union government, the Star Army Command, and the Military Affairs Department, which filled the Wall of Honor. And now, this meritorious brigade has once again become famous. In the huge Battle of Korogia, they took the lead and became the first force to pass through the Void Shield and attack the city of Pheno. Chapter 356, I Promise You. During the process of the advance, the 35th Brigade was not without losses. Although the orbital strike created a passage for them, it did not last too long. And the firepower invested was not enough. The main reason was that the anti-orbital guns in Pheno City also increased their investment. They could not take care of the ground forces in the attack, and put more firepower on fighting against the interstellar battleships. This caused great trouble to the Pegasus fleet. Several ships' void shields and energy shields were blown up, and they had to evacuate urgently. Even, there were 2 frigates, because their shields were broken too suddenly, and they were hit by several more shots before they could even get out of the range of the anti-orbital guns. Although the ship did not explode, the armor was penetrated, causing considerable damage to the hull, which could be considered as a serious blow. This is what the noble Navy Master was not happy about. When Gu Hang made the request, the Pegasus fleet was unwilling to do so. Although Gu Hang was the commander of the theater, the Navy Master's temper was quite different from that of the stubborn army. When they hear a mission that they think is unreasonable, they will curse, protest, or even complain to a higher level. Fighting a huge naval decisive battle is fine, but using precious fleets to fight against surface fortresses equipped with anti-orbital guns is stupid. Just like the Navy in the 2000s fighting against coastal defense guns. However, for a greater goal, they were eventually forced to do this job. Now, there is a loss. It will probably take 2 to 3 years for the 2 ships to be repaired in the shipyard, and the total cost will probably be 200 million. This loss made the commander of the Tianma fleet even more unhappy. He communicated with the ground and Governor Gu, and reported that if they continued to fight like this, the losses would increase. But Governor Gu asked them to act according to the plan. After expressing strong dissatisfaction, the Rear Admiral could only angrily say that at most, they would fight according to the plan, and would never bear more. If the fleet suffered more losses, he would decide whether to retreat on his own. Even if the military department has to review it in the end, let it be reviewed. Gu Hang didn't pay much attention to him. Attitude is a matter of putting it aside for now. The most important thing is to get the job done. And the deputy commander of the Pegasus fleet, after all, didn't dare to really give up the battle. Although, he was unwilling to take more responsibility. At least he still followed the normal battle plan and continued to fire at the void shield of Pheno City to suppress it. As for the enemies outside the city, the battle plan only requires 1 round of orbital bombardment, so why do we need a second round? Moreover, The armored cluster of the ground forces has already begun to advance along the place they bombarded, so what else is there to bombard? As for the enemies around the route of advance, providing cover strikes, anyway. The battle plan requires 2 destroyers and 6 frigates to perform this task, but because the number of ships that have withdrawn from the battle sequence due to shield shattering has exceeded this number, it is normal that they are unable to assist. It is not the Navy problem. In the case of weak naval support, the ground armored forces attack will naturally not always go smoothly. If there is only one round of orbital bombing, it is impossible to bomb every inch of land. Even if it is bombed like this, there are people on the edge of the explosion, in the fortifications, or just lucky guys who can survive. After the bombing, the plague demon army around the bombing line that was not taken care of by the orbital firepower also hurried to support. All these have caused considerable obstacles to the path of the human armored forces. But despite these various factors, the armored group's advance is still swift. Those troops who rush to block the way rarely receive support from the evil energy cannons in the rear of Pheno City, and they were relatively scattered and rushed. Under the torrent of steel, these monsters that blocked the road were ruthlessly crushed. After paying a certain price, the 35th Brigade became the first army to break into the void shield of Pheno City, and when their military boots, wheels, and tracks stepped into the wriggling flesh, the most difficult part of the battle came. Their troops carried enough special weapons, incendiary bombs, flamethrowers. As the troops advanced, they burned the ground as they walked, burning the activated flesh, exposing the gray-black cement surface underneath. And in some places, there were exposed steel bars. They used artillery, tank guns, machine guns, and even bombs to throw into the surrounding flesh buildings, shattering them, collapsing them. On the one hand, to eliminate the possible enemy forces in those flesh buildings. On the other hand, to eliminate the flesh itself. After the 35th Brigade attacked Pheno City on a large scale, the speed of the revitalized city's advance slowed down greatly. However, at this time, a large number of plague demons poured out from all directions, besieging the human army with their own flesh and blood and sacrifice, vowing to slow down their advance. Many giant flies appeared and hovered above the battlefield, and many of them began to face the anti-aircraft vehicles and the anti-aircraft firepower of the infantry, and carried out dive bombing. Even a corrupt dragon flew onto the battlefield. It exhaled a large breath and sprayed it fiercely at a lion tank for several seconds. In these few seconds, the armor grew granulation, and it became paralyzed into a thing that was half flesh and half steel. Naturally, it could not be driven, and even the soldiers inside died. The casualties suffered by the 35th Brigade began to grow rapidly. However, their pace could not be stopped. Brigade Commander, the front line of the 3rd Company of the 3rd Battalion on the side was breached. The brothers of the Artillery Battalion were ambushed by a group of monsters. News came from the Tank Battalion. They have lost 60% of their combat vehicles. The Air Defense Battalion was attacked by the Dragon again. Our air defense interception capability has dropped by 70%. The vehicle that the political commissar, who was supervising the battle in the Air Defense Battalion, was riding in was destroyed, and he could no longer be contacted. The 4th Battalion has completely lost contact, and no company can be contacted. It is possible that they encountered a useless machine, but the possibility of annihilation of the entire army cannot be ruled out. Colonel Tikhov, the commander of the 35th Brigade, heard all the bad news at this moment. From a conventional perspective, the entire brigade has been exhausted, but there was no hesitation in his eyes. He picked up the communicator, switched to the general channel, and said, "Comrades of the 35th Brigade, I am your brigade commander Tikhov. Now, it's time to prove our loyalty. I order all troops to move forward regardless of everything. The brigade headquarters is moving forward at full speed. From the brigade headquarters to the Guard Battalion, fully supporting the frontline battle. We must do our best, at all costs, to ensure that the line of defense we tear open is large enough. For the Empire, for humanity, for the Alliance. Forward, forward, forward." The chief of staff next to him stared at Tikhov with wide eyes, and after he put down the communicator, he said bitterly, "Our 35th Brigade will be finished, and we will all die here." Tikhov smiled instead. "Then let us die gloriously. Die magnificently. Drive." These 2 words were said to the driver. The command vehicle stepped on the accelerator and began to push forward with the entire brigade headquarters and the guards. According to the order of the brigade commander, the 2 guard companies drove the infantry fighting vehicles and joined the frontline battle. The infantry of the guard company on foot filled the excessive infantry losses of the frontline troops. The entire 35th Brigade lost personnel rapidly, and even with the objective decline in combat effectiveness, it had to maintain the offensive. And the rate of loss was faster than at the beginning. However, no matter what, they are indeed still fighting forward. In the depths of the creeping hive city of Pheno, in a huge blood and flesh nest, Thompson is looking up at a creeping wall. On it, projected, is the scene of the 35th Brigade attacking. His body has long lost the weakness of his human days. Blessed, he is 3 meters tall, bloated and powerful. The body covered by the robe is still twitching from time to time. Only his eyes, still firm and clear. Looking at the projected image, his body was heaving. He, Thompson, is the contemporary leader of the Ascension sect, the apostle of the great demon, the promoter of the spread of the Koroja plague, and the current blessed one. He had long forgotten that many years ago, he was a human warrior, after being paid as an imperial tax, was incorporated into the Star Army and survived hundreds of battles. But today, looking at those passionate warriors, who were advancing despite extremely heavy casualties, that glorious period of time that had been sealed in his memory, appeared in his mind again. But these memories that came up, not only did not make him feel nostalgic, but made him even angrier. And even if he excluded the anger in his heart, just from the perspective of the war situation, he knew that he could not let this army continue to charge like this. The gap inside Pheno City was getting bigger and bigger. The deeper this human army rushed, the more human troops would come behind, and enter Pheno City in an easier way. They destroyed the body of Pheno City, forcing the entire activated hive to use more power to repair the body. This will lead to the weakening of the power of the warp. At this moment, the city of Pheno has completely stopped moving forward. Admittedly, according to the current situation, the human army should have been destroyed long ago. But in fact, that should have been done an hour ago. Destroy them. Thompson spoke. Let the dragons descend. Let the Father's dogs attack. Let the Blessed Ones attack. They must be destroyed for me. After destroying them, we must follow this road. Drive all the enemies out of our city for me. Follow your orders, messenger. Another voice echoed in this bloody nest. Then, not long after, the battlefield scene that Tomlinson saw changed. Several different troops appeared on the battlefield. The so-called Father's beloved dog refers to the rotten meat beast, which is a sick and ugly monster. Its lower body is like a long, maggot-like wriggling, and its upper body is raised high. There is a huge mouth in its abdomen. The lower limbs extend out from the side of the huge mouth, which can not only assist in movement, but also help catch prey for food. Its upper limbs are in the state of arms, which are extremely powerful. The so-called Blessed Ones are what humans call chaos eggs. This thing is 2 or 3 meters tall, roughly in human form, but completely distorted. This is what humans become when they receive the blessing of the gods, but cannot bear it anymore. 5 or 6 giant beasts, carrying dozens of chaos eggs, appeared on the front line of the battlefield, which immediately brought about a direct change in the battle situation. Chaos eggs cannot withstand tank guns, but bullets have little effect on them. After they charge close, they can overturn the tanks with their flesh. The rotten meat monster could even withstand tank gunfire. One shot, a piece of its body was broken off, and its flesh and blood flew everywhere, but it was not fatal at all. The squirming flesh and blood would grow back soon. The strong corrosive pus spewed out from the huge mouth of its abdomen can melt tanks. No matter how determined the 35th Brigade was to fight, it was finally unable to move forward under such a strong resistance. And the demon dragon in the sky, at this moment, dived directly. It suffered some injuries from the anti-aircraft artillery fire, but it also destroyed 2 anti-aircraft vehicles with its dragon breath. After landing, it was not far from the command vehicle of Brigade Commander Tikoff. It had been eyeing it for a long time. Facing the crawling dragon, Tikoff's command vehicle was not afraid. The only firepower on it, a heavy grenade launcher, continued to fire at the dragon, under the heavy bombs, without the swarm of plague flies to cover it. The dragon's rotten body was hit, and its flesh flew everywhere. But it still rushed to the command vehicle quickly, flipped it over, and then slapped it with its sharp claws. After 7 or 8 attacks, the entire command vehicle was smashed to pieces. After venting, the dragon roared to the sky, and was arrogant. But before the roar ended, a heavy artillery shell hit its head, blowing its head off. Thompson saw clearly that this was not a simple human artillery or tank gun. The projected image zoomed out, and he saw a steel behemoth coming from a distance with smoke still coming out of its muzzle. It was a Lion King tank. Following the space created by the 35th Brigade, the armored cluster of the human army finally had a stronger main force. Its two secondary guns were also firing, and the main gun that had just completed a one-shot kill was charging again. The next shot destroyed another giant beast of rotten flesh. Thompson spoke in a low voice. "We must stop these humans. Send more troops. Send more troops. We must not let the sacrifice of the 35th Brigade go to waste." Likishi shouted loudly. He was appointed as the frontline commander of this armored assault, and was giving orders to the staff group at this moment. His face was extremely red, and he was very distressed by the sacrifice of the 35th Brigade. But despite the pain, he did not stop himself from seizing this opportunity. After giving the order, he calculated and dialed an encrypted communication channel. "Governor, 15 divisions have entered the city of Pheno, and we have achieved your expected goal. After that, I am confident that within an hour, I can send another 15 divisions in, including some infantry divisions, with a total number of more than 300,000. Okay. Thank you for your hard work." Governor Gu's voice came later. "Make sure to keep up the offensive." "I understand," Likishi replied first, and then asked hesitantly, "We have made great sacrifices, and the final victory will definitely belong to us. Right? I promise you." Chapter 357, Subspace Smuggling Plan. Needless to say, you can also see that countless Imperial warriors are fighting on the battlefield below. Our armored forces have rushed into the Devil's Den of Pheno City after paying a huge sacrifice. They will continue to attack until they die. This is an offensive full of despair. Many of their commanders understand that their attack itself does not make much sense, and they cannot succeed. But this is also an offensive full of passion and infinite loyalty. Just because they know, when they sacrifice their lives in blood and fire, they appear even greater and more loyal. And all they did was for us. All of you are the elite among the elite, the glory of mankind. That is why you must never forget the tens of millions of cornerstones of the Empire who sacrificed in this battle. Keep them in your heart, and with their will, go to carry out our mission. I have assured the commanders on the front line that the final victory will belong to us. Now, I need you to assure me whether the victory belongs to us." Gu Heng was giving his final speech to the troops that would be participating in the operation. In front of him, there were about 600 to 700 people. The largest team was composed of 300 elite soldiers from the 10th Brigade. Half of them were equipped with normal exoskeleton armor, but the soldiers were carefully selected from the brigade. The other half, 150 people, came from a special formation of the 10th Brigade, the Fong Battalion. The difference between them and other troops in the 10th Brigade was that they were all equipped with servant-type feedback power armor. Unlike the silver-gray paint of the Demon Hunters, the fangs are painted in bright yellow, with some orange as embellishments. The next three teams each have a total of 100 people. 100 psychers from the Storm Mage Corps, all of whom are equipped with exoskeletons to assist in their movements. Their leader, Ms. Deriz, has a set of sky blue feedback power armor. 100 Space Marines from the Phoenix Regiment. 100 of them. 100 Battle Sisters from the Holy Lily of Mercy. In addition to these 600 people, there are 12 Ranger-type Night Mechs and 4 War Dog-class Titans. Their drivers add up to 60 people. In addition to Gu Heng himself, a total of 661 people are about to participate in the action. These people listened to Governor Gu pre-war mobilization. Among them, even the veterans were moved by it. The 4-century-old veterans in the Phoenix were fine. They knew what they should do without saying anything. Many of the fighting nuns in the Holy Mercy Lily have decades of combat experience. If they were on other battlefields, they might not have so many feelings. But now the battlefield is in Karogia, in their own homeland. Looking at the many people, some of them are Karogia people, and some of them come from other planets to support them, who have made great sacrifices to save the world. They have long been full of fighting spirit, but at this time, they are further inspired. Even they were like this, the new soldiers, even more so. The more outgoing soldiers even began to shout, "Victory belongs to us. For the Emperor. For humanity. For Karoja. For humanity." The shouts were not in unison. They had never practiced this before, but there was no doubt that they all expressed their emotions and attitudes. Gu Heng smiled. "Then let's go!" Gu Heng gave the order to go. At this moment, it had been almost a day since he had talked to Likishi. According to Likishi, He could send a total of 30 divisions into Pheno City within an hour. He did it. Moreover, he did more than that. Not only 30 armored divisions. They tore a large enough gap in Pheno City. And from other directions, they made multiple gaps. And after the frontline troops pressed deep enough, a large number of infantry units also followed. At least 20 infantry masters entered the city of Pheno. They were originally accompanying the armored forces. And when they had the chance, they would definitely rush in desperately. Moreover, their attack was not limited to the ground. The initial area they attacked was only the surface of the hive. They did not dare to attack downwards. But they had the courage to attack upwards. The roads in the activated hive had changed significantly. And the hive maps that were copied and distributed were not very useful. And it was not easy for the armored forces to find the way up. But for the infantry regiment, it is not difficult to find the way up. At present, the human troops deployed in the Pheno City hive have exceeded 1 million. Moreover, they also found that pushing the front line into Pheno City has another advantage. They will be less exposed to the evil energy bombardment. At the same time, they are less likely to be attacked from the air. Those heavy artillery are obviously not easy to transfer bombardment in the city. Although the hive has changed a lot, many places are still fixed. Whether it is the hovering dragon or the plague fly swarm, they cannot carry out air strikes anytime and anywhere. Of course, there are disadvantages as well. In the flesh and blood body of Pheno City, from time to time, a small-sized but very vicious evil energy cannon would emerge from a nearby flesh mass and attack the human army. At the same time, the deeper the attack, the more elusive the enemy whereabouts became. As long as there is an activated flesh and blood building or the ground that has not been cleaned up, a cavity door may be opened at any time, and the plague evil monster will emerge from it, causing considerable damage to the human army. Another very bad situation is that the roads opened by orbital bombardment and armored assault show signs of being blocked again. The plague demon army seems to be trying to break through the retreat of the human army, seal them in the city, and then encircle them. At present, unless the attack is abandoned and the troops are withdrawn in time, the human army has no other way to fight back. The main force of the demon army outside the city has not been eliminated, but a straight path has been blown out. There are tens of kilometers of battle lines on both sides of this passage. The troops protecting the rear of the human army simply cannot withstand the two-sided attack from the enemy. Even in the city of Pheno, the human army's offensive momentum of the previous day could not be maintained. They turned to take root on the spot, and it was good enough to maintain the current captured positions. The situation has reached a critical moment. But at the same time, Gu Heng also believes that the time to launch the final attack is ripe. In fact, as long as there are 300,000 or 500,000 human troops in Pheno City, his requirements have been met. The current situation is even better than what he wanted earlier. More than twice. This gives him and his psychic subordinates a lot of room for error. The storm mages, who had been prepared, quickly set up a magic circle around everyone as they had practiced in the past few months. And at the core of the formation, the person standing was Deriz. Her space psychic talent will play a core role in the entire work. This is a primer to open the space gate. If it is just a regular teleportation, why would it be necessary to use the blood of millions of warriors as a prelude? Gu Heng, floating above Deriz, is the host of this teleportation raid involving hundreds of people across a distance of only more than 200 kilometers. The entire teleportation formation has been taken over by him. And he quietly opened the subspace rift. This rift, of course, connected to his kingdom of Storm God. The next moment, a deep blue light enveloped all the people on the formation. More than 600 people, along with many heavy machines, disappeared in an instant. Many of them were experiencing teleportation for the first time, so they thought everything was normal. They were nervous, only because they had never experienced it before, and were told in advance that teleportation would have certain safety risks, and the task ahead was difficult. But at the same time, many of them have experienced teleportation. For example, Ms. Grit. She noticed that this psychic teleportation seemed a little different from what she had experienced in other battlefields in the past. In the past, point-to-point teleportation in the real world often happened in an instant. After a dizzy feeling and a dazzling white light that made it impossible to see anything clearly, it was over, and they should have arrived at the target location. If you are lucky, there are few enemies around, and the teleported team has time to sort out their equipment, deploy their formation, and determine their specific location. There will be deviations in the teleportation, If you are unlucky, you will directly fall into the enemy group, which is considered a good thing. At worst, you will fight with others with a scattered formation and dizzy debuffs. Anyway, you are teleported here to do this job. And the enemies, who are ambushed, may not be much better off. The worst case scenario is being teleported into a stone. Half of the body is inside, and the other half is outside. That would be fatal. Literally fatal. The force of the teleported space would push away the entities in the area, whether it is air or any other substance, and then place the teleported body there. The air is pushed away, which is nothing more than a gust of wind, but other things are forcibly pushed away, and the excessive pressure will often cause fatal damage to the person whose half or whole body is trapped in it. Even if you withstand the damage, it is normal to be trapped inside and unable to get out, but the probability of this is not high. The teleporter will try to eliminate this risk, just like they will try to make the teleportation as accurate as possible. As for accidents, psychic teleportation will have accidents. What to do? But the difference this time is that the dizziness is much more serious. It is more serious than when teleporting to board a ship and crossing thousands of kilometers. Tens of thousands of kilometers. At the same time, the strong light in front of me is not white light, but a blue light. The key point is that she didn't feel that she had arrived at her destination, but was stuck in a certain environment. The blue light, that couldn't be covered even with her eyes closed, made her unable to see the surroundings at all. She only felt that her body was floating. She seemed to hear the sound of lightning. The dizziness and nausea were easing quickly, but her heart was getting more and more panicked. Would there be a teleportation accident? This was certainly not a teleportation accident, but Gu Hang did it on purpose. At this moment, everyone was in his storm kingdom. This was already the subspace, and it was also the springboard he needed to use. The purified plague sword was already in his hand. He held the sword in his hand and swung it vigorously. A hole was torn in the space in front of him. The space full of evil and rotten smell was just opposite the space crack. Although it was very disgusting, this power did not show any hostility, nor did it backfire. At this stage, Gu Hang finally let go. Although, in the previous calculations and estimates, this should be the result. But after all, there is no condition to experiment. He still feels a little bit sympathetic. And at this moment, the conjecture came true. The subspace surrounding and eroding Kuroja belongs to the great unclean one Galaga. The power source of the magic sword in his hand is also the same. It is the incarnation of Galaga. And by using this holy weapon to contact this subspace, there will be no counterattack. Then, Gu Hang used his own power to wrap everyone, and continued to teleport, passing through the gap torn by the magic sword, and came to the subspace area closest to Pheno City. Although both are subspaces, the environment here is completely different from the kingdom of Storm God. A thick green breath floats here, and in every inch of air, there seem to be countless tiny creatures. They are leisurely and contented. They act recklessly, and they have received a promise from a great being, ensuring that they will always exist and can do whatever they want. These floating tiny creatures have no intelligence. The only thing they want to do is to reproduce. Reproduce, and reproduce again. The human body that breaks into this subspace is obviously the best carrier of reproduction. Their instincts prompt them to rush to enter the human body through the respiratory tract, through the skin, through the exposed mucous membranes, etc. But they are separated by a force that is of the same origin as them, but much more powerful. They can only stay where they are. That power belongs to the owner of this space. Gu Hang, who was not rejected, was still cautious. He quickly followed the calculated route, wrapped everyone with the power of psychic energy, and came to the core area of Pheno City. Came to Pheno City from the subspace. This sounds incredible, but it is actually very simple. The reason why Pheno City can survive is precisely because the entire city has been completely covered by the subspace law, or the entire city has been dragged into the subspace, and has become a part of it. The entire city of Pheno has a dual superposition state of the real world and the subspace. The closer to the edge of Pheno City, the weaker the superposition state is. The reality curtain can still play a certain role, but the closer to the core, the more solid the superposition of the two. In the core, the two are simply integrated into one. And the goal of Gu Hang and his group is exactly in the core of Pheno City. Here is the reason for the activation of the city. At the same time, the source of the power of the evil magic void shield, and the evil energy anti-orbital cannon that protect the activated city in the real world also comes from here. To destroy these, they have to come here. And now, They have arrived. Galaga has no reaction to this, and the subspace here has no rejection of their arrival. Using the magic sword that comes from the same source as Galaga, the plan to smuggle into the subspace is half successful. Chapter 358. Meat Mountain. It is impossible to come to Pheno City in this way. This place is full of the power of Galaga. And because it is in the subspace, it will appear here in its complete form. It is almost impossible to defeat a big demon in its domain. The Galaga here is more powerful than the most powerful individual Gu Heng has ever encountered. The original angry owl with the title of God. In the past 4 years, Gu Heng experience has gradually accumulated, and his gift points are relatively abundant. So he has already raised his psychic level to level 8. However, according to the information shared by the Psychic Order, the strength of his 8th level psychic is still at the level of an A-level psychic in the grading of the order. He may have to upgrade to level 9 to reach the level of an S-level psychic. This is the level he can only reach after he has various talents and event bonuses. If it were any of the heroes that Gu Heng activated, such as Therese, it would probably have to be at level 10 to have the strength of an S-level psychic. Of course, if Gu Heng ripped open the subspace gate and invested the power of the Kingdom of Storms into himself, then his psychic strength would instantly reach the level of S-level, or even higher. But despite this, Gu Heng did not think that this level of power was enough to defeat a great unclean being in the subspace. Unless there were various advantages similar to the one when fighting the original Wrathful Owl, such as Galaga also being stuck in the gap between the reality curtain and the subspace, such as Gu Heng having an army under his command to fight this great demon. But obviously, these things are impossible. Then, the only chance of winning is to not let Galaga get involved. At least not before they complete their goal. Using the magic sword left after Galaga's incarnation was destroyed, they successfully passed the first wave of difficulties. Galaga did not react. This is normal. This subspace belongs to Galaga, and it is full of his power, his aura. What is so special about the magic sword? The magic group led by Gu Heng successfully completed the teleportation and arrived at the core area of Pheno City. They arrived at the core area where the reality curtain no longer existed in Pheno City, and the subspace completely overlapped. Even the demons entrenched here had no reaction to the uninvited guests brought by Gu Heng, until the bullets of the human warriors fell on their heads. Where did they come from? Tomlinson was extremely puzzled and shocked. He immediately thought of the means of psychic teleportation. Only this ability can allow an army to ignore the physical distance and suddenly appear. However, psychic teleportation can break through the physical distance, but it cannot break through the distance of the subspace. Or it is impossible to be so easy. And it is even more impossible to be imperceptible. In fact, in order to avoid this situation, the core area of Pheno City is prepared for anti-psychic teleportation. It is difficult to completely eliminate it, but there are interference devices. Unless the teleported psychic is particularly strong, it is easy to be guided to the outside. At the same time, due to the existence of the subspace, no matter how accurate the enemy teleportation is, at most, it can only appear on the periphery of the core area. If someone really did this, they would run into their most stringent defense. Moreover, when the enemy activated the psychic crossing, the alarm facilities he installed here would also give an immediate warning. However, none of these preparations worked. The enemy just appeared directly in front of him. Moreover, the strength of the enemy was a bit outrageous. The image projected on the flesh and blood wall in front of him was strongly interfered by psychic energy. However, he still saw several famous figures in the flickering picture. Space Marines, Battle Sisters, Night Mechs, and even Titans. What the hell? Why are there so many things in Kuroja? Except for the Battle Sisters whose home base is in Kuroja. Where did the others come from? Even though he was completely inhuman now, he was still frightened. Let all the guards on the periphery. Immediately, as soon as Thompson's dull voice sounded, a violent explosion was heard. The projection image in front of him was completely extinguished, and the wall of flesh and blood was blown to pieces, revealing a big hole. Thompson's reaction was also very fast. His dirty, ugly and huge body suddenly sank down, forming a cavity. A ball of thick fog was thrown out from it, just covering the 2 phoenixes rushing in from the broken hole. The evil power quickly corroded the ceramic steel armor on the phoenix. The 2 phoenixes felt extreme pain, but despite this, they still insisted on raising the grenade launchers in their hands and fired bullets at the terrifying huge pile of rotten meat in the core nest. In an instant, at least a dozen bullets hit Thompson, and blood and flesh flew everywhere. However, This injury was nothing to Thompson, who was like a mountain of meat. The two phoenixes could not hold on any longer. They died suddenly under the poison, and even their power armor was corroded. Even ceramic steel could not resist this vicious evil. Thompson felt a little relieved. He did not expect to completely block the attack of those humans by relying on a cloud of poisonous fog. But as long as he could delay for a while, the elites guarding outside the core nest would be able to return to defend earlier. The sacrifice of the two phoenixes made Gu Heng feel a little distressed. Although he had known for a long time that this operation would not be easy and sacrifice was inevitable, he still felt distressed. After all, it was not easy to train one. And the sacrifice of these two people also revealed what was ahead. Grit Martins, Rizzo discussed and planned to attack together again. Martins had a more solid Terminator power armor to protect him, while Rizzo and Grit were protected by the Emperor. What's more, the psychics in the back can also provide them with protection. With multiple means, the risk should be greatly reduced. However, at this moment, Gu Heng's voice sounded, "Let me do it." The three of them were stunned and wanted to persuade him immediately. But they were all stopped by Gu Heng. He is the highest commander, and he has the final say in everything here. Gu Heng doesn't really have any hobbies to risk his life. However, the most critical point of this operation is to be fast. Then he would do his best. He did not want any delay. The later the end time, the greater the sacrifice, and even the possibility of Gawaga's coming. He flew straight to the cave entrance. When he entered the poisonous fog, his body protection aura was directly stimulated. The vicious evil method and his spiritual power were in fierce confrontation. At the same time, he also noticed a huge tentacle flying towards him. Gu Heng was not in a hurry. His eyes were glowing blue, and spiritual power gushed out of his body. Under the strong wind, the poisonous fog was quickly blown away. At the same time, the huge tentacle was also locked by the invisible telekinesis and stopped at least 20 meters away from Gu Heng. Martins and others at the entrance of the cave noticed the dissipation of the poisonous fog and rushed in immediately. With their weapons raised high, they originally planned to launch a fierce attack on the enemy as soon as they entered. However, the scene before them made them stunned. First of all, what surprised people was the opponent they were going to deal with this time. The strange enemy that looked like a meat mountain. The stench coming out of it could be smelled even through the life support helmet, which was very uncomfortable. The second thing that surprised people was its current state. It was trembling and twitching. Many arcs of electricity flashed from time to time on the meat mountain. Governor Gu, who was floating in the air in front of the meat mountain, raised his right hand, and an arc of electricity condensed in his hand, forming a huge lightning spear. Then, this lightning spear, like a divine punishment, was thrown out by Gu Heng and hit the meat mountain in front of him. The meat mountain seemed to have been bombarded by a cannon, and a huge hole appeared on its body. The rotten meat was wriggling, trying to heal the wound, but the arcs flashing on its body were preventing its wounds from regenerating. The meat mountain that was hit couldn't do anything at all, just twitching there, taking the beating in vain, and didn't react as quickly as when the flesh wall was first blasted out of the hole. Lightning paralyzed his body, and spiritual energy seized his soul. Of course, he could only passively take the beating. This was the second lightning spear Gu Heng had fired, and the third one continued to condense in his hand. At this time, the soldiers who rushed in woke up as if from a dream, and began to assist their governor in the attack. No wonder they were stunned before. The lightning spear in Gu Heng's hand was too powerful and too scary. In fact, whether they helped or not, it didn't seem to make much difference. The small wounds that the grenade launchers in their hands could cause were not at the same level as the governor's lightning spears. Of course, they could also get close and try to use power swords, holy gold halberds, and gravity staffs to attack. But there was no need. Governor Gu fired a lightning spear in a few breaths, each of which was like a giant cannon. There was no need for them to intervene. It would be better to follow the plan and build a defense line nearby. The commanders did so one after another, asking the soldiers to come in quickly and arrange defenses. However, while working, everyone was always attracted by the huge bombardment sound and couldn't help looking at the center. The meat mountain, after the governor-general bombarded it with 19 lightning spears, had been flattened. Such a great power made everyone present feel in awe. Even the veterans among the Space Marines, or the experienced female warriors among the Battle Sisters, were the same. Is this the power of an A-level psychic? The A-level psychics I had seen before were not so fierce. Perhaps those A-level psychics could attack with similar strength. But it was impossible for them to fire 19 times in a row without taking a breath. Governor Gu was a little too fierce. At this moment, the governor floated in the center of the nest, and the blue light in his eyes did not fade at all, but became brighter. His voice sounded in everyone's ears. I have found the location of the demon engine that maintains the evil magic void shield. At the same time, there are also positions for 9 L-class evil energy railguns. Captain Martins, I grant you full command. Please lead Team A to destroy the demon engine. After that, you can divide your troops, form groups, or work together to destroy as many evil energy railguns as possible. But remember, you must return here within 3 hours. The rest, stay here, under the command of Brigadier General Nevis, to ensure that nothing goes wrong. Therese and the Storm Mage Corps, please start building a transmission channel immediately. In 3 hours, we will leave here. Yes. Martin stood up, quickly gathered the members of Team A, and set off. The so-called Team A was a team that was organized before the action, and it accounted for almost 2/3 of the entire team except for the psychics. The rest of the people also performed their duties, and did what they were supposed to do according to the orders of the governor. Time is running out, and no one will relax at this time. Among them, the busiest person is none other than Gu Hang. He assigned work and tasks to all his subordinates, making them busy. He himself was also busy with the most important task, to stop Guwajia with all his strength. Of course, Guwajia should not have noticed the movement here yet. This is why Gu Hang wanted to raid here first. He had long realized that, here, the meat mountain that he had just flattened, was actually the spokesperson of Gavaga, the messenger of Gavaga, the core of Gavaga's power projected into the real world, maintaining the superposition state of Pheno City and the subspace. However, killing him does not mean that everything is over. Pheno City has long been hopeless, and the problem cannot be solved by killing a cult leader or a great demon messenger. The core area of Pheno City has been completely dragged into the subspace. The core of the problem here lies in the subspace, in Gavaga, not in the messenger outside, who is the person who maintains the erosion of the subspace. What if we kill this monster? If Galaga finds out, he can always choose another person to play a similar role. Even, if necessary, its real body will come. The problem will not be solved at all. But the key point is that, whether Galaga finds out, it will take time to find a new spokesperson, or come in person. The temporarily removed core, and Gu Hang's spiritual power acting here, blocking here with the magic sword, will isolate the interaction between the two worlds. And because the essence of the magic sword is Gawaga's own power, it will also make it difficult for the big unclean to find the problem in the first place. What he was doing at the moment was to make this isolation, which was not likely to attract Gawajia's attention, last as long as possible. However, this isolation could not last forever. After a long time, Gawajia would eventually find out. And what Gu Hang wanted was this time difference in between. Chapter 359, Heartless. What Gu Hang did at the moment was all to create more time windows for Team A's actions. The core of their action, this time, was to destroy the Void Shield and the Evil Cannon. Although, even if these two things were destroyed, the problem of Pheno City was not solved. New Evil Cannons and Void Shields would soon be produced by Pheno City. But this would take time. Without the protection of the Void Shield and the counterattack of the Evil Cannon, the free-handed Imperial Navy would be enough to bring destruction to Pheno City before the new Void Shield and Evil Cannon came out. This is Gu Hang's entire plan. In theory, if he personally led the team to destroy the Void Shield and the Evil Energy Cannon, it should be the fastest. But unfortunately, it's not possible. If he left at this moment, I'm afraid that Galaga would immediately discover the abnormality of Pheno City. After all, using the magic sword, blocking the two worlds, isolating information transmission, only he can do it. He is now very busy. The situation of the incident in the central nest of Pheno City, the demons in this space, the cultists, almost know everything they should know. They kept trying to pass this information to the subspace. This was originally very simple, just a thought. The master of this subspace that was integrated with the city of Pheno, the great unclean one Gavaga, could sense the thoughts of these lower-level demons, and thus learn the situation. And what Gu Hang did was to take the magic sword and intercept all these thoughts. This was a huge workload, but fortunately, the only outlet for the information was Tomlinson, the Meat Mountain, who was killed by Gu Hang. Gu Hang blocked this way. and all the information had to pass through him. Just blocking. That is not enough. Otherwise, Gawajia would not receive a message for a long time, and the network would be disconnected directly, and he would know something was wrong immediately. Therefore, Gu Heng would also compile some thoughts, disguised as normal situations, to deceive Gawajia. This part of the work is also very complicated and tiring. These thoughts he woven were extracted from the existing intercepted parts and modified. Some places are illogical. Some places seem strange. And some places are even inconsistent with the actual situation. After all, there are so many of them here. And Gu Heng is not a god. Nor can he be perfect. But the Great Unclean One is not a god either. Oh! It is possible that it can be considered as such. But it is obviously far from being omniscient and omnipotent. That big devil. It is impossible to distinguish carefully at all times and listen to all the information. In addition, whether it is a demon or a cultist who has been corroded by the whispers of the subspace, their minds are not very clear. They are confused, crazy, and some strange and illogical content is also normal. Gu Heng tried hard to maintain the balance here. Gavaga would eventually find out. He was just delaying the time as much as possible. This was not easy, not to mention, there was something constantly interfering with him. That was Tomlinson. That was the meat mountain that he had flattened with his lightning spear before. That guy, of course, is still dead. Tomlinson is essentially a powerful sorcerer. His master is the great demon Gavaga, who has a twisted, but very strong soul. The changes in his body were caused by the erosion of the subspace, and were only superficial. Under Gu Heng Thunder, his body was completely destroyed, and his soul was torn into countless pieces. This was definitely a death sentence in every sense. But it was precisely because Gu Heng replaced him, holding the magic sword, blocking this place, that Tomlinson's shattered soul fragments could not dissipate and surrounded Gu Heng. Under normal circumstances, Gu Heng would have easily dismissed these fragments. But now, most of his energy was on intercepting information and fabricating information, and he could not spare any time. But fortunately, this influence is not critical. It is just that from time to time, some illusions will appear in front of his eyes. These illusions are basically the most impressive ones in Tomlinson's past life experiences. There is a scene when Tomlinson was young. He saw his father being beaten to death in the street. That year, there were some problems with the imperial taxes that Finno City had to pay. The human tax was enough, and the material tax was a little less. So the factories stopped paying food wages, saying that the taxes should be paid first, and the employees owed would be paid later. The Thompson family, his father, his mother, his 9-year-old self, and his 5-year-old sister, all lost their wages. He and his sister were working as child laborers. Once they were owed, it would be a month. People in the lower Nest district of Finno City struggled on the line of starvation. They could not make ends meet. If they stopped paying for a month, they would starve to death. So, he had no other choice but to follow his father to steal. They were caught. His father tried to stop him from running, but he was beaten to death. Hiding in the corner, he engraved this scene deeply in his mind. Later, his mother died soon and gave food to him and his sister, who starved to death. The second scene was a naked corpse. It was his sister who he had raised since she was a child. At the age of 17, she ignored his advice and followed a man from the middle-class district. A month later, the naked corpse was thrown on the street. After the security team figured out the identity of the corpse, they notified him to collect the body. The third scene is him saying goodbye to his family. That year, Tomlinson was 27 years old, and the imperial tax was imposed on him. His life had just started to improve, and he and his wife had formed a family. His eldest son was 3 years old, and his youngest daughter was just born. He worked hard and got a chance to be promoted. But the imperial tax was supreme, so he had to follow it. He could only comfort himself that if he paid the imperial tax, his family would be exempted from part of the tax in the future, and he could also get a subsidy. The fourth scene shows him lying in a field hospital. At that time, he was already an officer. After being levied the imperial tax, he boarded a starship and was sent to the Gene 1 star region to join a logistic slave team of the Star Army. After 29 years of fighting, he first became a regular soldier on the battlefield, and then made many meritorious deeds and was promoted to an officer. At the same time, he also spent half of his life from youth to old age on the battlefield against the green-skinned orcs. Compared with his comrades who changed one after another, He was lucky to have survived for 29 years. But today, his luck ran out. He lost a leg and an arm on the battlefield. But he was lucky enough to be rescued in a field hospital. His achievements and medals gave him the opportunity to choose to return to the rear and spend the rest of his life on the new colony, or return to his hometown. He chose the latter. He was one of the few people who could return to his hometown on a supply transport ship. He had many medals that he had won with his life, and the most outstanding one was a warrior medal, which was very valuable. After returning home, at his request, he was assigned a government position in his hometown of Fino. The first thing he did when he returned was to look for his family. This is the 5th scene. Still a naked body. But it is just an old photo. It was his little daughter, who was found dead on the street at the age of 17. It was said that she was attacked by a mob, and her death was almost exactly the same as her aunt. The photo was the case information retained by the police at that time. His eldest son was levied as an imperial tax in the 22nd year after he left Koroja, and a death notice was sent back only 3 years later. His wife became ill due to years of overwork, and her relatives died, and she died of depression 2 years ago. All this made him collapse. He never had any good feelings towards the so-called empire. His family when he was young was broken up by the imperial tax, and his own family was also broken up by the imperial tax. After joining the army, he once believed the propaganda of the political commissar and the military chaplain, and believed that the emperor was supreme and protected mankind. He believed that he was fighting for the empire and all mankind, and that he was sacrificing his life for a higher level and greater interests. And he had no regrets about it. But after returning home, he couldn't get over the feeling of disillusionment. This is the 6th scene. He smashed his warrior medal hard. From this moment on, he could hear the affectionate call of his loving father. The lies of the false emperor and the corrupt and dirty system of the empire made him feel sick. He completely devoted himself to the Holy Father and began to preach secretly as a low-level official and established the Eternal Life sect. He sincerely believed that Koroja needed to change and could not go on like this. The people at the bottom would never have peace. He also sincerely believed that it was a wonderful thing to drive away the false emperor beliefs, dissolve the empire's ruling system, and let all people enter the warm, eternal embrace of the loving Father. He worked tirelessly for 50 years, and now, his career is finally about to bear fruit. But he encountered Gu Hang, the Terminator, Tomlinson's life. It seems really miserable. But Gu Hang is a hard-hearted person in this matter. He let many illusions flash before his eyes, and his mentality did not change at all. First of all, Tomlinson's experience was not a classic or representative experience in Koroja. It was not because his experience was not tragic enough, but because he was actually very lucky. His parents died. His sister died tragically, which was tragic. But many people in Koroja had experienced this, and there were many who were even more tragic. Moreover, most of them could not get to the stage of getting married, having children, getting promoted and getting a pay raise as he did. 99.99% of the people who were paid as taxes by the empire could not come back alive. Not only did he survive the war for 29 years, he became an officer, and he was able to retire alive and return to his hometown. This was extremely lucky. His wife died in her 50s, which was long past the average life expectancy of Koroja at 36 years. His daughter died tragically, and his son was taxed. Koroja would have about 700 to 800 million people taxed every 2 years. So it was not surprising that he was taxed so much. If even he was crying out in misery, then everyone in Koroja must be miserable. But, then again, a person who was considered very lucky ended up like this. What would a person with normal luck be like? It's no wonder that the immortal cult could grow and develop. It's no wonder that there are dozens of hives in Koroja, and the base areas of each hive have collective riots every now and then, and the plague spreads rapidly. If Gu Hang, who traveled through time, was in such an environment from the beginning, he would definitely be thinking about rebellion. Individual tragedies are very moving. But for a ruler like Gu Hang, he can see that what is reflected behind this is a systemic problem. He will solve the problem on Koroja, which may be a more difficult task than the current war. But he is confident that he has a complete set of solutions. But everything needs to wait until the demon invasion disaster on Koroja is generally stabilized before it can be implemented. First, make sure that the entire planet will not become a devil's den, and make sure that hundreds of millions of people will not become zombies. Then we can talk about other things. As for the fragments of Tomlinson's soul, the many illusions generated in front of Gu Hang's eyes. In his opinion, they were just some insignificant ravings left by a madman who was defeated by reality. Gu Hang would not let it become a factor that hindered him from completing his mission of saving Kurogia. He did not have the time to deal with these illusions. Nor did he need to deal with them. He just watched indifferently, without paying any attention to it, wholeheartedly blocking the transmission of information, and weaving false information, deceiving Galaga. But it seemed that Galaga had become suspicious. We lost 7 soldiers, and have completed the task of attracting the defenders. Lacroxia's voice, through the encrypted reliable communication, was transmitted to Martin's ears. Later, Ms. Grit also sent her message. My sisters and I are in place. Okay. After Martins gave a reply, he took a deep breath and ordered, everyone charge. Behind him, 3 Warhound-class Titans, which were separated by a certain distance, came out of silence and began to run forward at full speed. The 15-meter-tall war dog, almost, had its head hit the top of the blood and flesh nest. 9 night mechas followed closely behind. Around these behemoths, hundreds of phoenixes, holy lilies, and elite warriors of the Fong Battalion were scattered among them. Blocking them was a wall of blood and flesh. The bombs that had been installed on it blew up the wall. Amid the flying blood and flesh, 3 Titans rushed over. The few remaining walls could not stop the Titans' impact at all, leaving 3 large pits. Behind this wall, there are a large number of demons. They turned their backs to the direction where the Titans were rushing, and their attention was almost completely attracted by the target in front of them, who was fiercely exchanging fire. The sudden attack from behind caught them off guard. Many demons turned around, and their souls were surging. Demons are also afraid. The brainless plague-stitched corpses, the rotten meat monsters, were just stunned for a moment. How did the wall behind them break? What are these 3 iron lumps that are bigger than themselves rushing in? The creatures with brains, such as plague bearers and plague wizards, were terrified. They knew that something fatal was coming. But what could they do? They would just die. The Titans opened fire. The Hellfire missile launchers on their shoulders fired half a round of missiles in an instant. 18 Hellfire missiles covered a large area in front. The large-yield Hellfire missiles had extremely strong destructive power, and the damage effect was exaggerated. All targets in the central area of the explosion will be destroyed by the shock wave and high temperature and pressure. At the same time, with the explosion, the hot melt powder will scatter and burn violently. Any material that is touched, even if it is just a little bit, will quickly burn out a huge hole. If it is a human-sized thing, it will be burned directly, even for a few rotten meat beasts. Plague giant toads. If they are touched too much, they will be melted all over. With their strong vitality, they might not be burned to death immediately, but the hot melt dust that can release extremely high temperature for a long time without open flames is like a miniature hot melt bomb, which will burn them sooner or later. In this area, 18 Hellfire missiles formed a purgatory-like scene. The 3 war dogs still did not give up so easily. In addition to the missile nest at the back, there are 2 main guns on the waist, or both sides of the head of the war dog. One is a melta-cannon, and the other is a kinetic cannon. The 3 Titans kept moving forward, while maintaining the rhythm of shooting. Whether it was the large-caliber kinetic heavy cannon, or the melta-cannon, the large monsters in the edge area of the previous Hellfire missile bombardment were called out one by one. It was just a different way of death. Those bombarded by kinetic cannons were shattered. Those bombarded by melta-cannons melted into a pile of red flowing debris, until they finally cooled down to gray and black. Suddenly attacking from behind, taking the lead, 3 Titans opened fire at full power, and suddenly disintegrated the resistance of these demons. Then, as the Titans broke into the big hole, 9 Nightmechs followed, and more elite infantry units also rushed in. Even though the Nightmechs above 8 meters did not have as strong firepower as the Titans, they should not be underestimated. Even if it was the Phoenix, the Fangs, the grenade launchers in their hands could cause devastating blows to some monsters of regular size. They chased the demons in front of them, pursuing them relentlessly. On the other side, the team of dozens of people led by Lacrocia, who attracted the enemy attention, also launched an attack. The surviving demons, who had lost their battle formation and their will to fight, began to collapse. The human army drove these demons stride forward to their final destination, which was the demon engine that supported the existence of the Void Shield. Everything went so smoothly, even so smoothly that Martins felt that it was not right to arrange for Ms. Grit to lead an additional team as a backup. They were about to attack from the front. and the demon engine was close at hand. As long as it entered the firing range, the three titans, with their heavy artillery, would be able to disable it with 1 round of firepower, and 2 more rounds would make it impossible to repair. The void shield generator could not generate a void shield to protect itself, and it was not necessary under normal circumstances. In fact, they had arrived now. It was a closed space, surrounded by a circle of flesh and blood walls. But inside, there are still a constant stream of monsters coming out. They are like being squeezed out of the flesh, and the demons that were killed by them before also regrouped here. These chaotic monsters are certainly not particularly orderly guys. The demon army always has similar situations. They will scatter when they are beaten, either running away or rushing in without thinking. And to organize them, you need a strong enough individual. Now, it seems that such an individual exists. Martin saw a monster about 2.5 meters tall, covered with pus, shouting something. The demons around him were very afraid of him and did not dare to disobey his orders. The monsters squeezed out from the flesh and blood wall behind him were undoubtedly obeying his orders. He was a leader. After making a judgment, Martins took action. With his left arm raised, the heavy bomb revolver machine gun violently blasted the metal storm towards the monster. At the same time, his order was also transmitted to several night mechas. The machine guns they were equipped with, accompanied by Martin's firepower, covered it. The 3 war dogs continued to move forward according to the plan, and one of them even sent a hot melt cannon to that position. This was an absolutely overflowing firepower bombardment, and nothing could. Huh? Amid the dead and wounded, a yellow-green figure rushed out quickly. It was that monster, and at this moment, in its hand, it held a rusty sword. Martin immediately felt something was wrong. He realized what this thing was. The Chaos Army. This was a powerful demon that had evolved with the great grace of the evil god. It was said that, if it grew up again, it would become a great demon. A plague demon, that would be the great unclean one. And this level of monster, there is a most notable feature: distorted laws. In places where the power of the subspace dominates, this powerful demon has a special ability. Under its will, physics, science, and even reason and thinking will be distorted. It will ignore the power of technology and ignore physical damage. Bullets and artillery fire are not completely useless, but the damage will be greatly reduced. There are only 2 things that can really and truly cause a fatal blow to it. The first is psychic power, but the governor is not here. The second is will, and the manifestation of this is close combat. With swords, with heavy fists, with the fiery will of the warriors, defeat it, and you can kill it. Otherwise, it will turn into a terrible killing machine, and no one can stop it. But the nearest Warhound Titan does not understand this. The secondary gun mounted on the arm fiercely fired at the little monster that dared to charge towards itself, and the metal storm instantly tore through the air. However, the Chaos Vanguard only paused for a moment. The large-caliber machine gun that normally could have destroyed a flesh-and-blood body of this size was like a tickle. Not to mention that most of the ammunition was deflected to one side by a strange force, and did not hit the target at all. At the same time, the Nurgle Vanguard had already arrived at the foot of the Titan. The energy shield equipped by the Titan flickered slightly, and the Vanguard was allowed to enter. The operators of the Warhound Titan already felt that something was wrong. The huge war machine bent down and swung a heavy punch, but the Plague Army leader dodged it. Then, the great sword in his hand slashed fiercely on the ankle of the War Dog Titan. With Martin's vision, he clearly saw that the steel at the ankle of the War Dog Titan, which should have been extremely tough, was rusted in an instant, as if it had experienced countless years of destruction and became fragile. Then it was cut off by the great sword. The huge Titan tilted its body with a loud bang. Chapter 360. Chaos Army Front. The Plague Army Front's swift attack came too suddenly. It was completely baptized by the Melta cannon and the large-caliber firepower. Even a Lion King tank would be destroyed. A 2.5-meter-tall flesh-and-blood demon. Wouldn't it be reduced to ashes? No one could have imagined that in the smoke and dust, this demon would actually come out. There were some injuries on its body, especially the edge of the Melta cannon, which caused its body to turn red and catch fire. But it did not show the normal melting effect, and it seemed to be extinguished while running. The fact that all those large-caliber machine guns missed their target, or did not have the expected effect, was also unexpected. The entire human army was in a state of assault. The core of the assault was definitely the Warhound Titan. They were not only the most important firepower core, the offensive core, but also used energy to generate shields and their own heavy armor to attract the entire army and resist most of the damage. The Titan targeted by the Chaos Army was the most advanced one, and was even slightly out of touch. It was just a little bit. It was not a big deal. How could the regular troops, who were beaten to a pulp, be able to threaten the Titan? But such a thing rushed out. When they found out that something was wrong, the several infantry units behind the Titan had already started running at full speed. When they realized that the grenade launchers in their hands could not pose a real threat to this Chaos Army, they even put down their weapons, pulled out their melee blades, and ran at full speed. But despite this, the two fastest among them could only arrive just when the Chaos Army had cut through the Titan's ankle, causing it to lose its ability to move for a while. These were two elite members of the Fang Battalion, both equipped with feedback power armor. The two of them cooperated tacitly, using chainsaw swords to slash at the pus-oozing monster from the left and right. However, this terrible monster once again demonstrated its terrifying combat power at this time. The Plague Army Vanguard, who had just completed a full-strength attack and was supposed to be recovering, changed his hands and moved faster than the two Fangs with power armor. The two Fangs' chainsaw swords clearly struck first, but in the blink of an eye, the rusted great sword in the hands of the Chaos Army Vanguard struck first. Moreover, in a very short time, he completed two consecutive attacks. The rusted great sword pierced through a person's heart in an instant, and the solid chest armor of the Servant of God's power armor was pierced through as if it were made of paper. In the next moment, its sword turned around and pierced the throat of another, accurately finding the gap where the helmet and the breastplate met. The two elite Fangs wearing feedback power armor were defeated one after another in an instant. After doing all this, the Chaos Army leader even had time to jump high and avoid the heavy punch from the Titan. After all, he only cut the ankle, destroyed its ability to move, and did not destroy the machine. Seeing this scene, Martins, who was running towards the battlefield, was shocked. Even he was not sure he could defeat such an enemy. The swift movements and the ridiculously accurate swordsmanship made Martins marvel. The reserve demon was indeed powerful. But despite having such a judgment in his heart, Martins' pace did not stop at all, but accelerated further. At the same time, he also saw the old predecessor of the regiment, Pastor Rizzo, carrying the gravity scepter, and rushing over quickly. The two old comrades can be said to be in sync. Now, only if they take action will they have a chance. Not to mention victory, at least to stop and entangle this Chaos Army, to create opportunities for other troops. And those who are faster than them are the three new Phoenix recruits. Of course, they have also seen the death of the two compatriots in front of them, and they all realize how powerful the enemy they are about to face is. After all, although they can defeat Fangs relatively easily, they will never be like that guy. But they still went forward without hesitation. If they didn't go, this Chaos Army Vanguard and the rusty sword in his hand would be able to easily dismantle the Titan. They must be intercepted. Phoenix and Fang are still not in the same league. Although Fang has feedback power armor, the performance of the God Servant is not as good as that of the Great, and there is also a gap between Fang and Phoenix. Although most of the Phoenix warriors who participated in the battle, according to the evaluation standards of Space Marines, can only be regarded as recruits. However, they were T1 level warriors who had actually walked out of Gu Hang soldier card system. They were the highest level of elite warriors that could be trained conventionally. At the same time, they had also undergone gene seed implantation surgery, and their superhuman organs had all grown. Their physical limits had long surpassed those of normal humans. Under the superposition of these multiple factors, at the very least, these three Phoenixes could at least clearly see the movements of the Chaos Army Vanguard. Although, seeing clearly does not necessarily mean being able to keep up, this can still be considered a breakthrough. They are not completely defenseless. However, they were still a little naive. After the Chaos Army destroyed the Titan's missile nest again, the three of them arrived, jointly surrounded it, and launched a siege. Then one of them died instantly. The new recruit clearly saw the sword slashing towards him, very fast, very accurate. He tried his best to keep up, trying to block the sword with sword. He suddenly felt a huge force coming. It was a force greater than that of the chapter master during training. He staggered back after being slashed, but saw that the opponent was not shaken. Instead, he swung his sword again. He raised the chainsaw sword, gritted his teeth, he gathered all his strength, prepared to fight desperately, and hoped that the other two fighting brothers could catch up and relieve him of the pressure. But in the next moment, the opponent suddenly changed his tactics, making his slash miss immediately. At the moment of the sword cutting through the air, the Phoenix warrior had only one thought in his mind: damn it. This was also the last thought in his life. He had tried his best to block the sword with the thickest shoulder armor, which was often used as a shield in tactical actions, as he had done in training. But the sword light came faster than he had imagined, and penetrated through the gap between the lower end of the shoulder armor and the upper arm, passing through his shoulder, breaking his shoulder blade, and severing his cervical vertebrae. His body quickly collapsed. Except for blinking, he could no longer do anything. Consciousness was rapidly dissipating. The last scene he saw was his two fighting brothers, roaring and fighting with the Chaos Army. And these two persevered a little longer than the two brothers who were killed in the previous moves. They arrived at the same time. At least they could take care of each other. And the most critical point is that the Chaos Army's movements became a little slow, and there was a phenomenon of lag from time to time. That was the only think tank member in the Phoenix Regiment, Henrik Larsson. His awakened psychic power had been released on the Chaos Army vanguard. This was not enough to hurt it. But Larsson was also aware of his own abilities. He was still far from the great power that the governor could exert. Just from the psychic strength, he was only a B-level psychic at the same level as the leader of the Storm Mage Corps. Therese, however, psychic power, like will, is something that can be fully utilized. He is also very practical, not seeking to kill, but only to stop. It was precisely because of his psychic power that the Chaos Army suffered its first actual damage, which was quite serious. The two phoenixes that besieged it were eventually solved one by him despite the interference of psychic power. But at this moment, the sudden increase in psychic power made him pause for a moment. The Titan's punch landed. It broke free of the psychic control, but it couldn't dodge the punch, and it took a solid punch. Then, he got up from the ground, jumped up, climbed on the Titan's body, and cut off its fist. At this time, Martins and Rizzo finally arrived. It was another powerful psychic control. But the Chaos Army was prepared. And this time, it was not controlled in place. But its movements were slowed down. The rusted great sword in Martins, who was wearing Terminator power armor and holding a power sword, had a solid fight. No one got the upper hand. Looking at this monster that was slightly shorter than the Terminator, Martins could hardly imagine why such a powerful force was contained in its body. He could barely fight it in terms of strength. But the Terminator's power armor sacrificed some flexibility, which made him suffer. But he was not a rookie in the Phoenix. His outstanding swordsmanship and rich combat experience let him know how to deal with the current situation. Moreover, there was a priest Rizzo helping nearby. Larsson also secretly used his psychic power to attack the monster from a distance. And the battle between the two sides was at a stalemate for a while. At the same time, under the call and encouragement of the Chaos Army, the demons also regrouped, firing and charging. But on the human side, the main force was not lost. Although one Titan was half destroyed, the other two were still there, pouring out fierce firepower. 9 Night Mechas also reached the front line. But it was precisely because of the existence of this Chaos Army vanguard that the power that weakened the laws of the real physical universe was also expanding. The demons charging forward were not as immune to gunfire and artillery shells as it was. But they also received a significant reduction in damage. Although most of the monsters fell on the way to charge, there were still many brave plague bearers, abandoners, and chaos eggs that rushed to the nearby area. Phoenix, Battle Sisters, Fangs, engaged in close combat with these monsters. Overall, the human side was still in the upper hand. And the 9 Night Mechas of the Alliance also showed off. They all carried huge chainsaw swords that matched their body sizes. With a solid and reliable superior protection under their feet, they could freely display knight swordsmanship. For some large monsters that rushed in, such as the rotten meat monsters, 2 or 3 Night Mechas surrounded them and chopped them into pieces. For units of regular size, the sweep of the huge chainsaw swords could often wipe out a group of enemies. A large number of demons were destroyed by the sharp blades of humans. The 3 types of elite warriors wearing power armor were also very skilled in using the chainsaw swords and combat blades in their hands. And their killing efficiency was no slower than that of bullets. However, although they were still efficiently slaughtering the enemies of the Emperor, their formation could not move forward. The Chaos Army was now only blocked, which involved the 2 strongest combat forces of the team. And the entire team was blocked in front, because of the huge demon army inspired by it. In the brutal close combat, no matter how strong the human warriors are, casualties are still inevitable. If this battle here becomes a war of attrition, then the elite but scarce human troops will surely be defeated. But Martins never thought of this. He was expecting something else. And this thing happened very soon. Not far away, there was a violent explosion at the place where the demon engine that they seemed to have difficulty breaking through was located. The explosion occurred from the inside to the outside, and even blew up the outer flesh wall. A large number of monsters that were squeezing out of the flesh wall were also dissipated. Then, a team of about 30 people, green and white combat nuns, came from behind the enemy. These fierce women, facing ordinary demons, were able to kill one with a single blow. Among them, the most dazzling one was the leader, Grit. This head nun, holding a holy golden halberd, flew around, and one after another, the monsters that dared to block her were all killed. At the same time, behind her, there was a pair of illusory, faint, not very conspicuous, but indeed visible golden wings. Although she could not fly yet, her speed of charging was extremely fast. Several night mechas and a titan fired fiercely to welcome the arrival of the fighting sisters. Without a constant supply of reinforcements, the demon army formation became thinner and thinner, and was eventually killed. After Grit arrived, without saying a word, she held her holy gold halberd and joined the siege of the Chaos Army. With this strong support, Martins and Rizzo both felt much more relaxed. On the contrary, the Chaos Army seemed to be struggling. It was not only the interference of Larson's psychic energy in the distance, but also after Grit's arrival, the golden holy light, which supported its powerful evil power, was suppressed a little, which directly led to a decrease in its strength and flexibility. The one who completed the final blow was Prince Eureka, the driver of the night mech. After finishing the battle in front of him, came to help. He jumped high, and with the force of falling, aimed the huge chainsaw sword at the powerful demon who had one leg cut off by Martin's power sword, but was still fighting hard. Under this sword, the demon who could not dodge was torn into pieces by the 6-meter-long giant sword. Chapter 361, Mission accomplished. Report to the General. We have detected that the void shield of Pheno City has dissipated. Hearing this news, Captain of the Concerto and acting commander of the Pegasus Fleet, Major General Du Shirliang immediately ordered, "Stop the attack immediately." Ah? What? We have people inside? Yes, General. The order to stop firing was issued. And the person turned around and asked, "When do we fight?" "According to the order of Commander Gu, we will fight again tomorrow." Yes. After sending the adjutant away, he stood on the bridge and stared at the planet in front of him. He couldn't help but sigh. Everything finally will have a result. He still remembered that he and Commander Gu had a quarrel, but it didn't involve personal grudges, just some different views on work and mission. He didn't want the Pegasus Fleet to continue to fight with Kuroji's ground. In his opinion, it was meaningless. He couldn't get over Gu Hang, who was now the commander of the war zone, and had no choice but to follow orders. He just had to follow the order step by step. It was wishful thinking to ask him to do more. But he didn't really care about this matter. Or rather, the reason he didn't care was mainly because he didn't think he could win the war by fighting like this. He also didn't believe Gu Hang's words that he could solve the void shield problem above Pheno City immediately. He was just following Gu Hang's orders to prepare for the orbital strike. At that time, the shells that should be fired were fired, and the rest of the matter would not be his business. However, he did not expect that. Gu Hang really did it. A-level psychics, and the elite troops from his so-called alliance led by Gu Hang, actually had such strong abilities? How did they sneak into the city? How did they shut down the void shield? Du Shirliang could not think of it. But it did not matter. The void shield was really gone, which meant that victory in the war was just around the corner. Of course, he would not launch an orbital strike at this time. According to Commander Gu's request, the strike should be carried out tomorrow at the earliest. He understood that this should be the time for the elite troops that had infiltrated to evacuate. Not only the elite troops that had infiltrated, but also a large number of regular troops were in the activated hive. Their evacuation would also take time. Firing now would be murder. Whether the void shield was temporarily shut down, or was it really destroyed? To be honest, Du Shirliang didn't know. But he decided not to be greedy for the credit at the moment, and just obeyed the orders. Commander Gu was a capable man, and his orders were not random. Then, Du Shiliang also felt more changes in the battle situation. The anti-orbital artillery firepower from the ground weakened a lot. Those evil energy cannons that posed a great threat to the fleet, especially the largest ones, gradually became silent in the following time. After a while, one of them could not be fired. This further represents that the situation in Pheno City is getting better. Du Shiliang is full of confidence. Gu Heng is full of pressure. Gao Ge must have discovered it. Maybe he was just a little suspicious before, and only sent out a Chaos Army front. When this thing came out and fought with Martins and others, Gu Heng had already sensed it. It was precisely because of the appearance of the Chaos Army front that Gu Heng felt that Gao Ge should have noticed it. The Chaos Army Vanguard is a reserve demon. Although it is difficult to take such a step forward, its status must be very high under Gao Ge's command, and its number will definitely not be large. It is self-evident what it means to be able to deploy this thing. And now, this demon was destroyed under the siege of Martins, Rizzo, and Grit. Gu Heng blocked the thoughts transmitted by this guy, and also blocked the information of his death, and also made up a false message to try to reassure Gao Ge. However, even he himself knew that it would be difficult to deceive Gao Ge again. The special features of the Chaos Army made it impossible for Gu Heng to make up a perfect lie. More importantly, the attention that Gao Ge paid to his closest offspring was definitely not on the same level as that paid to ordinary lower-level demons. Under his close attention, the lies woven by Gu Heng were very easy to be exposed. Gu Heng had already sensed a dangerous aura floating in the subspace. He sensed the actions of Martins and others. After destroying the demon engine supporting the evil magic void shield, they gave up the Warhound Titan that could no longer move, and the remaining team split into two groups to destroy the anti-orbital evil energy cannons. In this short period of time, 3 of the 9 L-class evil energy cannons had been blown up. On the way, they also knocked down some smaller ones. After the core of the superposition of the subspace and the real world guarded by Tomlinson was blocked by Gu Heng, and another important demon engine was blown up, the remaining enemy troops were quite panicked. They scattered when hit, and were destroyed when charged. Actually, they still had quite a few remaining. But firstly, they could not get nearly endless replenishment. And secondly, after the command system failed, the demons would become like headless flies. Their morale would collapse, and their already low level of organization and discipline would become out of the question. This was why Martin's team, after destroying the demon engine, had a much smoother time bombing other anti-orbital guns. There was not much time left before the scheduled 3 hours. Gu Heng thought for a moment, and sent a psychic message to them. Abandon the current target, and hurry back. The two teams were fighting fiercely at this moment. A large number of enemies, who had almost no ability to resist, were slaughtered by them, and important anti-orbital guns were destroyed by them one by one. However, there was no need to worry about the discipline of the team. Although they were a little puzzled, since it was Governor Gu's order, no one would violate it. All the members began to retreat, until the two teams reunited and returned to the central core area. Gu Heng finally felt relieved. During this process, Gao Ge had not appeared yet. However, in the subspace, the horrible turmoil could not be ignored, and Gao Ge had not appeared yet. It was true that we had to run away quickly before it came. We kept 1/3 of the staff, and almost all the psychics here, so that we could run away at any time. The demons who wanted to retake this place were blocked outside by the troops. The psychics maintained the teleportation array, waiting for the opportunity to start and escape at any time. This was Gu Heng's request. The assault was planned boldly, but it was extremely cowardly when it was executed. Being a little cowardly, it is safer. The hundreds of people now are the capital of Gu Heng cutting-edge troops accumulated in the past few years. The Nightmechs, including self-produced and black box production, only have a total of more than 20 units. And there are 6 war dogs. Most of them are here. Not to mention the training of space warriors, it costs not only the gift points, productivity, but also time for the superhuman organs of the recruits to grow. More than 600, nearly 700 people were brought here, and now only more than 400 are left. The loss is really not small. But Gu Heng has no time to feel sad. It takes 1,000 days to raise soldiers, and to make the tip of the knife, which is naturally to be used at the critical moment. Now is the critical moment. No matter how much the loss is, the most important thing is to achieve the goal. Now, it is the last step to evacuate safely. The rear guard troops are arranged, and they will be the last way back. The rest of them, in accordance with the prearranged and practice mode, will step onto the teleportation array one by one and teleport away. The last rear guard troops, after throwing all the explosives at once, temporarily destroying the passage, and repelling the enemy in front of them, also stepped into the teleportation array. When leaving, they don't have to be as cautious as when sneaking in. There was no time, nor the courage, to sneak through the subspace controlled by Galaga. However, the current location, which was the core area of Pheno City, overlapped with the subspace, and the interference with psychic transmission was too high. The risk of directly tearing the space apart and teleporting over a long distance to leave Pheno City was too high, and it was very easy to get lost due to the interference of the subspace. Getting lost meant total annihilation. But Gu Heng also had a way. The Kingdom of Storm God was a very good springboard, which was also part of the subspace, and could be controlled by himself, and could be actively supported, with maximum safety, and psychic transmission could jump there. After the jump, Gu Heng took the initiative to tear open another hole from the Kingdom of Storms to the real world. The relevant signposts were already prepared in Mingyan City. It would be very smooth to return to the real world from the Kingdom of Storms. In fact, the whole journey was exactly as Gu Heng expected. The terrifying turbulence in the subspace made people nervous, but Gawajia was still a step slower. Looking at the sky of Mingyan City, Gu Heng was full of relief. Now that we are here, we don't have to worry about the big fat guy appearing. Powerful demons of his level can only appear in places where the subspace erosion is particularly severe. That is, the core area of Pheno City. The marginal areas of Pheno City can't even support his existence. Not to mention that they are now in Mingyan City. Kuroja's reality curtain is not that fragile. So there is no need to worry that the big and clean one will come here to cause trouble for him. Gu Heng, relieved, let Martins and the team go down to rest, while he himself climbed to the highest point of Mingyan City. The view was good, but he could not see Pheno City, which was hundreds of kilometers away. But he still stood here and looked in that direction. By the way, the communication with the frontline combat troops was also connected. After a few words, Gu Heng roughly figured out the current situation on the front line. Although he and his elite troops were withdrawn, there were still millions of regular troops in Pheno City. These troops suffered heavy casualties, broke into there, and made a very significant contribution to disrupting the strength of the combination between the subspace and the real world. Without them, Gu Heng's previous operation of leading the troops to infiltrate the center of Phenos would have been much more difficult. Now that their mission in Pheno City has been completed, those regular troops do not need to continue to persist. An hour ago, the front line had already begun to gradually withdraw troops. They will have a whole day to evacuate Pheno City. 1 day later, the orbital bombardment from the Pegasus fleet will go all out to destroy an entire Nest City and Project Firepower. Although the time is short and the task is heavy, there is still good news. The difficulty of evacuation is not at the same level as the frontal attack, occupying a part of the area inside Pheno City. It is not just the difference between attack and defense, but also the difference between retreat and retreat. The main reason is that 2 or 3 hours ago, the enemy had some inexplicable reactions. There seemed to be something wrong with their command system. Many troops became confused and their attacks on the positions occupied by human troops also slowed down. This reduced their pressure, and at least they could take a breath. The troops whose defensive pressure was reduced began to retreat gradually. The front positions were abandoned one by one, and the positions in the rear had to be defended first. After the people in front withdrew, they began to retreat. The entire evacuation operation and plan were relatively orderly. Retreat, not rout. The biggest difference between the two lies in the organization of the troops. Although the Plague Demon Army has suddenly become very chaotic, it is still aggressive. If they just run away and lose their organization, there will definitely be a lot of casualties in the process of being chased, and the speed of evacuation may not be very fast. At present, the main elite troops should be able to withdraw relatively safely, and after 24 hours, most of the troops should be able to withdraw. If some troops really fail to withdraw by then, there is nothing we can do. Objectively speaking, with a scale of about 1 million people, and the enemy is still entangled, 1 day is likely not enough to withdraw all the troops in an organized manner. But there is no other way. The troops that fail to withdraw by then will probably be buried with the city of Pheno. Gu Heng didn't want to see that scene, as if he had betrayed the soldiers on the front line. But he had to calm down and make the necessary decisions when necessary. After the demon engine in the underground core of Pheno City was destroyed, Gu Heng ensured that within 1 day, it would be impossible for Pheno City to produce another demon engine to support the Void Shield. If this time was extended to 2 days, it would still not be possible. 3 days would not be possible. Gu Heng did not dare to set the time of orbital bombardment to a particularly extreme time point. If the time was extended to 2 days in order to withdraw more conventional troops, what if a Void Shield was really raised? So many people died before. All in vain. Gu Heng had already conveyed the bombing order to the Pegasus fleet, and informed Li Keqi, the frontline commander, of the deadline for evacuation. As for the rest, just wait and see the big fireworks in Pheno City. Overall, Gu Heng was in a good mood, and everything was roughly within his plan. But just as he was smiling and had time to find someone to make him a cup of hot tea, and just as he took the first sip, he suddenly felt a shock in his heart. He felt that there was a powerful existence, and gave his Storm God Kingdom a severe blow. Chapter 362, Invasion of the Kingdom of God. The Kingdom of Storm God is in great turmoil, and Gu Heng in the real world has already noticed it. In the past, this situation has happened before. In the subspace, the waves are surging, and there are always forces that terrify mortals. From time to time, there are undercurrents, waves, and impacts on the Kingdom of Storm God, which is also very normal. However, the turmoil happening now is not just a simple subspace wave. Gu Heng already had a very bad guess in his mind, and he absolutely did not want it to be true. However, when he closed his eyes and sank his spirit into his Kingdom of God, he saw the worst guess, and it came true. A monster with antlers on its head, a huge and bloated body, countless abscesses on its body, 3 eyes, and a long tongue sticking out of its wide-open mouth, holding a huge magic sword, was outside his Kingdom of God, slashing with a giant sword. In the subspace, although there are concepts such as space and distance, they are very weak. Gu Heng can lead 100 psychics to travel in the subspace. And of course, Gawaga can do it. But Gu Heng didn't expect that this guy could actually track their whereabouts, whether he was sneaking in or leaving. He was careful enough to clear his own traces. How could Gawaga catch up? His nose belongs to a dog? Gu Heng found that, although he had imagined the strength of this unclean creature as strong as possible beforehand, he still underestimated it in the end. Now the problem is troublesome. There is a clear boundary between the Kingdom of Storm God and the conventional subspace area. The Kingdom of Storm God is like an inverted mountain, with a deep base, floating in the subspace. The solid gray-blue rock surface comes to an abrupt end at the edge of the mountain. An invisible force, encompassing the entire area, is the Kingdom of Storm God. From the edge, 1 step further out, is the colorful, brilliant but twisted Sea of Souls. Gawaga is there, the giant sword in its hand, slashed at the border of the Kingdom of God again. This is only the second sword, but the border can no longer withstand it. With the third sword, Gawaga slashed through the border of the Kingdom of Storm God. A huge hole was shattered here, and the great unclean one rushed in from the gap with the power of plague, carrying the waves of the subspace. This great unclean one is obviously quite angry. How can he not be angry? It has been playing these things on Kuroja for many years. Although it is so powerful now, it looks like it is about to destroy Kuroja, but the initial investment is not small at all. In the early stage of development, the evil cult was timid, and was hit many times. Even the people who were bewitched by Galaga, there are definitely more than one Tomlinson. Behind a well-established immortality cult, there are countless similar cult organizations, which were destroyed before they could make any waves. After such a long preparation, it was now time to bear fruit. It seemed that everything was about to be accomplished. But suddenly something like this happened. How could Gawagia not be angry? After a lot of effort and a certain price, he prayed to the true great existence he believed in and tracked down the thief who destroyed his many years of hard work. Then, he found out that this guy was actually the governor on the Angry Owl Star. Although the arrangement on the Angry Owl Star was a mixed bag, but losing an incarnation, there was still something that made him very unhappy. Not to mention, the power of the incarnation was used by this little thief in some unknown way, and turned into a tool to deceive him. Otherwise, how could this guy easily break through the area he was guarding? With new and old hatreds piled up, Galaga was furious. He was wreaking havoc in the Kingdom of Storm God. Every time he took a step forward, his heavy steps would leave a pus-filled footprint on the ground. The pus was boiling there, corroding the rock surface. He also swung the plague sword in his hand from time to time, and slashed around wantonly, cutting whatever was around. These seemingly unobjectionable actions, in fact, were all applying the plague power to the rare stable area in this subspace. Gavaga could feel that. This was the territory of a certain subspace god. But so what? The so-called subspace god, that was a very large category. He certainly didn't dare to provoke the powerful ones, even some of the gods above him. The great unclean ones would be afraid. But this is not in this category. At least, he is not afraid. He must catch that little thief here. Otherwise, he will not be able to relieve his hatred. While walking, he saw a tall tower. It went directly to that place. It felt that the core of this area was there. Even closer, he felt that the little thief he wanted to find was also there. He waved his hand, and a vicious curse was chanted from his mouth. A green wind formed from his body and covered the tall tower. But at the same time, a storm mixed with thunder and lightning also swept in, confronting his plague wind head-on. At the same time, artillery fire fell from the sky and hit him. He saw many blue little people appearing in front of him. Those little things that looked like humans, and even organized like those annoying human armies in the real world, hit him with annoying, tickling attacks. The angry Galaga let out a roar that shook the sky, and many villains were scattered. Seeing the tragic deaths of those little guys, he felt better and began to laugh. Along with his laughter, many more villains disappeared like melting ice and snow under the green wind. But his laughter was soon stopped by a thunderbolt. It was that thief. He angrily quickened his pace and rushed towards the central tower. However, the thunder became more and more dense, and there were more and more villains blocking him. A moment later, a huge war bear walked out of the storm, with a body similar to his, carrying the power of thunder, roaring and rushing towards him. He directly slashed the stupid bear with his sword, but he failed to cut it to pieces, and it scratched 3 bloody marks on his body. Gawajia was furious and wanted to cut it again, but his actions were hindered by the thunderstorm that kept falling. He was entangled. Gu Hang, who was standing on the top of the tower, had a solemn face. He kept waving his arms. His own spiritual power, mixed with the power of the Storm Kingdom, controlling the giant bear transformed from the core of the kingdom, calling the storm, and fighting a desperate battle with this unclean one. Chapter 363. Never forgettable report to the general. The scheduled strike time has arrived. Please give instructions. According to the pre-planned plan, 1 day has passed since the void shield of Pheno City was broken. The Pegasus fleet should now carry out an extinction orbital bombardment of Pheno City. In fact, all the warships have made preparations for the bombing, waiting for the order from Du Shiliang, the acting fleet commander. However, the order did not come. Du Shiliang hesitated. He paced back and forth. After the adjutant urged him again, he asked, "Is there any news from Commander Gu?" "No," the adjutant responded. "We contacted the ground. Lieutenant General Han said that they were ready to fight. 90% of the frontline troops in Pheno City had been withdrawn. The Minjianqing Command Center could be contacted." But after Commander Gu climbed up to the observation tower at the top of Minjianqing, he closed his eyes and did not move. According to the news from the Storm Mage Corps, Commander Gu seems to be fighting a powerful demon. When he said the second half of the sentence, the adjutant's face was a little confused. He actually didn't understand what Did said to him. He just repeated her words to Du Shiliang. But Du Shiliang was more knowledgeable. He roughly guessed some of Gu Hang's situation, although he certainly didn't understand things like the Kingdom of God, the Warp, and the Great Unclean One. He could probably understand that it seemed normal to provoke some powerful demons when he broke into Pheno City to destroy the Void Shield and then left. Du Shiliang sighed. Commander Gu really had to endure too much. His attitude towards Gu Hang had changed 180 degrees. What reason did he have to go against someone who could bring victory? He was obsessed with getting in touch with Commander Gu, hoping that the commander would issue an order, and the fleet would execute it, making the whole process full of ritual, to express the respect of the Tianma fleet for the warriors who had previously attacked Pheno City. Now it seems that it is no longer possible. It is a bit regrettable. But we can't throw the baby out with the bathwater. Fire! Yes! The order was transmitted from the bridge of the Concerto to the entire fleet. The Pegasus fleet currently has 2 cruisers, 6 destroyers, and more than 20 frigates that are still capable of combat. A total of nearly 30 warships gathered in the orbit of Kurogia. From the surface, yellow-green evil energy cannons continue to bombard. The anti-orbital evil energy cannons in Pheno City have not been completely cleared. These evil energy cannons, bombed the void shields and energy shields of the ships, causing waves. But Du Shiliang no longer cared. At this moment, these evil energy cannons could not do anything to the fleet. On the contrary, on the surface of the planet, the city of Pheno, which was no longer protected by the void shield, was like a little white sheep stripped of its clothes, waiting for them to rub it at will. 30 ships, all fired. Of course, those frigates were basically just for numbers, and the most powerful firepower was only S-class cannons, which were not powerful enough. But on the destroyers, M-class cannons began to appear, such as the heat hammer macro cannon, the melting light spear, which were all very powerful. At this level of heavy artillery, it is enough to cause a blow to the hive city that cannot be underestimated. Not to mention, there are 3 L-class heavy artillery on the 2 destroyers, 2 Chuji's Wrath macro cannons, a group of Doomsday light spear arrays. These are absolutely powerful weapons, and the destructive effect on the hive city is extremely high. These 2 cruisers with L-class cannons are the main force of the attack, and the others are just extras. After a round of artillery fire, half of the anti-orbital evil energy cannons fired from Pheno City were silenced. Needless to say, it was destroyed in the bombing. The Navy officers and soldiers on dozens of ships were very excited. In the past few years, they had carried out orbital strikes on Pheno City. They spent countless shells, and even paid the price of many ships being damaged and destroyed. But the results were few and far between. And today, such a refreshing bombing. It was really a relief. It was so satisfying. Standing on a high ground outside Pheno City, Brigadier General Likoshi, Lieutenant General Hans, and a group of commanders of the Star Army and the Home Defense Force gathered here. Down the mountain, the war is still going on. The troops that can be withdrawn have already gone to the rear. The support troops are here to block the pursuing enemy. However, the general's attention is not on the battle on the surface. There, although there are millions of people participating in the war, countless demons, cultists, and plague zombies are rushing towards the support troops' positions like crazy. Countless human warriors are holding on and fighting desperately. The battle was brutal, with many casualties, and the scene was grand and exciting. But the commanders just couldn't get interested in it, because they all knew that the following blocking battle, no matter how grand the scene was, would have no impact on the overall battle. The only thing that had an impact was the outcome of Pheno City, and this outcome was already doomed. They watched the skyfire descend, covering Pheno City, whether it was small or large, whether it was an orbital missile with a tail flame, or a solid kinetic shell like a meteorite falling to the ground, or an extremely thick energy weapon beam. Every time the fire shone, the crawling nest city, which was like a living thing, would suffer a heavy blow. The city was collapsing, and within the city, hundreds of millions of filthy and pathetic creatures were also being annihilated. Flesh towers collapsed, majestic buildings collapsed, and the wails of demons, cultists, and infected people could be heard from a distance of dozens of kilometers, shocking the soul. The army generals watched the doomsday scene in silence. Doomsday is not an adjective, but a serious statement. Isn't this the end of Pheno City? It's over. Someone suddenly spoke, sighing. Likoshi looked in that direction, and found that it was a native Kuroja general. There were tears in his eyes. Likoshi couldn't completely empathize, but at least he could understand. These native Kuroja people, facing the pressure of their own world being destroyed, are fighting this war. They have sacrificed too many lives in this war. And now, finally seeing the dawn of victory, how can they not be excited? Even people like Likoshi and Hans, who are not native to Kuroja, have fought here for several years, and have countless direct soldiers under their command, who have shed their blood in this alien planet. No one wants to fight a war that cannot be won. After making such a great sacrifice, seeing victory coming, the feeling of pressure release and the spiritual excitement are beyond words. And these emotions, combined with the spectacular scene of the collapse of the entire living nest in front of them, are even more touching. No matter where they will go in the future, no matter what they will experience, they will never forget this scene and their current state of mind. This will be the deepest memory in their hearts. However, in addition to tears, Likoshi still has a worry in his heart. The governor sat on the observation tower of Mingyan City, motionless and unresponsive for a whole day. How is he doing? Chapter 364. Something is wrong. Gu Hang's consciousness was scattered at this moment. In the kingdom of Storm God, he had fought with the great unclean one, Gaoga, for 2 whole days. By now, he was almost exhausted. LV8, which was equivalent to the psychic strength of A+ level. Under the subspace amplification, it steadily reached the S level. The thunder he called had earth-shaking power. Being in the kingdom of Storm God, Gu Heng could call on the power of the entire subspace at will. With the essence of a subspace lesser god, he condensed into a storm giant bear, reproducing all the power of the original wrathful owl, and was even more powerful than it. After all, how many people believed in the original wrathful owl at that time, and how many people trust Governor Gu now? At the same time, there are hundreds of thousands of heroes fighting bravely beside them. These heroes come from the warriors, who sacrificed in various battlefields of the Alliance. Some of them returned to the Golden Throne, but most of them came to the kingdom of Storm God. The power of each of them, when fighting against the Great Unclean One, is as small as dust, but hundreds of thousands of dust, smearing on the face is also very annoying. This is all the power that Gu Heng can mobilize. And currently in the kingdom of Storm God, it is his home ground. With all the advantages, Gu Heng managed to suppress the plague demon at the beginning. However, suppression is just suppression. It is not easy to defeat or even destroy this demon. During these 2 days, this unclean one seemed to be passively beaten. He could only beat the ground, blow the wind, and roar to vent his anger. His body was always beaten by various attacks. But in fact, all the injuries it suffered were very limited. Even those injuries that looked terrible would actually be repaired in a very short time. On the contrary, every attack of Galaga, even if it was just a meaningless pounding on the ground, was essentially causing damage to the kingdom of Storm God, which would shock Gu Heng's heart. If the fight continued like this, Galaga would not be able to hold out for 2 days, let alone 10 days or half a month. But Gu Heng, after 2 days, was almost at his limit. Tomorrow, he would definitely not be able to withstand this kind of battle mode. Of course, he could actually choose a more economical way of fighting. In these 2 days, he fought hard, mobilized all his strength, consumed a lot of heroic spirits, suffered huge losses, and maintained the suppression of Galaga. But if he took a defensive fighting style, he would not be as tired as he is now. The reason why he didn't do that was actually very simple. He couldn't win that way. In the subspace, where would he get reinforcements? All he could use was his own strength. If he just defended, he would eventually run out of energy, and then the whole kingdom would be demolished by Galaga. Although he could run away, the Storm Kingdom standing in the subspace provided Gu Heng with great help in many cases. He didn't want to give up this base in the subspace. Galaga was an opponent that he couldn't kill no matter what method he used. But even under such unfavorable conditions, Gu Heng still thought of a way to win. Although the risk was a bit high, he still did it. If he couldn't stick to the task of suppressing Galaga for a whole day, then everything would be in vain. But he did it. Then I should win. Gu Heng forced himself to cheer up, staring at the powerful monster, and smiled. Then, he waved his hand, and a gap suddenly opened between the subspace and the real world. Galaga was stunned for a moment, not understanding what this annoying little thief was going to do. But the next moment, he felt a huge repulsive force. He was squeezed out by the kingdom of Storm God. Then, the body of the Great Unclean One appeared in the destroyed city of Pheno. The appearance of the Great Unclean One brought great changes to the battlefield. The human army, which was about to win, suddenly began to bear huge pressure again. The orbital bombardment suffered by Pheno City has lasted for a whole day. The sky fire continued to fall from the orbit. The cost of orbital bombardment is very high. For example, heavy artillery of the M-class and L-class specifications cost thousands or tens of thousands of tax coins per shot. In the past 2 days, the artillery fire from the Pegasus fleet, the energy consumed by the light shells and light spears, the total price may be tens of millions, or even more than 100 million. According to Du Shiroyang's estimation, this almost destroyed 80% of their ammunition reserves. Only such a level of attack can ensure that a hive city of the size of Pheno City is completely destroyed. The human ground forces, who are fighting against the demons that have left the city to pursue them, have seen their strength decline rapidly in a short time after Pheno City was destroyed. Pheno City is the core of the superposition of the subspace and the real world. When it was destroyed, especially after hundreds of millions, even more than 1 billion miserable souls were liberated. The superposition of the subspace and the real world could no longer be maintained and ended completely. Although the traces of erosion will remain for a long time, at least there will be no more evil forces from the plague realm to invade Kuroja. These evil demons that rely on the power of the subspace will lose their strength and become weak after losing the basis of their existence. But when the great unclean one Galaga appeared, these demons suddenly seemed to have received a shot of cardiotonic, and they roared and recovered their strength in their heyday. That's a big demon. The army generals who were originally confident of victory were already discussing the follow-up issues. But suddenly this happened, which caught them off guard. Didn't they agree that they would win after the destruction of Pheno City? Why would such an extremely powerful existence, which can drive people crazy just by looking at it from dozens of kilometers away, appear in reality? However, the Galaga demon, who caused great excitement among the low-level demons and shocked the generals of the human army, was feeling very uncomfortable at this moment. When he came to the real world, he was confused. The descent I dreamed of actually came so easily? That little thief. Was he a good person? But after he came to the world, he immediately felt that this was completely different from the descent he wanted. The city of Pheno had been completely destroyed. After a whole day of full-scale, unhindered orbital bombardment, the activation nest was completely blasted to ashes. The power of the subspace has since subsided, and the curtain of reality has once again enveloped this place. Plague demons, like Galaga, have no basis for existence in the real world. The reality curtain is trying its best to exclude him. Under normal circumstances, he should be quickly squeezed back to the subspace by the reality curtain. But unfortunately, he can't go back now. His way back is to the kingdom of Storm God, and Gu Heng is blocking the gap between the kingdom of Storm God and the real world, trying his best to mobilize the power of the entire kingdom of God to squeeze him out. Now Galaga is like a meat pie squeezed in the middle by two shrinking walls. But the millions of demons outside drew a lot of power from him. The demons that were supposed to be powered by the endless subspace were now completely powered by him. No matter how powerful he was, he could not ignore this level of consumption. But what was worse was that when he was forced to power those demons himself, every time a demon was destroyed in battle, the corresponding damage would be reflected on him. Gawajia had realized that something was wrong, and he seemed to have fallen into a big pit. But at this time, even if he realized it, he could do nothing. Under the pressure of the reality curtain and the kingdom of Storm God, it could hardly mobilize its own strength and could only rely on its own strength to maintain the strength of its body. Otherwise it would be squeezed and exploded. Gu Heng also felt a lot of pressure, even greater than when he fought with Gawajia before. He wanted to make sure that Galaga was in this state of being caught between the reality curtain and the kingdom of storms. So he had to help Galaga and fight against the rejection of the reality curtain. This was difficult, but he was still trying. Fortunately, he didn't have to persist for too long. In the extremely difficult moment, he still took the time to send a message. Soon, Du Shiliang, who was about to go home after finishing his work in the sky, received the message. After hesitating for a second, Du Shiliang decided to listen to the commander of the war zone. Although it is quite dangerous for the fleet to use up all the reserve shells. However, in the Pegasus region, there should be nothing that can threaten their interstellar power. It shouldn't be a big problem to do it once. So, as the fleet commander, his orders were conveyed to all ships. Soon, the starships that were still in the attack position began to launch another round of attacks on the Pheno city, which had been bombed to ruins. And this time, it was Galaga who took the artillery fire. How strong is the great unclean one? Even a heat hammer cannon, which hit him, was weakened by the distortion of the law, and only made a big hole in Gawaga's body. This hole was quickly repaired in the next few breaths. However, Gawaga had to face not just a heat hammer. Although, compared to an entire nest city, Gawaga's size was very small. The cannons that fell from the sky came too hastily. Without ground guidance, they could not aim at such a small target and bomb accurately. But they only needed to bomb this area, not to mention the direct hit. Even if they didn't hit, the aftermath of the heavy artillery could still cause damage. Not to mention, there were also L-class weapons. In the third round of attacks, a doomsday light spear array bombarded Gawaga's body. The plague demon, which had long been riddled with holes, finally couldn't hold on. Even though the power was distorted by the law and weakened, it still dealt a final fatal blow to it. The powerless and furious demon was destroyed. At the last moment, he was full of anger. He was really unwilling to be tricked by such a small thief. Even when death was imminent, he still had no fear or terror. As a demon, how could he be afraid? He would not really die. Neither the body nor the soul is the key to his existence. The essence of the warp is. And the essence of the warp is eternal and indestructible. Even if his body is killed and his soul is annihilated, he will only be expelled back to the warp. Although, after suffering such a heavy blow, it will take him a long time to recover. But he will come back one day, just like he was expelled by a space marine chapter master with his life. Wait, little thief. Wait for me. Something is wrong. Galaga, who returned to the essence of the subspace, found that there seemed to be something wrong with the environment he was in. Shouldn't he regain consciousness in the warm garden of his father? In his father's countless hot cauldrons? He might be ashamed in the disappointed eyes of his father. But he would definitely express his loyalty to his father, and swear that next time, he would spread the glory of his father to more souls in the real universe. But why? After regaining consciousness, he saw thunder all over the sky? Turning his head, he saw a giant. This giant looked exactly like the little thief who had cheated him. In the kingdom of Storm God, Gu Heng, who had a splitting headache, showed a satisfied smile despite his pale face. He smiled at the palm-sized creature in front of him, which was wrapped in a bubble and twisted its limbs constantly. He couldn't help but reach out and poke the little guy. The furious Galaga, with his fangs and claws bared, bit towards his finger. But Gu Heng was quick-witted and did not let the little guy bite him. This was the essence of the subspace stripped of all its power. And it was also something that Gu Heng was willing to take such a great risk to obtain. With a wave of his hand, the bubble carrying the essence of Galaga flew to the central tower of the kingdom of Storm God. Thunder fell from the sky, continuously bombarding. He was trying to assimilate this piece of subspace essence with the piece left by the original Angry Owl, and devour it. In the subspace, power is meaningless. The power here is endless and inexhaustible. But the key is, who is qualified and capable of calling enough power? Gu Heng himself can only call upon the power of an A-level psychic. And with the blessing of the Kingdom of God, he can reach the S level. The Kingdom of God itself can only call upon the lowest level of a secondary god, which is not as good as a big demon. Now, by swallowing the subspace essence of this big demon, the Kingdom of Storm God will be greatly enhanced. Both the Kingdom of God itself and Gu Heng, the master of the Kingdom of God, will gain countless benefits. Chapter 365, Golden Light Enters Dreams. The power of the subspace is endless. And the subspace is also generous. If someone needs the power of the subspace, then it will give it without hesitation. But the premise of everything is that this person must be one of us. That is, he must possess the essence of the subspace. And the essence of the subspace can be understood as a kind of authority. How much subspace power one is qualified to mobilize depends on the size of the authority. As for the source of authority, they are varied. Psychers do not have the essence of the warp. They are essentially uncontrollable channels, loopholes for the power of the warp to leak into the real world, which is a disaster for the real world. It was not until the Emperor established the psychic network that this power could be controlled. But the original products of the warp are completely different. They have the essence of the warp, and the power they can mobilize belongs to themselves. However, it is precisely because of the essence of the warp that they will be rejected by the real universe. Under normal circumstances, they cannot pass through the veil of reality. Demons are of course also native products of the subspace. But generally speaking, the subspace creatures that are called demons are specific and are born from the will of some great existence. Even a powerful existence, like the Great Unclean One, is essentially the same. However, the Storm Kingdom owned by Gu Heng is different. It does not rely on a great existence, but grows out of the subspace. In essence, there is a similar, unified turmoil in the soul sea of the subspace. And then due to various reasons, it is distorted and changed into its current appearance, giving birth to secondary gods such as the original Angry Owl. Now the essence of this subspace is under Gu Heng control. During this process, the trust of the people of the Alliance in Gu Heng also caused some waves in the soul sea of the subspace, which was finally reflected in the Kingdom of Storms, allowing the Kingdom of Storms to grow in the past few years. But the overall growth rate is not large. The 500 million people under the rule of the Alliance can only cause relatively limited waves. Moreover, the population of the Alliance trusts their governor. But in terms of religion, they generally maintain their faith in the Emperor. These two things do not conflict with each other. It's just that the growth brought to the Kingdom of Storms is not that exaggerated. Gu Heng didn't want to change this situation. Why should he change it? It's nice to be under a big tree, I'm a loyal citizen of the Empire. It's fine as it is now. However, since you have enjoyed the benefits of the Empire system, you must bear the corresponding price. But isn't this unclean creature, Galaga, delivered to your door? Swallowing it is equivalent to swallowing the part of the subspace essence that Galaga has, which means you have more authority. The size of the Kingdom of Storm God, I'm afraid you can take this opportunity to expand it to 2 or 3 times its original size. This is the source of the harvest. But soon, something directly broke Gu Hang fantasy. It was even equivalent to pouring a bucket of cold water on his head. In the dark, he felt a gaze full of love, looking at his kingdom of God from a very far place. That gaze was extremely far away, as if it was at the other end of the boundless subspace, but this feeling of being watched was so clear that it was impossible to ignore it. Gu Hang couldn't help but tremble. It wasn't because he was afraid, but when the gaze came, his soul felt the threat, and his kingdom of God was also shaking. It was like seeing a mountain collapsing in front of him, pressing straight up, but you have no way to escape, nowhere to hide. Gu Hang knew what this was. This was the gaze of the loving Father. In the endless subspace, one of the 4 beings that must not be ignored. Until this time, Gu Hang knew that he had caused trouble. A big demon. What level of thing is this? Even in the eyes of that kind father, a big demon must be considered a big demon. He just disappeared for no reason, and was imprisoned in the Kingdom of Storm God. It seems not incomprehensible that he would look here with some concern. But this look, for Gu Hang, is a bit deadly. It is not bad to be just a look. It is scary. But a glare, it is not enough to end the whole thing. But who can ignore the message behind this? He was targeted by the loving Father, one of the 4 great gods in the subspace. Even if he didn't come to his tiny place, it was not worthy of the loving Father's personal action. Right? But even if he didn't come in person, this level would be quite difficult. Isn't it normal to send 2 or 3 great demons? To deal with a Galaga, Gu Hang had already exhausted all his energy and spent all his strength. And he had to use some tricks to do it. If there are so many of them coming at once, how can we stop them? It is impossible to resist them. Thinking of this, Gu Hang's expression was extremely serious. But if you ask him if he regrets it or not, then he doesn't regret it. How can he let Galaga go? Compared to the slightly curious look of the loving Father, Galaga is a challenge that needs to be faced more directly. If he lets this guy's subspace essence run away, in a few years, he will rebuild his soul and body again and return to the peak. Perhaps, the so-called peak is not enough for him to stir up trouble in the real world. But in the subspace, he can definitely show his great demon power. At that time, the great unclean one of the Storm Kingdom, who has long remembered him with great hatred, will definitely come to seek revenge. Moreover, with it prepared, it will definitely not come alone. At that time, what can Gu Hang do to stop him? There is no way to stop him. To kill him while he is sick. That must be when Galaga is caught in the gap between the reality curtain and the Storm Kingdom. His body and soul are destroyed by the cannon. He has lost all his strength. And only the essence of the subspace is left. To completely crush him to ashes. That is the most reliable choice. Unfortunately, he has a father behind him. There is nothing we can do about it. It is not true that Gu Hang had not thought of this possibility beforehand. But firstly, he was hoping for the best. And secondly, he had no other choice. He could only let him go. And then wait for Gawajia to recover and then destroy his Kingdom of Storms. Or now, he could be targeted by his father. And then wait for his father to come and destroy the Kingdom of Storms. Anyway, as long as this situation was triggered, the Kingdom of Storms could not be saved. Gu Hang, with a cold face, had many thoughts in his mind. One after another, contingency plans were formed in his mind. There was the idea of resistance. And there was also the idea of cutting off the tail to survive if the momentum was not right. If he really couldn't save the Kingdom of Storm God, then he would just give up. The subspace nature of the Kingdom of Storm God was indeed controlled by Gu Hang, but not Gu Hang himself. If he destroyed this place, he would lose a very useful means and trump card, which was a pity. But it would not affect his career in the real world. Could the loving father still go to the real world and kill him? It's not that easy. It's just that I will lose a means in the future, and I won't be able to use the Kingdom of Storm God. It's a pity, and it hurts my bones, but it's not completely unacceptable. Gu Hang thought so, but suddenly, some new changes happened. He saw a flash of intense golden light. A cold sun, as if it rose in the subspace, and a biting cold wind blew. Then, Gu Hang seemed to hear a roar of anger, shaking the entire subspace. It seemed to come from his loving father. But he was not curious, did not hesitate, and decisively withdrew all his perceptions. It seemed that something terrible had happened, so he quickly hid away to avoid being splashed with blood. But this so-called big event did not last too long after all. Soon, when Gu Hang plucked up his courage and extended his perception through the kingdom of Storm God, he found that everything outside was calm. In fact, it was a little too calm. The malicious gaze? Gone. The turbulent waves of the subspace? Sat down. The loving father? The loving father is still there, still occupying an important position in the vast and unobstructed subspace, but there is no tendency to look at him anymore. Gu Hang felt that, around his Storm God kingdom, it seemed that a layer of mist had covered it, blocking many gazes. What was going on? Gu Hang had a guess in his mind. In the subspace, there is only one person who can be compared with the four most majestic beings. For humans, there are 4 evil gods in the subspace. And for other races, there are 5. But what virtue and ability do I have? It is meaningless to study those things in the kingdom of Storm God. He didn't think much about it anyway. After ensuring the origin of Galaga, he was on the top of the central tower of the kingdom of God, constantly being baptized by thunder, unable to escape. And Gu Hang consciousness left the subspace. His spirit had already reached the limit, but he still held on and walked out of the observation tower of Mingyan City. The secretarial group and senior officials waiting outside, seeing the governor finally come out, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Scary. After winning the battle, it is the most festive time. But the person who led everyone to victory has been silent here for more than 2 days. How can this not make people feel sad? Gu Hang endured the feeling of weakness and greeted everyone calmly. Then he appeared in the governor's mansion of Mingyan City again, and met many officials of the Mingyan City Nest government and the planetary government. Then, in the governor's mansion, he communicated with Major General Du Shiliang, acting commander of the Pegasus Fleet, Lieutenant General Hans, commander of the Star Army, and Neil Lais, special envoy of the Star Region government. This communication did not say anything important. He simply explained his current situation and informed each other of the news. That was the end of it. The purpose of the call was nothing else. Gu Hang needed to show his presence and tell many partners that he had returned safely. And this news is indeed more exciting than anything else. The news of victory has made many people very excited. Among them is Neil Lais, this Star Region government envoy, the chief tax officer, who has undergone many life extension surgeries and is over 300 years old, is looking at the surface of the Karogia planet with a smile. Her chest is rising and falling, full of excitement. Since she took on the identity of the envoy and came to Karogia, she has been under a lot of pressure. At present, the situation faced by the Star Domain government is quite precarious. The most important thing is that within the Star Domain, the biggest disaster, the iron-toothed greenskins have been going crazy since 4 years ago. Round after round of offenses, from the 4 star regions they have already occupied, continue to extend outward. The most recent, the Jingwan Star region, which has always been a bridgehead against the greenskins, has become a mess. Multiple fortress worlds are caught in the flames of war. Countless soldiers from hundreds of worlds within the Star Domain are fighting against the greenskins. In the Dragon Eagle Legion, there are 11 army groups, with many subordinate legions, fighting fiercely with the greenskins in key battlefields. Multiple naval fleets. In the Golden Pass Star region, the Yellow Crane Star region, and the Bloodberry Star region, playing hide-and-seek with the greenskins' plundering fleets, and fighting naval battles. Everyone knows that it is not a war of attrition to deal with the greenskins. It is best to be able to settle the matter in one fell swoop. But doesn't the Dragon Eagle Star region want to do that? Isn't it impossible? The high cost of war has made the Star region government unable to bear it. Now, it is the moment when the entire Star region needs to unite and contribute its strength. But at this moment, a fire broke out in the backyard. The nest world of Karoja 3 is an extremely important source of manpower. The output of 700 to 800 million people every 2 years provides a large number of soldiers, slaves, and colonial residents. The entire Pegasus Star region, although there are only 9 worlds, is considered small among the major star regions that generally have 15 to 16 worlds. However, this is the core star region in the eastern part of the Dragon Eagle Star region. with an annual tax quota of 10 billion tax coins and a total population of more than 60 billion. The 6-star regions bordering Tianma, regardless of population or tax, even if all are added together, are not as many as Tianma. There is no room for error here. As for Lao Yixi personally, she has long been tired of the position of Chief of Taxation, and she wants to move up one step to the position of Chief of Interior Affairs of the Star Region, which is the position second only to the head of the Star Region. Her qualifications have long been enough, and her achievements have also been enough. What she lacks is just an opportunity. She temporarily handed over the job of the Chief Tax Officer to her deputy, and Lao Yixi, who went to collect taxes all over the star field, took over the responsibility of the Starfield Envoy, and supervised the plague disaster in the Tianma star field. This is the opportunity. If she does it well, she will rise to the top, and the position of the Chief Interior Minister is just around the corner. The person sitting there now has long been dissatisfied. She has also received hints from the head of state, and also has connections in the Zhou domain government. But if she fails, the position of the Chief Tax Officer may be the peak of her political career. When she was at a loss, she chose to push Gu Heng up, which was indeed a bit desperate. But now it seems, I have a good eye. She couldn't help but smile complacently. Moreover, she had a hunch that this Gu Heng might bring her more surprises in the future. Gu Heng, who was remembered by Lao Yixi, was dreaming at the moment. A long-haired and burly man wearing a simple robe and a laurel crown was smiling at him. The golden light that caught his eyes was not dazzling, but rather very soft. Chapter 366, $1 Million Gift. When Gu Heng woke up, he was refreshed objectively. After a complete night's rest, plus the addition of some special power, he slept well that night, and the previous feeling of overdraft had disappeared. But subjectively, his mental state was a little dazed. Who was the burly man in the dream? Shrouded in soft golden light, and wearing a laurel crown, it was self-evident. But the key is, why? I am just a small governor of a remote universe. What virtue or ability do I have? I haven't done anything. I just saved a few billion people, beat a big demon, and attracted the attention of one of the 4 gods. You want to send me a dream, enter my dream? Not to the point. Big boss. Gu Heng really couldn't be sure whether this was a good thing or a bad thing. Even, he couldn't be sure whether this was true or false. Among the 4 great gods in the subspace, the blue representative, who was called the traitor, liked to use all kinds of conspiracies and tricks, all kinds of illusions. Maybe this is the one pretending to be him? No one can tell. But he soon stopped thinking about it. No matter good or bad, no matter true or false, anyway, he got a great help this time. The Father's gaze was cut off, and his kingdom of God was transferred or hidden by some great power. If not, he would suffer a great disaster later. Even if the Father didn't come to trouble him personally, he couldn't bear it if a few big demons came. Just helping this way was like saving Gu Heng's life. Not to mention, after hiding, he can peacefully digest the subspace essence of the great unclean one Gawaja that he captured. What else is there to say? No matter whether the visitor in the dream is the real emperor or some malicious existence pretending, Gu Heng cannot refuse the other party's gift. As for what will happen in the future, let's talk about it later. After all, in the dream, the other party didn't say anything. Carefully recalling the previous dream, Gu Heng remembered that the emperor just smiled at him, and then left 3 sentences. You did a good job. I hope you can take on greater responsibilities in the future. That toy on you, I miss it a little. In Gu Heng's opinion, that dream was very long, and it was because of that dream that he had a good rest. But thinking back carefully, he could only remember these 3 sentences. But the amount of information in these 3 sentences cannot be ignored. The first sentence sounds like a compliment, but Gu Heng can understand more clearly that means he has been noticed by this god. The second sentence sounds like encouragement, but doesn't it also mean that he might be arranged by this god in the future? It is precisely because of these 2 sentences that Gu Heng is worried, not knowing whether this kind of attention and future arrangements are good or bad. But since he has decided not to think about this issue, he will not delve into these 2 sentences. He is concerned about the 3rd sentence. What does the toy on you mean? Gu Heng doesn't think that there is anything on him that can be evaluated as interesting by this level of existence. Except the system that came with him when he traveled through time. It is not too incredible to see this so-called system. Emperor. Let's assume that it is the real emperor. Why do you feel nostalgic about that thing? You must have seen it before? or even know what it is in essence. Gu Heng sat on the bed with lifeless eyes. After a long while, he came back to his senses. There are too few clues, so don't speculate. Gu Heng touched his face and became excited. Let's think about our own affairs. Gu Heng opened his little toy. The monthly gift point income has reached more than 7,000. This is the fixed income that the Alliance Angry Owl Star and Black Arrow Star can provide him now. Kurogia has not been included yet. This is the same as when Gu Heng first landed on the Angry Owl Star. Although he is now the ruler of Kurogia in name, he obviously has not yet achieved true rule. The city government of Mingyan City just listened to him. Because he was busy with the war. Gu Heng could barely recognize all the senior officials. Currently, he relied on the status of the war zone commander and the planetary governor to mobilize manpower and material resources. However, Gu Heng was still quite confident that he could complete the rule of Kurogia. After the victory of this war, Gu Heng had gained great reputation in Kurogia, in the Tianma Star region, and even in the entire Star region. In addition, he is far from the person who just arrived at the Angry Owl Star. Penniless and with only a system. With the existing strength and huge reputation. The subsequent process of establishing rule will not be too difficult. The time when Kurogia is recognized by the system and can provide Gu Heng with a fixed income of gift points should not be too far away. And how many gift points can tens of billions of people provide every month? This is something to imagine. Since we are talking about gift points, we cannot ignore how many gift points Gu Heng has now. He took a look, and the number now was 1.3 million. Before he woke up, the number was only 100,000. The extra 1.2 million were undoubtedly the gains from the victory of this war. In fact, the gains from conventional wars alone were not that much. The main battlefield was fought by the local troops. The Dragon Eagle Legion and the Star Army, which were not currently counted as their own troops. Only the Angry Bear Legion, although not an army of the Alliance, was considered Gu Heng army. But although they are powerful, and played a big role at the key points of some battles, their numbers are still small after all. The Dragon Eagle Legion, which accounts for a large part of the number, naturally needs no further explanation. They have a number of 20 million and are all counted as friendly forces. Due to their strong comprehensive capabilities, they are the ones who fight in many key battles. And the results they have achieved, naturally, cannot be counted as the benefits of the gift points. The situation of the local troops is relatively complicated. Their total number is 50 million. 30 million of them are counted as friendly forces. This is because Gu Heng has not established his rule. But among them, 20 million are counted as Gu Heng troops. Because these 20 million people have been trained in his soldier card system. Among them, 10 million are the Salvation Army established after Thaddeus came to Mingyan City. Recruited them, distributed equipment, trained them with the soldier card function. Of course they count. The other 10 million was during the war, when Gu Heng directly spent grace points and directly designated a group of troops to be trained in the trenches on the front line. They also count. Training these 20 million troops cost Gu Heng 200,000 grace points. Gu Heng always felt that the cost of training ordinary soldiers to the T5 level was just a drizzle. But when this number rose to the level of 10 million, it became a heavy burden. Fortunately, Gu Heng had foreseen that the Kurogia War would definitely break out in the past 4 years, and he had saved up some ammunition in advance. In the past 4 years, Gu Heng had obtained a total of about 350,000 grace points. Most of them came from monthly grace income. 4 years ago, his monthly income reached more than 4,000. After 4 years of development, it has now reached 7,000. In addition, the Kurogia War has been ongoing, and the income accumulated slowly has reached 350,000. Gu Heng did not spend a lot of these grace points. He used them for regular retirement, for replenishing the troops due to casualties, for exchanging some buildings, for the staff training of Zhongxi College, and for the talent enlightenment of the hero interface. He spent about 50,000 grace points. He saved most of them. It was a good thing that he saved them, otherwise, the battle on Kurogia would not have been enough without spending these 200,000 grace points. Kurogia's native troops were still not very useful. Without these 20 million troops trained to the T5 level, the front battlefield might not be able to hold out. If the Plague Demon army rushing out of Pheno City really breaks down the human army on the front battlefield, then there is no need to talk about anything else. In general, if we only rely on these people and the results of the conventional ground war, It is absolutely impossible to have more than 1 million gift points. After all, the Imperial Navy, which destroyed the most enemies and played the most critical role, also belongs to the friendly forces. The ground war alone was not worth so many gifts. But he led the team himself, sneaked into the core area of Pheno City, destroyed the Void Shield, destroyed 1/3 of the evil orbital cannons, and then killed a big demon. Although, there were only 700 people involved in the operation, and 100 nuns were part of the friendly forces. It was the fleet of the Imperial Navy that killed the big demon in the end. These actions will share some income from gift points. But despite this, everyone has to admit that the main force of this raid was still under Gu Hang command, and the elite main force of the Alliance fought and created opportunities. The system certainly acknowledged it. Therefore, a considerable part of the results of the Navy battles would be counted under the Alliance, and eventually form the income of 1 million grace points. Looking at the 1.3 million grace points lying in his account, Gu Hang smiled heartily. He had never received so many grace points. Such a huge number will be of great help to Gu Hang's subsequent plans. Next, in Gu Hang's plan, he has at least 3 major things to do. First, war. Although the climax of the war has passed, it is not completely over. Although Pheno City has been destroyed, the plague demon army that emerged from Pheno City still has remnants. A large number of demons have become weak, and will become weaker and weaker in the following period of time. However, no matter how weak they are, they cannot be left alone. Moreover, in addition to the demons, there are also a large number of living dead and plague wizards in the demon army. Their total number is estimated to be several million. In addition, in the base areas of each nest, there are still plague cults active. Moreover, what Gu Hang has to do is not just to clean up the cults. He simply despises the way the Karogia planetary government ruled the entire world in the past. He would never allow the lower nest area, the bottom nest area, which actually has the largest population, to continue in such chaos. Raising people like pigs and allowing chaos to grow is definitely not Gu Hang's style. He wants to clean up all the lower nest areas and bottom nest areas of dozens of nest cities on Karogia. Whether it is a cult, a gang, an independent rebel, or even some interest groups in the upper zone, these must be eliminated by force. Of course, this means that the war in Karogia is not over yet. Although the remaining work is just some finishing work, it is more tedious, more detailed, and requires more manpower. Gu Hang classified them all as part of the war. The second thing is politics. Military cleanup is the first step, completely ruling Karogia, allowing the huge power contained in tens of billions of manpower to be fully released. This is why Gu Hang is involved in politics. He wants to establish an efficient and reliable administrative system. It is not enough to just rely on force to clean up. Even if it is cleaned up, if the politics is not handled well, the house will be dirty again sooner or later. Of course, he also understands that the difficulty of managing tens of billions of people is not at the same level as the 500 million population of the Alliance before. But he is not greedy. The so-called efficiency is only a comparison. At least it must be more efficient than Karogia's original government. Relatively speaking, Gu Hang cares more about reliability. The cultivation of loyalty of administrative personnel is of utmost importance. Relying on the Zhongxi Academy on the Angry Owl Star alone may not be enough. Gu Hang may need to establish multiple Zhongxi Academy on Karogia and invest a lot of energy and gift points to do this. And the third thing is development. This is Gu Hang's ultimate goal. Removing obstacles by force and building an efficient and reliable political system are all for this purpose. In these matters, sufficient gift points will provide Gu Hang with sufficient support. Train more reliable troops, train more reliable administrative personnel, extract more technology, find an industrial route suitable for Karogia's development. Gu Hang still has a lot to do. But when he thought of the hundreds of billions of human resources, he couldn't help but be happy. Not asking for much, even if Karogia could be built to the level of per capita output value of Black Arrow Star, it would be an incredible wealth. However, before he really started to deal with the illness, Gu Hang had to go to heaven once more to meet Neolaus. The Star Domain envoy who pushed him to the position of governor of Karogia is leaving. Before she leaves, Gu Hang has to meet her. The many conditions that were agreed upon in advance must be confirmed. The most important thing is that Karogia will be a war zone for 6 years, which involves more than 20 billion tax coins. In addition, there are some small matters, such as the subsequent stationing and ownership of the 3rd Army Group of the Dragon Eagle Legion. Chapter 367, Everyone Can Applaud. After boarding Laoise's ship, Gu Heng was greeted by a cocktail party. Neil Laoise, wearing a neat white uniform skirt, had her gray hair combed into curls, looking quite elegant and capable. Seeing Gu Heng coming in from the door, she smiled and raised her glass to Gu Heng, and shouted to everyone else at the cocktail party, "Everyone! Everyone! Look! Our protagonist today is here. The hero who saved Karogia and saved the Pegasus Star region is here. I propose that everyone, let's raise our glasses to our hero." After saying that, she took the lead and drank the wine. Laoise was the most senior person present. With her leading the way, the rest of the people, no matter what they thought in their hearts, had to put on a smile at this time and raise their glasses to drink. After putting down the glasses, people began to applaud Gu Heng, who walked into the party and was pulled by Laoise to go on stage. Gu Heng walked through the applause of the bigwigs in the Tianma Star region and came to the front. On the stage, looking at the people applauding below, savoring the hidden thoughts behind their applause and smiles, Gu Heng quickly conceived what he wanted to say in his mind. He raised his hand and pressed it down. He didn't start talking until the applause died down. "The last time I met with you was more than 4 months ago. I still remember the atmosphere of that meeting, which was solemn and desperate. I believe no one could have thought at that time that 4 months later, we could be in the same place, drinking and celebrating victory. This is all because of you," someone shouted from below. Whistles and applause sounded one after another, and Gu Heng waited with a smile on his face. When the applause died down, he continued, "Indeed, I will not be modest. It is indeed because of me. 4 months ago, I said some unpleasant words here. I criticized the policies of the previous 2 governors in Karogia, and also criticized the ongoing struggle between the Fokkers family and the Star District government. I became the new governor of Karogia, and after Karogia announced its complete war zone, I became the commander-in-chief of the Karogia war zone. I promised that I would do my best to fight a battle to defend Mingyan City, and I will definitely win. 4 months have passed, and I have brought the victory I promised to you." Having said this, everyone cheered again. It's not that the bigwigs present like to make a fuss, but Gu Heng achievements this time, his performance that turned the tide, have formed a magnificent trend. If you don't applaud, don't cheer, then do you have any objections? Not to mention the neutral elements, those who had previously linked up with the Gu family and the Fofana family, forming the supporters of the 3rd neutral force in the Tianma Star region, even the parliamentary faction representing the Star region government, and the representatives of the Fash family who lost Governor Karogia. No matter what they thought in their hearts, they had to applaud and cheer. There was no choice. However, this time, Gu Heng did not let the cheers rise. He made a gesture of pressing his arm down, and at the same time, he moved on quickly and said the following things. "But this does not mean the war is over." He first set the tone. The plague cult is still growing in Karogia. If it is not properly handled, the disaster brought by Pheno City may happen again. External enemies are never the most terrible. The most terrible enemies always appear inside. How did Karogia's problems evolve to this day? I think everyone has their own answer in their hearts. But for me, what I have to solve is to completely eliminate all cult influences in the next 6 years of Karogia's continuous war zone, and completely clean up the lower nest area and the bottom nest area of every hive city on Karogia. I said, I will establish a complete, efficient administrative system. Eliminate the inefficiency and corruption that the Karogia government has been experiencing for countless years, and better mobilize the potential of the entire planet. I still leave this sentence here 4 months later. Please witness it together. 6 years later, the Star District government and the Star Region government will see a complete, brand new Karogia with sufficient development potential. I have finished my words. You can applaud now. Gu Heng smiled and took a step back, leaving the microphone. The audience, still giving face, applauded collectively again. But this time, everyone was more rational, and the applause became more polite. In fact, the so-called eradication of cults, corruption, and the potential for development of Karogia are all empty claims. Which governor would not brag like this when he took office? Everyone's ears are almost calloused. Just mentioning goals, just talking big, who wouldn't do that? But the key is that, in Gu Heng words, he mentioned a serious handling strategy. That's called completely cleaning up the base nest area. This is not something you can just say casually. In a nest world like Kuroja, who doesn't know that all kinds of terrible diseases exist in the uncontrolled base nest area? But how easy is it to completely clean up the base nest area? Among Kuroja's 40 billion people, almost 30 billion people live in the base nest area and the lower nest area. With such a large population, with the status of the planetary government in the past, it is impossible to establish effective administrative management. Various intricate gangs, interest groups, rebels, all kinds of organizations, are entrenched in those places, substantially replacing the powers of the planetary government. The relationship between them and the planetary government is, some are antagonistic, some are superiors and subordinates, some are managers or the managed, but no matter what role they play, there is a tacit understanding between them and the government. I respect you, I will find a way to adjust the tax for you for your sake, and you don't have to worry about anything else. Of course, the planetary government is always the most powerful, the most senior, and the most orthodox force on this planet. The so-called tacit understanding depends purely on whether the planetary government is willing to maintain it. But the reason why this tacit understanding exists is that the planetary government cannot fully manage the lower levels, which is why these interest groups appear and have room to grow. The planetary government also needs them to manage the power vacuum areas of the government. Without these interest groups, will the planetary government collect taxes on its own? In the case of the base area being completely in the dark, there is no point in collecting taxes. I am afraid that the tax convoy will disappear as soon as it goes down. Of course, there are often some interest groups that mess around, or are unreliable in paying taxes, such as the rebels. This group is the most disobedient. Those radical rebels directly resist taxes in an all-out manner, and the older ones will also use their own territories, population, to kidnap the planetary government and negotiate, trying to pay less taxes or no taxes. Sometimes, the planetary government will turn a blind eye. But if it goes too far, or the planetary government is pushed to the edge, then the Planetary Defense Force will be dispatched to launch a counterinsurgency operation to deal with the corresponding interest groups. But counterinsurgency requires troops, which takes time. If the war lasts too long, what will happen if no taxes can be collected? After the war, the interest groups have been defeated. So who will collect taxes? Who are the people who should be taxed? Where are they? How much can they pay? None of this information is known. And it is extremely difficult to collect taxes. Or it could be a bit more cruel. After suppressing a rebellion in a region, then arrest all the rebels, kill all the rebels, and treat the survivors as human beings and pay taxes. But this is not sustainable. After doing it this time, what about paying taxes next time? It is not okay to cut the leeks by the roots. This kind of action can only be punitive and warning. Normally, negotiating halfway, or after suppressing it, supporting a new interest group to take over is a way with lower costs and easier implementation. On Kuroja, the ecology of each hive has been running continuously for hundreds and thousands of years. Many years ago, Kuroja had a population of about 40 billion, and it always maintained a relatively high fertility rate. However, it is precisely because of the imperial tax and high mortality rate that Kuroja's population has hardly grown at a high fertility rate and has always maintained its current size. In fact, the so-called 40 billion people are just a fictitious number. In the long years of the past, the Kuroja planetary government has conducted several world population censuses, and the data are quite unreliable. Many data are still estimated in the end. Anyway, the imperial tax has always been levied based on a population of 40 billion. So let's assume that there are 40 billion people on Kuroja. This planet is basically like this. Now, Governor Gu said he wants to completely clean up the entire base area. Everyone is really not optimistic. A system, since it can still operate now, let's not touch it. Otherwise, you don't know how many mountains of shit there are underneath. And if you move, it might all collapse. They simply can't imagine that. In the past long years, the system that has been proven to be able to keep Kuroja running. What exactly needs to be changed to make it better? Establish a complete government down to the grassroots level? Then do you know how many administrative staff are needed? How should these administrative staff be managed? How can the government bear such high personnel costs? How many troops are needed to maintain stability in a turbulent situation? Can you afford it? There are 10,000 questions here. If it was before, whoever proposed to do this, I am afraid it would immediately arouse a lot of questioning. Even if the planetary governor has full management rights over his planet in name, this is just a casual talk. In a bad place like Wrathful Owl Star, in a bad place like Black Arrow Star, you can really do whatever you want, and no one will care about you. It is not important. But Karogia, such an important financial and taxation place, a place for exporting human resources, if you mess it up, everyone will be finished. The Star District government wants to intervene. The Star Region government wants to intervene. And all the stakeholders in Karogia's population business want to come out and make comments. That is, Gu Heng, who came here with a great victory to save the world, stood here and spoke, and could barely block these words in everyone's hearts, so that they dare not say them to Gu Heng in public. But in fact, not daring to say it does not mean that it does not exist. His enemies, with sarcastic smiles on their faces, although they are applauding, may be thinking in their hearts that they are waiting to see your joke. And even worse, they are likely to be considering what to do later to hinder him. Some close friends looked worried. After the cocktail party, Governor Gu Old Mother came to him. You said you want to clean up every lower nest area on Karogia? You're just talking, right? You're not serious. Are you? Of course I'm serious, Gu Heng said. When did I ever brag? She frowned fiercely. What are you going to do? That's too complicated. It's hard for me to explain it to you all at once. Just tell me where your money comes from. Wang Qi asked a key question, which was a key core question from her perspective as a businessman. From Karogia, Gu Heng said. Karogia has such a huge population resource. Why are you worried about not being able to pay the money? You want to sell people? If you sell them all then? No. Gu Heng interrupted his mother. Of course not selling people. In fact, I also plan to reduce the proportion of human tax when Karogia pays taxes as much as possible in the future. The ideal situation is that no human tax is paid. Then what do you mean by population resources? Gu Heng rolled his eyes. Mother, have you been brainwashed by Karogia's past? When it comes to human resources, you can only think of the price of people themselves? People are the most valuable means of production, the most core, the most basic labor force. Oh my God! Wang Qi almost screamed. 40 billion people? Do you know what you are talking about? You want to provide 40 billion jobs and let them create value as a workforce. It's simply a fantasy. Why not? Isn't this the best ending for Karogia? Then the best ending for Gu Company is to become the president of the Empire Chamber of Commerce. Ms. Wang Qi rolled her eyes. The key is how to achieve it. This is impossible. Then let's see what I can do. Wang Qi wanted to ask more questions. But at this moment, a waiter came to the two of them. Excuse me for interrupting you. But Special Envoy Lao Yixi hopes to have a private chat with Governor Gu. Of course, Ms. Wang Qi said. She pulled her son, and then whispered in his ear, don't mention your crazy plan in front of Lao Yixi. You? Okay. Mother, I have a good idea. Don't worry. After saying that, he turned around and followed the waiter to a small room on the side of the banquet hall. Lao Yixi, dressed in white, was already waiting here. However, her face was not very good, and she did not look like she had just won a war. Seeing Gu Heng coming over, she asked directly, you want Karogia to be a war zone for 6 years, in order to clean up all the nests? Chapter 368, remember. Remember. You want Karogia to be a war zone for 6 years, is it to clean up all the nests? Lao Yixi's face was not very good. Gu Heng smiled and sat in front of Lao Yixi, and said, it is to create a more vibrant and prosperous Karogia for the empire. Don't mess around. Lao Yixi's face did not improve, she warned. I promise you, I will give you 6 years of war zone time, that is to let you clean up the cult, to ensure that Karogia can still export manpower to the star field as in the past and the future. These 6 years are not for you to mess around. Don't mess up Karogia. 6 years later, you still can't pay taxes. Gu Heng knew that he needed to reassure Lao Yixi. Lao Yixi couldn't remove him from the position of governor. Just like she couldn't remove Fokkers. She could only force the latter to resign, and then use the fast-track channel to transfer the position of governor to Gu Heng. But this doesn't mean that Lao Yixi, the Star Domain Envoy, who might soon become the director of the Star Domain's Ministry of the Interior, can't do anything about him. Moreover, Laius was the benefactor who pushed Gu Heng to the position of governor of Karogia. He was one of us, and we couldn't push him to the opposite side. After organizing his words, Gu Heng said, Mr. General, do you still remember the time when we met 4 years ago, when you came to the Pegasus Star region to collect taxes? At that time, you invited me to become the governor of Karogia. I know that at that time you valued the influence of the Space Marines and the relationship that Gallardo recognized me. But besides these, do you remember why you wanted me to be the governor? Lao Isi was very old, but her mind was still very sharp. She just thought about it for a while, and then she found that scene from the sealed memory. She remembered her thoughts at that time. In addition to what Gu Heng said, there was another point, that is, for Gu Heng himself, she really thought that he was a promising talent. Through him establishing an alliance, unifying the Angry Owl Star and the Black Arrow Star, especially on the Angry Owl Star, it took only a few years to build a wasteland world into a thriving one. Lao Isi believed that. He had a rare ability. If he rules Kuroja, he will have a chance to save this rotten place from the mud. Thinking of this, Lao Isi calmed down a little, and her expression was not as severe as when Gu Heng first entered the door. She sighed and said, I am optimistic about you and support you. However, you should also consider my difficulties. Gu Heng pretended to listen attentively. Lao Isi continued, I paid a great price for the 6 years of war zone transformation of Kuroja. For billion tax coins a year, 24 billion in 6 years, this is a huge amount. For Kuroja, I persuaded many people and offended many people to get this done. Gu Heng nodded to show his understanding. In the next 6 years, if Kuroja is calm, do you know how much pressure I will bear? How many people will attack my decision, saying that I turned Kuroja into a war zone for so long, which is a huge waste of the Empire's finances. You will not feel comfortable either. Not only in your star zone, even in the star field, there are countless people eyeing this piece of meat of Kuroja. At that time, whether the war zone can last for 6 years is still unknown. It is not that I can rest assured just because I promise you now. Gu Heng smiled and said, then shouldn't you support me to clean up all the bottom nest areas and lower nest areas? Kuroja can't be calm. But I am more worried that you will mess things up. Lao Isi patted the armrest of the seat and said, if it is just calm, you and I will only bear pressure. The worst result is nothing more than Kuroja starting to pay taxes earlier. But if during this period, the Star Domain government finds that the situation in Kuroja is out of control and may endanger future tax payments, then my political career is over. And your life is over too. Do you understand? She said this with a sincere tone. Just sit firmly in your position as governor of Kuroja. You have already solved the biggest difficulty. It will not be difficult to wipe out the cult later. 6 years is enough. And you can even save a lot of wealth. After 6 years, you can pay taxes smoothly. And you will be one of the most powerful people in the Tianma Star region. By then, your alliance will control 3 worlds. Your mother will be in charge of Gu business. And you can mobilize the resources of the Imperial Chamber of Commerce. Your fiancé is a rear admiral, and will become the commander-in-chief of the Tianma fleet in the future. I will also help you. And Gallardo will also help you. Your future is limitless. So why bother? In these words, Lao Isi thought that he was completely considering from Gu Heng's perspective. Even Gu Heng did not deny her position. But, Gu Heng sighed in his heart. My ambition, how can it be limited to this? However, it is difficult to tell Lao Isi about this. She will neither understand nor agree. Gu Heng thought for a while, and sincerely thanked Lao Isi, and then said seriously, I fully understand your earnest expectations of me, and I also understand the importance of Kuroja to the Empire. Hundreds of millions of people exported, and made extremely important contributions to the cause of the star field. But General Lao Isi, please think about it, what the Star Domain government, the Empire, lacks, and needs to get from Kuroja, is it really the population? Where did these hundreds of millions of people go? They were either sent to countless places in the vast star domain of the Empire, becoming slave laborers, becoming cannon fodder troops, becoming lower-class residents of newly developed planets. They simply moved from Kuroja's hive to another place to live or die, and the value they created did not change at all. I hope to make some changes. The same 4 billion tax coins per year, what if it is 2 destroyers per year? Or 1 cruiser every 4 years? Or countless industrial products, armaments, or Kuroja can independently support a star army that is 10 times larger than the Dragon Eagle 3rd Legion? Aren't these only more valuable than Kuroja simply providing hundreds of millions of people every year? Lao Isi sighed. Of course she knew that Gu Heng was right. If you can really build a new cruiser, what do you need those hundreds of millions of people for? But the key is whether you can do it. However, if it is Gu Heng, maybe it is really possible. I can't convince you. Since you are the governor of Kuroja now? Lao Isi sighed. But don't be too reckless. The Star Domain government will keep an eye on you. once Kurojia's affairs get out of control, I can't protect you either. Remember this. Chapter 369, Not Enough Troops. This time, Gu Heng met Lao Yixi, and he got what he wanted. Although, the Star Domain Envoy didn't want Gu Heng to mess around, but under Gu Heng's insistence, she didn't directly object. And the measures actually taken basically met Gu Heng requirements. The 6-year war zone tax exemption was confirmed again. Unless Gu Heng didn't do well in these 6 years, Kurojia continued to be turbulent, showing that it couldn't pay taxes after 6 years otherwise. There shouldn't be any problems. Since it is a war zone, Gu Heng's position as the war zone commander is also retained. However, the Pegasus fleet was separated from the war zone. It was expected that it would not stay, and Gu Heng had never thought about it. However, the 3rd Army Group of the Dragon Eagle Corps will stay in Kurojia and accept the command of Gu Heng, who will be the war zone commander for another 6 years. In response to this, the Fokkers family was furious. Of course, they were furious. In the last round of struggle, they won the position of governor of Kurojia, and thought that they could turn the tables in the Pegasus interest. They have indeed achieved the level of competing with the Star Zone government in the past few years, which is very glorious. In order to gain a foothold in Kurojia, they have invested a lot of money. But now, they have lost everything. That would be fine. But now, even the 3rd Legion is gone. The 3rd Dragon Eagle Legion has always been regarded as a forbidden fruit by Fash. For many years, they have been bearing all the costs of the Legion, from personnel to equipment to logistics. It is the same. The problems in Kurojia have not been 1 or 2 days. Although the application for the use of the Star Army, that is, the 3rd Dragon Eagle Legion, has been repeatedly raised from the governor of Kurojia to the Star Region government, and the Star Region government has approved it again and again. Fash has done a lot of harm in it, and was also reluctant to send troops. And at the beginning it was only 1 million. This is not as heroic as when they sent people to the Wrathful Owl Star to clean up the mess of Blackbird Heavy Industry. It was not until they took control of the position of governor of Kurojia that they spared no effort to invest in the Star Army in order to consolidate their position. And now, they have lost this position again. The various materials and political resources invested before were wasted, so it was fine, and they would accept the loss and think of other ways. But the Dragon Eagle Legion, they never thought of giving up. It is difficult to talk before the defense of Mingyan City is over. Now, Pheno City has been destroyed. The people of the Fokkers family are obviously trying to move the Dragon Eagle Corps back. They found a lot of reasons, such as the lack of defense on the 3-star Fokkers, the homesickness of the Star Army Corps, and the convenience of supply after returning to the 3-star Fokkers. But all these reasons were rejected by Gu Heng. After asking again and again, there is only one question: is this the Star Army, or your private army of Fokkers? Although, Fox has always used this team as a private army, but that is obviously not a statement that can be put on the table. What's more, Gu Heng has received support from many parties. The Star District government is definitely willing to suppress Fox, and the Star District government represented by Lao Yixi is also willing to punish Fox. During his tenure as governor of Kurojia, the performance of the Fox family was disastrous. Of course, the Fox family will not give up so easily. Some of the situations they said are also realistic. In the Dragon Eagle 3rd Legion, the vast majority of officers and soldiers come from Fox 3 stars. They've missed their homeland, and their morale is low because they cannot return for a long time. Meanwhile, the Fokkers family has sufficient ability to influence the situation within the Legion. As time goes on, there will definitely be problems within this Legion. The most direct manifestation is that although they are now under the command of Gu Heng, Hans, the Legion commander, has also shown that he obeys the orders of the Star Army headquarters, and the Military Affairs Department, suppresses the emotions within the troops, and continues to execute the orders of Commander-in-Chief Gu. But they have never appeared in the soldier card in the system. This means that the system does not recognize that this is Gu Heng Army. However, this does not affect Gu Heng's use of them now. After the destruction of Pheno City, there is no need to leave so many people on the battlefield outside Mingyan City. There are 20 million local troops that have been trained by Gu Heng's soldier card system. After the war, excluding the dead, missing personnel, and injured and retired soldiers, there are still 17 million left. Thaddeus recruited another 3 million people from Mingyan City, added them to this army, and fully integrated them, and transferred them back to Mingyan City, with the designation of the Salvation Army. Lieutenant General Thaddeus temporarily took over as the commander-in-chief of the Salvation Army. His first task was to execute the governor's order, completely clean up the lower nest area and the lower nest area of the entire Mingyan city, and establish military control. In addition, there were more than 30 million local defense forces, and they basically returned to their respective nest cities. In many nests on Kuroja, there is constant unrest, and troops are urgently needed to suppress it. The remaining 18 million people of the Dragon Eagle 3rd Legion are left around the ruins of Pheno City. There are also millions of weak demons, cultists who lack command, and plague zombies. Gu Heng gave Lieutenant General Hans the task of eliminating all the remaining enemies here as soon as possible. It took Hans 3 months to carry out this task. After confirming that most of the enemies had been eliminated, he left hundreds of thousands of people to monitor and continue to clean up the area. The rest of the army entered Mingyan City and joined the clearing operation of the base area. The military operation itself was not difficult. Gangs, rebels, cults, interest groups, these things, under the iron fist of the army, could they still form any effective resistance? But it was not so smooth. The military pressure was still great. This pressure did not come from how strong the enemy was or how fierce the resistance was, but from the fact that the security war was very disgusting. According to ancient statistics, Mingyan City has a population of 4 billion. Most of them live in Xiaoqiao District and Dihu District. Xiaoqiao District is not bad, as it has a certain administrative system. In Dihu District, it cannot be said to be completely chaotic, but at least the order is not under the control of the government. Gangs and rebels are scattered after fighting, but after the fight, military control is established. And the following things are troublesome: endless vicious cases, attacks on patrols, sneak attacks at night, secret missions and gatherings. Together with the Star Army and the Salvation Army, there are 40 million troops in Mingyan City. But it is still not enough. Chapter 370, The Fundamental Solution. Gu Heng was processing the documents at hand, while listening to Lieutenant General Hans's endless complaints on the external call. Commander Gu, are you listening to me? Of course I am listening. Gu Heng responded, indicating that he was still there. But I don't think you take my problem to heart at all. I need troops, more troops. The size of the Salvation Army must at least double, otherwise we will not be able to continue to guarantee control of the base area. My team is too scattered, and I can't take care of so many people. Once attacked, there will be losses. Han started again, since he entered Mingyan City a month ago and led his troops into an endless security war. He has called Gu Heng many times, asking for more troops. Gu Heng can fully understand. The Star Army plus the Salvation Army, 40 million people, seem a lot, but in comparison, there are 4 billion people in Mingyan City. The chaotic situation in the base area requires a large number of troops to guard almost every block in order to maintain military control. The strict military control strategy has caused the troops to be seriously dispersed. Often, a regiment is stationed in a block with more than 100,000 people. If it faces a direct attack from the enemy, it will not be a big problem. They cannot gather so many guns and artillery, and have no resistance to the army. The difficult thing is that the soldiers who are on guard, patrol, and do business are easily shot from behind the corner. If a military vehicle drives a few steps, it may encounter a roadside bomb. Those gangs, the rebels, do not want to give up control of the territory they control. No wonder Hans complained bitterly. In the past month, they have sacrificed thousands of people. This number is indeed completely different from the tragic level of the previous decisive battle, when a division was wiped out in a few hours. But the loss of manpower is still not small. The Salvation Army is better off, and the direct troops under Hans's command have already had a lot of grievances. After the big battle, they wanted to go home, but they were sent to fight a security war. The casualties were not a big deal, but the key point was that they were nervous about doing anything, which consumed their spirit. Many people have said that it would be better to let go and fight a good battle. Hans hoped to increase the troops. Not that he could not control the situation, but that he hoped to give his troops a chance to rest and adjust. Gu Heng knew all these things. However, he still rejected Hans' request again and again. Military control is only a stopgap measure. If the problem of public security warfare needs to be solved by the army for a long time, then there is no need to do this. It is meaningless to fill in more troops. It cannot solve the fundamental problem. Can military control be implemented for a few months, a few years, or a lifetime? Gu Heng has already thought of the real means to solve the problem. After sending away Lieutenant General Hans, who was full of complaints, it was time for Gu Heng to meet with the person who could really solve the problem. This is a large group of people. Among them, there are senior alliance officials from Angry Owl Star and Black Arrow Star, and people who have performed well in Mingyan City in recent months and appeared on Lambert's blue list. Among them, there are people from the Alliance Ministry of Foreign Affairs who are responsible for external communication, exchanges, recruitment, and negotiations, led by Niko Ls. Lihovich. He will travel through the Lower Nest District and the Lower Nest District and negotiate with some forces that are still worth a try and strive to disband them peacefully or accept them into the new government of Korogia. Among those who are worth saving, there are more rebels. The rebels in the hive usually call themselves the Resistance. Some of them are radical, no longer recognize the rule of the empire, the rule of the Korogia government, and the more rebellious ones even deny their faith in the emperor. Some are more conservative, just fighting, using fighting to promote negotiations, and striving for more practical benefits for their own forces and the people on their territory. These rebels, or the reasons for the emergence of the resistance, no matter how dirty or noble they are essentially just one thing: life is unbearable, and they are rebelling. But in Gu Heng's opinion, this can be recruited. Now, these rebels have been beaten, and many of them can no longer carry out public activities. Now, it is time for Salahovich to take action. If they can be negotiated, incorporated, and absorbed into the planetary government system, then they can be absorbed directly. And then, the martial law will be gradually lifted to see the situation. Gangs, regional monopoly enterprise alliances, cults. These problems may be more complicated than the rebels. Their demands are more complex and their appetites are bigger. Especially for cults. There is basically no basis for negotiation. But no matter what the target is, Salahovic, who is led by many people from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the Ministry of Commerce, has to formulate different plans based on the characteristics and demands of different forces. Those who can be recruited will be recruited, and those who cannot be recruited will be resolutely destroyed. Salahovic's work is important, but it is not the most important. Whether the negotiations succeed and they are recruited, or the negotiations fail and the system is rebuilt after the devastating blow, a second wave of people is needed. Ms. Asuna, the Prime Minister of the Alliance, has come to Korogia. A month ago, Korogia, under the leadership of Governor Gu Heng, had officially joined the planetary organization of the Alliance. Of course, the Prime Minister of the Alliance has to come to this place that has suddenly increased, with a population 80 times more than the original Alliance. But what can she do alone? Although she had transferred a lot of people from the government system of the Alliance from the binary stars, it was still a drop in the bucket. Not to mention Korogia, even for Mingyan City with a population of 4 billion. No matter how reliable and developed the civil service system of the Alliance was, it could not withstand a situation where the management scale suddenly expanded by dozens of times. To manage Korogia, it ultimately had to rely on the local people of Korogia. For this reason, after the war, Gu Heng established 5 Zhongxi colleges and 5 comprehensive colleges in Mingyan City. The cost of the academy is not that big. Just find a building on the spot and transfer some instructors and lecturers from the Angry Owl Star. The cost of the gift points is only 1,000 points each, which is like a drizzle for Gu Heng, who has millions of gift points. However, the training of personnel is a big problem. The original administrative bureaucracy of Mingyan City, the number of civil servants, is almost 2 million. It seems like a huge number, but in fact it is not enough. In Gu Heng plan, the number of civil servants is to be expanded to at least 0.3% of the total population, which means 12 million civil servants. Even in a hive city, where the population density is extremely high, the number of civil servants required can be greatly reduced. But at least 7 or 8 million people are needed to ensure control over the entire hive city, as Gu Heng wishes. In any case, the current 2 million administrative staff are definitely not enough. Not to mention, there are still many scum among these 2 million people. This is Asuna's job. She has to recruit many administrative staff to implement the administrative system of the Alliance. Of course, it will definitely not be done in a few months. Recruiting and training millions of reliable administrative personnel is not something that can be done overnight. Even the current rank system implemented by the alliance in Shuangsheng cannot be copied all at once and cannot be supported. However, some emergency measures can be used first. The first thing is not the ability of the administrative personnel, but the loyalty. Gu Heng spent a full 400,000 points of grace for this. 40,000 administrative staff at the 5 Zhongxi academies, at a price of 10 yuan per person, with a deadline of 1 week, have been trained one after another in the past few months. This is an emergency measure. In the future, it is impossible for every one of the millions of civil servants needed by Mingyan City to undergo soldier badge training and be given the proper loyalty of a political commissar. What's more, training to become a political commissar can only ensure loyalty, but cannot guarantee workability. But in case of emergency, yes. Asana's current job is this. With these 40,000 administrative personnel as the core, form 40,000 working groups. These trained people will be the core role of the working group, and there will be more than 20 people in the group to assist them and be supervised by them. And these people will go down to all the negotiated, incorporated, or cleared areas to do their work. Register the population of the block, preach the alliance policies, distribute basic rations, organize labor production, organize commercial circulation. These are their main tasks. The most important thing, of course, is to organize labor production. No matter how well Gu Heng Alliance has developed over the years, it can never support Korogia. There are too many people on this planet, and they will eventually need to rely on themselves to support themselves. These so-called labor production and commercial circulation mainly depend on what these blocks are doing. But to be honest, there are few places with decent industries in the bottom nest area and the lower nest area. But it doesn't matter. If there are, then nationalize them and continue to do it. Guarantee the treatment of workers, guarantee the efficiency of enterprises, distribute the income generated to workers according to the alliance rank policy, and hand in the rest. Where there is no such thing, that is the work of another line led by Asana, industrial transfer. In recent months, one starship after another came from the Angry Owl Star. Many industries that were considered suitable for development in Korogia during preliminary research, and there is excess production capacity on the Angry Owl Star, will be demolished and relocated to Korogia. For this reason, the Angry Owl Star has been busy recently. Many of the products that were previously sealed in Wujiarong Research Institute pulled out of the mother machine black box. But due to problems with raw materials, the number of workers, and the industrial structure, there were no production lines that could be put into production. All of them were sent to Gu Company's transport ship and transported to Korogia. The most typical of them are some low-end military industries. Rifles, bullets, towed artillery, shells, bulletproof inserts. These industries with relatively low technical content are just right to be placed in the managed blocks in Mingyan City. In addition, there is another particularly important industry, which is the synthetic starch production line, and the corresponding organic waste recycling. I won't elaborate on what organic fertilizer is specifically, as it is not easy to accept. Although, the Qingdu area of Angry Owl and the mechanized reform of farms on Black Arrow in recent years have brought great harvests to these two planets, and the food reserves are sufficient. However, on the one hand, the food transported must be used sparingly, and it is not realistic to rely entirely on external transportation. On the other hand, it is not easy for the Alliance to put all the food into Korogia, and strategic reserves are still needed. In the environment of Mingyan City's bottom nest area, if you want to feed so many people, you can't use synthetic starch on a large scale. That said, no matter what the raw materials are, the synthetic starch produced after the process is the same. There are really many blocks without industrial development, and the Alliance has also sent some barely mid-range industries. The two automobile industries of Iron Bull and Ranger, engineering machinery manufacturing, Walker armored vehicle production line, metal waste collection, processing and smelting. These industrial lines require a large number of workers, and often a large heavy factory is built at once, which can absorb workers from multiple blocks. This is not just to support the construction of Mingyan City. For large industries, moving to places with denser populations and lower costs is also beneficial in itself, which can significantly reduce costs and significantly improve the progress of production expansion. In fact, the working group on the ground conducted research and found that there was nothing good to develop in the area, and it was impossible to apply for production lines supported by the Alliance. There are other ways. On the one hand, you can work across the block, relying on a large factory, one family, One person enters, and the job level is determined, and they can barely support their families and not starve to death. Moreover, it is not necessary for everyone to work in the factory. The remaining people can work in canteens, clothing, catering, transport teams, construction workers, and other service-oriented derivative industries. If there is no other way, then the remaining population of the entire block will be relocated. Of course, this also needs to be screened. No problem, just migrate to the Angry Owl star and the Black Arrow star. There are still a lot of population vacancies on these two planets. In Gu Hang opinion, although the Nest City is a special city built specifically to accommodate high-density people, the density is too high. Kurojia's environment has long been unable to bear it. Large-scale migration of Kurojia's population to other planets in the Alliance will be a long-term policy in the future. However, not everyone can migrate to the binary star. For example, some neighborhoods or places where cult activities are particularly serious. After a serious cleanup, the remaining people who are not really poisoned, but who have believed in cults in the past, will be sent to the immigration base. This is a huge facility in Mingyan City. When paying imperial taxes, it is used to temporarily settle people. These people will be used to pay taxes when the imperial tax fleet visits next time. Although Kurojia does not have to pay taxes now, it can still pay taxes and exchange them for tax coins. These are Gu Hang's fundamental way to end the security war. Economic development. Eat enough and have a bright future. People are so full that they want to use their flesh and blood to fight against the guns of the Star Army and the Salvation Army? Chapter 371. Internal conflict. Malka rubbed the brand on the back of his left hand, as if he could still remember the pain when the hot iron branded it a few years ago. He is a member of the hand branding gang. As the name suggests, the main feature of this gang is that they will use hot iron to brand a mark on the hands of members to show the identity of gang members. This gang is not big, its influence is only in 2 or 3 blocks, but it is not small either. In their activity area, more than 300,000 people rely on them. However, they have not had a good time recently. Or rather, no one has had a good time since the start of the military control. When the military control just started, the Lao's gang thought that this was not much different from the occasional strict control incidents in the past. But their expectations were soon shattered. The duration of the military control was longer than they had imagined, and the intensity of the military control was unbearable for them. After a period of dormancy, the Lao's gang could no longer endure it. They started to shoot from behind and create riots. These methods made it very uncomfortable for a Star Army infantry division stationed in their territory. In almost a month, the attacks and riots they caused led to hundreds of casualties in the Star Army. Although the price they paid was much higher than this number, it was still worth it in their eyes, and could still be considered a victory. Then, they were dazzled by this victory, and tried to attack an infantry platoon on duty. This operation, in their eyes, was almost foolproof. Less than 30 Star Army soldiers, patrolling a street. They had already observed clearly that this team was the best target. After the fight started, it would take at least 15 minutes for troops from other places to come to support. So, next to the patrol team's car, roadside bombs exploded one after another, forcing the military vehicle to stop. Then, from all directions of the street, from the hidden houses, 300 or 400 gunmen from the Burning Hand gang rushed out, completely surrounding this Star Army team. Bullets came from all directions, and the scene suddenly became very bad. Originally, they wanted to resolve the battle within 10 minutes, leaving more time for evacuation. But in fact, the battle was almost over in the 6th minute. However, the result was completely the opposite. They caused casualties of 7 Star Army soldiers, and the gang gunmen left more than 170 bodies. Such heavy casualties caused the gang gunmen to collapse within a few minutes and retreated uncontrollably. Without even needing support, they were ambushed, hit by roadside bombs, and then, with the same light weapons, less than 30 Star Army soldiers vs 300 to 400 gunmen, with 7 casualties and 170 killed. Such a result made the entire Burning Hand gang completely stunned. I am fighting Superman? How can the difference be so big? Before they could recover, they were severely raided, and their nest was wiped out. So far, they completely gave up the idea of confronting the military control troops, and just played hide and seek, shot from behind, and retreated immediately if they missed a shot, and resolutely did not touch the Star Army team with more than 5 people. That said, but being forced to this point, there was actually very little they could do, and they were suppressed and felt extremely aggrieved. Things became even more fucked up after a working group from the new government, which was said to be from the Alliance, entered the neighborhood. A large amount of food was distributed, and the policies of the new government were also announced. The abandoned factory was reopened, and this group of people also organized a transport team, a construction team, and as long as they joined and had a job, the whole family could be assigned a rank. Those who have formal jobs can be assigned to the so-called E4 level, which means they can have enough food to eat and support their families. Their families can also be assigned to the E2 level, which means they can at least receive a subsidy. Moreover, as long as they are assigned to a level, they can strive to get a job, which will allow them to move up. Those who are unemployed can also declare what they want to do. If a group of girls, women, and children are willing to take orders on the street and mend some clothes, they can also be considered to have a job, and they can be promoted to the next level. If they can organize everyone to do this, they can also be considered to have a job. If all else fails, then joining the army is also a way out. The Alliance conscription office has been recruiting soldiers, and the treatment they offer is slightly better than before. In short, everyone can eat. At the beginning, due to long-term distrust of the government, the public was particularly skeptical about the policy announcement. But after real food was distributed, and they could choose to receive weekly pay for their work, those doubts could not be said to have been completely dispelled. But at least they had become much lighter. Although they couldn't eat or drink well, they were able to keep themselves full and avoid the cold. Now, the Burning Hands gang, not to mention deceiving the people into doing dangerous things. Even many of its own peripheral members chose to leave the gang. Even the traitors have spread to the core gang members who have been burned. If the previous martial law only strangled their necks, making them feel painful, uncomfortable, and unable to move, then now, it is equivalent to stabbing them directly in the heart. This really reached the point of being extremely anxious. But he could not win no matter how hard he tried. What should he do? As a core member of the gang, Marco was sent out by the boss. After going through untold hardships, he passed through many military control areas and met a big man. This was the man who had always supported the development of their gang and profited from their gang's activities. He could be said to be the person behind them. However, the mansion he had only been to once was now in a state of decay, and he could even smell some blood. It is said that he was swept by the new government's anti-corruption agency. Then Marco could only return in disgrace. On the way there, on the way back, Marco saw many things happening in the military control area. He had visited most of these places in the past, but when he saw them again, they were completely different from what he remembered. These changes, reflected in his heart, quietly changed his thoughts. Back in the gang, he was summoned by the boss for questioning. What did Mr. Oran say? The boss asked impatiently. Mr. Oran is finished, Marco said. He explained clearly to the boss what he had seen and heard. After listening, the boss's face showed fear and resentment. Damn it! He is useless. He brags about how awesome he is, how influential he is, and how powerful he is. But in the end, when the Alliance comes, he is slaughtered like a dead dog? After a long scolding and venting his emotions, the boss turned to another person and asked, What about those good neighbors I asked you to contact? What happened? The so-called good neighbors refer to the several forces around the block where they live. There are rebels and gangs. In the past, the relationship between them was good and bad. But in the boss's opinion, at this time of life and death, everyone should unite and overcome the difficulties together. So, he sent people to contact those good neighbors and form alliances. However, he got bad news again. No one is willing to cooperate with us. The Pink Kong army said they are negotiating with the government. The Haifeng gang can no longer be found. It seems that they have been wiped out. The Pingan army has accepted the conditions of the alliance government and has completely surrendered. I almost couldn't come back from there. The boss stood up and paced anxiously. He kept mumbling a lot. We can't just let it go like this. Let me think about what else we can do. We can't let those piglets work for the government like this. To kill them. To scare them. What transport team? Blow it up if it passes by. The boss kept spewing out some vicious plans. Malka sighed. He said, Boss, vote? What? The boss's eyes suddenly turned and stared at Malka. He has always ruled his gang with brutality, and he never allows a second voice in the gang except his own. In the past, Marco would not dare to say anything under such a look. But today, he dared to say, vote. There is no chance of winning. Along the way, I have seen too many military control areas. Not just here, but all places in Mingyan City are undergoing transformation. I think the new government is really determined to completely change the entire Nest City. To be honest, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Everyone can live a stable life. Do you want to die? The boss took out his iconic weapon. It was a specially modified pistol. The cracked muzzle could fire 3 large-caliber shotgun shells at the same time. Marco had seen the power of this thing with his own eyes. One shot would shatter a person's entire upper body. But Marco didn't show much fear on his face. He just sighed. Bang. The gunshot rang out. Marco was fine, but there was a hole in the back of the head of the Lao's old boss. There was a man behind him, who was holding a gun, and there was smoke coming out of the muzzle. The boss's sudden death shocked the other brothers in the house. Some were at a loss, some didn't know what to do, and some subconsciously pulled out their guns. Marco shouted, "Put down your guns. You killed the boss." Someone shouted, "He wants to lead all of us to death." Marco stared at him. "Do you want to be buried with him?" The man was speechless. "Who wants to die? You all saw what the neighborhood looks like. Ask yourself, why would people follow us when they can live a stable life? Other gangs? Rebels? Either die or surrender. Those who die, no one remembers them. And those who live a good life with the civilians. They say that being in a gang is cool. But how many of us have really been cool? Why did you join the gang in the first place? Isn't it because you can't make ends meet? Now that you can make ends meet, don't you want to? He's the boss, he's well-fed and well-drinking, and he's greedy and never accepts the government's conditions. What about us? Why should we follow him and die? If he's just greedy and just can't think straight, didn't you hear what he said just now? The people in the neighborhood are not our own family members, friends. Don't be wishful thinking. The era of gangs is over. There's no way out if we continue like that. I plan to go to the government working group right now to discuss the future of our Lao Shou gang. It would be best if we could be like the Pingan army, where everyone relies on their connections and favors in the neighborhood over the years to help others. In the future, they may become officials of varying degrees. If not, they can just find a job. We all have hands and feet, so life won't be difficult. What if they insist that we are finished? Then we are finished. Malchus said expressionlessly. Don't you see the current situation clearly? If they want us dead, then we are dead. It's just a matter of 2 days earlier or later. The person who asked the question was silent. Do you have anything else to say? If not, I go. In the silence, someone said, You killed the boss. So you want to be the boss yourself? No one recognizes you yet. But you start talking like a boss? Marco replied. In 2 days, the gang will be gone. Whoever wants to be the boss can do it. What happened in the Laozo gang was just a microcosm. In the eyes of Lieutenant General Hans, all the changes were clearer. Recently, he had not called Gu Hang to complain. What else was there to complain about? When the powerful governor, who had no idea where he got a group of reliable administrative personnel, moved them to the grassroots level in different blocks and started working, the intensity of the security battles faced by his troops dropped sharply. Those riots and attacks are not completely gone, but at least they have been reduced to a large extent, especially in some places where the situation is good. The troops stationed there are like on vacation, and he can finally free up his hands to transfer troops from some places with higher security levels to some places with lower security levels. Some abandoned neighborhoods still need stronger military actions to eliminate cults or stubborn gangs, to use force to separate the crowds, and to escort them all to temporary resettlement areas. Although the current Mingyan city is still not a good place. However, from the perspective of an outsider, Hans can clearly see that everything here is developing rapidly and positively. Could it be that the Koroja, which has been in chaos for thousands of years, can really undergo earth-shaking changes under the hands of that young governor? Emotionally, he didn't quite believe it. The impressions of the past were too deeply rooted in his mind. But rationally, he had to admit that everything would really change. While he was sighing, he suddenly received another call from Gu Hang. Lieutenant General Hans, I am very satisfied with the work of your troops in Mingyan City. You have 2 months to deal with the situation in Mingyan City. After 2 months, you will be transferred to the next nest. Lieutenant General Hans immediately retracted his sigh. Damn, You really don't treat me as a human being. Right? I haven't even had a break yet, and you're going to a new place again? Chapter 372, On the Right Track. It was learned that the troops had to be divided into two places, to two different nests thousands of kilometers apart, to perform military control tasks. Lieutenant General Hans cursed. But he soon stopped cursing. Because, the care from Governor Gu arrived before the army set out. The Dragon Eagle 3rd Corps has more than 20 million people. Basically all of them were thrown into Karogia. And in the wars in the past few years, their personnel replenishment, equipment replenishment, are all provided by the Fokkers family. Of course, it is said to be provided, but in fact, they have to report to the Ministry of Military Affairs. The Military Affairs Department will not give money, it will be considered as tax deduction. For most planets, raising a star army is a very cost-effective thing. Anyway, you have to pay taxes anyway, it is better to raise soldiers. Raising them can also deduct taxes, and the soldiers are still under your control. What's wrong with this? The premise is that you can control this army. One accident will be like now, the entire Dragon Eagle 3 Corps will not be able to return to Karogia. And if Gu Hang wants to keep this army, of course, he has to do something. In the last war, the Dragon Eagle 3rd Legion lost nearly 3 million soldiers. Gu Hang replaced all of these soldiers in one go, which were the 3 million new soldiers recently recruited from Karogia. When Lieutenant General Hans first heard the news, especially when he heard about the source of these soldiers, he was furious. But when he saw these soldiers, he shut up. The quality of the soldiers is absolutely good, even much better than when he was at the 3-star Fesh. The new soldiers provided by Fokkers to his legion were drawn from their planetary defense forces. Often, those soldiers have served in the planetary defense force for more than 2 years and have undergone formal military training. But even so, it is good enough that 20% of the soldiers can reach the standard level of the Star Army. The remaining 80% need further training. This means that the quality of the soldiers of the entire Dragon Eagle 3 Legion, so far, can reach about 60% of the standard level of the Star Army, and the remaining 40% are actually not up to standard. However, Lieutenant General Han sent people to personally inspect the 3 million soldiers provided by Governor Gu, and they were almost 100% up to standard. He did not believe this result at first. Who could believe this? He could not help but wonder if his confidant had been bribed by Governor Gu. Then, he personally went to check again, and he had to admit that it was all true. How did Governor Gu find so many qualified soldiers from Karogia? Han said that he found it difficult to understand. Moreover, Governor Gu provided more than just soldiers. Among these 3 million people, a group army was directly built, 25 fully staffed large infantry divisions. Each division had 44,000 people, and it was the large infantry division organization of the Alliance. This organization also appeared during the Karogia War, and was reported by Likishi to his superiors, after discussing with Yin Fengxiu, and reported to Tadius, and they jointly researched the organization. Small divisions are indeed not enough on the Karogia battlefield. Armored combined brigades are fine. After all, they are elite armored units and powerful assault forces. However, infantry divisions are not enough when facing extremely high intensity and wide battlefield positions, according to the previous size of about 14,000 people of the Alliance. This means that they have to compromise with the reality and create a large infantry division, which is a different organization from the regular infantry division. However, the Alliance large infantry divisions are slightly different from the divisions in the Dragon Eagle Legion. Although the number of personnel is similar, the Alliance large infantry divisions have more firepower weapons and vehicles than the Dragon Eagle Legion. There are more artillery and more infantry weapons, such as melt bombs, heavy bolt guns, plasma guns, infantry howitzers, etc. These are all assigned to the company. Moreover, the troop carriers are also sufficient. Any infantry division does not need the cooperation of any logistics troops. It can be fully motorized at the division level. This means that the cost of a large infantry division organized by the Alliance is 886,000 tax coins. 25 divisions. That is more than 20 million tax coins. Hans looked at this new army group and could only pinch his nose and say it smells good. Although this army group is a pure infantry and artillery unit and lacks armor, it is stronger than other infantry armies in his legion. The remaining 2 million people were dispersed and added to the understaffed armies, divisions, and regiments in his legion. So far, what else is Hans dissatisfied with? 3 million high-quality soldiers, a fully staffed and fully equipped army, without any discounts, this treatment, he has never experienced it before. He even hesitated to call Governor Gu, and mentioned vaguely, would it be not good to do this? Brother, when you supply the Star Army, do you really not make any money at all when you replenish the troops? You watered down the personnel. These 3 million people are equipped with 3 million people whose training is not up to standard, and you watered down the equipment, and you overstated the numbers. These 3 million people are not just about 50 million tax coins. Why don't you have to ask the Military Affairs Department for 100 million tax coins? Although the Military Affairs Department will not really give the money, but owing it will allow your alliance to not pay taxes for 4 years. How can you be so honest? In response, Gu Hang's answer was, Lieutenant General Hans, I must seriously criticize you. How can you have such a disloyal idea? I treat your army as my own. You are fighting on my planet, so I will give you my full support. After hearing this, Hans felt so ashamed that he was too embarrassed to complain when he led the team to leave Mingyan City and go to the other 2 nests. The situation in Mingyan City is certainly not completely stable. There have been more than a dozen vicious incidents reported in the past 2 days, including looting supplies, destroying construction sites, and attacking surrendered citizens. It will still take time to win the trust of the people and dismantle the evil forces. It is not the case that once a policy is promulgated and implemented, everything will be resolved immediately. Although the establishment of the administrative system and the organization of labor production are in full swing, and are generally considered to be smooth. In fact, this is all based on the previous effective military control. Now the military control is still in place, and vicious incidents will still occur occasionally. Once the military control is lifted, the police and security forces have not yet been established, and the administrative system and economic system that have just started to improve will probably become difficult to move forward. Gu Hang did not plan to end the military control. 20 million Salvation Army soldiers still stayed in Mingyan City, carrying out the control mission. At the same time, the scale of the Salvation Army had to be further expanded, on the one hand to absorb the employed population, on the other hand. The expansion of the army itself was Gu Hang's requirement. However, since the situation was improving, there was no need to keep so many troops. The Star Army withdrew, and some administrative personnel started to go to the 2 surrounding nest cities. The 2 nest cities are estimated to have a scale of about 1 billion people, and are about 1,500 kilometers away from Mingyan City. Each of them has several million local defense forces, responsible for suppressing the local area. The planetary government asked each hive to carry out the order of clearing the lower nest area and the lower nest area, and it was also conveyed. But the effect was very insignificant, although the remaining 38 hives were stationed by officials from the Alliance. On average, only a few dozen people went to each hive. It is difficult to take over the government power. Those old-timers of the local forces are not vegetarians. In fact, the task that Gu Hang gave them was not to take over the city. If they couldn't do it, they could just wait and not rush. In fact, at this stage, Kuroja's original administrative system was still running under Gu Hang's instruction, which was equivalent to reaching a certain degree of compromise with the dignitaries in other hives. Let the hives run first, and let the Union government, which was still in the name of the planetary government, issue some decrees to these hives, and that would be enough. As for the spring breeze of reform, there is no rush to blow it all over the world. Gu Hang must first set a good example in Mingyan City, and train enough administrative personnel. But there is one thing that must be controlled right now: military power. Gu Hang does not believe that those powerful people will rebel directly, at least not before his butcher knife really falls on their heads. The powerful people are not the same as the rebels and gangs in the Dichao district and Xiaochao district. Their wealth and power are inseparable from the official system. But no one can predict such things. What Gu Hang wants is to ensure that even if these people are really desperate, they are not to be feared. Military power is the most important thing. And in this matter, Gu Hang has been prepared. At its peak, Kuroja's planetary defense force reached 150 million people. Even after a war, tens of millions of people were reorganized into the Salvation Army, and now there are still 130 million people. These troops are scattered in major nests, and are the main force stationed to suppress the local area. Rather, these troops also have 1,000 connections with the dignitaries in their respective hives, at least closer than Gu Hang, the foreign governor. In order to solve this problem, Gu Hang had already laid the groundwork when the previous war ended. When the various planetary defense forces were transferred back, they were transferred to places that did not belong to their original bases. In addition, The troops between the various hives also underwent a major rotation. At the time, it did not cause a particularly big reaction. First, when the world was in danger of destruction, those powerful people had no intention of resisting, they only thought about saving their lives. Second, Gu Heng made such a decision, as the commander-in-chief of the war zone, those local powerful people had no ability to resist. Third, in order to prevent the powerful people from colluding with the army, there is a tradition of military rotation in Korogia, which happens every few years. What Gu Heng did was not unusual. After the rotation, even if those local powerful people wanted to reconnect with the army, it would take time. The most important goal of the working groups that Gu Heng sent to various nest cities this time was to control the army before those local dignitaries colluded with the army. They had some innate advantages. The Angry Bear Legion and the Salvation Army would each allocate a part of their troops to go to other nest cities with them, which would be considered as a force to keep the peace. Moreover, when those local defense forces gathered in the last war, Gu Heng had deliberately placed some of them there, and also won over some of his own people. These people will also help each working group to control the troops. Overall, it is certainly not easy to do, but it is still feasible. Because these working groups have two most important weapons in their hands, the Dragon Eagle Legion led by Lieutenant General Hans will not stay in a nest city for too long, and will no longer implement strict military control like Mingyan City. What he has to do is to take the troops to patrol the entire planet, to calm down the Alliance officials stationed in each nest city, and help them control the troops. In addition, the logistical supply, personnel appointments, and officer promotions of the planetary defense forces in each hive are still in the hands of the new government. Make good use of these conditions. Be cautious, work hard, and control the army with a righteous cause. And there should be no big problems. As for when to promote the reforms in Mingyan City to all hives, we have to wait until the reforms in Mingyan City begin to show results. If this is done well, and the Salvation Army in Gu Heng hands expands to a stronger level, it can implement martial law in all hives around the world. And that is when global reforms will be carried out. By then, all opposition forces on the planet will be paper tigers. The upper class will see the example of Mingyan City. Those who cooperate with the new government can be integrated into the new government, obtain high ranks, and retain their identities and status. It is inevitable that their treatment will decline. But in general, they will still be in high positions and have great power. They just need to change their mentality, accept the rules of the Alliance, and work in the way of the Alliance. Those who do not cooperate and sabotage in secret will suffer the most severe iron fist. At this point, Gu Heng was relatively free. In fact, the government still had a lot of work to do, which was very heavy. But it was obvious that Gu Heng could not rule the Alliance, which now had an extremely large population, by himself. Most of his work was still in the general direction, in the design of the system architecture. The specific work will be carried out by the government. Multi-level government agencies, millions, even tens of millions of civil servants, are responsible for carrying out his will. Osina has submitted a timetable to Gu Heng. The first milestone of Mingyan City's successful reform is to get rid of Mingyan City's dependence on aid from Angry Owl Star and Black Arrow Star within 1 year, and to export resources. Of course, this dependence refers to aid dependence, and normal trade is not included. Korogia's food demand is very huge. Even if there is recycling technology, synthetic starch technology is being used on a large scale, but it is still not enough. Synthetic starch also needs raw materials. Normal import is one aspect, and mainly, in addition to import, Mingyan City can solve part of its food needs by itself, such as using soilless farm technology. Moreover, the industrial products produced are worth the daily necessities of 4 billion people. As long as this is achieved, the reform will be successful. The next thing is to continue to improve productivity, continue to improve people's living standards, and export resources to help other nests reform. Mingyan City directly exports various resources needed for reform, which obviously means that the entire Korogia will be on the right track designed by Gu Heng. Chapter 373, the state religion also needs to be controlled by the Alliance. The reform of Korogia is still in progress. Although there are many difficulties, Gu Heng actually didn't have any big worries from the beginning. The gun, the money bag, the pen, if you hold these three things, things won't be too difficult. Gu Heng has always attached the most importance to the gun, which goes without saying. Not to mention his own direct troops, the Dragon Eagle Legion controlled by Lieutenant General Hans, seems to be obedient at present, It shouldn't be a problem to get the local defense army of over 100 million people. At this point, the gun is stable. Not to mention the purse. Karogia is poor as hell. The economic aid of the alliance. Industrial reform. The reduction of imperial taxes. These powers are in Gu Heng hands. And there is military support. The purse is also stable. With these, the reform is difficult to promote. And the probability of failure is not high. The last item. The role of the pen cannot be ignored. This is public opinion. The right to speak. And ideology. You can call it anything. But in the end, it is the people's heart. In fact, it is very important. In a sense, even more important than the first two. It is not enough to just have guns and money. But the people will not be loyal to you. The society will be operating in a high consumption mode, which cannot become the norm. But fortunately, the ruling system of the alliance has always been good at grasping the people's hearts. The development of productivity and the improvement of living standards will directly gain the most basic people's hearts. The propaganda and mobilization department of the alliance is also doing their work. The most important thing is to bind these good changes of the former, the alliance, and Governor Gu together, and naturally win the people's hearts. But this alone is not enough, especially for Karogia. In the past, Gu Heng had never had time to care about a point, which has become increasingly important recently. That is the state religion. The state religion is a force in the empire that is easily overlooked, but in fact should never be ignored. They have some dark history, and under the strict restrictions of the empire's laws, their power has been greatly weakened. They can't even create an armed force, and can only set up a rather weird battle nun. Not to mention that 1/3 of the battle nuns obey the Inquisition, and another 1/3 directly obey the empire, although the remaining 1/3 obey the state religion. Half of them are still very independent. However, they still cannot be underestimated. The most important point is their influence on people's hearts. The entire human empire has the emperor as its universal belief. From peddlers to fearless heroes. From the poor people at the bottom to the upper dignitaries. From psychic scholars to the minions of the Inquisition. Who doesn't say Emperor bless you? Even the group of crazy people in the Mechanicus, who dare not change their brains, and wish to replace everything else with mechanical parts, shouting God of all machines. They also admit that it is the incarnation of the Emperor. The Emperor influence is everywhere. And Karogia is the core area of the state religion in the recent star regions. The reason is nothing else. But there are many people here. And the state religion needs to expand its influence here. So a few hundred years ago, a diocese was established. A cathedral was set up. And even a combat nun order called the Holy Mercy Lily was sent to stay here. Although the scale of the Holy Mercy Lily is small, it is also a serious nun order. In Karogia, the priests of the state religion really go to the lowest level. Some of them are ascetics, wearing the simplest and most tattered cloth, going to the lower levels to treat illnesses and save lives, distribute food, and act as arbitrators to resolve disputes. Of course, these things are secondary. And the most important thing is to preach and appease people's hearts. In Gu Heng observation, many of these members of the state religion, especially the upper class, are also very extravagant, which conforms to Gu Heng's stereotype of the decadent religious forces. But objectively speaking, what they have done in Karogia over the past long years has played a role in stabilizing society, and has also been widely recognized by the people. But Gu Heng has always been less interested in religion, and even has a faint feeling of rejection. Moreover, in the highly centralized political system of the alliance, there was no place for the state religion from the beginning. When it came to Karogia, it was no longer possible. If the issue of state religion is not properly handled, the reform policy that the alliance is implementing in Karogia will not only be difficult to implement, but will also be ineffective. After several rounds of internal discussions, Gu Heng and his officials have roughly come up with a plan. However, before meeting with Bishop Zhao Qingheng of Karogia, Gu Heng met another person first, under the introduction of his old acquaintance, Sister Grit. Gu Heng personally visited the leader of the Holy Mercy Lily, Sister Medici. This was their second meeting. Ms. Medici looked very old. According to her own words, she was already 128 years old this year, and had never undergone any life-extending surgery. This was rare, and she had almost reached the theoretical limit of human lifespan. Gu Heng thought that this might really be the blessing of the Emperor. After all, he had also seen that when Grit was fighting, the illusory golden wing stretched out from behind her, and she killed the enemy as easily as cutting melons and vegetables, no worse than the captain of the next door. Martins. Medici was once a member of the Blood Rose Convent, and was also a combat hero with outstanding achievements. Later, due to some differences in ideas, she no longer agreed with the Blood Rose's overly radical and cruel ideas. She and some like-minded people established the Blood Rose's lower order, and then became independent, which is now the Holy Mercy Lily. Anyway, Gu Heng couldn't tell at all what the kind-looking old lady in front of him had to do with the Blood Rose, the executioner of the Inquisition that was rumored to have frightened countless people. Sister Medici, I am glad to see that you are in good health. Thank you, Governor Gu, the old lady said with a smile. But the greetings are over. Just tell me why you are looking for me. If it is for the affairs of the state religion, then there is no need to ask. You should go to Bishop Zhao for all matters concerning the state religion. We, the Holy Lily, only do what we should do and never interfere in other matters. Hearing this, Gu Heng felt relieved. Although, Medici seemed to have seen that his governor cared about the influence of the state religion, so he acted as if he had said something ugly in advance. But in fact, this was the attitude that Gu Heng wanted. If that's the case, then it's the best. I have always admired the philosophy of the Holy Lily. Do what should be done. Do the right thing. The warriors of the sisters, who are not afraid of sacrifice, have helped me a lot on the Wrathful Owl Star, and have also made outstanding contributions on the battlefield of Kuroja. I also know that, when there is no war, the non-combat nuns of the Holy Mercy Lily will go down to the bottom nest to preach. In the future, I still hope that the Holy Mercy Lily will play a corresponding role, which will be of great help to the recovery of Kuroja. We will, Medici replied. But in fact, she was a little unsure of the governor's intention. Is it just to say this when you come to visit in person? Then they will do so without the governor telling them. They have been doing this for 30 years. And Gu Heng was still talking. He said, I will give the sisters all the necessary help. Your development in Kuroja, and even in the entire alliance, will be strongly supported by the alliance government. We will provide all the necessary conditions to help the missionaries of the sisters, so that the sisters can further expand their scale. You can recruit anyone you want. You can open a class for nuns in our college. If your nun needs custom power armor, I can find a way to provide it for you. You have also seen my soldiers. The performance of the Servant of God series power armor is more suitable for nuns than the Universal series commonly used by Holy Mercy Lily. If the nun lacks funds, the corresponding support, the Alliance can even provide it in the form of donations. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Mr. Governor. Medici hurriedly stopped. Although, Governor Gu claimed a series of help. Why did she sound so scared? At her age, she no longer believes that there is a free lunch in this world. If you take these things, you must pay the corresponding price. I am old, Mr. Governor, Medici said. It is difficult for me to think about the twists and turns behind many things. Let's be more direct. Frankly speaking, the things you provide are indeed what the sisters need most and care about the most. What do you want Saint Lily to do? Gu Heng smiled and said, It's very simple. Just do what the nuns did in the past. Help the sick and weak. Punish evil and spread the gospel. Isn't this the purpose of the Holy Lily of Mercy? Is that it? That's it. Gu Heng's smile became brighter. Just do these. There is no need to intervene in other things that the nuns should not do. What do you think? Medici understood. She couldn't help asking, Are you going to attack Bishop Zhao? Of course not, Gu Heng said. I am the loyal governor of the empire. How could I be an enemy of the state religion? I have always respected the role of the state religion in planetary construction. However, the state religion should play a role under the alliance system, so that we can work together better. What do you think? Medici sighed. If it is too much, it will not work. Gu Heng knew that the matter was settled. He said no. But it was obviously a tacit attitude. It's not excessive, isn't it? Gu Heng smiled and stood up. Don't worry. I sincerely hope that the sisters will develop better and better in the future. After all, in this cruel universe, the light of the Holy Mercy Lily is very needed. As the saying goes, a man who eats a man's food should be grateful. And the Holy Mercy Lily is just like that. After Gu Heng promised to provide various support, and even various donations in the future, they probably acquiesced to what the Alliance would do next. And that's not all. After Holy Mercy Lily received various assistance from the Alliance, How could it stay out of many things? 100 sets of the Alliance stock of God's servant were quickly shipped over. And they were painted in the white and green style of Holy Mercy Lily as soon as they were shipped out of the warehouse. In addition, the Promised Nun class, the Promised Missionary Protection are all in place. What can't be in place? Wearing my God's servant, don't you want to work for me? The nuns who went down to preach were soon pulled together by the officials of the Alliance to work in various production teams, engineering groups, and factories. Preaching, spiritual comfort, of course, and checking on work injuries and boosting the morale of the workers. Is that reasonable? The nuns are working. And the combat nuns, as sisters with armed forces, can't just stand by and watch. Right? With dozens of combat nuns stationed in a block, can the Alliance military control troops be withdrawn in large numbers? Just as Gu Hang said, he didn't need the Holy Mercy Lilies to do anything extra. As long as they did their job well, it would be a great help. The Holy Mercy Lilies were the most important force in the Koroja State Church. Not only in terms of force. The sisters had always played a great role in soothing people in Koroja, especially in Mingyan City. When they were not in trouble, Gu Hang would not have such big concerns when he took action against the state church. A series of decrees were promulgated. Gu Hang certainly did not want to abolish the state religion. But the state religion under the Alliance system should act under the management of the Alliance. They no longer have economic privileges, cannot interfere with production, cannot force, semi-force, or induce donations, prohibit non-public preaching, and cannot hold secret gatherings. Corrupt elements should be eliminated. The Alliance will not interfere with the funds and resources allocated by the superior state religion, but the use of funds needs to be reported to the Alliance. This series of measures almost stepped on the tail of the state religion. Zhao Qihong was so anxious that he jumped up and down and hurried to find Gu Hang. He has no more cards to play. Even if he wants to fight, how can he do it? He has no military power, no finances. Even if he wants to inspire people, there is still the Holy Lily to help the Alliance to calm people's hearts. The effect is greatly reduced. Gu Hang's attitude towards Zhao Qihong is still very good, but the regulations mentioned above are iron laws. Gu Hang does not intend to compromise. But he also relaxed some places. For example, in missionary work, Gu Hang is willing to provide strong support to the state religion. Faith in the emperor can significantly curb the corruption of cults. At the same time, the Alliance is also willing to give a special religious grant. Gu Hang essentially has one request: money can be given to you. Support can also be given. But you just do your job honestly and contribute to the development of Koroja. As for the abnormal means of making money such as economic privileges, holding religious gatherings and interfering in politics, it is not allowed. Zhao Qihong compromised on this. Even the last clause that the funding from the state religion superiors must be supervised by the Alliance. He also accepted it. In many worlds where the state religion is weak, local governments often have such requests, which are not excessive. If you don't want to cause trouble, then what funding is not good to talk to the government about? Chapter 374. Alpha-level psychic Gu Hang never dared to underestimate the state religion, although they did not have nominal military power. Their greatest weapon was influence. But this thing was already very terrifying. If the Pope of the state religion, or a cardinal with great influence, really wanted to declare someone or a place as a heretic, or make a claim to an area occupied by aliens or chaos cults, it would very likely lead to the start of a holy war. The bishop's subordinates may not have conventional armed forces outside the sisters, but they can call on all the governors of several star regions and the imperial military forces in the name of holy war. And if they want to do so, they can often succeed. There are many examples in the history of the empire. This is not power, order, or mandatory requirement, but the appeal brought by influence. But it is precisely this influence and appeal that makes the governments at all levels of the empire, from the central to the local level, quite vigilant. Good guy, after the state religion caused political turmoil that affected the entire empire, they had been put under layers of tight hoops, but now they still have such a strong influence. Who wouldn't be afraid of this? In places where the state religion is strong, let's not talk about those government officials who have faith in their minds. Normal officials will impose restrictions on this. Of course, this will cause contradictions, even conflicts, which depends on personal means and local conditions. There was no trouble on Koroja, which made Gu Hang feel much more at ease. The core reason was that the last war had just ended not long ago, and Gu Hang had gained great prestige and military power. and his position as the commander of the war zone was still there. Bishop Zhao Qihong was not a particularly strong person. Although he had a good mass base, he was not satisfied with the cancellation of privileges. But he considered the compensation given by Gu Heng, such as the promise to support missionary work, and the special allocation of the Union government, and then considered the consequences of the disturbance, especially the disturbance without the support of the nuns. Forget it. Let it be. As for complaining to the higher level organization of the state religion, Zhao Qihong actually did, but it was useless. And he knew it. The goal of the complaint was essentially to cry and talk about how difficult it was for him. The archbishop above comforted him. And that was it. The higher level state religion organization had no intention of taking the lead. The core point is that Gu Heng did not touch the core interest of the state religion, influence. The state religion can still continue to preach. And there are no restrictions. The alliance government even provides some convenience. As long as the number of registered believers does not decrease, it will be fine. Even as the management system becomes more effective and clearer, the number of registered believers may increase sharply. So what's the big deal? As for not letting them touch politics, not letting them have economic privileges, what does it have to do with the superior state religion? The state religion has no plan to control the Pegasus Star region through influence, and will not fight for the economic privileges of the lower sects. I don't get the money, and they applaud when the corrupt elements are eliminated. After discussing the state religion, all matters of Kuroja were on track, and the rest was just a matter of time. Gu Heng needed to wait for Mingyan City to follow the planned pace, and to move forward step by step to the point where it could form an internal circulation. And he himself was free. But this so-called free time was only relative. How could he get real free time in his position? After not having to put all his time and energy into government affairs, he naturally had other things to do. He first went to the Kingdom of Storms for a walk. The subspace essence of the Great Unclean One, Gavaga, was still on the high tower of the Kingdom of Storms, suffering the baptism and torture of the storm. Several months had passed, and the subspace essence of Gavaga had been almost eliminated. In fact, Gu Heng could no longer see the little unclean one bearing his fangs and claws, leaving only a ball of yellow-green mist. Instead, the Kingdom of Storms was filled with thunder and lightning. In the dense thunderclouds, a new and stronger new life is being nurtured. The size of the entire Kingdom of Storms has almost doubled in the past few months. The subspace essence of Galaga was decomposed and then swallowed, which made the power of the Kingdom of Storms even stronger. After having greater subspace authority, the power that the entire Kingdom of Storms can call upon has also increased significantly, according to Gu Heng's own estimation. With the current strength of the Kingdom of Storms, if he faces a demon of the level of Galaga again and dares to invade alone, he should not need to rely on any favorable time and place, but must squeeze the opponent into the gap of the reality curtain, and rely on the blows of the real world to destroy the opponent's body and soul. Now, relying solely on the power of the Storm Kingdom, it should be able to defeat the opponent, even if it is not a single invasion, but the great demon with his thousands of demon troops. The Storm Kingdom is also capable of a head-on battle. This is not only the result of the Storm Kingdom's power increasing significantly, but also the result of Gu Heng's own strengthening. After defeating Galaga, he has accumulated enough experience and can level up. Although, the number of gift points required to upgrade to LV9 has reached a terrifying 200,000 points. But after many personal experiences, Gu Heng clearly understood that in this universe, the army is important, and strong top combat power is equally important. He spent this gift point decisively. After reaching LV9, his psychic strength has reached S level without the subspace bonus. This is the highest level that can be achieved in the psychic order, and it can almost be a one-man army. The thunder he called will be more terrifying than the simultaneous firing of thousands of cannons. It can repeatedly bombard an entire position into pieces. His telekinesis can twist the charging armored cluster into a dough. He can use the assistance of an entire psychic mage group to amplify his power, affect more than 100,000 kilometers away in the void space environment, and tear apart the cruiser-level void shield. Gu Heng also has a killer. Once he tears open the curtain of reality and lets the power of the Storm Kingdom leak into reality, his psychic power will rise to another level and directly have S+ level strength. Put it in the subspace, Gu Heng stayed in the Storm God country and already had the strength equivalent to the Great Demon. However, this is the top. Gu Heng used to think that it was level 9, and it was normal to have level 10 above. It doesn't make sense that level 9 is the top. Right? Gu Heng still had various events and characteristics to be able to have S-level psychic strength at level 9. If those heroes under him were activated normally, in terms of psychic strength, even if they were upgraded to level 9, it would probably be about A+, at most weaker than level S. However, let's not talk about those records that are a bit like myths and legends. Just in the Imperial Psychic Order, among the existing people, there are so-called S+ level psychics. This is a strength that Gu Heng cannot reach with his characteristics, and can only achieve by cheating in the subspace. Not to mention, in the grading of the Psychic Order, there are also Alpha level psychics, who are one level higher than S level. Psychics of this level, to exaggerate, can shatter a star with a thought. Of course, the premise is that the star has no protection. Anyway, Gu Heng's current spiritual power strength, although it can be considered top level, is obviously still far from the ceiling. However, in the system, it has reached its limit. This situation reminds Gu Heng of the dream he had before. The person in the dream said, "This is a very interesting little toy." A little toy. Not presentable. Is this what you mean? Because it is just a little toy. So there is a ceiling? This explanation seems reasonable. But Gu Heng is not reconciled. He recently read a lot of information shared by the Psychic Order, and even asked Wang Yuyang, the president of the Star Region Order, to come from Phase Star to give him the information, combined with his own situation, especially his careful perception of his feelings when using psychic power, and self-analysis. He roughly came up with a guess. When psychics use psychic power, they are not essentially using their own power. They are essentially loopholes in the real world, a channel, and psychic power comes to this world with the psychic soul as an anchor. Theoretically, a high-level psychic, even without any training, will show psychic power. But this power is uncontrolled and will cause terrible damage, and even become a subspace evil to come to the real world, or even tear open a subspace gap. A controlled psychic can use this power according to his own talent. In this sense, how much power a psychic can master is destined, depending on how big or small his loophole is. Acquired training improves the control of psychic power. However, most people cannot reach that upper limit. The psychic power that can be controlled is used, and the psychic power that cannot be controlled is intentionally suppressed to avoid losing control. This is the core of psychic training. The function of the system has always been to provide Gu Heng with spirituality and talent, so that he can better apply and master psychic power. Without the system, his ability in psychic power throughout his life would probably be around C-level strength, and he would suppress the psychic power that he could not control and never show it. But now, the system has improved his ability to control psychic energy to the point where it cannot be improved any further, allowing him to fully master the ultimate power of a psychic. The system can only improve this much on the hero interface, but it cannot expand Gu Heng loopholes. If he goes up to the alpha level psychic, according to the research definition of the Psychic Order, that has exceeded the upper limit of the psychic strength that a human individual can control. For all beings with this psychic talent, there is no control in the conventional sense. The loophole cannot be filled, and the surging psychic waves in the subspace will devour people of this talent level. As they grow older, psychics at this level will be unable to stop the reckless psychic power, thus distorting into an existence that can harm an entire planet, or even cause a larger-scale disaster. The Psychic Order's method of dealing with alpha-level psychics is to capture them if they can be discovered in the early stage, and then control them in a special anti-psychic prison for research, until the anti-psychic prison can no longer control them, and then execute them. If it is difficult to capture them, they will be executed directly, even if there are very few alpha-class psychics who can control their power. According to the research of the Psychic Order, this control is only temporary and unsustainable. The human brain will be burned, and the soul will eventually be distorted uncontrollably, unless some people are born with extraordinary talents. That is a very individual case, which needs to be studied. But generally speaking, it is believed that this is related to the Emperor, the most powerful person in history, who is far stronger than alpha-class psychics. For example, the legendary Holy Angel and Sage. These two demigods among the space warriors are famous for their psychic powers. Now the situation is very clear. Under normal circumstances, Gu Heng's psychic power has indeed reached its limit and cannot be raised. However, he thought of another way. Since S level is considered to be the most powerful psychic level that humans can master, and the next level cannot be mastered by humans, Then I will not be. Oh! I must not be a human. However, Gu Heng also has a unique condition. That is, he has mastered the essence of the lesser god of the subspace. If you want to break through the limits of human beings, master alpha level psychic power, or even a stronger level, it is not enough to rely on loopholes alone. You must have the essence of the subspace, and become a member of the subspace. If he is in the subspace now, and has the power to defeat the big devil head-on, he has actually reached the strength of an alpha-level psychic. Next, what he has to do is to make this subspace essence closer to himself as much as possible, and even embrace this essence, so that he can gradually have the corresponding strength in the real world. But Gu Heng still has doubts about this. Over-embracing the subspace nature of the Kingdom of Storms, wouldn't that be equivalent to not being a human being? Now, he is still a psychic. Even if the Grand Inquisitor of the Tribunal stands in front of him, he is still a legal imperial psychic. But if combined with the nature of the storm, that won't work. In this regard, Gu Heng also has some doubts in his heart. But fortunately, this is not something that needs to be decided immediately. At the moment, LV9, the psychic power equivalent to the S+ level strength, is enough. If something big happens, Gu Heng can use a cheat to temporarily gain alpha level power, which is not unsatisfying. There is still enough time to explore the way to reach the ceiling in the future. Gu Heng has a lot of gift points. He got 1.3 million directly after the victory of the previous war. At that time, he even felt that he could not spend all the gift points. Later, he found out that it was a complete illusion. He spent 400,000 points to train the loyalty of 40,000 administrative officials. And he spent 200,000 points to upgrade himself. Almost half of it is gone. But even though so much money has been spent, these 40,000 people can only be considered as an emergency at best. There are still not enough administrative officials. And later, he still needs to keep a large number of gift points for training the army. He wants to implement martial law in all the nests of Karogia, clean up all the lower nest areas, and the lower nest areas, which still need long-term garrison. At present, the 150 million planetary defense forces are not enough, and Gu Heng does not look down on ordinary planetary defense forces. He wants to eventually transform the entire Karogia army into the system of the Salvation Army. Let alone expanding the army, it would cost 1 million grace points to train the existing 100 million troops. How could he afford it? If he really wanted to expand to his ideal 300 to 400 million troops, it would be even more impossible. From this point of view, the grace points are still very insufficient. And Gu Heng's expectation that, after Karogia was recognized by the system, he would be able to significantly increase his monthly grace point income, it also fell through. Karogia was indeed recognized by the system, and Gu Heng could now see it in the panel. However, 40 billion people joining the alliance not only did not bring about an increase in monthly income, but it actually fell. Before, Gu Heng monthly income had reached 7,000. But the moment Karogia was recognized by the system, the number fell to 4,000, which was only the level of 4 years ago. Good man. Karogia turned out to be a burden. Right? Gu Heng complained in his heart. This situation was indeed a little beyond his expectations. Originally, he did not expect Karogia to provide him with a particularly high gift point income all at once, even if there were 40 billion people here. But the worst-case scenario that Gu Heng had thought of before was nothing more than a relatively low income. He had never thought that it would be a negative number. But Gu Heng was not panicked at all. He knew at that time that it was only temporary. It is normal for the population with hundreds of millions of people with low quality of life, low productivity, and low control to increase suddenly, as various practical problems on Karogia are solved. This situation will soon be improved. This is indeed the case. From the time Karogia was recognized by the system to now, in the past few months, Karogia has transported hundreds of millions of people to the Alliance Twin Stars. This matter has also attracted the attention of Lao Yisi, who has returned to the Star Region government and is about to take office as the Minister of the Interior. The huge population change in a short period of time will certainly cause problems. She would question, if Karogia continues to export population like this, what will happen to the tax in 6 years? At the same time, Gu Heng also has questions. The rapid population growth of the Alliance Twin Stars was achieved through population migration. How to calculate the tax issue? You can't calculate Karogia based on 40 billion people, and then calculate the Alliance Twin Stars based on the newly added population. Isn't that calculating the tax twice for me? After this communication, Ms. Lao Isi agreed in principle that the subsequent alliance tax payment should be calculated as a whole. That is, for 0.05 billion tax coins per year. Koroja is a war zone, and 4 billion will be exempted. In the past 6 years, you only need to pay Black Arrow and Wrathful Owl every year. However, there will be follow-up to this matter. The Empire will recalculate the tax amount of each world every 10 years, and the next calculation period will be in a year. At that time, administrative officials of the Star District government will conduct a detailed investigation of the situation of the 3 planets of the Alliance, and finally calculate the individual tax amount and report it to the Star region. According to the situation in previous years, the population of Koroja is too difficult to calculate clearly, and I am afraid that it will still be calculated as 40 billion in the end, while the binary star is easier to calculate, and we will calculate it according to the estimated number of people at that time. Whether the population migrates or not, the Empire does not care. There is no precedent to avoid being taxed twice. If Gu Hang can manage Koroja in an orderly manner, and do a good job of population statistics, it can also withstand the on-site inspection of the Star District government and the review of the Star Region government. Then it will be settled. Right? The population statistics are clear, and the population migration within the Alliance will not affect the tax calculation unless the overall development coefficient of the Alliance is adjusted upward. For example, Phase Star also has to pay 4 billion tax coins every year, the same as Koroja, but it has only 8 billion people. This highly developed garden world has a development coefficient of level 5, which means that one population corresponds to 0.5 tax coins. It is simply astonishing. But at present, the Alliance should not be adjusted upward. It is hard to say what will happen in the next 10 years. Gu Hang is still a little helpless about this result. Even if he is optimistic, he is still a little unsure that the rule over Koroja will be adjusted to the point where a complete population statistics can be carried out within a year. Maybe he will still be in trouble. However, even if this is the case, we cannot stop eating because of choking. The migration of population still needs to be done persistently, even if it means losses. In fact, it has already worked. The population migrated to Black Arrow Star, and Angry Owl Star has no debuff, and can indeed be put into production immediately. On Angry Owl Star, there is still a lot of land that can be reclaimed in the North Qing Valley area, and people can also start to reclaim the South Qing Valley area. The Qinggu army, which has always been in place, has been ordered to march south to eliminate the mutant monsters. A large amount of jungle has been cut down. Not all of it, but the land has been reclaimed in a planned way. According to estimates, it will take at least 200 million workers to fully develop the farmland in the Qinggu area. Not to mention, the industrial center of Weixing City is still expanding its production capacity, and there is a large demand for industrial workers. According to the calculations of the Alliance government, it is very difficult for Angry Owl Star to restore its splendor of hundreds of years ago, and the natural conditions do not support it. However, it is still no problem to carry 3 billion people. This is still the premise of not developing into a hive world. In fact, the Wrathful Owl can develop 1 or 2 industrial hives, which can double the population. The Black Arrow, which has better natural conditions, but a large ocean area and a small land area, can also accommodate more than 3 billion people. If a large-scale migration is carried out according to this goal, the population of Koroja will be reduced by 15% to 20%, and the pressure of survival will be much smaller. With a large number of people added, Black Arrow Star and Angry Owl Star will develop rapidly. At the same time, the reforms within Koroja, especially in Mingyan City, have begun to show results. Up to now, Gu Hang monthly gift point income has returned to more than 7,000 points. Up to now, it has been 8 months since the end of the Mingyan City Defense War, and Gu Hang has received more than 30,000 monthly income. In addition to the income from some small-scale battles to suppress the rebellion, Gu Hang now has a total of 750,000 gifts on hand. Most of them, of course, have to be kept for subsequent preparations. He still has to expand the army and train administrative officials. However, it is not impossible to take out a part of it to draw some technology. At the 10,000 yuan level, let's try 10 consecutive draws first. Chapter 375, Alliance Shipyard. Gu Hang is now drawing technologies worth 10,000 yuan, and it is 100% guaranteed to be delivered. Moreover, it is highly likely to be good stuff. After all, even if it is an epic technology, there is a 20% chance of drawing it. And in this wave of continuous drawing, he did draw an epic technology. Spiritual engine. This is an engine technology that can directly use high compression energy crystals. Things like the Warhound Titan are not worthy of using the spiritual engine. This type of engine is generally used on large titans and starships. For some medium and large starships, such as destroyers and cruisers, large-scale single engines are no longer sufficient, and corresponding design blueprints are needed to manufacture engine groups with it. And considering the various technologies currently available, Gu Heng now has the basic ability to build large starships. But in fact, the Alliance only has a small shipyard now, and can only build some travelers. This is a bit embarrassing. However, in this wave of elite technology, there are also some good things, which solve Gu Heng's problem. Shipyard Blueprint. This is a complete set of technology similar to the Starport Technology Blueprint. According to this set of blueprints, and the matching black box, a variety of parts can be created, and an advanced shipyard can be built. At the same time, the elite technology extracted this time also includes the construction technology of patrol ship. This is a proper warship. Although it is one level lower than a frigate, it can still play a role in naval battles as a wolf pack. It can also be used to protect waterways and fight pirates. The interstellar tunnels are not peaceful. In addition, there is a technology in the elite class that makes Gu Heng very happy, Lion King Tank. The combat effectiveness of this thing is naturally beyond words. After it can be built, if the armor brigade of the Alliance can be equipped with 2 or 3 tanks per brigade, the combat effectiveness will also be greatly improved. Another thing worth mentioning is an advanced technology, transport ship, Flying Dolphin type. In terms of technical level, it is the same as the Traveler, but much larger than the Traveler, and even much larger than the patrol ship, although it basically has no combat capability and cannot be modified for combat. It can be considered an armed merchant ship, but its combat power is also very poor. However, it is good for transporting goods and passengers. It can carry more than 80,000 passengers at a time, and can also carry a large amount of supplies, which can be used by these passengers to spend several months in the star world. It can also be equipped with a small circulation system and synthetic starch system for emergency use. Gu Company also has a great demand for this thing. Once it is made, it will not be difficult to sell. And Gu Heng does not plan to sell it. This thing is economical, practical and reliable. With a total of 100 ships, it can go back and forth from Kurogia to the Angry Owl Star 3 times a month, and can go to the Black Arrow Star once a month, transporting 2 or 3 million people at a time. And the migration work will be much easier. As for the remaining 4 advanced levels, a basic level technology is not very useful, and some of them are even the production capacity that the Alliance has obtained through trade and self-developed technology upgrades, so there is no need to talk about them in particular. However, after drawing to this extent in the 10,000th level, the prize pool does not look as good as it did at the beginning. The probability of epic technology has dropped to 10%, and the elite level is only 30%. Gu Heng smacked his lips, his hands trembled, and another 20 shots were fired. This time, I was lucky. First, an epic technology came out. The probability dropped to 5%. In the end, another one came out in the last draw. These 2 technologies are Destroyer, Design Blueprint, and Fention Torpedo Technology. Destroyers, which can be considered as big ships. The Pegasus fleet is the second largest naval fleet in the Dragon Eagle Star region. It is true that the main force is the 7 cruisers, but there are only about 30 destroyers. The cost of a single ship is, the cheapest one is 1 billion, and the expensive model is several billion. The difference lies in power, firepower, divination, protection. In short, there are many aspects. But in general, destroyers can be regarded as a watershed in the specifications of naval fleets. In small naval conflicts, destroyers are the killer and the magic weapon. In large-scale naval decisive battles, destroyers cannot be ignored. A serious large ship, if it is really hit by a powerful destroyer, will not be able to withstand it. When the void shield is overloaded, it may capsize if it is hit by a sudden shot. When the Alliance shipyard can build destroyers, it will be the time to enter the realm of mastery. However, before this step, the Alliance still has a lot of work to do. The design blueprint and the supporting black box give the Alliance the ability to build ships. The spiritual engine and the supporting jump engine, jump protection position, jump identification technology, and adamantium technology. These all meet the prerequisite technology for shipbuilding. However, building a real destroyer still has difficulties. The technical level of the shipyard, after obtaining the shipyard blueprint, can be partially solved. Technical workers can be trained, but the destroyer must have weapons, must have protection, otherwise it is just a hull. Although the hull of the starship is also valuable, it is the basis, but after all, Gu Heng does not want to build it and then sell it. What's more, building the hull and then giving it to others for processing, the profit will be greatly reduced. However, this problem was also solved later. In these 20 consecutive draws, Gu Heng also drew 6 elite-level technologies. Among them, there are 2 M-level weapons, namely M-type specification heat hammer macro cannon, M-type specification sky-splitting axe missile. The firepower of the M-type specification is certainly enough to serve as the main gun of a destroyer. Based on these 2 things, the Alliance can even develop 2 types of destroyers in the future, namely missile destroyers with missiles as the core, and gunboats with macro cannons as the core. In naval battles, they can all play different tactical roles. As for the many secondary guns of S-class specifications, whether it is kinetic cannons or energy cannons, or surgical missiles, the Alliance has corresponding technical reserves. At the same time, in these 20 draws, among the advanced technologies, the energy shield generator technology was also obtained. Although it is not a void shield, it is okay for a destroyer to use an energy shield. Although the void shield is good, the cost will soar if it is equipped. In addition to the much higher cost of the void shield itself, it also requires more energy supply, which means that more spiritual engine sets must be equipped. The increase in the number of engine sets is not a simple addition. The design difficulty will increase greatly, and the cost will also increase dramatically. From this point of view, after obtaining this series of technologies, combined with the past technical reserves, the Alliance shipyard has a lot to do. As for the second technology, burning sky torpedo, this is an even more terrifying thing. This is a star-destroying weapon. The finished product is as big as several hundred-storied buildings tied together. It requires at least a cruiser-sized starship to complete the launch mission, or it can be dropped on the ground and detonated artificially. Its main function is to ignite the atmosphere of the entire world after the explosion, forming a terrifying wave that sweeps the world, from air to water to light materials on the surface. They will all burn up sooner or later under the chain reaction. The whole world will burn into a big fireball in space within a week or 2. And it will burn until there is nothing to burn on the entire surface of the planet. The whole time depends on the size of the planet. And it can last for a few months at least, or several years at most. It can't destroy a planet, but it is enough to destroy all life on the planet. Only by being extremely tough, hiding in a very deep, almost sealed place that can't be burned in by the sky fire through the air, and surviving for several months or years, will there be a chance to escape. But it's just a chance. Under the horrible burning, it will cause serious geological activities, and the underground structure will collapse easily. But even if you escape, you will have to survive for several months or years. Whether the underground environment can support the survivors to live for so long is also a problem. Even if you really escape, the entire surface of the planet will be burned to nothing. How can you survive in the future, and how can you continue the race? This kind of extinction weapon may not guarantee to kill every living individual on the surface, but it is enough to exterminate the whole race. The few survivors are meaningless on the worthless planet after burning. However, it is actually useless in conventional wars. It is extremely expensive, and the cost of one is almost equal to that of a cruiser. It has weak penetration ability, and is very easy to be intercepted. A simple defender or reflector can destroy it if it hits it. It is wishful thinking to use it to attack enemy ships. It can be used as an extinction weapon, but it is obviously not allowed to be used if you want to occupy a planet. The planet will be destroyed after being used. If it is a war of extinction, the harsh conditions for the release also require the launcher to completely occupy and control the orbit of the planet. Otherwise, if the launcher releases a missile and the enemy anti-orbital firepower blows it up outside the atmosphere, it will be useless. The most common use scenario is that the orbit is completely controlled. The battle on the surface cannot be handled, and the planet is not intended to be taken. So just use one shot to exterminate it. A few months ago, Kurogia almost went down this path. If Gu Heng didn't solve the problem, and it was evaluated that it couldn't be solved, then he would apply to the higher-ups, find a big boss who could shoulder this responsibility, and make a decision. Send a burning sky torpedo over. while the cult can't deploy anti-orbital guns to cover the entire planet. Run to the back of the planet opposite to the location of Pheno City and drop the burning sky torpedo. That would be considered an extermination order for Kurogia. Gu Heng thought about it. And this technology was very sensitive. More sensitive than any technology Gu Heng had obtained in the past. Things like Night Mech and Warhound Titan are actually problematic. Rifles, tanks, armored vehicles, fighter planes, etc. The Mechanicus doesn't mind the spread of technology. From another perspective, this may also be a tacit understanding between the Empire and the Mechanicus. However, when it comes to Night Mech and Titan, two iconic products of the Mechanicus, the blockade is more serious. Although it seems that no war has been heard of because of this. But as of now, except for the Mechanicus's Forge World and some places that have a particularly close relationship with the Mechanicus, I have never seen other places that can make them, let alone manufacturing. Even non-Mechanicus forces that can use this kind of war machine have rarely heard of it. Except for the Night Mech. Many feudal worlds will buy it, or directly become a night world that obeys the Mechanicus. Titans appear on the battlefield, either because of the actions of the Mechanicus's Scutarii, or because of the actions of the Imperial Army with the participation of the Mechanicus. Many Astra Militarum Corps, the Navy, and even under the command of the Planetary Governor, have members of the Mechanicus. As for Gu Heng, the situation is quite eye-catching. Compared with Warhound Titan and Ranger Knight, the Burning Sky Torpedo may be a more eye-catching thing. If Gu Heng can be more cautious about the first two, he should stay away from the Mechanicus. Anyway, there is only one Forge World in the entire Dragon Eagle Star region, which is far away in the Yunluo Star region and has no close information connection with the Tianma Star region. Gu Heng can never tell the outside world about the source of the Titan and Night Mecha, but he hinted that he has received support from a sect in the Mechanicus. I won't go into details about who it is. When the time comes when I really have to reveal myself, I will push Wu Jiarong to the front. Don't I have a genius who can develop a Titan by myself? Wu Jiarong's current level has reached the level of a ruling bishop. As for her, as long as she meets the standard, Gu Heng will upgrade her without waiting for her to upgrade herself. Even, Gu Heng is still thinking that when Wu Jiarong's level is better, his overall power is stronger, and he can withstand greater pressure. He will take the initiative to push Wu Jiarong out and establish a branch sect of the Mechanic Order. But that is a matter for the future. At present, it is still mainly to survive and fool around. As long as we can fool around, then we will fool around. And showing the Burning Sky Torpedo is seriously contrary to this goal. This thing is not needed now, I dare not sell it, and it is difficult to mass produce it, so it is really unnecessary. It takes about 4 years to pull out a finished product from the black box, so let's use the black box to produce it. As long as I have it in my hand, I can use it when necessary, that's enough. I turn my attention back to the technology lottery. In addition to these, for elite technologies were also released. Orbital Defense System, Design Blueprint, Transport Ship, Whale Class, Qilin Fighter, Frigate, Design Blueprint. They are all very reliable. Orbital Defense System, needless to say. This technology allows Gu Heng technicians to fully master the various types of artillery and build a reliable air defense system. The matching detection and locking system can better destroy the attack on the planet. Rich worlds, such as Winged Star, will cover the entire world with orbital defense systems. Of course, this is very costly, but at least important nodes, such as industrial cores like Weishing City, should be covered. Each of Kurogia's nests has a certain orbital air defense capability. So you can wait. Black Arrow Star actually has it too. Angry Owl Star was really built from scratch, so it should be given priority. Transport Ship. Well, this is a transport ship of a higher level than Flying Dolphin. Frigate, Design Blueprint, needless to say. The acquisition of these two technologies directly further supplements the current production line of the Alliance shipyard. When all these technologies can be applied, then the entire production line of the Alliance shipyard will be complete. Civilian ships range from Traveler to Flying Dolphin to Whale, and military ships range from patrol ship to frigate to destroyer. Not only are the ships fully built, but the series of production lines surrounding the ships are also complete. From ship design to ship construction, from shipborne firepower to shield generators, from starports to shipyards. Thinking of this, Gu Heng was full of confidence. Why is Phase Star so rich? Why is it so rich with a development coefficient of level 5, and one population has to pay 0.5 tax coins in imperial tax. In addition to the development of the planet itself, the most powerful is the shipbuilding industry. They have a construction cycle of 4 years, and can produce 1 cruiser and 8 destroyers, plus other small warships, not counting civilian ships. How can they not be rich? With her own strength, she not only supported the Pegasus fleet, but also exported and sold a large number of ships, and paid the imperial tax directly with ships. In the bloody war between the Dragon Eagle Star region and the Greenskins, naval battles were an indispensable part, relying on the fierce production capacity of the Winged Star. Otherwise, why is it that when something happened in the Pegasus Star region, there would be a Star region envoy coming immediately after settling the disaster in the Pegasus Star region? She was directly promoted to the Minister of the Interior and became the second person in the Star region. That's because, in the Tiamat Star region, there is a Kurogia and a Phase Star, which is really too much to lose. In the future, Gu Heng expects that the Angry Owl Star can also achieve a similar status. As for the last technology, Qilin Fighter, this is considered to be a more powerful version of Wind Falcon. The main thing is that the firepower is stronger. Moreover, the technology of the Qilin Fighter actually consists of 2 sets. One set is used for normal air combat in the atmosphere, and the other set can be modified with some accessories to produce a shipborne version. The reason why Fengxian didn't do this is mainly because Fengshuan's power is just a tickle to the starship, and it doesn't make much sense to change it to a shipborne version. But Qilin's firepower is already a threat to the warship. The shipborne version of Qilin also needs to be modified to match the starship itself. This kind of fighter can be launched by a special ejection device, similar to a delivery cabin, and board a ship. And then it can be quickly delivered to the face of the enemy ship, and then continue to fire at the enemy. If you are braver, you can slowly pass through the void shield or energy shield and enter the interior of the shield system. It can protect the boarding cabin, can directly attack the ship, if necessary, put a few hundred people in it, and can also do a second airdrop. This is another supplement to the starship's combat weapons, and the army can also benefit. In addition to these, the remaining advanced levels, basic level technology is nothing to say. Same, either there is, or it is not important. The better ones are just some upgrades to the existing technology. After drawing 300,000 yuan technology, Gu Heng still has 450,000 gifts on hand. After thinking about it, he still restrained the idea of continuing to draw. Although the lottery is addictive, Gu Heng needs to be realistic. The hundreds of thousands or millions of grace points in his hand are precious wealth left over from the last war. Seeing that he can no longer fight such a large-scale war, he can only rely on the monthly grace points and the rewards of the security war to save tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands in a year. This means that the hundreds of thousands of grace points in Gu Heng hand cannot be reproduced. I am happy to spend now, but when I need grace points later, I will cry so hard. For things on Kuroja, if a large number of troops, administrative personnel, or something else is needed, Gu Heng needs to keep a certain amount of grace points in his hands. Without grace points now, Gu Heng feels particularly insecure. Another reason is that it is not meaningful to extract more technologies. There are dozens of technologies extracted in this wave, whether they are those that Gu Heng thinks are important or not so important. The Alliance needs time to digest them. If we take out more, it will cause indigestion. In fact, it is quite difficult to deal with it now. Gu Heng was full of confidence before, and his dream of a full-chain shipyard. In fact, to build it, even if he has complete technology, it still takes time to complete many constructions and train qualified workers and technical experts. But fortunately, when Gu Heng was inspecting the building interface, he saw something new. Comprehensive College, Technical College, Zhongxi College, Civilian/Military Factory. These 4 types of buildings all have higher level versions. The changes to Zhongxi College and the factory are not particularly big. Using the advanced version only improves the education level and quality. The factory's production efficiency has become more valuable. It is simply a numerical improvement. As for the Comprehensive College and Technical College, in addition to the numerical improvement, the biggest change is the addition of 2 training options. The training option that appears under the Comprehensive College is called Qualified Professionals. The content is roughly based on the students' majors, and quickly train them to qualify graduate levels. This level is still far from being a talent, and from being able to activate heroes, but it is also a quick way to mass-produce professional talents. The comprehensive college of the Alliance has many types of majors, such as administration, management, economy, commerce, literature, etc. The gap in related talents has always been large. The new training program under the technical college is called primary specialist. This is the lowest level of the mechanical teaching title. But in fact, only 20% of the students who graduate from the 3-year school system of the technical college can reach this level and pass the primary specialist assessment organized by the Alliance. Now, we can train directly, which is equivalent to mass-producing excellent graduates, which is also a good thing. The price of these two training options is 10 points of grace per person. The same price as the political commissar. It looks cheap. But in fact, for the huge talent gap in the Alliance, the hundreds of thousands of grace in Gu Hang hands are simply a drop in the bucket. However, just like when he built Mingyan City, he trained 40,000 loyal officials in one go. It is certainly not enough to do it comprehensively, but for some aspects, special strengthening can greatly accelerate development. It seems that it is time to return to the Angry All-Star. Chapter 376. Black Box Factory. 8 months have passed since the Kurogia incident broke out, and Gu Hang has never returned to the Angry All-Star, let alone the Black Arrow Star. He basically heard about the situation of these two worlds from the reports of government officials. Although Kurogia has great potential and is a target for development, his base in mind is still on the Angry All-Star, and he has to take back the dozens of black boxes drawn in this wave of technology lottery. The shipyard was also very important to him. He had to go back and take care of it in person. Now, the situation in Kurogia had stabilized, the reform was on the right track, and so many things had accumulated, it was time to go back. He bought 10 more academies in Kurogia, most of which were placed in Mingyan City, and the other 3 were placed in 3 other nests that had already started the initial stage of reform. After finishing this last thing, he boarded the ship back to the Angry All-Star. Wu Jiarong was already numb. Although she knew that, if the governor had specially found her and wanted to go to the Secret Research Institute, it was to show her something big. When the governor landed, returned to the governor's mansion in Fuxing City to handle official business for a few days, met a group of officials from various places, and then prepared to inspect the Wasteland City Industrial Center, and clearly informed her that she would come to the Research Institute. She had already prepared herself mentally. However, when she and Patel, the head of the Industrial Center, accompanied the governor on an inspection for a day, the governor came to her Secret Research Institute late that night. A spare underground space had been cleared a long time ago. But after the governor took a look around, he said, "Not enough." "What's not enough? How many black boxes do you have? Even if there are 100, this space can hold them." Of course, she didn't dare to say it. She could only mutter in her heart. And then with a bitter face, she said to the governor, "This is already the largest library that can be used at present. The larger library is still being excavated. If it doesn't work, we can only use a few small libraries next to it, and then try to open it up." Gu Hang touched his chin, and followed Wu Jiarong to look at several other so-called small warehouses that had not yet been used. He was a little disappointed. They were not enough. However, he also knew that he could not blame Wu Jiarong for not doing her best. This place, located in the suburbs around Wasteland City, was a research institute on the surface. But the most important main area was the underground part, where all the black boxes of scientific and technological rewards that Gu Hang had exchanged from the beginning to now were placed. These black boxes are all in use, producing finished products, producing industrial lines, and working according to the needs of the Alliance. This means that the utilization rate of the entire space must be particularly high. Black boxes cannot be simply stacked up. Although they can work fully mobile inside, the feeding and discharging of materials require external design guidance and excellent assembly line design. At the moment, the black boxes that Gu Hang wants to take out, although there are indeed not as many as 100, there are still about 50. His previous total of 30 draws, excluding less than 5 draws, the remaining technologies are basically finished products plus mother machines, 2 black boxes. However, although the number is not so exaggerated, the volume of some black boxes is particularly large. For example, the manufacturing technology of several starships, the finished products and mother machines, of course, are not to input materials and directly pull out a complete ship. That is impossible. It is mainly to produce some modular key components according to design requirements. If all of them are to be produced, that is fine. But for example, some armor plates are also produced with black boxes, which is a bit too stupid and unnecessary. Later, it should be the production line of the key modular parts produced by the black box, or the production line of the mother machine to complete the production on the ground, and then send it to space. In space, the shipyard in the starport builds the hull according to the technical requirements, and then these key parts are assembled into the ship in the shipyard. But no matter what, even if it is just the modular output of core components, as long as it is used on the starship, it will not be small. Although the underground space of the Institute has been made as large as possible, it has almost reached the ceiling when producing the parts of the Traveler, not to mention the much larger parts of the starship. It is normal that Wujiarong did not consider this in advance. Moreover, as the number of black boxes placed in the Institute increases and the scale becomes larger, this problem will become more serious in the future, not to mention the space problem. Such a large space needs to import so many raw materials every day and output so many products, and confidentiality work will become more and more difficult. I have to think of another plan. Gu Hang's first thought was to build a special space city or star fortress in space to house these secrets. In space, there are many advantages. There is no need to worry about someone accidentally entering, the defense can be strict enough, the space is definitely large enough, and even transportation will become more convenient than on the surface as the number of the Alliance starships increases. But he quickly rejected this idea himself. It's too conspicuous. Conventional confidentiality is easy to maintain, and the Star Fortress can be designed to be difficult to infiltrate, but confidentiality will also become extremely difficult to maintain, especially when there are legitimate procedures, and when you need to enter and check inside, things will become very difficult to handle. Another point is that it is not safe to put it in space. This unsafe means that if it is really attacked from space, it will be difficult for the Alliance to provide support even if it wants to, especially under the premise that the Alliance naval power is not strong enough at present. While rejecting the idea of placing the new black box factory in space, Gu Hang also thought of a more ideal place. Although there is a little risk, it is indeed the best choice. Moreover, he has actually been preparing for this. Gu Hang patted Wu Jiarong's shoulder, who was frowning, and said, "Don't think about it anymore. Transfer all the personnel to the surface. I will handle the following matters myself." Wu Jiarong was a little surprised, but through long-term experience, she has learned not to ask questions that should not be asked. She finally just nodded obediently, and then followed the governor's order to start all the personnel in the underground space. And all the black boxes stopped working temporarily. The majority of people working in the Institute were servitors, who had undergone brain surgery, and their reactions after hearing the order were very flat. The very few researchers who were absorbed into the Institute had all undergone the most rigorous loyalty assessment and training. They would not reveal secrets and fully understood the importance of obeying orders. After everyone left the underground space, Gu Hang could start his work. His thoughts were elevated to the subspace, and he arrived in the Kingdom of Storms. Here, countless heroes saluted Gu Hang in the air. After he returned the salute, he headed to his destination. It was a factory built in the Kingdom of Storms. It covered a large area, but it was just an empty shell. A large number of heroes were working in it, and continued to expand the factory. And this is the new place that Gu Hang prepared for his black box factory. His psychic power rapidly unfolded from his heart, and a subspace rift appeared in the factory. At the same time, it also connected to the real world, the underground of the Secret Research Institute of the Alliance. Then, everything in the underground space was swallowed up by this subspace rift. Gu Hang smiled. This way, it should be fine. The black box factory swallowed into the Kingdom of Storm God remained completely the same. What was swallowed up was not only the black boxes, but also the supporting facilities that Wu Jiarong had built around these black boxes over the years. The semi-automatic equipment for discharging and feeding materials was also intact. As long as manpower was invested, it could be immediately reactivated. In terms of manpower, there was no need to use robot servants. The heroes in the Kingdom of Storm God would be more useful than robot servants. They were the Alliance warriors who had sacrificed their lives on the battlefield in the past. Their loyalty was unquestionable, and their existence was completely dependent on Gu Hang power. Of course, the raw materials needed by the black box factory need to be transported from the real world, and the products produced also need to be transported to the outside world. But there is no need to worry too much about this, as Gu Hang has already had an idea. In the underground space of the Secret Research Institute in the real world, The power of the Storm Kingdom has not declined. Instead, with the power of Gu Heng, it has further integrated with this land. Gu Heng has processed this area of the real world into a superposition state of the subspace and the real world. Just like the situation in Pheno City on Kuroga, but it is much easier for Gu Heng to do this on the Angry Owl Star than on Galaga. The Storm Kingdom was originally born on this land, and on the Angry Owl Star, the reality veil is relatively thin, which provides an objective basis for more conveniently connecting the subspace and the real world. And more importantly, Gu Heng, the evil god, is in the real world. Not only can he control the essence of the subspace and mobilize the power of the Storm Kingdom at will, he is also a human being and can exist stably in reality. With himself as the anchor, connecting the two places, the convenience is maximized. However, at this point, it is not completely completed. The superposition of the subspace and the real world is not a stable state. If left alone, it will disappear after a long time, or expand rapidly and uncontrollably, which does not meet Gu Heng requirements. He also needs to use his own power to stabilize this place. Gu Heng worked for a whole half day for this. Half a day later, Wu Jiarong got Gu Heng permission and returned to the underground black box factory she built. She came here with great expectations. The governor's move must be extraordinary. But when she first came in, at first glance, it seemed that nothing had changed. All the layouts were almost the same as when she left. She was a little disappointed. She thought the governor had something. No. The space was wrong. It couldn't have been so big. The underground space of the Secret Research Institute at first. Only a few black boxes were placed, and later, as the demand continued to expand, multiple underground warehouses were developed. However, even the largest one built later was not as big as the one in front of us. Almost all the black boxes are gathered together. After a closer look, it's still not right, the number is not right either. Not only did the black boxes not decrease, but they became a lot more. Wu Jiarong couldn't help but look at the governor. Gu Heng smiled and said, "Now you don't have to worry about the space problem. The space here is almost endless." Wu Jiarong did not ask the governor how he did it. She was just shocked by it. She had realized that this was not a technology, but a great power. Then, she saw many people with blue light all over their bodies appearing here. They were neat and uniform, and quite disciplined. The leader seemed to be wearing the uniform of the Alliance, and had the rank of Colonel. "Governor, the Heroic Spirits Corps, the production team is all in place. Please give instructions." Gu Heng returned the salute, and then said, "Colonel Drake, this is Ms. Wu Jiarong, the head of the Alliance Secret Research Institute. Next, she will be the leader of the production team. You need to cooperate with her work well, to ensure that the Alliance secret factory can be put into production smoothly." Wu Jiarong hesitated, but under the encouraging eyes of the governor, she stepped forward and shook hands with Colonel Drake. A flash of thought flashed through her mind, and she seemed to have heard of Drake's name. Wasn't he the first commander of the 31st Airborne Division of the Alliance Army? Didn't he die on the battlefield to recapture the far north industrial city during the unification war of the Wrathful Star? How did he become a heroic spirit? What about the other heroic spirits? Wu Jiarong looked at Gu Heng again, and at this moment, her expression was only shocked. The human warriors who died on the battlefield returned to the Golden Throne. This has always been the slogan of the state religion. Even in the Mechanicus, there is a similar saying. The destination of all things is the God of all machines. The heroic spirit, who returned to the Golden Throne, appeared beside Governor Gu. This, Wu Jiarong, who was completely confused, walked forward in a daze, and shook hands with Colonel Drake carefully. There was a real touch on her hand. Gu Heng smiled and said, "I believe you will cooperate well in the future." After taking Wu Jiarong to see the newly renovated underground space, Gu Heng asked Drake to continue his task. The entire factory, under the control of the heroes, has begun to operate. The next mode is also relatively simple. In the real world, a special transport fleet with a high level of confidentiality will bring in raw materials and take away finished products, and send them to various places in need in different categories. The robot servants will be responsible for delivering the raw materials to the designated location in the underground space, and transporting the finished products from the designated location to the surface, waiting for the fleet to transport them. This so-called designated location is already a subspace superposition state. But from now on, the servitors will not see the black box factory in person. After that, the heroes will be responsible for using these materials, putting them on the semi-automatic assembly line, sending them into the black box, taking out the black box products from the assembly line, sending them to the designated location, waiting for the servitors to carry them. Gu Heng not only solved the problem of insufficient space in the black box factory, but also maximized confidentiality. People without permission cannot enter the black box working area at all. This is not only a security level issue, but also an active identification of the subspace force. Without permission, the moment you step in, you will be punished by thunder. Moreover, due to the distortion of time and space in the Storm God Kingdom, there are more than one place in this superposition state. Chapter 377, 100-Year Navy. The space outside Weishing City that originally belonged to the Secret Research Institute was processed by Gu Heng into a superposition state with the Kingdom of Storm God. This is just the beginning. The more than 50 black boxes that Gu Heng pulled out in this wave of 30 consecutive times have all been placed. As the production capacity and raw material demand of the black box factory increase, it will become more and more conspicuous if placed in a single place. Since time and space are distorted, there is no need to put them in only one place. In the following period of time, Gu Heng and Wu Jiarong went to many places on the Angry Owl Star. In name, another place of the Alliance in Weishing City, Xiongniao Province, the Far North Industrial City, and the Scarlo Starport City. Each of them built a new secret research institute under the jurisdiction of Wu Jiarong. But in fact, these so-called research institutes are essentially just a channel. These places are also all connected to a place in the subspace. And it is the same place, which is the real black box factory. This means that the materials transported to any secret research institute can be sent to the black box factory in the Kingdom of Storm God. The things produced can also be brought to any research institute at will. This will further solve the problem of confidentiality. Unlike before, when they were concentrated in one place, there would be abnormal consumption of raw materials and output of products. Dispersing them will be more secretive. At the same time, it also saves the difficulty of transportation. Wu Jiarong praised the governor's design. Then, she was assigned a new task by the governor, to supervise the construction of the Alliance shipyard. This conversation took place in the Alliance starport. Gu Heng and Wu Jiarong took the subway and went to the starport. He walked around the starport and inspected it. The starport of Angry Owl Star has been under construction for 5 years, and has introduced external investment. So the construction speed is very fast. Up to now, its scale is no less than that of Minjianqing Starport. Of course, there are starports on Kuroga, and there are more than one. Among the 40 nest cities, 15 have their own starports, of varying sizes. Without a starport, there is no way to conduct large-scale interstellar goods exchange. But think about it, let alone other things. Just the starport of Minjianqing on Kuroga, corresponding to a population of 4 billion, and even after a large number of immigrants, there are only 150 million people on the Angry Owl Star. The scale of the starports in the two places is actually similar, which shows how much effort was put into the construction of the starport of the Angry Owl Star. It can also be indirectly explained that the starport construction on Kuroga is very poor. Moreover, the difference between the starports in the two places is not just in scale. The starport construction of Angry Owl Star is based on the starport design blueprint that Gu Heng drew at the beginning, and the construction was done by external construction ships. In terms of the rationality of the overall design, and the efficiency of handling goods and personnel, it is not comparable to the Minjianqing starport of the same size. Gu Heng is relatively satisfied with this, but also gave his own instructions. First of all, the scale of the starport of Angry Owl Star needs to be further expanded, and equipped with orbital defense equipment, and transformed into a star fortress. The entire planet should have a dual defense system from the starport to the surface. In the future, when the naval construction of the Alliance catches up, it should be a 3-layer defense of naval ships, star fortresses, and surface. At this level, it can be said that the defense of Angry Owl Star is foolproof. At the same time, the starport that is constantly expanding in scale corresponds to Gu Heng's plan that the productivity of Angry Owl Star will continue to grow at a high speed for a long time. Angry Owl Star will be an important engine for the development of the entire Alliance. Not only safety must be guaranteed here, but cargo throughput is also a blood vessel and a lifeline. The powerful shipyard to be built in the future will also need a larger starport to accommodate it. In the end, a space city may be formed here. As for the current Alliance shipyard, it has actually reached a certain scale. In the past few years, it has at least been able to produce traveler spacecraft here. The flights operated independently by the Alliance have also been fixed in Black Arrow Star, Angriel Star, and Karogia. Although, due to the scale of the number of travelers, it cannot be used for large-scale transportation, and is only suitable for the exchanges of public officials and the transportation of some documents. But at least, the connection between them has been established. Under Gu Heng's initial request, the foundation of the Alliance shipyard was to expand and improve. At present, when there is a real need for expansion, the expansion space left over from the past has played a lot of roles, and can save a lot of trouble. Wu Jiarong will have to travel back and forth between the surface and the starport for a long time in the future. The Alliance shipyard will be designed and built according to the newly obtained shipyard blueprint. Some key components can even be produced by the black box related to this shipyard. During the expansion of the shipyard, each completed dock will mean that a model of ship can be put into production. The two civilian ships, Flying Pig and Whale, are relatively simple, fixed models, and do not change much. Just follow the design blueprint. However, patrol ships, frigates, destroyers, the Alliance now only has the initial blueprint. Wu Jiarong needs to study these materials, knowledge and black boxes, to complete further specific model design. There are currently 4 models planned. Blackfish-class fast patrol ship, equipped with shield generator, S-spec laser cannon and kinetic cannon. Compared with conventional patrol ships, the engine is equipped with a spiritual engine group that ordinary patrol ships are reluctant to install, which specializes in flexibility and speed. This is to facilitate patrol ships to use wolf pack tactics. Although it is small, its defense is limited by the specifications of patrol ships. It will not be very large, and the ship will explode if it is hit by artillery, but the Blackfish class can rely on running fast, flexibility. It is easier to get rid of the lock, minimize the possibility of being hit, and it is easier to open the formation and besiege ships that are much larger than itself. In short, its design idea is to use small boats to fight large ships, and win flexibly. The Silver Helmet class frigate has stronger shield strength and thicker armor, requiring it to withstand several rounds of M specification firepower, equipped with rapid-fire kinetic cannons and laser cannons, and specializes in interception capabilities. Its main goal is to block in front of the main battleship and act as a meat shield. Try to intercept the enemy artillery fire, landing capsules, and space fighters as much as possible. The Silver Sword class high-speed torpedo ship, which is also a frigate, has simplified energy shields and armor compared to the Silver Helmet, and its interception ability is not very good. But it is also specialized in speed and flexibility, and has a strengthened engine. In addition, it is equipped with S-type surgical knife missiles on the basis of reducing the conventional S-type firepower, and a set of M-type sky-splitting axe torpedo missiles are also installed on the frigate. Torpedo missiles can use the ability of terminal deceleration. When they come into contact with energy shields or void shields, they have a chance to pass through directly and damage the hull. The power of shipborne torpedo missiles is also very large, and they are not conventional artillery fire. However, the problem is that they are easily intercepted and killed when passing at low speed. But as long as one is hit, the shield is not effective, and the interception is not stopped. Then the enemy ship will suffer a big blow. Especially the sky-splitting axe itself is an M-level weapon, let alone the frigates of the same level. Even if a cruiser of 2 levels higher was hit by a sky-splitting axe, it would still be severely damaged. This is also based on the idea of a small ship attacking a large ship. The Silver Sword class is small anyway, relatively cheap, and a gamble is a big profit. The Crazy Shark class battle destroyer is a conventional gunboat, without any fancy features. It is based on the Hot Hammer macro cannon and emphasizes the balance between protection and firepower. The estimated cost of the Blackfish class fast patrol ship is 32 million tax coins per ship. The cost of the Silver Helmet class reached 320 million tax coins. The cost of the Silver Sword class torpedo frigate was cheaper than the Silver Helmet, and it only cost 240 million to build one. The cost of the Crazy Shark class combat destroyer was 1.7 billion tax coins. After the design of these 4 types of ships was completed, Gu Heng also called his mother, and with the help of Ms. Wang Qi, he contacted his future father-in-law, the retired Navy General Old Fofana, and evaluated these 4 types of ships. After the old general listened carefully to Wu Jiarong's introduction, he was silent for a long time, as if he had been shocked by something. After a while, The old general finally spoke. Young man, don't aim too high. Gu Heng was criticized by his father-in-law and was a little confused. What's so aim too high about this? The old general has fought on the battlefield all his life, commanded large and small ships, and fought many naval battles of different scales. Is this true for the small boat of the Alliance? Not really. Right? Besides, I'm not aiming too high. These ships are designed by Wu Jiarong with the blueprints drawn by the technology lottery. The Alliance shipyards have already begun to build docks for these types of ships. As long as the docks are built, these ships can all be produced properly. Why are you so ambitious? Moreover, the so-called costs mentioned by Gu Heng are still high, and are not actually the cost price. After all, many things are produced in black boxes, or produced on production lines pulled out of black boxes, and the cost is actually not that high. According to estimates, the actual cost of the Alliance to produce these things ranges from 1/10 to half of the ship's cost. The difference mainly depends on the proportion of black box output in ship construction. The higher the proportion, the lower the cost. This cost is just an estimate made by Wu Jiarong based on the order price of the Imperial Navy to various shipyards. But then, General Fofana told Gu Heng about the conditions and prices of the ships that the Tianma fleet asked for when placing an order with the shipyard on Phase Star. As for specific parameters and design specifications, it is hard to say much. However, after listening to it, Gu Heng roughly understood why General Fofana said so. Take the Crazy Shark class battle destroyer for example. The several models produced by the Wing Star shipyard, from the cheapest 1.2 billion to the most expensive 2.2 billion, are not as good as the Crazy Shark in terms of technical specifications. In Gu Heng's opinion, the Crazy Shark has no special features when it was designed, except that it is a strong ship with powerful guns. However, with this level of protection and firepower, it is already very powerful among destroyers. As a result, you said it was only 1.7 billion? The same goes for the Silver Helmet and Silver Sword. The price of a frigate produced by the Fiexing shipyard is generally around 300 million, but even for a regular frigate, compared with the Silver Sword, all the parameters are similar, the protection is at the same level, and the normal firepower is also at the same level, but your Silver Sword has an extra sky-splitting axe, and it also has a high-speed feature, and it is still 60 million cheaper. Then who goes to Fiexing to buy a ship? Old Fofana didn't believe the price and performance parameters that Gu Heng said. He thought that Gu Heng was talking nonsense. The old man's earnest words rang in Gu Heng's ears. It's good that Angry Owl Star can start building spaceships. It proves that your work is fruitful. I am also optimistic that Angry Owl Star can grow up in the future, build good ships, and build big ships. However, the development of all things must follow objective conditions. You have to take one step at a time and develop well. Don't do those messy and fancy things, which will make you fall hard. Moreover, your so-called ship designer is either lying to you or is just talking nonsense because of his incompetence. Kill her. Don't believe her. Yes, I've learned my lesson. I killed that designer right away. She dared to lie to me. During the call, Gu Heng nodded frequently, indicating that he fully understood his father-in-law's good intentions. After hanging up the call, Gu Heng breathed a sigh of relief. Wu Jiarong, who was listening, had already turned green. When she saw the call was hung up, she immediately said, "Governor, I didn't." Okay, no more words. Gu Heng had an excited smile on his face. Now, immediately adjust the cost of all ships up by 30%. Gu Heng said earnestly. You are still too honest. Okay. How long will it take for our shipyard to start running? Wu Jiarong calmed down and said, according to our plan, the first phase of the project will be completed in 1 year. And then the Silver Helmet, Silver Sword, and Blackfish classes can all be put into production. The second phase of the project will be completed in 4 years. And then, the existing 4 types of ships can all be put into production. The third phase of the project will be completed in 6 years. And then we can achieve the goal you set before, 2 years as a shipbuilding cycle, producing 1 destroyer, 3 frigates, and 10 patrol ships. Our first destroyer will not be able to serve for at least 8 years. Gu Heng sighed. It takes 10 years for the army, and 100 years for the navy. The same is true for Shanghai. According to this situation, even if the alliance is cheating, it will take 8 years for the alliance to truly have its own naval fleet. And it will still be a small fleet with only 1 destroyer. Of course, In the meantime, there should be more than 3 patrol ships and frigates, 10 ships, and after the third phase of the project is completed, the Alliance shipyard will not stop construction and enter a complete shipbuilding cycle. The speed of producing ships will become faster and faster. If Gu Heng is really given 100 years, he may have a very powerful fleet by then. But 100 years. Chapter 378. Win-win-win. The extremely high profits and value of the shipbuilding industry made Gu Heng very ambitious. According to the construction period mentioned by Wu Jiarong, 6 years later, the total value of the ships launched by the Alliance shipyard every 2 years will exceed 3 billion tax coins. Although it is still far behind the 20 billion ships launched by Fei Star in 4 years, but they have developed for hundreds of years. How long has the Alliance been established? At this rate of development, the Alliance shipyard will continue to grow, and maybe in 10 years or so, it will reach the level of Fei Star and complete its hundreds of years of development. But at the same time, although the speed is very, very fast, so fast that even a naval veteran like old Fofana would think it is a foolish dream. But Gu Heng still has a feeling that time is running out. It will still take him a long time to have a ship that can travel across the Starry Sea. However, the good news is that Gu Heng is still young and has a long time to wait. If we talk about lifespan, not to mention the life extension surgery that he can definitely afford now. Just based on the psychic power he possesses and the nature of the subspace he has mastered, he estimates that his lifespan will not be short. Without life extension surgery, it is not a big problem to live for a few hundred years. Although I can't be called an immortal, it is still quite remarkable. Not to mention, if I really reach the point where my lifespan is limited, Gu Heng still has one last trick. Humans have their limits. Then I am not a human. Embracing the essence of the subspace, Gu Heng can immediately achieve immortality. Of course, it is still a long way to go. Gu Heng just tells himself in this way. Don't worry. Time is on my side. Thinking like this, his mentality gradually calmed down. In the next few months, Gu Heng basically traveled between the Angry Owl Star, the Black Arrow Star, and Karogia. Listened to the government reports of the planets, visited some places, and gave some instructions. At this point, to be honest, Gu Heng could no longer manage the alliance of this scale by himself. Relying on the government, relying on the officials under his command, this is necessary. Gu Heng's own work, on the other hand, should further focus on managing people. In essence, it is to see whether his will is implemented by officials. If it is implemented, then reward. If it is not implemented, then criticize, demote, and those who maliciously dissent, corrupt elements, will be brought to court. For Gu Heng, he has a particularly important advantage over most rulers in the world. He understands people's hearts. He really understands. After all, he has the gift of thinking and spiritual power. Of course, he couldn't use his psychic powers to spy on the thoughts of every subordinate. In fact, he seldom did so. On the one hand, that was not good. He didn't want to become a witchcraft tyrant who used mind games to rule his country. If so, he wouldn't be able to hear other people's voices. The wisdom of one person is far less than that of a group, provided that the group is developing in the right direction. On the other hand, he couldn't do it either. He could spy on a person's mind, but he couldn't spend time to see clearly the thoughts of his officials one by one, and then exert control. If he really did that, he wouldn't have to do anything else in his life. However, not actively spying and not actively changing does not mean that the role of spiritual power cannot be played. In fact, even if Gu Heng did nothing, when the person standing in front of him and talking to him had any special changes in his mind, the clear fluctuations in his mind would be clearly visible in front of him. Behind the smiles and tension of those officials when reporting their work, what was hidden behind them was their confidence in their work, their lack of confidence, their guilt, their mentality of hiding secrets. Gu Heng could see it clearly. To be honest, Gu Heng didn't particularly care about the officials' little thoughts. He didn't have any mental cleanliness, and he understood that anyone, even the people he trusted the most, such as Asuna, Lambert, and Yen Fengshu, would actually have their own ideas. They might not understand Gu Heng thinking, and might have selfish motives. This was all too normal. Or, this was the true nature of human nature. Even Gu Heng himself, at some moments, didn't he want to slack off for a while and take a break? As long as it is generally positive, it's fine. Some selfishness, some paranoia, some confusion, some laziness, some resentment. Just be moderate. Gu Heng just laughed it off. Of course, for some particularly ridiculous ones. Let the Alliance Anti-Corruption Bureau check it out. And Gu Heng doesn't mind using this method to find out some corrupt elements and dereliction of duty. Half a year passed like this. At this moment, Gu Heng, who was on the Angry Owl Star, witnessed the first serious new ship of the Alliance being put into service at the Alliance shipyard. This is a flying pigeon. Although it is just a transport ship, although most of its core components are produced from the black box, although the dock for producing flying pigeons has been well established long ago. But in any case, this is the first ship produced by the Alliance. Small gadgets like the Traveler do not count. Its value is clearly stipulated in the Imperial tax, 20 million tax coins. At present, the Alliance shipyard can produce a flying pigeon in half a year. And now, the Angry Owl Star has 150 million people, and the annual Imperial tax is only 15 million. One flying dolphin produced in half a year is more than enough to pay taxes. Not to mention, Gu Heng doesn't have to pay the next Imperial tax. Not to mention the tax-free Karogia, the current Alliance-rated Imperial tax is still 50 million tax coins a year, and only 100 million taxes are required every 2 years. However, Gu Heng has paid a lot on the Karogia battlefield. The first is the replenishment and expansion of the Angry Bear Legion, as well as the consumption of various materials, supplies, and shells. In the past 2 years, the Alliance has spent a total of 30 million on this. Originally, most of the Angry Bear Corps soldiers were recruited from Karogia. But now Karogia belongs to Gu Heng and is tax-free. So the Military Affairs Department has to pay for this part. But the Military Affairs Department actually didn't pay a penny. All of which were IOUs, which can be used to offset taxes in the next tax season. This is supported by documents from the Imperial Military Affairs Department. At the same time, the Dragon Eagle Corps received more than 3 million Karogia soldiers, more than 1 million of whom were recruited in the form of a full-strength army group. And after the war, the weapons and equipment, ammunition consumption, and logistic supplies of the Dragon Eagle Corps' 3rd Army Group were all supplied by the Alliance. And the relationship with Fash was severed. Regardless of whether Fash or the Dragon Eagle Corps was voluntary, it was the Empire's order. The Alliance spent more than 80 million on this in recent months. These two corps alone added up to 110 million tax coins. During the tax season, the Empire still owed me more than 10 million. In the future, even if the war is not so fierce, the annual regular maintenance cost of the Dragon Eagle Corps and the Angry Bear Corps will be about 80 million tax coins. There is no need to worry about the Imperial tax. At least there is no need to worry in the few years when Karogia is tax-free. And now, Gu Heng sold this flying pig to Gu Company at a bargain price. This is to appease Gu Company. Gu Company has been doing a lot of work for Gu Heng for a long time. At the beginning, during the Karogia War, there was also the Military Affairs Department paying for, helping to transport supplies and evacuate personnel, etc., all of which were orders placed by the Empire to Gu Company. But after the war, because the Alliance itself did not have the ability to transport on a large scale in the Star Realm, Gu Company had a whole caravan, which almost gave up all other orders, dedicated to transport for the Alliance, and the price was very cheap. The merchants would be dissatisfied with this. Gu Heng is the head of the family, and his mother is the actual helmsman, that's alright. However, Gu business is not their private property, but a member of the Imperial Chamber of Commerce, which has performance pressure. Moreover, the franchise nature is still strong today. For this caravan serving the Alliance, the prices of various transportation orders are very low. After all, it is a short-distance transportation, but it cannot accept other high-profit orders, which makes people very dissatisfied. Ms. Wang Qi can stop making money to support her son, but she can't let the people below do the same. Flying pig is a very good means of payment. For a merchant fleet, the most important wealth is the ship. This flying pig was sold to Gu Company at a bargain price of 10 million, which was enough to suppress many dissatisfactions. With one more ship, there will be one more captain, many more positions, some people can be promoted, and have a salary increase. With more profits, the entire merchant fleet can also make more money. The main thing is to save a lot of money. For Gu Heng, it is not a loss. First of all, even if the price is 10 million, it seems to be sold at half price. But in fact the Alliance shipyard still has a considerable profit. Of course, the cost cannot be calculated in this way. The black box output is free for Gu Heng, but it is also wealth. But the most important thing is that Phaeton delivered it to the fleet working for the Alliance. In the end, isn't it still working for the Alliance? It transfers from one hand to the other, appease the fleet, earn shipbuilding profits, and increase the fleet's capacity. Win-win. After meeting and eating with the head of the caravan, who was his cousin Wang Jiarong, Gu Heng received a message. There were guests coming. It was a group from the Star Region government, including representatives from the Star Region government, the Ministry of Military Affairs, and the Star Region Army. The latter two even had two groups of people from the Dragon Eagle Star Region and the Eastern Universe. It was easy to deal with people coming from the Star Region, after all. The current Minister of the Interior, Lao Yisi, had a good relationship with Gu Heng. Why did another group of people come from the Universe government? What were they doing here? Gu Heng did not receive them personally, because the status of the visitors was not particularly high, so they could be received by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. But soon, officials from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs came to report, and asked the governor to come out. This group of people came to award Gu Heng a medal. Chapter 379, Star Telephone. The so-called awarding of medals is to commend Gu Heng as the commander of the theater for his outstanding performance in the Battle of Kurogia. The atmosphere of the awarding ceremony was very formal, but it was not too complicated or grand. Gu Heng, wearing a military uniform, took the documents from the Star Army representative and pinned the medal on his chest, and that was it. It was a bit wrong to put a medal on yourself, but this was the case for this occasion. There were no high-ranking officials from the Star Domain or the Cosmic Domain. The Star Army representative was just a civilian lieutenant colonel, so it would be even more strange to have him award medals. Gu Heng simply came by himself. After a brief greeting with these guests, they were entertained by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and rested for a few days on the Wrathful Owl Star before returning. Gu Heng, from then on, became a lieutenant general of the Star Army and was awarded the Medal of Glory. This is the second level of the 5-level medal of the Empire, although it is only one level higher than the Warrior Medal. It is actually a great honor. In fact, as long as it is an Imperial Medal, no matter what level it is, its value is very high. This is different from the fake medals awarded by some planets and other interstellar organizations. There are only 5 medals that are used in all fields of the Empire, even if it is the lowest level Warrior Medal. When a Space Marine receives it, he will hang it on his shoulder armor or chest armor as an honor. But in terms of actual value, it is nothing. Although after making great contributions, some people are awarded medals, a planet or something, or have a particularly high political status. But that is not attached to the medals, but the value of the merit itself. The medal is purely an honor. Gu Heng couldn't help but complain. The Alliance medals are paid? What about the Renaissance Medal, the Wind Extinguishing Medal, and the third-class Combat Merit Medal, all of which come with extra allowances for life? Unless they commit a crime and are deprived of the medal, then that's another matter. However, Gu Heng happily collected his Medal of Honor. He would wear it on his chest when he went out, which was quite impressive. In addition, Gu Heng's military rank was also promoted. The Apostle of War, Gallardo, had made Gu Heng the commander of the Angry Bear Legion and gave him the rank of Major General. At that time, his military rank was a bit unworthy of the name, which Major General of the Star Army did not command an army group. The size of an army group is at least 1 million people. When the Angry Bear Legion was first established, it only had a few 100,000 people, with only 2 or 3 masters, and it was difficult to even get a brigadier general. The current Angry Bear Legion has a size of more than 1 million people, and the Legion commander is worthy of the rank of Major General. But Gu Heng's identity is more than that. Although the Kurogia War Zone is a temporary setting, as the commander of the war zone, Gu Heng nominally commands half of the Pegasus Fleet, an entire group of the Dragon Eagle Legion, and the local planetary defense force. However, he is only a Major General, which is a bit too small. Under him, Hans, who has to obey him, is a Lieutenant General. So, Gu Heng's rank was promoted to Lieutenant General of the Star Army. Gu Heng continued to complain. The battle is over, and now you think my rank is inappropriate? The Empire's reaction speed. But no matter what, it is an upgrade after the fact, it is still an upgrade. In the future, if Gu Heng goes out, or if some people come to the Wrathful Owl Star, the rank of Lieutenant General of the Star Army, and the Imperial Medal of Glory, these two things together, can be considered impressive. However, Gu Heng was still thinking about another situation. Did the Empire take the initiative to do these things for him? He was a little skeptical. According to the value of these things, according to Gu Hang's understanding of the political ecology of the Empire, the reward for merit is just talk. If you don't participate, if you don't strive for it, if you don't have a backer, then it's hard to say whether your merit is yours. No one can take credit for Gu Hang achievements. But if you want the Empire to take the initiative to reward you, and the strength is not small, it's a bit difficult. But when it comes to backers, Gu Hang really thought of two people. The first one is Neil Lays. But he quickly ruled out this option. Lewis has considerable power, but his position is not high enough. He is a current manager, and can help Gu Hang gain some real benefits. But he should not be able to help him get the rank of Lieutenant General or the Imperial Medal. The identity of the Chief of the Interior of the Star region is not very relevant to what Gu Hang has currently obtained. However, he seems to have another backer, Gallardo. He thought about it, and made a complicated interstellar phone call through the Star Language Tower of Angry Owl Star. The target of the call was Wuji Star, the capital of the Eastern Universe. The Star Language Tower in his hand could only reach Phase Star, the capital of the Star region. At the farthest, that was already across 2 star systems, and through 2 star tunnels. If he wanted to contact Yunluo Star, where the Star region government was located, he would need to jump from the Star Language Tower system of Phase Star. If he wanted to contact Wuji Star, the capital of the Eastern Universe, he would need to jump from Yunluo Star once. Just using the Star Talk Tower to search for psychic channels, then applying for permission, getting permission, jumping to search again, and applying for permission again, the whole process is very troublesome. Especially when searching for psychic channels, the more times you jump, the farther, in a complex psychic environment, the more difficult it is to search, and the greater the challenge for the astropath. The original astropath on the Wrathful Owl Star could not do it. Even if he was equipped with dozens of Storm Mage Core psychics, and his psychic strength was maximized, he still could not jump to the capital of the universe multiple times. Ultra-long-distance astropathic communication requires astropaths to have, in addition to the strength of psychic power, a stronger ability to search for signals is equally important. The current astropath on Angry Owl Star is incompetent. Even if he is sent to the Storm Mage Academy of the Alliance for further study, it won't work. He has no potential. This guy was sent to him by Gu Hang's mother. In fact, the astropathic tower was also given by his mother, and the astropath was sent together. I used to think he was a high-tech talent, but later I found out that this guy was just at this level. He had neither talent nor ambition, and just wanted to eat and wait for death. There is no problem. Gu Hang is very tolerant of this. You can do whatever you can. Just work normally. Gu Hang will not ask for more about the rest of the ability. However, Gu Hang has a practical need for star communication. As the Alliance expands, the demand for external communication will certainly increase. Moreover, star communication with fixed planets is already the simplest. What is more difficult is for long-distance fleets. Now it is so difficult to call Wuji Star. The war fleets are located in remote star regions, are constantly moving, and may enter a silent state from time to time, such as the Pegasus fleet to which Gu Hang fiancée Yi Lixiao belongs. Wouldn't it be even more difficult to contact them? This is indeed the case. This area needs to be strengthened. On the one hand, it is the quality construction of Star Talkers, and on the other hand, it is the technical level of the Star Talk Tower. The two complement each other. A good astropath can use a crappy device to connect directly to Holy Terra, and a crappy astropath with a good enough astropath tower can at least contact a place outside the universe, while thinking about the direction in which the Alliance will strengthen its development. Gu Hang's psychic perception, following the signal of the astropath tower, connected to the transfer station of Phase Star, then connected to Yunluo Star, and then looked for Wuji Star. There is no other way. His subordinates are not good enough, so Gu Hang has to do it himself. He is different from the long-term astropath on the Angry Owl Star. He is a serious S-level psychic, and his psychic strength is not at the same level. Although, his disadvantage is that he has not received professional astropath training. But he still has time to practice now. He has enough money to try. Then, the process of making a phone call wasted a whole day of his time. It was okay to get the call to Wuji Star. It only took 2 hours. But after the call, Gu Hang got the news that Gallardo was no longer on Wuji Star. This was not consistent with the information Gu Hang had received last time. Gallardo should have taken a speedboat to the capital of the Empire, the home planet of mankind, Holy Terra. It should have been a year and a half since he left Wuji Star. According to the speed of the ship he took, Gallardo should have arrived at Holy Terra long ago. So Gu Hang called Holy Terra again. This was far away, so it took Gu Hang a whole day. After this wave, Gu Hang proficiency in the operation of Star Talk has greatly improved. The next time he calls Wuji Star, it should only take an hour to get it done. And calling Holy Terra, it will take at most 7 or 8 hours. Of course. Even so, the time is actually a bit unacceptable. How can Gu Hang spend so much time on making phone calls in the future? Unless there are better Star Talkers and better Star Talk towers. Gu Hang doesn't have to be the telephone operator himself. Otherwise, unless it is extremely important, he will definitely not make any ultra-long distance interstellar calls. In fact, he actually regretted it this time. He felt that he didn't seem to have anything special to say to Gallardo. It was just that when it came to the middle, the time had already been invested, and the sunk cost was too high. He gritted his teeth and persevered, just as a training for himself. But when the call was really connected, Gu Hang felt that the information obtained from this call was still very valuable. I'm still wondering how long it will take for you to call me. On the other side, Gallardo's frivolous voice sounded, with a long-lost intimacy. The people who were awarded the medals have just arrived at the Rathel Al Star. After I met them, I immediately wanted to communicate with you, but it's a remote place, please understand, it's really difficult to get in touch with Holy Terra. I understand, but you will soon. Hello? Hello? Oh, I can hear it. This damn call quality. Gallardo complained and cursed, and his tone returned to a cheerful tone. I called a few astropaths to come and reinforce the communication channel for us. It shouldn't be a big problem now. From what you said, it seems that you are also respected in Holy Terra? Of course. Who am I? I am Baggio Gallardo. War Apostle. Don't call me War Apostle. I am not anymore. When he said this, Gallardo's mood was slightly depressed for a moment. But he was quickly infected by a new full emotion. Now, please call me the Deputy Minister of the Imperial Military Affairs Department. Then, Gallardo added, if nothing unexpected happens, within half a year, I will be promoted to Assistant Minister of the Military Affairs Department. Gu Hang's sigh was not false. The surprise that Gallardo brought to Gu Hang was even greater than he had imagined. The prefix of the Military Affairs Department mentioned by the former War Apostle was the Empire, without any other suffixes. This means that he was referring to the Central Military Affairs Department of the Empire. And what rank is the Deputy Minister? The head of the central government of the Empire is the Prime Minister of the Empire, and the Prime Minister of the Imperial Military Affairs Department is one of the most important government positions under the Prime Minister of the Empire. In some cases, such as the current era, the Prime Minister of the Military Affairs Department can be listed as one of the 13 members of the Supreme Council of Humanity. In the Ministry of Military Affairs, below the Prime Minister are the Vice Prime Minister and the Assistant Minister, and then the Under-Secretary. In the Ministry of Military Affairs, above Gallardo, including the Prime Minister, there are probably only 6 or 7 people in total. If he really does as he said, and becomes the Assistant Minister within half a year, then he could almost be considered one of the top 5 figures in the Ministry of Military Affairs, or even the third in extreme cases. So, Gu Hang, good friend, Gallardo, has become a legitimate high-ranking official of the Empire? He is not a so-called War Apostle who is just relying on the power of the Sun Lord to bully others. But he actually has no specific position. He is a serious imperial official. How did this guy do it? Gu Hang was deeply surprised. In a proud mood, Gallardo roughly told Gu Hang about his experience during this period. Wait. You? Gallardo understood immediately. Don't worry. I will be careful not to eavesdrop on our conversation. He continued, let me think about where I was. At the beginning, after being rescued from the subspace by Gu Hang, when Gallardo heard that the delegation of the Sun Lord, who came to rescue him, had hurriedly withdrawn halfway, he realized that something had happened to the Sun Lord. He immediately ran away from the Pegasus Star region. No matter how important the Pegasus Star region seemed, it was still a remote area of the Empire. He had to act quickly while there was still time. No matter how the Sun Lord died. Gallardo, as a confidant, clearly understood that after the Sun Lord, no one could continue the Sun Expedition, and the huge Sun Expedition army, which almost gathered the elite of the entire Empire, would also fall apart. He had to find a way out for himself. Otherwise people like him, who had no military power, made money for the Sun Lord. and offended countless high-ranking officials in the empire, would definitely be quickly purged in the first wave. Chapter 380, Central Senior Official. Gallardo had a very clear understanding of his situation at the beginning. If he did nothing, he would be dead. He was the war apostle of the Sun Lord, the closest confidant of the great man, who had almost held the highest power of the empire for decades during his lifetime. When necessary, the Sun Lord even liked to directly exercise the highest power through his war apostles. This was a normal choice. In his opinion, the empire's political system was too bloated and inefficient. With his supreme prestige, he directly dispatched war apostles, or directly served as the chief executive of a large star field, or served as a tax collector to collect war materials, or directly appointed war apostles as the direct person in charge of a certain war zone, and integrated the Star Army, the Navy, and even the Space Marines, the Sisters of the State Church, the Inquisition, the Mechanicus and other armed forces. This greatly improved efficiency and integrated the complex and bloated forces of the empire. But it also undoubtedly destroyed the inherent system of the empire. When the Sun Lord was alive, this problem was not a big deal, and the war apostles could still call the shots. But after the death of the Sun Lord, there would definitely be a full-scale counterattack from the entire empire's inherent system, which would push the war apostles into a desperate situation. Without the biggest backer, would the empire tolerate these war apostles, who could only gain huge power with the help of the Sun Lord's prestige, continuing to hold high positions and stealing the power of the imperial government? Obviously not. Then the question is, what will the remaining war apostles do? Will they accept being killed? Obviously, that is impossible. Just as Gallardo tried every possible way to survive, the other more than 40 war apostles also had their own ways and means. It has been 4 or 5 years now, and the news of the death of the Sun Lord has not been announced. There are very few people who know the news for sure, but there are many people who have guessed and felt it. But no one has evidence, and no one dares to be so sure. The majority of people think that the Sun expedition is still in full swing. But in fact, underwater, everything has been surging under the current. Some war apostles have been purged, and the series of forces they represent have collapsed as a result. And some war apostles, especially those who served as generals and general managers in the Solaria universe conquered by the Sun expedition, quickly developed into separatist forces. They still have many dirty tricks among each other. More than 40 war apostles, are they all close comrades in arms? Obviously not. During the long solar expedition, these colleagues, some were good friends, but some also had many conflicts because of differences in ideas, personality, and so on. When the Sun Lord Sokum was still alive, all the conflicts were suppressed underwater, but when he was gone, these conflicts broke out. Some war apostles hoped to elect a new leader, hoping that the position of Sun Lord would continue to exist, and continue to lead the solar expedition. Some people did not want to continue fighting, and wanted to obey the orders of the empire. Some wanted to establish their own territory, and become local tyrants. But no matter how much power their subordinates inherited, whether they were generals or politicians, whether they were loyal or had ulterior motives, in short, the Solaria universe had become a mess. Gallardo had foreseen these situations and future trends. He was different from his former colleagues. He neither controlled the army nor became a provincial governor. He was a tax collector among the war apostles, and his greatest reliance was the authority and prestige of the Lord of the Sun. He could neither establish his own territory nor negotiate with the empire. On the contrary, he offended countless people in the empire by collecting taxes and raising war donations. Although most of them are local officials, lords, but after losing his backers, these local officials and powerful lords may also be able to easily kill him. However, he also has advantages that his colleagues do not have. Unlike other war apostles who have been in the Solaria space for many years and have expanded their territory beyond the borders of the empire, Gallardo's workplace is within the territory of the entire empire, especially in Holy Terra. After all, he needs to deal with various government departments, especially the Ministry of Military Affairs and the Ministry of Taxation. He has many connections. Although, in the chaos, connections, compared to the real power in his hands, seem not worth mentioning, but Gallardo also quickly analyzed another key point. No matter how powerful the Sun Expeditionary Force was, and how much the elite of the Empire had gathered, but without Sokum himself, it would be a pile of loose sand, and it would not be able to unite at all. His colleagues, even if they had a powerful legacy at the moment, compared with the truly endless power of the Empire, they were still far behind. He didn't know how long the turmoil in Solaria would last, how serious it would be, or even whether a civil war would break out. However, he believed that the winner would still be the human empire that had stood for more than 10,000 years. Therefore, the path he chose was very clear. After running to Wuji Star, he took advantage of the fact that the reputation of the Sun Lord was still there, and the speculation of his death was not widely spread, and took advantage of the power of the tiger to build a network of people, and successfully established a connection with Holy Terra. During this process, he also helped Gu Hang to complete the legal procedures of the alliance. After that, he sorted out his personal connections, took out some bargaining chips, and got some political guarantees. Then, he left Wuji Star, left the Eastern Universe, and came to Holy Terra. What was the bargaining chip he paid? There were two things. First, the political legacy left by Sohikam in Holy Terra and throughout the Empire. When the Lord of the Sun was alive, he could be regarded as the supreme ruler of the entire empire. In addition to the most prominent 46 war apostles, he certainly has other confidants, and they are widely distributed in various central departments of Holy Terra, as well as various universes and star regions throughout the empire. Due to the nature of his duties, Gallardo knows who these people are better than anyone else. This list, as well as his understanding of these people, and even many collaborations. Gallardo spent a not-so-short period of time on Wuji Star, and was planning to target these people. He tried his best to bring those who were familiar to him, and those who valued him under his command, and to establish closer ties. Of course, he could not bring everyone under his command, and even the supporters he could find were at most the tip of the iceberg of the former supporters of the Sun Lord. Otherwise, if he could make all these people obey him, he could at least seek a seat in the Supreme Council. Those who could not be brought under his command could not be wasted, and he would sell them all to the central government of the empire. He did sell this list, and his understanding of these people, for a good price. Second, his colleagues on Solaria. He knew the other war apostles very well, what each person thought, who could be won over, who was forced to do so, and who were truly ambitious. Moreover, he had a very good relationship with many of them. After all, during the Sun expedition he, who was making money for the expedition, would certainly be welcomed by his colleagues, understanding, and even having a good relationship with him. His existence provided Holy Terra with a means to divide and solve the chaos in Solaria after the death of the Sun Lord. To be frank, he had persuaded a war apostle, who was a marshal, to return to the Empire with his troops. Of course, he had originally intended to do so. These two things reflected Gallardo's extraordinary role. After he clearly showed his cooperative attitude, mobilized his connections, and got on the big shot, not only was his life safe, but he also rose to prominence. At this stage, he also got Gu Hang the rank of Lieutenant General, and the Medal of Glory as a benefit. I originally wanted to get you the rank of General, and the Medal of Glory, but unfortunately, I couldn't get it. I have tried my best to get you the rank of Lieutenant General, and the Medal of Glory. What happened in the Dragon Eagle Star region is still too far away from Holy Terra. Many officials on Holy Terra have never heard of things like the Wrathful Owl Star, Karoja, and the Pegasus Star region. But you don't have to worry. I'm already in Holy Terra, trying hard to help you publicize your achievements. A regiment was redeemed under Governor Gu Rule, the savior of 40 billion people, an outstanding and pragmatic politician, a wise ruler. I found some newspapers and broadcast and spent a lot of money to publicize your reputation, some of your deeds, such as beating up the cult, saving the world, and an opera house has accepted my request and is compiling a new play which will be released soon. To be honest, it's not easy to do these things. People on Terra have heard stories of heroes from all over the universe. After every hero has done something, they all want to come to Terra to become famous. In order to get space for you and schedule your drama, I suppressed several so-called heroic deeds. I also asked the most outstanding playwright to make some reasonable adaptations to your deeds. Please understand that if you want to impress people on Terra, you need some twists and turns, bizarre stories, and of course, a little bit of love as a seasoning and sensory stimulation. When you become famous, I can use these things to fight for a higher military rank and medals for you. And then I can seek real benefits. By the way, what do you want? The head of the Dragon Eagle Star region? Or even the chairman of the Eastern Universe? Or to make further progress in the Star Army and strive to become a marshal? Or to make more progress in the Psychic Order? You choose a path, and I will help you to work hard to improve on this path. I look forward to meeting you again in Holy Terra in a few decades. At that time, we will work together. After ending the communication with Gallardo, Gu Heng sat in his chair in a daze. This guy is really very capable. Not everyone can think of a way out when in a desperate situation. Gallardo's reaction is fast enough, his decision is decisive enough, and his action is strong enough. From the result, inferring the process, he was able to not only save his life in that situation, but also find his own qualifications for advancement, which is of course a manifestation of his ability. And this guy was so friendly to him, which was also expected. At the beginning, he had tampered with Gallardo's soul. By saving his life and implanting a hint in his soul, he made Gallardo regard him as his closest friend. But Gu Heng also knew that it was very risky to do so. Gallardo's identity meant that he would constantly, again and again, undergo relevant psychic examinations to ensure that his mind had not been polluted. Because of this, when he was tampering with Gallardo's mind, Gu Heng was very careful, and his movements were very small. He did not dare to change any of his memories, personality, or cognition. All he could do was to plant a seed and let it take root and sprout. The seed dissipated on its own after a while, and what was left were some thoughts that grew out of Gallardo's soul. But even so, after hearing that Gallardo went to Holy Terra, Gu Heng was still a little worried. He was afraid that in the heart of the empire, there were many talented people, and now Gallardo was in a high position. He would definitely conduct uninterrupted inspections voluntarily or forced. If someone could find something strange in Gallardo's soul, it would be normal. Gu Heng called him for the purpose of testing him. However, at present, Gallardo is still stable. The psychics of Holy Terra did not find anything. Gallardo still regarded him as his own brother. It's just a little too enthusiastic. My deeds, published in newspapers and on radio stations, and also compiled dramas to stage love, hatred and vengeance. In order to expand the influence, it has to be reasonably adapted, and some twists and turns. Gu Heng covered his face, deeply worried about his reputation. Wouldn't they come up with something weird? Gu Heng sighed deeply. Forget it anyway, he was far away in Holy Terra, and it was so hard to even make a phone call, and he couldn't intervene in anything. He just hoped that Gallardo could be more reliable. He quickly asked himself not to think about those things, and to focus on the present. The representatives from the star field, the universe field, have not left yet, but the Angry Owl Star will soon welcome the second wave of guests. These people did not come from far away, they were a working group of the Star District government from the Flying Wing Star, and their mission was to determine the tax amount of the Angry Owl Star, and even the entire alliance in the next 10 years. Chapter 381, Gu Heng must be respected. Regarding how much tax each world should pay, the Empire has a standard regulation. Total population multiplied by 0.1 multiplied by development coefficient. For example, Angry Owl Star, Black Arrow Star, and Karogia, the development coefficient is the lowest level one, so they have to pay 1/10 of the total population. For example, Wing Star, the development coefficient is level 5, so they have to pay 50% of the total population in tax. It looks simple and clear, but in fact, it is very complicated to determine the tax amount for each planet. First of all, it is impossible to change in real time. The Empire's tax fleet can only come to the Tianma Star region once every 2 years. Some more remote and less valuable places may only go once every 5 or 10 years. There was even a planet that did not pay taxes for 100 years. People thought the Empire had forgotten about them. But the tax fleet suddenly arrived and demanded 100 years of taxes. In general, for a planet, it is impossible to calculate the population and development level every year to determine the tax amount. Secondly, even if it is confirmed every few years, whether the population statistics can be accurate and whether the development degree is measured reasonably are still problematic. Even if the Empire has clear and detailed indicators and specifications for development, there are many possibilities for each world, which require specific analysis of specific situations. The rigid application of indicators is not even a problem of inappropriateness, but a problem of being unable to do it at all. In this case, counting the population and calculating the development degree depends heavily on the ability of officials and executors, or to some extent, it is also free judgment. This power was delegated to the Star District government. After they calculated the data, they would report it to the Star region. If the planetary government disagreed, they could appeal to the government. Whether the star region government would pay attention to you was another matter. Anyway, there was such a saying. The star district government did not levy taxes directly, nor did it have direct jurisdiction over the planets in the star district. For the troops in the star district, if they wanted to transfer them, they had to report to their superiors. There was not even a clear structure such as the Star District Military Affairs Department or the Legal Department, although they had some related functions. However, determining the tax amount is still a considerable power and responsibility. The Tianma Star region reestimates the tax amount every 10 years. 1 year later, with the arrival of the tax collection fleet of the Star region government, after the tax is collected according to the last tax amount, the next tax amount will be paid according to the new tax amount. Although there is still a year to determine the tax amount, the corresponding work must start now. Otherwise it will be too late, due to the particularity of the alliance system, and it has been recognized by the Star region government. The 3 planets under the alliance are calculated as a whole. After the calculation, minus 4 billion. It is the tax to be paid in the next 6 years. 6 years later, just add back the 4 billion. Gu Heng was a little worried at first. His relationship with the Star District government was not very good. After Pedes died, there was no so-called promotion favor. When he, Gu family, Fofana, opposed the disgusting political struggle between the Star District government and the Fokkers family at that time, completely separated from the faction of the Star District government, and established a neutral third faction, then the relationship directly turned into a cold one, not to mention. Later the Star District government wanted to take advantage of the infinite deterioration of the situation in Kuroja, as a crime of Fokkers, to completely nail them to death, but Gu Heng act of taking over Kuroja, although he took away this populous planet from Fokkers, it also saved them in disguise. If Kuroja had always been in Fokkers' hands, and the situation had deteriorated to the point where the Star Domain government had to withdraw its main forces from the front line of the Iron Teeth War to defend, or even be forced to abandon Kuroja and issue an extermination order, then Fokkers would be finished and would definitely be held accountable to death. It was precisely because of this that Fokkers, who was really out of options at the time, was eager to get rid of Kuroja. Otherwise Gu Heng would not have been able to get it so quickly. Of course, Fokkers would not thank Gu Heng for this matter, as the Dragon Eagle 3 Legion had been snatched away. The Star region government will not have any goodwill towards Gu Heng, and will even become more distant. In this case, will the Star region government put obstacles in his way when determining the tax amount this time? At least they have this motive. The Star region government is also likely to acquiesce. Kuroja is tax-free for 6 years, which is worth more than 20 billion. The Star region government will definitely not break its promise. But if the Star region government quietly raises some taxes, what does that have to do with me? More than 20 billion has been exempted for you. So what's wrong with you paying more taxes? But for Gu Heng, this was quite disgusting. But in fact, these expected difficulties did not happen. Gu Heng certainly would not receive those working groups himself. But he could see from the information reported by government officials from all over the 3 stars of the Alliance that the working groups of these Star District governments were quite honest. They neither made things difficult for the local governments, nor showed any special distrust, and insisted on conducting their own investigations. As for the data reported by the Alliance government, they basically just took a look and then approved it. This is certainly an act of releasing goodwill, which surprised Gu Heng. What does the so-called parliamentary faction in power in the Star District government want to do? Soon, a greater goodwill was placed in front of Gu Heng, Kuroja 1. This is one of the 9 planets in the Pegasus Star District, and it is in the same star system as Kuroja 3. In terms of volume and area, it is the largest planet in the Pegasus Star District. And in terms of population, it is the smallest planet. This is a mineral planet, with a population of about 10 million. Almost all of whom are miners, and industries that serve mineral mining. There is a cargo star port in the orbit of the planet. Although its development coefficient is only 1, it still carries a resource tax, which is a fixed amount of 100 million. In fact, the annual output of this planet is about 300 million, almost all of which are minerals. 100 million is paid in taxes, and the cost is 150 million. In addition, 50 million can be regarded as profit. This planet has too few people, has a single output, and is located in the same star system as large planets like Kuroga 3, so according to tradition, its planetary governor is usually concurrently served by the governor of Kuroga, and the extra income of 50 million is equivalent to a subsidy to Kuroga. When he took over as the governor of Kuroga, he did not clearly state the ownership of Kuroga 1, and now it is managed by the Star District government. Gu Heng has long wanted to take it back. He was quite greedy for this place. As the Alliance's large-scale industrial production became more and more fierce, especially after Kuroga's industrial capacity caught up, the consumption of raw materials would increase to a particularly terrifying level. And a place like Kuroga No. 1, given to those useless governors in the past, it was indeed a profit of 50 million, but it was different in Gu Heng's hands. He didn't understand. How could such a large mineral planet only have such a small profit in a year? Even if it had been mined for many years, the output had decreased. It wouldn't be so serious. However, before that, Gu Heng felt that this matter was not particularly easy to handle. Those guys would not give him Kuroga No. 1 so easily. He might have to do something in the middle, and then fight for it. As a result, he did not expect that the group of people from the parliament of the Star District government would just give it to him for free. Although, they did not make it difficult for him in terms of taxation, and gave him Kuroga No. 1. These should have belonged to Gu Heng. But with the nature of the parliamentary group, it is obviously not that simple. There is nothing in the world that should be. Since those people are so generous, Gu Heng can't help but think deeply. He almost didn't spend any effort to guess a reason. It was nothing but Fockers. To be honest, Gu Heng was quite disdainful of the thoughts of these parliamentary groups. At the beginning, they would rather let the situation in Kuroga deteriorate than to hinder Fockers, which made Gu Heng feel disgusted. At that time, Gu Heng was too lazy to get involved with them, and he didn't help anyone. But now the situation has changed, and it's time to change the way of thinking and consider this issue from the perspective of pure profit. Fox is now a piece of fat meat. Kuroga was a major victory for them in these years, because they finally extended their power to their 3 planets. But it was also the most painful defeat. Not only was their outstretched claws cut off, but their biggest capital, the Dragon Eagle 3 Legion, was also lost. They are now almost at their weakest. Who wouldn't want to take a bite of such a piece of meat? However, what Gu Heng wants is not a small-scale suppression, nor even targeting the Fash family. What he wants is the 3 planets. The Fash 3 planets are in the same star system, and are the birthplace of the Fash family. There are a total of 10 billion people on them, evenly distributed on the 3 planets. The development level of these 3 planets is all level 2. Gu Heng's appetite, even he himself felt that it was a bit big. And this cannot be said openly. Who would let him eat? However, he carefully calculated, it is not impossible, it depends on how to operate. Gu Heng found some people, held a secret meeting, carefully discussed many specific measures and methods. The participants included officials from the Union Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and candidates from the Demon Hunter organization under the legal system. In addition to internal anti-corruption, the Demon Hunter also has a large business, which is external intelligence. Now, the Demon Hunter organization is no longer just a group of people trained by Gu Heng through military cards. It has evolved into a very important spy and intelligence agency of the Alliance. If Fockers is to be attacked, the work of diplomatic agencies and special services agencies is indispensable. Gu Heng hopes to know whether the 2 departments of the Alliance have made relevant preparations. The answer he got was quite satisfactory to him. Phase Star, Governor's Mansion. After ending the call with Gu Heng, Ivan Martinelli felt exhausted. He hesitated for a moment, but couldn't help but said to the little Pedicai beside him, "Do you feel that Gu Heng was deliberately provoking you just now?" Little Pedicai was still a little angry. "Of course. He said that I am far inferior to my brother. Aren't those words deliberately causing trouble for me? Then do you think about his purpose in deliberately provoking you?" "What's the purpose?" Little Pedicai gritted his teeth. "He has no sincerity to cooperate. You shouldn't be so polite to him. Even a little flattering. If I were to ask you, he is more hateful than Fash." Martinelli sighed deeply. He now felt that what Gu Heng said just now might not be intentional to provoke anyone, but he just accidentally told the truth. But he could only hold it in, and couldn't be careless. Little Pedicai was getting more and more aggressive. "Let's get rid of this Gu Heng first." Martinelli was very upset, and his face became serious. "Deal with Gu Heng? How can you deal with him?" Without waiting for Little Pedicai to speak, the Star District leader continued. "The victory in the war has brought him great fame throughout the Star District. The neutral faction headed by Gu and Fofana, combined with the power of the Navy and the Imperial Chamber of Commerce in the Star District, have the final say on leaving the planet's surface. He is now the confidant and favorite of General Laoisi. The Star Region Military Affairs Department has also seen the strength of the Angry Bear Legion under him. It is said that there is a plan to expand the Angry Bear Legion 20 times. This includes countless budgets and benefits. I heard that the former war apostle, who had high hopes for him, has now become the Deputy Minister of the Imperial Central Military Affairs Department. He helped him get the title of Imperial Lieutenant General and the Medal of Glory in the entire Star Zone. Only old Fofana has ever received such an award. Politically, from the Star Zone to the Star Field to the Imperial Central Government, he has connections everywhere. With such a background, what can we use to bring him down? Little Pedes was still unwilling. He is just a young boy. What? There are still people who dare to call him a brat? I don't care what you think, but Little Pedes, you have to remember that you must respect him in any situation. He is the legal owner of 3, and now 4 worlds. His alliance has been recognized by the Star Field, the Universe Field, and the center of the Empire. He rules over 40 billion people. Black Arrow Star has food production. The industrial output value of Angry Owl Star is growing rapidly. Kurogia has countless people. He must have the support of the Mechanicus behind him. Many mysterious technologies of unknown origin help him to develop his world rapidly. His army is the most powerful and the largest in the Star region. There are countless middle and high-level officers and captains in the Pegasus Fleet Navy. They are the students and old officials of his fiancée's family. He is already a person who cannot be offended in the Pegasus Star region. And he is also the only partner we can choose now. Little Pedicai's face was ashen, and he said nothing. Martinelli, all these words he said in one breath, also formed into a stone, pressing on his chest, suffocating his breath. The two looked at each other in silence. Until the end, he let out a long sigh. Don't worry, Pedes, don't worry. Wait until we get the Fash 3 stars, then we will have the capital to fight Guhang again. Chapter 382, Rebellion. Iron Curtain Queen, long time no see. Ispsi waved her hand, and said, there is no queen, just call me Ispsi. I dare not be so disrespectful, even though we are in a foreign land now, but in Promise City, you are still the queen. I am just working for the governor. Ispsi said. Thanks to the support of all parties, Promise City can be the first batch of Nest cities to complete the initial reform after Mingyan City, and you have helped a lot in this process. Without you, King Eureka, and the Titans and Knights you led to deter those who were disloyal, I would face more troubles. The person in front of Ispsi was her fellow countryman, another royal family from Black Arrow Star, the current king of the Kingdom of Panbos, and the leader of the Alliance, National Knights. In comparison, Ispsi, who was also the ruler of a country on Black Arrow Star, was in the same position. Now she is the manager of a Nest city on Kuroja. The two of them were not familiar with each other before. After all, Eureka was just a prince at the beginning, and Ispsi was already the queen of the Kingdom of Stefano. They had only heard of each other, and had no special contact. But now, when they were both in a foreign land, they had similar identities and backgrounds, former kings, and now those who worked for the Alliance, and they felt a sense of mutual appreciation. Coincidentally, Eureka's mission came to the Promise City managed by Ispsi. After the official mission was completed, he had an idea to come and see his fellow countrymen, and thus this meeting took place. Eureka said, since you don't want me to call you queen, don't call me king anymore. Now here, there are only 2 people fighting for the Alliance. The difference between us is only the way we fight. I drive a night mech, and you fight as a manager. Yes, you are right. After Ispsi expressed her agreement, she thought about it again and said a word of advice, however. Although the governor has given us complete freedom, we need to have some self-knowledge. No matter how upright we are in our hearts, our identities mean that we cannot act recklessly. So we need to be more cautious under the Alliance system. We should not have this meeting. Some people in the Alliance will complain about it, and it may even cause some people in our home planet who cannot see the reality and the future to have some inappropriate thoughts in their hearts. Eureka rubbed his face. A little tired. He said, I know. In the past, I have encountered people who ridiculed me as a traitor, betrayed my motherland, and I have also encountered people who said that I had evil intentions and missed my homeland. I fully understand that this is destined by our identity. We are both former rulers and the current leaders in the Alliance. But is this our sin? I never understood this. Okay. Ispsi raised her hand, stopping Eureka from continuing. I don't want to continue this topic. Let's talk about something else. Eureka let out a long sigh. Okay, I've said too much. we really shouldn't talk too much about this topic. Let's talk about something else. Happy. I heard that a lot of people migrated from Minion City, Promise City and other places, to our hometown, to the Angry Owl Star? Yes, this is indeed a work that all the nests in various places are doing persistently. Since we took control of the planet Korogia. In the past 2 years, a total of more than 1.5 billion people have migrated to the 2 planets. The population of Angry Owl is larger, about 1 billion, and the number of Black Arrow is relatively small, only 500 million. Eureka was dumbfounded. And after a long time, he recovered. I thought about a lot, but I didn't expect so many. Then, wouldn't Angry Owl be full of Korogia people? Even on Black Arrow planet, at least half of the people are Korogia people. You're right. Isn't the Alliance worried? The population structure has changed so much. Will the people of the 2 planets have objections? Of course there are, but not as big as imagined. There are too few people on Angry Owl planet, and too many new factories have been built, which require a large population. How much can the natives object? Their quality of life will not change because of this. On the contrary, because of the population growth, it will bring a larger market, more low-end labor, and a more vibrant society. After the Angry Owl Star has a large enough population, they even look at the other 2 continents full of waste energy storms in the past dead land. There may not be factories, densely populated settlements, or agricultural production conditions there, but the waste energy itself can be regarded as valuable. The waste energy storm that enveloped the 2 abandoned continents of the Angry Owl Star has gradually subsided in the past few years. And after the waste energy storm stops, the spiritual gas field will most likely reappear. Those 2 continents need more people to fill and develop. It's similar on the Black Arrow Star. The new Korogia people have entered the farms of those former lords. Now farmers and farm owners, adding manpower and arable land. Those former nobles are very happy. They have cheaper and more abundant labor, even though they have changed from former landlords to managers who distribute benefits according to their ranks. But the political achievements they need to upgrade are measured by output, scale, and population management. More labor can open up more land that was originally unable to be cultivated, which is of course a happy thing for them. As for ordinary serfs, they are now agricultural workers. But no matter what they are called, when they are, their opinions are never the most important. What's more, the Korogia people who migrated to Black Arrow Star mostly went to factories in the 4 major industrial centers, or built many farms, and went to the borders of various kingdoms to open up land. Did you know that a freshwater factory center was built on the coastline of your kingdom of Panbas? Around this new industrial center, several industrial cities were built. Seawater desalination, construction of water resource pipelines to the newly built Star Port a few years ago, for freshwater export, relieve the water resource pressure of Korogia. Around the extra resources of seawater desalination, many vertical farms were built, using soilless planting technology, to produce a large amount of food. When talking about these things, Ms. Iron Curtain became very talkative. Especially when it comes to the changes in Black Arrow Star, she knows them all like the back of her hand. Eureka listened very carefully, and finally said, "You still care about Black Arrow Star very much." Istsi was silent for a while, and this time she did not avoid the question. Yes, of course, it is my hometown after all. Since I ascended the throne of Queen, I have no family, and now the only ones who can tie me down are my 2 daughters, who are now studying at the Comprehensive College of Angry Owl Star. The only thing I have left to tie me to is my home planet and my homeland. Do you think the changes in my home planet and homeland are good? Of course. My homeland is becoming stronger and stronger under the rule of the Alliance. There is no doubt about that. Isti's words were decisive. Eureka let out a long sigh. He opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but the communicator he was wearing suddenly rang at this time. He put on the headset, listened to a few words, and his face quickly became serious. He said to Isti, "Iron Curtain Queen, thank you for taking the time to talk to me today. But I have to go now. There is a mission that requires an urgent assembly." Isti stood up. "You're welcome. Aren't you curious about what it is?" "Curiosity, but I know that. I shouldn't ask, I shouldn't say, I shouldn't know. If it's something I should know, I will know it soon, right?" "Yes," Eureka said. "You will indeed get the news soon about this matter, so it's okay for me to tell you earlier. The Fokkers family rebelled." Isti was really shocked. "Rebellion? Is it the rebellion I understand?" "Yes, they betrayed the Empire. This is really bad news for everyone." I have to go. Goodbye, ma'am. Goodbye. After saying goodbye to Eureka, Istsi sat at her desk, digested the news of the Fash family rebellion, then picked up a pen and paper, and began to write a report, titled, Communication Report with Eureka, Commander of the Alliance National Knights. Gu Heng glanced at the report, and did not take the content of it to heart. This kind of trivial matter is not worth his attention. Whether it is Ist's little thoughts, or Eureka's little emotions, it is nothing in his eyes. He felt a little disappointed. Isn't that normal? As long as he focuses on the matter, Gu Heng doesn't care about those thoughts. Of course, his lack of attention does not mean that no one in the Alliance pays attention to it. The Ministry of Internal Affairs, under the legal agency, will pay attention to this matter. Gu Heng comments on the report document also drew the attention of the Ministry of Internal Affairs. Afterwards, he focused his attention on something truly valuable. The Fash Rebellion. He was the one who pushed this matter forward. But the current situation still caught him off guard. In the initial plan, although the possibility of the Fash Rebellion was mentioned, it was considered unlikely. However, this is what happened. More than a year ago, the working group from the Star District government made great concessions when measuring the development level and the Alliance population. It is definitely not okay to falsify the data openly. The Imperial tax revenue must be guaranteed. The Imperial Tax Department will also have officials to review and even conduct on-site inspections. Once something is wrong, the Star District government will be in big trouble. But even if it is in accordance with the regulations, there are too many loopholes in the regulations. The development of Kurogia, Wrath of the Owl, and Black Arrow is controlled at level 1. This is not very reasonable. But it is in compliance with the law. The shipyard of Wrath of the Owl is a place with great potential that can be seen at a glance. But after all, when the Star District government was doing the accounting, the shipyard was still under expansion. Although part of it is about to be expanded. And even cargo ships like the Flying Pig can be built. It is not yet completed. The Angry Owl Star, which may be set to level 2 or even level 3 development, has been controlled at level 1 due to a time difference. The same is true for the Black Arrow Star. It has been in Gu Heng hands for 5 years. It was originally a simple agricultural planet. Now the agricultural output value has become more developed due to the intervention of industrialization. With the establishment of several industrial centers, it has a strong industrial output value. It was set to level 2, which was also possible. But I still relaxed a little and maintained the development level at level 1. In terms of population, I also took advantage of the time difference before Kurogia's Great Migration. The Wrathful Owl was determined to have only 200 million people, although it increased to 1 billion the following year. The Black Arrow was determined to have 600 million people, and it also expanded to 1 billion the following year. As for Kurogia, it was reasonable to maintain the development level at level 1. But in terms of population, the Star District government almost completely recognized the statistics of the Alliance. At present, the officially registered population of Kurogia has dropped to 36.4 billion. The fall of the entire hive city of Pheno, as well as the years of war, plague, and cult activities have caused huge population losses. With a conservative estimate of 2 billion people lost, the other 2 billion people lost were caused by the large-scale population transactions and resource exchanges during the period when the Fokkers family controlled Kurogia. From this perspective, the Fokkers family sold people worth 10 billion tax coins during the years they were in power. With 10 billion invested, Kurogia should have improved somehow. Right? But it didn't. First of all, Fokkers didn't sell for 10 billion. There were many people who took advantage of the situation. Even Gu Heng was one of them. They didn't buy the people at 5 tax coins per person. At most 1 tax coin. Or even lower. In addition, the Fokkers family did a lot of dirty work in it. Whether it was selling people or investing in Kurogia, there were problems with the accounts. This has become the evidence of Fox crime in the past year. A year ago, the Star District government made great concessions to Gu Heng on the issue of taxation and ownership of Kuroga 1, and thus obtained Gu Heng help. Gu Heng produced the evidence of Blackbird Heavy Industry, that the core members of the Fox family were related to the rebellion of the intelligent machines, and there was evidence that the Fox family knew about it. Gu Heng calculated the accounts of Kuroga in the past years under Fox control, and obtained the approval of the Star District government, and believed that the Fox family had sought huge illegal profits during its rule over Kuroga 3, and was seriously corrupt, which directly led to the serious deterioration of Kuroga's problems, which in turn led to Kuroga almost suffering a world-destroying crisis. If not, there would be no need for the alliance to take over and implement 6 years of war zone. According to statistics, the Fox family caused the empire to lose more than 100 billion tax coins on Karogia. Don't worry about how the statistics are calculated. Anyway, the Star District government has determined this, and it has also been confirmed by the Karogia planetary government. No matter how the Fox family argues, the report has been submitted. Gu Heng played his role in it. He made a special call to Laoisi. At the same time, Martinelli, who was parachuted into the Tianma Star District, was once an official of the Star District government, and even belonged to a major political faction in the Star District. The parliamentary faction also mobilized his own connections. This report of 100 billion losses was recognized, and the Star Region government issued a penalty order to the Fash family, with a fine of 100 billion tax coins to be paid in full within 10 years. There were also some small actions, such as the tax determination. The Star Region government also took a tough approach to Fash. The 3 planets were originally at level 2 development, and were all determined to be at level 3 development. The 3 planets of Fash, with a total population of 10 billion, had an annual tax of 2 billion, which has now increased to 3 billion, and they still have to pay a fine of 100 billion in 10 years. This means that Fox will have to pay 130 billion tax coins to the Empire in 10 years. This is life-threatening. According to estimates, Fox 3 stars, if all the people do not eat or drink, they can save 200 billion in 10 years. But how can they not eat or drink? This is definitely a heavy blow, and it is to force the Fox family to death. This is what the Star District government means. But even so, launching a rebellion is the most unreasonable situation. First of all, they still have room for political activities. There are ways to avoid paying the money. It is the most outrageous to rebel with a stubborn neck. They can delay the payment, mobilize their own political power, keep crying to the higher authorities, and then threaten. The Star Domain, the Cosmic Domain government is likely to not want to interfere, and is not so greedy, and reduce the fine. If you really force them to rebel, the rebellion of 3 planets is also very difficult to deal with. The sustainability of the Empire is going to end. Gu Heng is not just talking nonsense, it is the truth to some extent. Rebellions have been going on one after another, the threat from aliens, the threat from demons, the problems of the Empire's own system. Although the Empire is large and strong, it has too many problems to face. If Fockers really rebels, then it won't be able to collect taxes, let alone fines, and how much will it cost to suppress the rebellion? It's better to appease him, reduce the fines, and make a profit. Secondly, for Fockers, even if the fines don't drop by a penny, 130 billion in 10 years, it's painful, and it can even be considered a fundamental injury, but it's not completely unavailable. Tighten your belt. They have controlled the Fatura's 3 stars for so many years. It is impossible that they have no savings. In the coming years, if they plunder more and try to collect more than 100 billion, they can really collect more than 100 billion. However, they chose the most drastic method, I rebel. But Gu Heng can understand the reason. They don't really want independence. Instead, they use fighting to promote talks and wait for the amnesty. In addition, the alliance diplomacy and intelligence efforts in the past year have also played a very critical role. The Star District government may not want to think that Fatura's really rebelled. But Gu Heng thought. Chapter 383, he really believed it. Fox number 1, the Palace of the Times. This is the ruling center of the Fox family. Fox 3 stars has 3 governors, but in fact, the other 2 are just symbolic positions. The real ruler is the head of the Fox family, Governor Fox number 1. The current head of the family is named Minnick Fox. Although he is already an old man, but in fact, he has only ruled the Fox family for 7 years. 7 years ago, his father did not have the opportunity to undergo a 3rd life-extending surgery, and died at the age of 190. He took over the family at the age of 80. The way he took over was also legitimate, and the process was not too turbulent. There were not many opponents within the family. However, any new ruler will almost certainly be questioned. Can you really lead us to a more prosperous path? And all rulers need achievements to dispel these doubts. Minnick was no exception. And the achievement he had set his sights on was Karogia. He was the one who pushed the Fockers family to take Karogia. If, in his hands, he could break the cage of the galaxy and expand to the outside, then his achievements would be immeasurable. After actually taking Karogia, and his most outstanding son became the governor of Karogia, he indeed gained a huge reputation. And then, he lost all of this reputation at a faster speed. when he was recently punished by the Empire, and a huge fine fell on his head. His reputation was trampled into the mud. The voices of dissatisfaction in the family were almost boiling. 130 billion. This number was completely unacceptable. Many people in the family could not imagine how to come up with such a large sum of money in the next 10 years. Maybe it was possible, but it would cost them their lives. Under these boiling dissatisfactions, after Minnick made almost all political efforts, but ultimately failed to resolve the fine, he received some secret guarantees and, under the instigation of some people in the family, took an even crazier action. He rejected all tax demands, expelled the tax officials sent by the Imperial tax fleet, and blocked the entire galaxy. The Fokkers had no fleet of their own. The few small boats they had could not even fight against the Imperial Navy fleet, let alone the tax fleet, which was mainly composed of transport ships and frigates. They had almost no active naval force. But it did not mean that they had no ability to defend and blockade. There were starports on all 3 stars of Fokkers, as well as star fortress systems built around the starports. In the orbital circle, there were satellite fortresses orbiting in orbit, with the anti-orbital firepower on the ground. The 3 planets would become 3 extremely difficult places. The Pegasus fleet is here. Okay, with only half of the Pegasus fleet now, it's not going to work. If we fight hard, we might lose more than a dozen ships, and we might not be able to take it down. When the Fats expelled the tax collectors and blocked the galaxy, it was undoubtedly a rebellion. The Fats family, including the head of the family, Minnick, all understood this clearly. However, after the Star District government issued a statement of rebellion by the Fats family in anger, they still refuted it. Mobilize all external contacts we can make, and make our statement public, Minnick said sullenly to the clerk who was writing furiously in his court. The Fokkers family has always been the most loyal servant of the Empire, and the Fokker stars are the eternal territory of the Empire. We have never betrayed the Empire in the past, are not betraying the Empire in the present, and will never betray the Empire in the future. On the contrary, the Star District government headed by Ivan Martinelli, and the accomplice of the Winged Star, the governor of the Alliance, are the real traitors to the Empire. They forged evidence, distorted data, and deceived the higher-level government for their own selfish interests. They persecuted the good ministers of the Empire and took on punishments that they could not bear. They are the real traitors. We blocked the Fash star system, not to reject the sacred and inviolable Imperial tax, but since a year ago, the Star District government forged data to raise the development level of Fash 3 stars to the 3rd level. The additional unreasonable tax amount has become a heavy burden on the people of Fash, not to mention the unreasonable fines they have to pay. The hundreds of millions of Imperial subjects of the Fash 3 star are extremely angry. And I, on behalf of hundreds of millions of people, appeal to all those who have the right to know and should know how unfairly the Fash people have been treated. We are by no means traitors to the Empire. The loyal Fash people demand the restoration of the reputation of Fash. We demand severe punishment for the evil officials who betrayed the Empire. We demand the abolition of illegal, unreasonable, and unfair treatment. Only on this basis will we assume our due obligations. After he had conceived the words, he said them out loud and recorded them on paper. Minnick breathed a sigh of relief. He knew that it was unrealistic to get rid of the charge of rebellion by relying on a statement. The Imperial tax has always been a red line, and the Empire has clear regulations on this. But this statement had to be issued. It was mainly for the convenience of quibbling in the future. Although the Imperial tax is a red line, in many cases, whether the so-called red line is really that red often depends on many factors. Minnick never thought about seeking independence, but it was necessary to show his firm position with a tough attitude. Minnick did this for 2 most important goals, one of which has been achieved. After expelling the tax collector and blocking the galaxy, the boiling opposition within the family was suppressed almost instantly. Of course, those opponents did not extinguish their opposition, but after Minnick made such a shocking move, they had to shut their mouths temporarily. The enemy is outside, and even the dumbest people know that they can't fight internally now. Minnick is trying to turn this disaster from his own mistakes into persecution from foreign enemies. He's successfully transferred the internal contradictions that he could hardly suppress to the outside. Now, it is time to unite against the common enemy. As for the second goal, it is to erase the absolutely unacceptable figure of 130 billion. At least it should be reduced to an acceptable level. The most ideal situation is that there is no need for war, and the Star Region and Star Region governments will compromise. as long as they consider the difficulty and cost of destroying Fokkers, which is higher than the benefits. How much power will be consumed to destroy Fokkers? It seems that the benefits are 100 billion. But if Fokkers is destroyed, who will the Empire ask for the 100 billion fine? Do you plunder it yourself? After the war, the 3 rotten Fox buildings may yield a few cents. Moreover, plundering does not cost money. How many military forces does the Empire need to station in order to plunder more than 100 billion after a war, in a place where the total GDP was only 200 billion even before the war? It is impossible to change it. Based on this point, it is possible to solve the problem without going to war. For this reason, Fax's external personnel, as well as their own personal connections, were all mobilized, and they kept running around and lobbying. If war really had to be faced, then Fax had to hold on in the next war, and continue to express his willingness to negotiate and surrender, and finally be amnesty. In this process, everything can be discussed. Should the imperial tax be raised to 3 billion per year? It can be discussed. The fine can also be paid. 100 billion is not acceptable, but 20 to 30 billion is acceptable. The specific conditions depend on whether Fax's strength in the battle is good enough, and how much money it is worth. These thoughts are swirling in Minnick's mind. His clerks have already gone down. They will take the statement that Minnick just said to the diplomatic department as quickly as possible. They will polish it, add some evidence and data to prove that the content of the statement is true and reliable. Then send this statement to all possible places as soon as possible. After these secretaries left, Minnick was going to meet a key person. His name was Salahovic, a diplomat from the Alliance. He was stationed at the Alliance embassy on Fash 1 a year ago, and was responsible for the communication between the two parties. This mechanism was actually established several years ago. Salahovic took over a year ago, and it seemed to be just a normal rotation. Minnick calmed down and said to Salahovic seriously, "The Alliance has violated the agreement with us. You promised on behalf of your governor that no matter what happens, the Alliance will not be an enemy of Fats." Salahovic spoke respectfully. "You are right. But we did not break our promise." "Then what does it mean that you followed the Star District government to publish a statement about Fats Rebellion? Who provided the information about Blackbird Heavy Industries and the Onyx Rebellion? Doesn't the statistics of Kuroja's losses have anything to do with the Alliance government? How dare you say in front of me that you did not break your promise?" "I need to correct you," Salahovic said. "We promised not to be enemies, which means declaring war on Fash. As for what you said, at the request of the Star District government, we really have no way to refuse." "Smooth talk. Your behavior disappoints me. Go tell Gu Hang that he must have more explicit support. If we fall, and let Martinelli and Little Pete's gang take control of the Fash Galaxy, the next unlucky one will be your Alliance. Our governor fully understands this. And this is why we support your tough attitude against the Star District government. However, what do you mean by clear support?" Minnick Lion opened his mouth. "Troops, munitions, supplies. Return the Dragon Eagle Third Army to me." Salahovic was very sincere. "I understand your request. And the Alliance can certainly allow the Dragon Eagle Third Army Group to return to the Fash Station. But, excuse me, are you sure? After they return to the Fash 3 stars, what will they do? Will they be your help? Or will they become a noose around your neck? They are the Astra Militarum." Minnick was speechless for a moment. He really wasn't sure. Although the personnel of the Dragon Eagle 3 Corps are basically made up of Fokkers, they are the Astra Militarum after all. Once the task of suppressing the rebellion is issued, what will they do? This Corps has been on the 3 stars of Fokkers. So he is quite sure. As long as some officers are purged, propaganda for the Corps is strengthened, and they are emphasized that they are not traitors. And the Star District government is the traitor. These words may work. But now, Dragonhawk 3rd Corps has been away from the Fash star system for almost 8 years. Suddenly coming back, immediately facing a major event, he has no confidence at all. Salahovic continued, "The Alliance army will not set foot on the territory of Fash. In fact, I believe you will not allow this to happen. As for arms and supplies, the Alliance is willing to provide them to you in secret, but the blockade of the Star Sea makes it difficult for ships to pass." "Excuse," Minnick said coldly. "Gu Company belongs to you, and the Pegasus fleet belongs to your governor's fiancé. You want to transport goods, turn a blind eye, and no one will know. But, no buts, I'm tired of your excuses. Supplies, supplies, supplies. From food to daily necessities, from conventional industrial products to arms. We will urgently recruit more than 20 million troops next, and the Alliance must bear part of the demand. The Alliance and Fokkers are secret allies. This is what you promised. Salahovic was embarrassed, but under the wrath of the Minnick family, he still had to reluctantly answer, "This is difficult. I need Governor Gu to give the order personally. However, I promise you that. I will do my best to make this happen." "Then do it quickly." Salahovic bowed and left. He walked in the palace with a sad face. But in fact, he was already very happy in his heart. He believed it, he really believed it. Flying Wing Star, inside the Pegasus Palace. Martinelli, Little Pedes, and a group of high-ranking officials from the Star District government gathered together. At this moment, their faces had unconcealable panic. Fox rebelled? They actually rebelled? How dare they? How dare they? Little Pedes still looked like he couldn't believe it. In his concept, there was never such an option. As a planetary governor, as an imperial bureaucrat, he never dared to think that someone would dare to rebel. This was an option that should never exist. It was a suicidal act. And it was an unimaginable choice. Seeking death? He knew that they had forced Fats very hard. But before that, he and Martinelli and others not only did not worry about anything, but were proud of it. As they expected, the next thing should be to watch Fats struggle to death but fail, and then negotiate terms humbly. They might make some concessions, even reduce the fine to a very low level, or drop the charges against them for violating the ban on intelligent machines, as long as Fats surrenders to them. But Fats actually launched a rebellion, expelled the tax collectors, and blocked the galaxy. After their first reaction of astonishment, their second reaction was joy. Wouldn't this mean that Fats could be eliminated openly? So, the third reaction that followed was bewilderment. This is natural. Eliminate Fokkers. It's easy to say. Who will destroy them? The Star District government? No soldiers or generals. Wing Star. Only the Planetary Defense Force. Can they beat the Fokkers? How to get there? The Star Region government? Martinelli made a phone call, and was scolded by his superiors. You caused this trouble. You have to solve it yourself. Every penny of the Star Region government is extremely precious. It is impossible for them to clean up your mess. No matter what, imperial taxes must not be reduced. The 6 billion that Fash must pay this period, and the 6 billion that must be paid every time in the future must be stable. Fash is a clear rebellion, which must be quelled, and the traitors must be punished. But, no buts. It can't be done, you can do it yourself. Such a cold sentence means the end of the communication. What to do? Martinelli's face is gray and black. Call Gu Hang quickly. Chapter 384. No choice. I understand what you said, Mr. Chief. But what I don't understand is, what does this have to do with me? I am the governor of the Alliance. I only govern 4 worlds. The 3 worlds of Fash are not under my jurisdiction. What does the rebellion there have to do with the Alliance? I cannot overstep my authority. Indeed, there are 2 Star Army under my command. But both the Dragon Eagle 3rd Legion and the Angry Bear Legion are currently under the Korogia War Zone. I am the commander of the theater. But my theater is limited to Korogia. How can I have the power to dispatch the troops under the theater to fight in another star system outside the theater? Space Marines? You should ask the Phoenix Chapter Master. What's the point of asking me? Can't get in touch? I'm sorry, Mr. Chief, but I can't get in touch with the Martins Chapter Master recently. The Alliance has no right to govern a Space Marines chapter. We only have a good cooperative relationship. Whether they respond to the call or not, I have no way of deciding. I know your concerns. Please believe me. I feel the same way as you. The traitorous behavior of the Fokkers family is outrageous. I never dared to imagine that someone would have such courage to do such a disloyal thing. They have stepped on the bottom line. Their rebellious behavior is an indisputable fact and a sin that must be washed away. The Alliance has also made a serious condemnation of this. I also publicly called on Mick to surrender unconditionally and accept the trial he deserves. Even, I am personally willing to donate 1 million tax coins to the Star Zone, as a token of my indignation. I have tried my best, Mr. Leader. I hope you can solve the incident as soon as possible and wash away the shame. After listening to what Gu Hang said, Martinelli's face was solemn. He was thinking about the wording, thinking about how to pull Gu Hang to this front. But little Pedes beside him couldn't hold back at this moment. Gu Hang, Governor Gu, Commander Gu, just tell me, what do you want, to be willing to come and quell the rebellion? I've said it so clearly, don't you understand? It's not that I don't want to, but I can't. It's not in accordance with the law and regulations. Stop making these hypocritical remarks here. Little Pede said anxiously. Just tell me what you want. We will each take half of the 3 stars of Fash. You take 1, we take. Enough. Gu Hang shouted. What kind of arrogant words are these? How can the territory of the Empire be like private property in your mouth, which can be distributed at will? Clerk, write down what Little Pede said clearly, without any difference in a single word. Little Pede was obviously stunned for a moment, then he flew into a rage, and was about to start cursing, but before he could even utter a word, he was stopped by Martinelli. Sorry, Governor Gu, please wait a moment. After saying this, Martinelli temporarily muted the communication, and then turned his head and glared at Little Pede. Do you know how much trouble your words just now will cause us? Little Pede said disdainfully. What kind of trouble can there be? Martinelli was really having a headache. The situation was already so difficult and troublesome, and he had to bring along a stupid teammate. Everyone said that the Pedes brothers in the Tianma Star region complemented each other. After experiencing it personally, Martinelli realized that Pedes had to have at least 3 times the power to offset the negative impact of Little Pedes. He really regretted that he should not have come to the Tianma Star region. But since he had come, what else could he do? He took a deep breath and said, You, get out. What? Get out. From now on, when I'm talking about business, you are not allowed to interrupt me. Martinelli didn't want to tolerate it anymore. Why do you talk to me like that? Because of your stupidity. You came up with a plan to oppress Fats. And now that something has gone wrong, what do you mean by getting angry at me? Yes, it is. So now I'm trying to make amends. Please, if you can't help, at least don't make things worse. Okay? Okay. Okay. I won't say anything anymore. I just listen here. Okay? Martinelli finally didn't escalate the conflict further, and tolerated Little Pedicide to stay here, just to listen. After reconnecting the communication, he apologized first, and then continued to negotiate with Gu Hang. Gu Hang teased, and asked if Little Pedicide was kicked out, which made the governor of Fiexing, who was sitting next to him, clench his fists. But at least, this guy still remembered the agreement with Martinelli just now, and kept silent. Martinelli was very skilled in political negotiations, but he couldn't help but run into Gu Hang, who was stubborn. In the conversation, no matter what Martinelli said, whether it was providing convenience or providing political support to relieve Gu Hang worries, Gu Hang kept repeating that the war zone was not covered and the alliance was not covered. Of course, Martinelli understood what this meant. In fact, what Xiao Peida said was not wrong at all. Gu Hang's intention to give Fash 3 stars was clearly laid out on the table. Either he could find a way to let the Korogia war zone include Fash 3 stars, or he could let Fash 3 stars be included in the alliance. In fact, the final results of these 2 conditions were no different. Even if it was the former, it was just a war zone. But when Gu Hang actually controlled Fash 3 stars through military force, it was only a matter of time before they joined the alliance. However, although he knew it, he could not easily promise these 2 conditions. If the 3 stars of Fox were given to Gu Hang, then what had he done in the past 2 years? There was no benefit at all, and he got into trouble. But other than that, he had few chips left. Otherwise, he could give away the Flying Wing Star. After hanging up the phone, Martinelli drank the wine in his hand in one breath, and then sat there with a sad face. Can I talk now? Of course. Martinelli hesitated for a moment, feeling that he still had to ease the relationship with Little Pedes. I'm sorry just now, I'm just a little anxious, I hope you don't take it to heart. Little Pedes still looked unhappy, but he still restrained his temper. He said seriously, I think you can give it to him. What? If he wants Fash, give it all to him. Martinelli stared at Little Pedes, and instinctively felt that this guy was talking nonsense again. But Little Pedes was very serious, and added, we have no choice. Right? We can't give him all 3. If we give him all 3, what's the point? I can hear it all. He must have all 3. Not one less. In that case, why don't I talk to the Fockers? The final result will be, you know that's impossible. Martinelli stopped talking. He really knew. Little Pedes continued, besides, it's not that there is no chance. The 3 stars of Fox were given to him. But it's not that easy to get them. The Fox family has been running their nest for countless generations, with a population of tens of billions and a well-developed industrial base, which allows them to mobilize hundreds of millions of troops at critical moments. The construction around the 3 planets includes anti-orbital strike systems, star fortresses, and planetary active defense mechanisms. Martinelli seemed to be thinking about something. And then, what little Pede said made him feel that his evaluation of this guy just now was a bit too harsh. It's not easy for Gu Hang to take down Fokkers. There will be rivers of blood. Our chance is to let them collide. Collide until there are corpses everywhere. Collide until both sides are hurt. Rivers of blood? What corpses everywhere? Who do you want to hurt each other? Gu Hang looked at his chief military advisor, Major General Yin Fangshu, with an incredible look. Yin Fangshu was also a little confused. Just now, he reported to the Governor General the war plan made by the Alliance General Staff. This strategy, in general, is based on the power of the Pegasus fleet still staying in the Star Zone to participate in this war. But despite this, they still cannot control the orbit of any planet, but if all the power is concentrated around a planet, they can probably suppress it. If it is required to destroy all the orbital forces of a planet, it may cost a cruiser and several destroyers, and the Pegasus fleet will definitely not agree. However, the Pegasus fleet can completely blockade a single planet. Although the Fokkers have some troop transports, it is obviously impossible to break through the Navy blockade, and there is no support between planets. On this basis, Yin Fangshu will focus on breaking through a single planet. The primary target is Fokkers 1, the most important planet. When the Navy suppresses the Star Fortress and ground anti-orbital firepower, the elite forces of the Alliance will force a landing operation in the Arctic Circle, the planet with the weakest orbital defense of Fokkers 1. The goal of the first stage is to destroy the surrounding orbital defense facilities, establish a safe landing site and guard it, try to attract as many enemies as possible. The goal of the second stage is to do the same, open up a second landing site behind the enemy, and stand firm, try to fight a two-sided encirclement and annihilation war, and destroy the living forces of the Fokkers as much as possible. After the first and second stages are all successful, the best result is that they have eliminated enough enemies, temporarily destroyed the living forces of the Fokkers in the northern continent, and on the premise that the enemies cannot gather temporarily, the whole army will march south, directly capture the planetary capital of Fokkers 1, try to make Fokkers 1 surrender completely. Of course, the strategy submitted by Yin Fangshu is not simply a method and goal, but also includes the manpower, materials, tactics and many other details to be invested in each stage. Each step in this plan is full of difficulties, but there is hope that it can be achieved. Yin Fangshu's overall goal is to be able to take over Fats quickly and steadily, rather than falling into a long-term stalemate. In that case, they will be sitting on their homeland, with the 4 billion people on the planet as their backing. But the Alliance supplies and reinforcements will all have to be transported by sea, crossing 2 interstellar tunnels to the Fats galaxy. And the cost is much higher than that of the other party. But no matter what plan is made, Yin Fangshu and the officers of the staff he leads have a unanimous conclusion: this will be a bloody battle. Although what they have to face is not some dangerous demon, but only the planetary defense force. However, the number of enemies will be a very big problem, and the cruelty brought to the attacker by the landing operation is another big problem. In this battle, no matter how it is fought, losses are inevitable, and they will be extremely huge. Because of this, when Yin Fangshu reported to the governor, he couldn't help but use words like blood flowing like a river, corpses everywhere. But obviously, this caused the dissatisfaction of Governor Gu. Obviously, if this war is going to be fought to this extent, it proves that we have already failed, sacrificing tens of millions of warriors, paying countless money, and gaining 3 worlds that need to be rebuilt after the war. I dare not imagine that scene. Do you dare to imagine it? Old Yin? Yin Fangshu didn't know how to answer this question. We need a smarter way, and I've prepared for it. So, Governor, are we going to give up this plan? No, if it really comes to this, there must be a backup plan. However, the next job for you and your staff is to come up with a strategy for taking over the 3 planets of Fokkers. Take over? Yin Fangshu carefully confirmed the word he heard. Yes, take over. Gu Hang stood up and looked into the distance. As your plan said, Fox is one of 3 well-defended civilized worlds. But what is the best way to conquer a solid fortress? Of course, break it from the inside. As it happens, we have been preparing for this for a year, and the Fox people are not as united as they claim. This is our chance. Now, we just have to wait for our beloved Star Zone leader to figure it out. And I have no doubt about this. Gu Hang said this with confidence, because he had seen through Martinelli's current predicament. Under the current situation, Martinelli has 4 main requirements to solve the Fash rebellion, and their importance is in order. Not letting the Starfield take action is equivalent to guaranteeing the imperial tax of the Fash galaxy, which is greater than destroying the Fash family, and severely punishing the rebellion is better than a fine. The first 2 are of equal importance, and this is the inside. It's not that the Star region is incapable of solving the problem. But if the Star region government wants to solve it, it will have to withdraw fleets from the front line of the Iron Tooth War, and withdraw the Star Army. This will cost a lot of money, and will lead to defense loopholes on the front line. If the Greenskins take over several worlds, the loss will be even greater. The same goes for the Imperial tax. The 3 major companies of Fox add up to 6 billion tax coins a year, which cannot be lost. These 2 things must be preserved. If they can't be handled, Martinelli will be buried with Fox, and may even die earlier than Fox. Destroy the Fats family. Severely punish the rebellion. This is face. The dignity of the Empire must be guaranteed. And the rebels who dare to trample on the bottom line must be eliminated. If you only save the inside, it won't work. The chaos was caused by Martinelli. If you only quell the chaos, Fats is still at large, and even continues to control the planet. Then it is equivalent to losing face for the Star Domain government. By then, Martinelli will not die, but his future will be ruined. Fines, this thing is an additional benefit. If he gets the inside and the face, Martinelli can probably keep his position. If he can't get the fine, that's fine. Based on this, Martinelli has no basis for negotiation with the Fox family. The Fox family will not talk to Martinelli. They are also aware of the priority issue above. The goal they want to achieve is to keep the inside for the Empire, and let Martinelli bear the loss of face. By then, the statement issued by Minnick would not be nonsense, but the truth. Martinelli would become the rebel who forced the loyal ministers of the Empire to save the Empire's face. On this basis, Gu Heng had no doubt that Martinelli would compromise with him in the end and use his own connections, relationships, and means to help the Alliance gain control over the 3 stars of Fash. The Star Zone leader had no other choice. Although he was sure of it, everything happened faster than Gu Heng had imagined. Only 8 days later, Gu Heng, who was in the governor's mansion of Kuroja No. 3, met Martinelli. The head of the Star Zone came to Kuroja in person, met with Gu Heng, and announced the latest order from the higher government. The Kuroja War Zone has since expanded to the Pegasus War Zone. Commander Gu Heng can dispatch military forces in the Star Zone, including the Dragon Eagle 3 Corps. But this is actually not much of an expansion. In essence, it is still the forces in Gu Heng hands that are being mobilized. The additional part was the remaining part of the Pegasus fleet, which was again under the command of the theater commander. But in fact, Gu Heng had never expected any additional military help. The Pegasus Star region could no longer provide anything extra. And what Gu Heng valued most, he had actually already obtained. After the theater included the 3 stars of Fash, Gu Heng had the full power to deal with the 3 stars of Fash. This point was clearly shown in the document brought by Martinelli. After saying this, Martinelli handed the appointment document signed by the Star region government and the Star district government to Gu Heng. And then he left, without any intention of communicating with Gu Heng. Gu Heng did not keep him. For Gu Heng, he had already obtained what he wanted. From this moment on, the war machine of the Alliance started blatantly. The first to be started was Gu Trading Company. They received a large number of war orders. The money was paid by the Imperial Military Affairs Department. Multiple merchant fleets were mobilized. These merchant ships, transport ships, will be responsible for transporting the Alliance troops and strategic materials. The Pegasus fleet has also been dispatched, heading for the Fash Star Zone. After the Navy passes through the Star Tunnel from the Flying Wing Star to the Fash Star system, it will block the 3 Fash Stars. They will not rashly attack planets with complete defense facilities, but they will surround the 3 planets from a distance and completely isolate them. The small boats of the Fash family can only stay in the starport honestly, and there is no way to come out again. Half a month later, the Alliance war preparations were complete. As the main force, the Dragon Eagle 3rd Legion, almost all of them had boarded the ship. After 8 years away from home, they were about to return to their hometown. Many of them had mixed feelings. 8 years. Although, from the moment they became the Star Army, they were told that their future journey would be to the stars and the sea. However, almost all of them, especially the recruits who had just joined the army for a few years, had never left their home planet. When they came to Kuroja to fight, they thought it was just a war that would not last too long. But who would have thought that they would stay there for 8 years? There is no need to mention the dead. Many of those who are still alive have grown from youth to middle age, married and had children. Marriage and having children, for the soldiers who were called to join the Star Army, seems a bit strange. But it is indeed a fact that happened to them. This came from a strategy of Gu Heng. After discussing with Hans, he allowed the Star Army soldiers of the Dragon Eagle 3rd Legion to take a certain degree of rotation during the period of martial law in Kuroja. During the rest period, soldiers can get acquainted with local women, develop some feelings, or make money transactions, which is allowed. When the Star Army is deployed, they always have to leave some ways for soldiers to relieve stress, especially since most of the Star Army will be soldiers for life. Discipline is discipline, but human nature cannot be erased. Alcohol, cigarettes, sex, are inevitable. The first two can be classified as normal military supplies. As for the third one, the soldiers can do it themselves. But the premise is legal. The army has discipline. However, this is the normal situation. And what Gu Heng did was just to go a step further on this basis, to provide those Farcher Star Army who left their hometown with a more stable environment and family. Having a wedding that is not luxurious, but full of ritual, having their own children, and being able to spend time with their family during their rest periods. Although the Dragon Eagle Corps does not belong to the sequence of the Alliance Army, under Gu Heng instructions, their partners, children, can still enjoy the treatment of the Alliance Army's dependents. It means extra allowances. It means you can join the Alliance system as soon as possible and get a higher grade than ordinary people. This makes the soldiers ideal partners for local women in Kuroja. And now, the soldiers of the Dragon Eagle Corps are indeed Fokkers, but their families, wives, children, are all in Kuroja, which accounts for 30% of the total number of the army. In the Corps, the proportion of newly added soldiers is 15%, which are simply Kuroja themselves. They are the Star Army, in the name of the Empire, to fight against rebellion, even if this rebellion is their hometown. With several factors added together, how can these Fokkers not feel complicated? They can't help but complain, damn Fokkers family, why did they rebel? They really deserve to die. Chapter 385. It was Gu Heng who persuaded me to rebel. Marrying and having children in Kuroja, mixing Kuroja local soldiers into the Legion, controlling the Legion as the commander of the war zone. These are all the efforts Gu Heng made to digest the Dragon Eagle 3rd Legion. And, in the past few years, Gu Heng has also done two things. First, he replaced the officers in the Legion, who were obviously inclined to the Fokkers family. He was relatively gentle before, and there was a lot of resistance. After all, Lieutenant General Hans was only Gu Heng military subordinate, and he had no political power to appoint personnel. However, after the news of the Fokkers family's rebellion came out, Gu Heng suddenly had fewer concerns. He began to carry out a drastic purge within the Dragon Eagle 3rd Legion, in the name of eliminating the minions of the Empire's traitors. And the resistance suddenly became much smaller. Even Hans couldn't stop it. Otherwise he might have to wear this hat and be purged by Gu Heng. The second thing is, as the local Kuroja soldiers who have undergone Gu Heng military card system training join the army, the political commissar system of the Alliance is also inserted. There was no political commissar in the Dragon Eagle army. There are two other things that play similar functions: military judges and military chaplains. The former leads the supervision team, the military police, and is responsible for combat discipline, while the latter is responsible for the ideological issues of the soldiers. But let's not talk about Gu Heng's idea of using political commissars to further infiltrate and control the army. Even from a purely objective point of view, he does not like this system. Gu Heng felt that the political commissar system of the Alliance was far more reliable than military judges. As for the military chaplains, he did not plan to move the existing ones. But Gu Heng did not plan to continue adding them to the army. Just maintain the status quo. At this point, he believed that it would be no problem to let the current Dragon Eagle 3rd Legion wield the sword against its former master. Of course, even so, Gu Heng could not completely trust this legion. After all, it was not his own unit, and it was not included in the system soldier card and displayed. Even the 3 million Kuroja people he trained, after being incorporated into the Dragon Eagle Corps, disappeared from the soldier card. But because of this, Gu Heng would not feel too bad about putting them into the most difficult battle. This army was also the first to board the starship, and they will also be the main force in the upcoming Battle of Fats. The Alliance also sent more than 10 million troops. The Alliance Army currently has three major organizations: the Alliance Army, the Salvation Army, and the Kuroga Defense Force. The former is the military force on the Wrathful Owl and Black Arrow stars, which now has about 10 million people. The latter is the Kuroga Garrison, which has a total of more than 200 million people so far. The Salvation Army in the middle is an intermediate state, with more than 40 million people. Almost all members of the Alliance Army have undergone soldier card system training, which cost him more than 100,000 gift points in total. The Salvation Army has 40 million people, and all of them have also undergone soldier card training. This group of people is mainly the troops that Gu Heng directly recruited in the previous Kuroga battle. The main difference between them and the Alliance Army is in their equipment, which is relatively poor, and their armor is weaker. The Kuroga Defense Force is the largest force, with more than 200 million people. There will be military reforms in the future, and the Salvation Army and the Kuroga Defense Force will be abolished and incorporated into the Alliance Army. Everyone will have a unified force organization. However, the difficulty is that the Kuroga Defense Force, which accounts for the majority, is too low level. In the short term, Gu Heng will not invest grace points in their training. It would take 2 million grace points to complete the training, but Gu Heng couldn't get them. He had already sent qualified officers and political commissars to the Planetary Defense Force, and trained them according to the standards of the Star Army. Weed out the unqualified soldiers, recruit new, appropriate ones, train them at high standards, provide logistical support at high standards, and try to improve the overall level of the troops through normal training methods. After the training is completed, a new Alliance Army division-level organization will be established, including the future. Gu Heng also plans to do so. The Alliance Army will also have two levels. The formal army will be benchmarked against the Empire Star Army, and the Defense Army will be benchmarked against the Planetary Defense Force. At the same time, all the previous infantry divisions and garrison divisions in the Alliance Army have been reorganized, becoming formal large infantry divisions with a scale of 44,000 people, and a permanent group army has been organized. Unlike the previous temporary group army that was needed according to the war, the size of each group army is about 1.1 million people, and there will be 20 large infantry divisions, 6 armored combined brigades, and its own aviation formation. The Alliance forces deployed in the Battle of Fash this time are composed of the Army and the Salvation Army, each of which is 5 million people. The total of more than 30 million troops are the solid forces that Gu Heng prepared for the Battle of Fash. Riding on a fleet allocated by Gu Trading Company, they loaded their equipment and a large amount of war materials from various places, assembled in the Kuroga Galaxy, and then set off in a mighty manner, heading for the Fash Galaxy. Is this what you said? Sincerity? You clearly said that you are also dissatisfied with the Star District government, that you will support Fokkers, that not a single soldier of your army will set foot on Fokkers land, that you will provide Fokkers with arms, supplies, and arm Fokkers army. And now, 30 million Alliance army, eyeing my world covetously. Is this the promise of your governor Gu? A habitual liar, a dirty traitor. Minik's curse was quite harsh, but his anger, in Salahovic's eyes, was already very common. Since 2 months ago, when Commander Gu War Zone included the Fash Galaxy, and the Star Region government and the Star District government jointly signed an order that Gu Heng would be solely responsible for the counterinsurgency operations in the Fash Galaxy. Minik has summoned the Alliance ambassador, Salahovic, 6 times, and every time it was like this. To be honest, the first time was the most dangerous time. At that time, the fire in the eyes of the Fash Patriarch made Salahovic clearly sense that the other party really wanted to kill him as a sacrifice. But despite this, Salahovic, at that time, did not give in to save his life in an uncharacteristic way. He knew that if he gave in once and saved his life once, it would cause trouble later. On the contrary, after he firmly represented the position of the Alliance, Minik, no matter how angry he was, did not do anything to him. What's the point of killing a diplomatic ambassador? It would further anger the Alliance. And most importantly, it would cut off the communication channels between the two sides. In the past 6 summons, Salahovic accurately conveyed Governor Gu Heng's request. And this time, it was no exception. Yes, this is our sincerity. Governor Minik, your behavior is intolerable to the Empire. As long as you surrender unconditionally, including you. All the people on the Empire's list are in place. And go to Yunluo Star, the capital of the star field, to be tried. Then the Alliance will certainly keep its promise, and will not let a single soldier set foot on the territory of Fox. In this sense, the Alliance did not break its promise. Minnick was so angry that he laughed. Is this how you keep your promise? Is this your attitude towards promises? Distorted. Nonsense. Lying. Are you really not afraid of being laughed at by the whole universe? The whole universe will only laugh at traitors, not heroes who suppress rebellions. I will expose you. I will report to the Star Domain government that it was Gu Hang who instigated me to rebel. Chapter 386. The time is ripe. Gu Hang persuaded me to rebel, Minnick shouted. And from a certain perspective, this was indeed the truth. Salahovich was the executor. More than a year ago, he came to the Fash star system and took over the previous ambassador, and started this work. He had met many senior members of the Fash family in various semi-public and secret talks. He declared to them that the Alliance also hated the current Star District government and sympathized with the situation of the Fash family. Few people doubted his lying. At most, they thought his words were a bit diplomatic. The Alliance did not get along with the Star District government. Since the death of Pedes, the Tianma Iron Triangle no longer existed. And after Gu and Fofana came together and created a third neutral party, the relationship turned cold. The Fash family was celebrating at that time. The enemy power was weakened, and the emergence of a neutral party was of course a good thing. With a 1,000-year history of rule, Fash looked down on the upstart Alliance. However, they also believed that the Alliance was similar to them in some aspects. They were both multi-planet political entities that had bad relations with the Star District government. This kind of political entity must have bad relations with the Star District government. And Fox would not doubt it. On this basis, Salahovic would further lead these senior officials to imagine that the Alliance and Fox had a complete basis for cooperation, either to override the Star District government, or to use some more intense and tougher means to drive away the current Star District leaders. These words are usually said in private, in a joking manner. This is not a specific policy, but just everyone thinking together. So what? However, don't these activities slowly instill a concept in the minds of the senior members of the Fockers family? Of course, if there is only a concept, it doesn't mean much. In these conversations, Salahovic will find people with whom he can really communicate in depth, and communicate more deeply in private to see if cooperation between the two sides is feasible, and hope that these senior members can push the Fockers family to take tougher measures against the Star District government. To put it bluntly, Salahovic was stirring up the Hawks and Fockers, making them more emotional. He even went a step further, urging these Hawks to take some actions. In fact, he was not the only one taking action. After all, Salahovic was a diplomat, and this was his limit. Many of his actions would still be watched. But in addition to him, the Alliance had another group of people taking action on Fockers. They were from the Alliance Intelligence Agency. Their actions were more secretive and unscrupulous than Salahovic's. Bribery, grabbing evidence, and even assassinating people who would have a great impact on the plan and disguising them as accidents. But to be honest, their early actions were not smooth and faced many difficulties. However, until the huge fine required by the Alliance was announced, their work became smooth all of a sudden, regardless of whether they were radicals or conservatives, hawks or doves in the Fockers family. They all became excited under this huge amount of money, and they were extremely dissatisfied with Minnick, the head of the family, who had taken over the family for 7 years, and caused the great failure of Kuroja, and brought a huge fine. In such an environment, the Union Intelligence Agency dealt with many people. Then, under Salahovic's face-to-face instigation, a large number of middle and high-level members of the Fockers family began to have a clear idea of going to war. On the one hand, they were oppressed, and a tough attitude was indeed a solution. On the other hand, the Union said that it stood with them, and they really believed it. They thought this was a solution, and believed that the Union would really stand with them. So they kept proposing and lobbying. Minnick heard this, and he believed it. So, under the diplomatic work, the secret efforts of the intelligence agents, and the fact that Fox might have had some thoughts in this regard, Fox Rebellion was eventually promoted. Then, the Alliance turned against them. Fox was dumbfounded. The biggest foreign aid he had thought of now became a death warrant. This was a big deal. As the ambassador of the Alliance, Salahovic was under tremendous pressure. But as a result, two effects followed. The most superficial, of course, is the anger of being betrayed by an ally. But hidden beneath this anger is a huge panic. After the rebellion began, the conservatives in the Fokkers family became extremely dissatisfied. There were also some compromisers and surrenderists who lived in fear of the empire. Minnick certainly seemed to have transferred the contradiction to the outside world through this move. But in fact, those dissatisfactions were not completely eliminated, but were hidden because they did not dare and could not. All of these became opportunities that the Foreign Affairs Bureau could seek. The foreign aid that they relied on turned around and became a large army to suppress the rebellion. How could Fox resist? The ability of the Alliance was fully demonstrated in the Battle of Kuroja. The Pegasus fleet stood on their side. Even the pride of the Fox people, the Dragon Eagle 3rd Legion, became the vanguard to attack them. Facing such an opponent, could the Fox defense force withstand it? Indeed, landing operations were not easy, especially since the 3 stars had relatively complete orbital defenses. However, no matter how much damage they can cause to their opponents, the final failure seems inevitable. At that time, the more people you let die in the Alliance, the more unlucky you will be. If there is an invasion by aliens, or a cult rebel, there is no way to compromise, and they will not give you favorable surrender conditions just because you surrender. In a war of genocide, no matter how difficult it is, you can only fight it just to survive. But fighting to the death with the Alliance and the Empire, what the hell is that for? In the early stage, the intelligence collected by Salahovic and the Foreign Intelligence Bureau came into play. They quickly identified which people would be shaken, and also clearly identified which of them could be won over, or even turned against. Up to now, there have been many people who have had subtle contacts with the Foreign Intelligence Bureau and Salahovic. Moreover, with the blockade of the Pegasus fleet, the Alliance army came in full force, and many people who were not originally on the list came over. They couldn't find the agents, and had never even come into contact with them. They didn't know that Fox was so deeply infiltrated. They had no other choice but to take the risk of meeting Salahovic secretly. They often expressed that they were loyal to the Empire and never wanted to rebel. Fox was also loyal, but the head of the Minnick family was not very loyal. At this point, Salahovic felt that the time was ripe. Chapter 387, Fox Coup. Salahovic raised his head and said to Minnick, who was sitting at the top of the palace throne, "Mr. Minnick, the Alliance has been friendly to Fox from the beginning to the end. Since the Blackbird Heavy Industry incident, we have established a friendship. We did promise to provide political and economic support to Fox, and we also promised not to make direct military threats to Fox Samsung. However, although we sympathize with Fox's experience, we have never said that we will support Fox in launching a rebellion against the Empire. You can recall every document signed between us." He said this with absolute certainty. He may have said that he supported Fox's tough stance, but he rarely said that he could rebel, and it was absolutely impossible for him to leave any documents. There would be no such handle. Minnick's face was completely black. He knew that Salahovic was right. He had wanted to sign a document with similar words before, or quietly add similar words to some documents, but such attempts were all blocked and never came true. Whether it is Salahovic or the Alliance itself, they are very careful about this. Salahovic spread his hands and started to talk nonsense. "We have never agreed to your unreasonable requests. Even if your family has shown its rebelliousness, the Alliance has always provided you with resources, transported materials, and persuaded you to calm down and restrain yourself. But you have always turned a deaf ear to the Alliance warnings. This is really bullshit." Even Minnick was so angry that he couldn't think of a rebuttal for a while. "There are too many complaints. Let's not talk about anything else. You are transporting supplies and encouraging, while persuading. Isn't that just fanning the flames? When persuading, you said how disgusting the Star District government is, which no one can stand, but you still endure it." Salahovic seemed to know that what he said was a bit too outrageous, but he continued to speak without changing his expression. "All the promises and support of the Alliance are based on the fact that we are all subjects of the Empire, and we are all fighting for the Empire. When you betrayed this principle, all the agreements lost their preconditions. In other words, you are the first to betray the Alliance. I did not betray the Empire. We are just fighting against the Star Zone. No, the Empire says you are traitors." Salahovic paused and continued to speak coldly. "I reiterate to you again, the requirements from the Empire and Governor Gu The Fokkers family must surrender unconditionally and hand over the 3 Empire worlds to Governor Gu Hang for disposal. You, as well as all the people mentioned on the list, need to be tried by the Inquisition. Only in this way can we avoid war and destruction. Don't even think about it. Minnick's old body suddenly burst out with great strength. He stood up and threw a wine glass at Salahovic. It didn't hit him, but only hit the diplomat's feet. Minnick was still roaring. Then let Gu Hang come. Let those little bastards from your alliance come. I will let you see the blood of the Fokkers. You dirty traitors, lying betrayers, will suffer the most terrible wrath of Fox in the orbit of Fox, on the surface of Fox. Your blood will flow all over the ground here. Your corpses will fill every front. You will be beaten to a pulp and pay the price for everything you have done. Now get out of here. Before I have the last bit of sanity, I won't be as dirty as you allies, and I won't kill the envoys. Get out of my sight. Salahovic sighed, with a strange, unfathomable expression on his face. What a pity. He bowed slightly to Minnick, and then touched his belt. Then, a brilliant blue light filled Minnick's vision. Of course, he realized that something was wrong. But the dazzling psychic light made his eyes hurt. He couldn't help but scream. But he didn't even hear it, because his screams were drowned out by the louder sound of the bolt guns. These gunshots came very densely, but very briefly. Then, he heard some very heavy footsteps. Minnick couldn't help but raise his head. His tearful, still stinging eyes reflected a tall, bright red, armored figure. No, this is impossible. He knew what this was. The Phoenix Space Marine. But how could it be here? He had received intelligence before. He knew that Gu Hang had an unknown number of Space Marines working for him. He even got the case of the war that took place on the Black Arrow Star, and knew that after Gu Hang got the support of the Psionic Order, he established a so-called Storm Mage Corps, which has the ability of psychic teleportation. The combination of these two powers can send the top elite troops, such as Space Marines, to any place they want. This is a very terrifying decapitation strike capability. Because of this, he will of course pay careful attention to protecting himself. In his palace, there are also psychics, whom he has spent a lot of money to recruit, and a team of psychics that he has secretly cultivated. They will provide reliable psychic protection for Minnick, and many of the Fokkers family dignitaries in the power center. The assassin will be caught at the first moment of the invasion, and as for psychic transmission, that is the focus of prevention. Not only is there a psychic team doing this, Fox also bought a special anti-teleportation device 2 years ago, making their anti-psychic teleportation means stronger. If the teleportation is initiated from space, then no matter how many psychics, how powerful they are, will be seriously disturbed. At the very least, they will be deflected and thrown into space, or even lost into subspace, then the end will be miserable. Even if the target of the transmission is not the Palace of the Times, but any place on the surface, it will be interfered with. Even if the interference is unsuccessful, at least it can be detected that someone has been teleported to the surface. In the Fats family, there is even a plan. As long as it senses that there is spiritual energy being transmitted to the surface, Fats will immediately dissolve the central system of Fats after knowing it. And the brain of the entire family will be dispersed on the spot and distributed to various places on the planet. The only thing they are afraid of is being beheaded. In fact, there was no need to wait for the moment of psychic teleportation. They had already done so since the moment when Fokkers expelled the Imperial tax collectors. However, there was no real threat in the short term, so it was not urgent. But why? There were still Space Marines. Teleported to him? There was no information about teleportation to the surface. So how did these Space Marines come to Fokkers? Minnick did not know. The red armored giant in front of him was obviously not interested in telling him the answer. He didn't even want to let him live. The dark muzzle of the gun aimed at his head. Wait. Bang. His chest was completely a mess. Salahovic looked around. There were 23 Space Marines coming out of the teleportation array. The moment they appeared, they killed everyone in the palace except Salahovic. From the guards to Minnick, the leader of the Fokkers family. Originally, Salahovic was still considering whether to spare Minnick's life. After all, if there was a living leader of the Fokkers family who could be brought to trial, it would be more symbolic than reporting a death and bringing back a head. However, Salahovic thought again. To avoid the old Minnick from saying something he shouldn't say after he was brought to trial, it would be better to make him shut up forever. Killing Minnick was only the first step. What happened in the center of the palace was far from over. But Salahovic's work had been temporarily over. Next, he needed to stay in the palace and wait for someone to come. Before that, the commander of the Phoenix, Captain Diego Cardoso, was the protagonist. He was one of the century-old veterans of the Phoenix Regiment, one of the 4 surviving Phoenixes who came to the wrathful Al Star. And now he was the captain of the Phoenix 1st Company, commanding 100 Space Marines. His company, and half of the Storm Mage Corps led by Deriz, arrived at FATS 1 several months ago. The Alliance knew that it was impossible for the FATS family not to be prepared for the means of psychic teleportation that the Alliance had already revealed. In order to avoid alerting the enemy, the Space Marines and Psychics hid on the transport ships that the Alliance used to transport supplies to FATS and smuggled in. In fact, if it were not for the risk of a forced attack, they would rather not use teleportation now. There are a small number of combat soldiers in the palace, and fixed automatic turrets. These may not be able to stop the Space Marines' assault, but they can easily waste some time. And if Minnick runs away in the end, that would be bad. The number of Phoenix warriors who carried out this teleportation was actually 50, but only 22 arrived. This is because this teleportation operation was carried out very close to the Palace of the Times. And on Salahovic's belt, there was a locator made by Governor Gu Hang himself. It is precisely because of the superposition of the two that the transmission was successful. However, due to the interference, 28 people were lost. But the good news is that at least no one was scattered too far, and no one was lost in the subspace. The remaining 28 people were in other places in the palace, and at this moment, they could hear the sound of gunfire. In this case, they had already made a plan before the action. Cardoso asked Salahovic to stay here and left 10 soldiers to protect him and guard the core area of the palace. A large number of guards in the palace, as well as a small number of combat soldiers, have reacted and started to rush here. The mission of the 10 Phoenixes is to defend this place. He himself, with the other 12 people, took the initiative to attack. The Palace of the Times is not only the residence of the current head of the Fokkers family and his immediate family members, but also the core of the rule. Even though the Fokkers have evacuated some of the senior officials to other places, just to avoid being caught in one fell swoop. But at this moment, it is always good to be able to go to the front hall, to the offices of those Fokkers officials, to catch one more, to eliminate one more, and to create more chaos. By the way, the scattered Phoenixes will be gathered together. And at this moment, in the city where the Time Palace is located, the capital city of Fokkers 1, it is not just the 50 space warriors in the palace who are active. There are also 50 Phoenixes, divided into 2 parts, performing 2 different tasks. This concerns 2 high-ranking officials in the FATS family. One of them is the Deputy Commander of the Capitol Guard, a Lieutenant General in the Planetary Defense Force, and his name is Bobby Fats. 3 days ago, through his authority, 30 space warriors were stuffed into ammunition containers and sent to the Capitol Guard barracks. Today, the Phoenixes broke out of the door, guarding Bobby, and followed him to find the commander of the Capitol Guard and another deputy commander. When they were found, the 2 had just issued an order, asking the Capitol Guard to go to the palace area, eliminate the invaders, and rescue the head of the family. The Phoenixes executed the 2 generals. Then, Bobby Fox took over the Capitol Military District and required all troops to stay on standby, impose martial law on the spot, and not move rashly. At the same time, he urgently contacted the officers who had received the order and were returning to defend, and asked them to return to the barracks. The officer was at a loss. The Major General realized that something was wrong, but he didn't know what to do. But he soon found out. A group of Bobby Fox's trusted troops pointed their guns at them and shouted at them to follow the commander's orders. Considering the possibility of starting a fight with a brother unit on the streets of the capital, the officer finally did not make an extreme choice. He really couldn't find anyone higher up to give him any orders, so he had to do this. In addition, there are 20 Phoenixes, guarding a man named Petters Fokkers, rushing to the Palace of Time. He can be regarded as the 8th person in the Fokkers family, serving as the Minister of Commerce of the Fokkers regime. The Fokkers family has a set of rules, which clearly state that if the head of the family is in danger, due to death, disappearance, disability, impeachment, in short, if he cannot perform his duties, then the young head of the family will inherit. If the young head of the family is not good, then the chief of the elders will inherit, and then the marshal of the Planetary Defense Force. In this way, 18 positions are written in one breath, and they can be inherited in order. At the same time, Fokkers also has a family motto, which states that the above-mentioned people cannot gather together at the same time, in the same place, with more than 2/3 of them, or take transportation, to prevent them from being wiped out. And Petters, the Minister of Commerce, is the 8th one. Chapter 388, The People of Fox are Loyal. The coup on Fox 1 was planned by the Alliance for a long time. Sending supplies to the planet Fox, on the one hand, is to strengthen the alliance between the two sides and give the Fox more confidence to deal with the Star District government in a tough manner. On the other hand, it is to secretly insert certain personnel. The agents of the Intelligence Bureau, the Demon Hunters, the Space Warriors of the Phoenix, the Psychers of the Storm Mage Corps, all came in this way. And now, 100 Space Warriors turned the capital planet of Fash 1 upside down. But no one came to take care of it, or even if they wanted to, they couldn't. The 50 Phoenixes in the Palace of Time were almost completely wiped out. The garrison in the palace. The reckless automatic soldiers were almost killed, the automatic turrets were found and destroyed in the control center, and the other human guards, originally numbered at least thousands, and they were considered elite on the planet Fash, but they either died, or trembled and lost all their fighting will. The Phoenixes not only controlled the central palace of the Palace of Time, but also broke through the government agency in the front yard, and made many officials who were working there become prisoners. After the Phoenixes controlled this place, they began to hold on. But there was actually nothing to hold on to. The worst situation did not happen, and the Capitol Guard did not move. The Phoenixes of the 3 tactical teams helped Bobby Fox control the Capitol Guard. Although several people with higher positions than him, and at the same level as him, were executed, he still had his own confidence. And he had prepared for this day for a long time. But after all, this kind of thing needs to be strictly confidential, and it is impossible to make a big fuss. It is difficult for him to do a lot of actions, and win over a lot of people in advance. However, even if the Capitol Guard cannot be commanded and used, it is enough to make them paralyzed in hesitation, confrontation, and chaos. When millions of Capitol Guards do not move, the Phoenixes will have less trouble in their actions. At this time, Petters, the 8th person in the Fockers regime, is coming here under the escort of 20 Phoenixes. The most ideal situation is to kill all the 7 people in front of Petters Fockers, so that he, the 8th, can naturally become the supreme power through the legal principles set by the Fockers family. Although it is impossible to end everything directly, it will at least be much easier. Unfortunately, it was impossible. In the Palace of the Times, they killed the number 1 Patriarch, the number 2 Young Patriarch, the number 3 Chief Elder, and captured the number 5 and number 7 high-ranking officials. But the number 4 figure, the Marshal of the Defense Force of the 3 Stars of Fash, was an insurmountable hurdle. At present, this person was at the starport of Fash 1, inspecting the military's defense deployment. The Alliance also had a hidden agent, carrying out the mission of assassinating him. But there has been no news of success so far, so it must be that the assassination failed. But it doesn't matter, it was just a move with a low success rate. What happened in the capital of Fockers was generally quite smooth. The number 8 figure, Petters, smoothly entered the center of the Fockers regime. He was a little timid and a little uneasy. Salahovic was the first to meet him, and the two of them whispered for a while, and Petters's mood calmed down significantly. He calmed himself down, and tremblingly took out a folded paper from his jacket pocket. Then, under the rather desperate gazes of the FATS officials, he activated a device. It was not a strategic weapon, but it was something more terrible than that. What Petters was going to do next would tear apart the entire FATS regime. But at this time, no one could stop him. It was a button that could broadcast to the world. When he pressed the button, his next words would be transmitted to the capital's radio tower. And then the radio tower would forcibly occupy all radio and television signals in the world. And the whole planet would be able to hear his next words. I am Petters FATS, Minister of Commerce of the FATS Samsung United Government. I am here to make a declaration to all the citizens of Samsung on behalf of the United Government. Since March, the tens of billions of people in FATS Samsung have been living in fear. The head of the Minnick family arrogantly expelled the imperial tax collector and committed a serious crime. No matter how he argues, his behavior has led to FATS Samsung being judged as an imperial traitor. This is an indisputable fact. To this day, the Pegasus fleet has brought the wrath of the Empire and has blocked our galaxy. Commander Gu Heng, the imperial hero who has won the Medal of Glory, eliminated countless demons, and saved the Pegasus Star region, has brought tens of millions of Imperial troops to the orbit of our planet. Among them, the most angry is the Dragon Eagle Corps that has been guarding the 3 stars of Fash. It can be predicted that if we continue to be stubborn and follow the crazy decision of the Minnick family head, the entire 3 stars of Fash will be destroyed under the wrath of the Empire. All the peace, the good life, will be reduced to ashes in the flames of war. The Dragon Eagle Corps that once protected us will release their most disappointed anger on every citizen of Fox. And how innocent are the people of Fox? What Minnick did was not the will of the coalition government, nor the will of all the people of Fox 3 stars. We have always been subjects of the Empire. We pay taxes on time. We support the Star Corps. And we respect the Emperor. The people of Fash have fulfilled all the obligations that citizens of the Empire should fulfill. We should enjoy the protection of the Empire and the peaceful life created by our own hands. We should not bear the unfair stigma of traitors, and the anger that we should not bear because of Minnick arrogant behavior. The head of the Minnick family received a fair trial for betraying the Empire. Government officials from the head of the Minnick family onwards are no longer capable of leading the government because of their betrayal of the Empire and the people of Fash. Therefore, I hereby declare that, according to the law of succession of supreme power of the coalition government, I will take over the supreme power of the coalition government. In the name of the coalition government, I order all planetary defense forces on Fox to, from now on, stay at their garrisons, maintain public order, wait for the arrival of the Imperial Army, obey all orders of the Imperial officers, assist the Imperial Army when necessary, and eliminate traitors. I order that all local officials under the Fox coalition government should be prepared to cooperate with the Imperial Army. I beg every Fox person to abide by the duties of an Imperial citizen, stay at home, and cooperate with all actions of the Imperial Army to prove the loyalty of the Fox people. I believe Commander Gu Hang will give the Fox people a fair result. The Fox people are loyal. For the Emperor. Chapter 389, War. The public declaration issued by Petters against all the people of Fox caused a huge response. Objectively speaking, he could not take over the power of the coalition government at all. Although he was a member of the family cabinet, his rank was not high enough, and his reputation was not high enough, so he could not achieve the effect of 1 call and 100 responses. He could not command the coalition government, let alone really make all the Fox defense forces lay down their arms on their own. No matter what he said in the declaration, whether people actually listened to him or not, that was another matter. However, this declaration still caused great chaos in the Fash regime. On Fash 1, tens of millions of planetary defense forces fell into a strange silence. Of course, the Grand Marshal of the Defense Forces in the starport took the orbital elevator back to the surface as soon as possible and declared Petters a traitor in the entire military system. But it was unable to completely end this chaos. The reason is simple. Petters said something that touched the hearts of the Fash people. We pay taxes every year. We serve the Emperor idle. We send our most heroic sons to the Astra Militarum to fight for the Empire. We can proudly call ourselves citizens of the Empire from any angle. And we have done everything we should do. Why should we be unlucky? Minnick used this sentiment in the past, inciting rebellion, and leading to fines and targeted bad behavior by the sector government. He was indeed successful. And the people of Fokker were indeed angry about it, being raised to a higher level of development out of nowhere. It meant that the imperial tax that everyone had to bear increased by more than 10% of their total income. That was fine. But they had to save up all the income for 5 years without eating or drinking. Who could bear this? However, when the other side of the scale clearly put him on the spot, and the Imperial Army appeared outside the planet's orbit, how long could this anger last? In the education they received since childhood, in the stories they heard, they told the fate of countless betrayers. And now they are all reflected in the minds of every Fokkers. Angry is angry. Do they really want to go to war with the Empire? This is a question that needs to be pondered, especially when they are going to put everything they have on the gambling table. But Gu Hang did not give the Fokkers time to figure this out. This coup in the capital of the planet has achieved the effect that Gu Hang expected. The information on the ground was immediately transmitted to the sky, and was known by Gu Hang, the commander-in-chief of the rebellion. At this moment, he was on the cruiser Concerto, which was the flagship of the Pegasus fleet. As the commander-in-chief, Gu Hang also set up his headquarters here. He did not completely expect a coup to solve all problems. The current situation was enough. The Imperial Army, under his order, began to act. The first to act was, of course, the Pegasus fleet. 2 cruisers, 27 destroyers, and more than 50 other ships in total. began to fiercely attack the planetary defense system of FATS-1. From the ground, from the mini-star fortresses orbiting in orbit, from the armed space station, from the starport, all these firepowers added together are not much weaker than the Pegasus fleet. The firepower is similar, but it is only one aspect. In terms of anti-strike capability, these planetary defense facilities that do not require power are much stronger than starships. The scale of the starport is much larger than that of the ship. The anti-orbital guns on the ground are simply protected by solid fortresses and even more solid ground. Not to mention, they are covered with energy shields or void shields. Even those armed space stations, although relatively fragile, some do not even have energy shields, can be destroyed by 2 or 3 shots, but they are low cost and numerous. This is the strength of a planet with complete orbital defense when facing naval attacks. If the entire Fox-1 is considered as a whole, it is not too inferior to the Pegasus fleet in the bombardment. Theoretically, it should be so. However, after the battle began, the situation was slightly different. The fortified starport had a strong fighting spirit, but some of the orbiting armed space stations and the anti-orbital firepower on the ground did not open fire. Fleet Commander Du Shiliang was actually a little nervous. Before the official battle, he was quite worried that his fleet would have to bear too much cost when clearing the planet's anti-orbital firepower. But now it seems that the situation is much better than expected. In those space stations that dare not open fire, there are even communication requests sent to the Navy ships, which means that they have heard the order from the United Government, and they guarantee that they are loyal to the Empire, so they will not open fire, and invite the Imperial Army to take over these space stations. Du Shiliang was a little cautious at first, and only sent a very small number of Marines to set off on landing spacecraft. When they approached, they were not attacked by the armed space station. On the contrary, the space station took the initiative to open the channel to contact the spacecraft. Often a small team of Marines can take over an armed space station with hundreds of people stationed. The occurrence of these situations has greatly reduced the intensity of the naval battles faced by the Tianma fleet. Although several small warships, such as frigates or patrol ships, were damaged after being intensively attacked and had to withdraw from the battle sequence. But in general, the damage suffered by the Tianma fleet was much better than expected. This is also the advantage of the Navy fleet when fighting against planets. The initiative is in my hands. I can fight when I want to fight, and retreat when I want to retreat. Those surface orbital guns and orbital fortresses cannot be moved anyway, and there is no way to pursue. A more conservative way of fighting: retreat as long as the energy shield is overloaded, and come up again after the overload is over. Be more stable. Don't be too unlucky to be blown up instantly. The probability of direct combat damage is still very low. The Pegasus fleet was like this, in the orbit of FATS-1, and spent about 4 hours. At this moment, it was already evening on the surface. Everyone on Fox, looking up, could see the brilliant lights in the sky. It looked more magnificent and brilliant than a meteor shower. But no one was happy. They all knew what it was, and each ray of light represented death and destruction. They could only pray that these lights would not really fall on their world. Chapter 390, Capture a Planet. After 4 hours of space battle, the Pegasus Navy achieved some results. Although the starport fortress of Fokker still stood, and even the shield had not been broken, many armed space stations were either blown up or taken over by the Marines. At this time, Gu Heng also received new intelligence. On the ground, the Phoenix fighters achieved new results. They had captured all the anti-orbital firepower deployed in the planetary capital and its surrounding areas. The capture operation itself was not difficult, but the difficulty was that the time was short, and it was necessary to act quickly, and the soldiers had to be punished. In fact, Gu Heng gave them 8 hours. However, under the command of the century-old veteran, Carduso, the Phoenix completed the operation in half the time with no casualties. When this news reached Gu Heng, he immediately asked the naval staff of the Tianma fleet to evaluate the possibility of conducting the next stage of operations. And these staff officers also quickly came up with the results. When the anti-orbital and air defense systems of the landing site were all cleared, the conditions for landing operations were initially met. Gu Heng waved his hand and announced the start of the operation. The cruiser that Gu Heng was on, along with 3 destroyers and 7 frigates, began to move forward quickly. Their actions immediately attracted the fierce firepower of the enemy, especially the enemy firepower center. The fortress starport fired several rounds of the Chuziai's Wrath cannon. and due to the close distance, the hit rate rose sharply, directly overloading the energy shield of a frigate, and frightened it to retreat from the battlefield immediately. But at the same time, after the distance was close, the firepower of the starship was able to exert its effect more fiercely. The light spear array on the Concerto made the void shield of the fat starport tremble. And in this process, hundreds of missiles were fired at the same time. When they arrived in front of the void shield, the missiles slowed down significantly, which certainly gave the enemy a chance to intercept the missiles, but at the same time, more than 30 missiles passed through the void shield, and finally 20 of them exploded in the fortress. 20 S-class and M-class missiles of mixed specifications were not enough to destroy the starport fortress, which had equally thick armor. However, a few lucky missiles hit the firepower platform and the crowded area, causing considerable damage. This forced Commander Fox in the fortress to pay full attention to the nearby ships, and he had no time to take care of anything else. In the void, countless behemoths were fiercely bombarding each other. However, while the core firepower of the enemy defense was being restrained, another cruiser, the Violin, also pressed forward with several destroyers. However, their goal was to launch an air strike on multiple anti-orbital artillery positions on the surface. At the same time, there were 7 or 8 fast transport ships hiding in the array of these warships. These transport ships would certainly not play any role in the space naval battle. Their responsibility at the moment was to transport the landing troops. From these transport ships, from the warships led by the Violin, landing craft were launched. After a large number of armed space stations were destroyed or taken over, the starport fortress was pinned down. The anti-orbital firepower on the surface was suppressed, and the anti-orbital firepower in the capital area was simply cleared. In this case, the orbital landing became quite smooth. The landing force in the lead was a group army within the Dragon Eagle 3 Corps. 300 landing craft rushed through the planetary orbit, broke through the atmosphere, and headed for the ground. Their goal was directly at the planetary capital. During the descent, the limited firepower destroyed at most a dozen landing craft. This represented the loss of thousands of people, but it did not hinder the success of the entire landing. On the outskirts of the capital, 10 Phoenixes, a capital garrison of several thousand people loyal to the Empire, had already opened up a temporary landing site here. The landing craft landed one after another, and each landing craft carried hundreds of Astra Militarum soldiers. And some landing craft were even equipped with heavy equipment such as tanks and cannons. A total of 140,000 Star Army soldiers assembled at the landing site. The leader of this force was Major General Kai-Men-Jean of the Star Army. The main force of this attack was the 314th Army of the Dragon Eagle Legion led by him. He personally took the risk and directly participated in this landing operation, and was the first to land. While the troops were still assembling, Kai-Men-Jean stood on a high ground and looked at the capital city in front of him, with hesitation in his eyes. "General," someone shouted from below. "General, you better come down. Be careful, alas." With a sigh, Kai-Men-Jean walked down the high ground, and then asked, "Did you drive the car that I asked you to prepare immediately out of the landing ship?" "It has," the adjutant said. "But, please think twice. The troops still need your leadership." Kai-Men-Jean cursed, and then said, "What do you mean by think twice? I am going back to my own city. Do I need to think twice? This? Drive the car over here. Let's go." "Yes." After a while, 3 military vehicles headed towards the capital city. Along the way, Kai-Men-Jean, looking at the familiar yet unfamiliar street scene, it was difficult to describe his inner feelings. He had joined the Dragon Eagle Corps, actually only 10 years ago. Before that, he was a general in the Fox Defense Army, and the commander of the Capitol Guard Army. That year, he was ordered to lead the entire Capitol Guard Army at that time, to reform together, and become part of the Star Army. His status also changed from a general of the Defense Army to a major general of the Star Army. It was hard to say whether this was a promotion or a demotion, whether he was entrusted with an important task and sent to the Star Army to help the Fokkers regime control this army, or whether he was handed over as an imperial tax and exiled outside the core of power. He only knew that his mood was very complicated at that time. Since then, he has shed his previous heavy identity as a politician and became a pure soldier. He no longer had to participate in any intrigues, but his life has become monotonous since then. At that time, what he least wanted was that one day the Dragon Eagle 3rd Legion would be pulled out of the mother planet and go to the outer planet to fight. But this day came more unexpectedly than expected. His first mission to leave the mother planet to fight outside was to go to the Angry Owl Star and eliminate the trouble of Blackbird heavy industry. He didn't think at first that this was a long-term mission. After arriving at the Angry Owl Star, he still made a big fuss, wanting to gain command of the native army of the Angry Owl Star, launch a full-scale offensive, and quickly end the war, and then he was slapped in the face. It was there that he first witnessed the capabilities of the Alliance army. But that was just an episode in his life. No matter how it went, at least his mission was completed. The losses of the troops were not great, and it did not take a long time. Just when he thought that he could finally return to his hometown, he was transferred from the Angry Owl Star to Kurogia. At that time, he still thought that this would be a short-term mission, similar to the matter on the Angry Owl Star, just going to an imperial world to quell the rebellion and clean up the cult. But he didn't expect that he would stay there for 8 years, and the governor of Kurogia changed 3 times. However, the 8 years in Kurogia had made him lose interest in politics. The brutal war was escalating in front of him. All he thought about in those years was how to win, how to complete the mission, and how to reduce the sacrifices of the young men under his command. What impressed him most was the Battle of Mingyan City. A division was sent to the front line, and it was gone after a few hours of fighting. Tens of thousands of people. Just gone. And all he could do was to throw in one division and regiment after another, and then watch them get crippled and destroyed a few hours later. Looking at the battle reports, looking at the battle lines, and witnessing those tragic scenes with his own eyes, Kai Mingjin's way of thinking was forever changed. Those power struggles, those conspiracies, in this kind of blood and fire, are meaningless. At least for him. They are meaningless. Since the end of the war, it has been 2 years since he guarded the hive and fought the security war. Compared to the tragic battlefield at the beginning, it feels like a vacation. Occasionally, he still thinks of his hometown and his life as the commander of the defense army. Nostalgia? Contempt? Maybe a little bit of both. If possible, he doesn't mind going home to visit, especially his wife and children, who are still on Fashwan. Although, he also has a local nobleman on Kuroga who married his daughter to him. And now, he really returned to his hometown, but he didn't expect it to be in this way. In the way of the Empire's rebellion suppression army. He returned to his hometown, to the place he had guarded for half his life. This is really unpredictable. Looking out the car window, the street scene that should have been prosperous, but now deserted. Countless chaotic thoughts flashed through his mind. But when the military vehicle drove into the military district, all his thoughts were gathered back again. At some point, a drizzle of rain fell from the sky. All the officers of the Capital Guard Army were waiting in the rain. The leader was Bobby Fox. A traitor, or a loyalist, or a defector. Kai Mingjin didn't know how to define it. He got out of the car and shook hands with Bobby. Welcome back, old commander. Bobby seemed quite respectful. Kai Mingjin was indeed his old boss. Kai Mingjin waved his hand, signaling not to say more. A group of people entered the office building of the military district. Many people were already sitting in the conference hall. Among them, at least one of them was a colonel, and was the real leader of each unit. When they heard the door of the great hall being pushed open, they turned around and stared at Kai Mingjin, who was walking in with big strides, with complicated expressions. Kai Mingjin walked up to the podium without stopping, and stood in front of everyone. Have all the leaders above the regimental level arrived? Kai Mingjin asked. Bobby, who had just sat in the front row, stood up and responded, Everyone who is willing to come is here. There are some more. Kai Mingjin interrupted him. I will only give 1 hour to notify those who haven't come. Tell them that I have arrived. And there are my Star Legion outside the city. Let them think it over. After 1 hour, anyone who hasn't come will be regarded as a traitor. And I will personally lead people to eliminate them. Looking at the strange expressions of many officers in the audience, Kai Mingjin added, Yes. That's right. Those who didn't come are traitors. Bobby gave a few orders, and some people ran out. In the next few dozen minutes, people arrived one after another. On time, Kai Mingjin had the door of the hall closed. He announced to everyone present, Now, all the loyal officers of the Capital Guard are here. No one said anything, and he didn't care. He began to assign tasks. There were 11 regimental commanders who didn't come. The total number of troops under their command was about 20,000 to 30,000. Compared to the million-strong capital garrison, they are an absolute minority. They are scattered in the capital city or surrounding areas. Every officer present was required to send out a battalion, led by the chief officers, to destroy the troops that did not come. The veterans of the Star Army gathered outside the city under Cai Min-jin would also go, but they would not take action directly, but would serve as a supervisory team, a bloody pledge of allegiance. When assigning tasks, the atmosphere was very depressing. Some people were sad, some were hesitant, some were gritting their teeth. In such an atmosphere, there were still people who could not help themselves. "Old Commander, I don't understand why this happened. We are all our compatriots and comrades. We are the warriors of Fokkers, serving the Fokkers family for generations. When foreign enemies attack, shouldn't we fight bravely? You are here. You lead us. Are you still?" Bang. A gunshot rang out. Cai Min-jin did not give him the chance to finish his words. The old general, his pistol shot very accurately. The bullet was about 20 meters away, and across many people, but it still accurately blew off the head of the person who was speaking. This shot made the situation in the Great Hall tense all of a sudden. Although it was forbidden to carry guns when there was an opportunity, some people still carried them quietly, and subconsciously put their hands on the holsters. Cai Min-jin noticed it, but he didn't care. He sighed, and slowly put down the gun. "I still remember him, Wang Zhongzi, a soldier I led before. I remember I awarded him a medal with my own hands. When he got married, I also went to his wedding. I hugged his daughter. I am very sad. And I really don't want him to be the one who jumps out. But I am an imperial general. I am also a fox. I can't watch someone say such things in front of me, and incite you to do things you shouldn't do. Let's not talk about anything else. Just talk about this. Do you think I can lead you to resist the Imperial Army? Do you still think that the Dragon Eagle Corps is the Dragon Eagle Corps that was stationed on Fox? 20% of the people in the Corps are Kurogia people, and the remaining 20% are married and have children on Kurogia. Minnick started a rebellion, and they are the most angry. They just want to tear the traitors on Fokkers apart. What are you expecting? What's more, even if the Dragon Eagle Legion stands on this side, will everything be fine? I have seen Commander Gu ability with my own eyes, and I have also seen the power of his elite warriors, Space Marines, Night Mechs, and even Titans. These things you have never seen. There are plenty of them in the Alliance. Not to mention, the soldiers of the Alliance are more elite than the Astra Militarum. You all know the selection criteria of the Astra Militarum, and they always select the best warriors among us. But even so, the quality of the soldiers is one level lower than that of the Alliance soldiers. It is not difficult for him to wipe out all the planetary defense forces on Fokkers. I applied to be the first to come down, even under the gunfire. Why do you think it was for? It's just to protect you old subordinates. Don't tell me about loyalty or disloyalty. You have to know what true loyalty is. People like Wang Zhongzi are not only traitors to the Empire, but also traitors to the Fokkers. If you continue to be loyal to the Fokkers family, the final result will be that you will be swept into the garbage heap with the Fokkers family. Not only will you die and your family will be destroyed, but you will also become a sinner in history, and will be constantly despised in the next thousands of years, and will be infamous for thousands of years. The Fokkers will spit on you. The Empire will spit on you. And the Emperor will spit on you. Now, I have said everything I want to say. You can do whatever you want. I am alone here, and I don't have many trusted guards. If you want to attack me, take out your guns and shoot me. Let's see if you can kill an old man like me here." In the Great Hall, no one spoke. Those who touched the holsters also let go. After waiting for 2 minutes, seeing no one making any move, Cai Min-jin cursed. "No one wants to shoot me. Right? Then why are you still standing there? Go do what you should do." In the garrison army of the capital of the planet Fokkers 1, the cleansing activity that took place was not that bloody. The regiments that did not accept Cai Min-jin's command were attacked by their colleagues. They did not hold out for long. The soldiers' fighting will was very weak, and they were not so willing to accept the orders of the officers, and they surrendered quickly. Most of the officers who resisted chose to commit suicide, or were captured and executed. Cai Min-jin did not continue to toss around in the capital area, although the entire capital garrison was not completely subdued. At best, they could only obey orders reluctantly. Their morale was quite low, and their internal thoughts could not be unified. But he had no time. Under his order, the capital garrison was drawn out with a force of about 500,000 people, together with the 4 divisions and brigades of the Dragon Eagle Legion he brought with him, and headed straight for Shinong City. This place is about 400 kilometers away from the capital area. It is located right below the Fortress Starport in the sky that was fiercely engaged in a firefight with the Pegasus fleet. It is a city that was developed from the ground-building part of the starport and built around the starport function. The defense marshal of the Fokkers family is there. After Petters issued the declaration of the coalition government, the marshal also issued an urgent declaration, angrily denouncing Petters' statement, and also urgently announced that he was the heir to the supreme power of the coalition government, saying that he would lead the people of Fokkers to fight against the invaders. However, regardless of how many people bought into his plan, the chaotic situation within the coalition government brought him huge trouble. The defense forces he assembled in a short period of time gathered in Shandong City. He originally planned to retake the capital area, but the surrounding defense forces responded to the call and gathered slowly. The most important thing was that the speed at which various military supplies arrived was not fast enough. In a short period of time, he was unable to launch a counterattack. That would have been fine. But what was even worse was that, while he was sweating profusely coordinating the troops from all sides, a force of hundreds of thousands rushed out from the capital area. The defense forces in the capital area not only did not resist, but even rebelled directly. This was something he had not expected. Before the defense line could be properly arranged, his troops were hit. And this attack was so fierce that the troops loyal to him could not resist at all. Cai Minjin knew that the first battle could not be handed over to the newly conquered capital defense army. Otherwise, if they encountered any tough battles and suffered some setbacks, the already low morale would collapse, and the troops would doubt whether their choice was correct. Therefore, in his first battle, he still used his own capital. The troops that landed with him included 3 large infantry divisions and an armored division, the armored vehicles in the armored division. The Lion tanks naturally need not be said much. And the most important thing is that he also brought a Lion King tank. At the same time, the 3 Lion King tanks in the Capital Defense Army were all purchased from the Fash government's arms. He also transferred them out separately, and put his own tank soldiers on them. For Lion Kings, with a cluster of Lion tanks, launched a fierce attack on Shandong City. Under the powerful armored force, the troops outside Shandong City, that were not prepared for defense at all, collapsed at the first blow. Inside Shandong City, they barely organized a wave of street fighting defense, and relied on the fairly good artillery defense firepower inside Shandong City to faintly block the offensive of Cai Minjin's troops. Even, due to some recklessness, a Lion King tank was destroyed during the street fighting. But at the critical moment, the Space Marines stood up again. Cai Minjin had no right to command the Space Marines of Phoenix. But Carduso, a century-old veteran, had a very outstanding sense of war. He did not need anyone to command him, and could easily find the key to the current battle. He personally led his company, under the cover of a part of the Star Army armored forces, to penetrate deep into the enemy rear, captured many artillery positions, and destroyed 2 enemy command posts and a temporary ammunition depot, suffering critical damage, and witnessing the coming of the Emperor Angel of Death. And these Angels of Death were just as the legend said, brave, invincible, and invulnerable. The defenders of Starport City collapsed. If they were still half-believing and half-doubting before, wondering if they had really become traitors to the Empire, and if they had been deceived by the political propaganda of the Fokkers family, the arrival of the Space Marines destroyed all their beliefs. How many soldiers loyal to the Empire could accept being enemies of the Emperor Angels? Their morale completely collapsed, and large-scale surrenders began to appear. Star Harbor City was conquered by the loyal Star Army. The whole process took no more than 5 hours. Although there were still sporadic resistance in some places, it did not affect the overall situation. The Defense Army Marshal wanted to run away at the last moment, but in front of the Phoenixes, he could not run away at all. Captain Carduso personally arrested the heir to the supreme power, the Supreme Commander, who had just taken office for a few hours, and shot him in public.